Chapter 501. Chi Xuan also saw Zhou Fan being hunted down. However, after taking a look at the luck brought by the protagonist's halo on the other party, he ignored it. He can't die. Although Zhou Fan is being hunted down like a stray dog, he can actually be killed successfully. So there is no need to worry about the other party dying. Chi Xuan is a protagonist who can't explode, but it doesn't mean that other protagonists don't have this function. Even rabbits will bite when they are forced into a corner, let alone the protagonist. The potential in the other party is very huge, not to mention the existence of the pure yang fire. What is the origin of Chengxin? How can he appear out of thin air? Chi Xuan is more concerned about the Yang Wang traitor Honglian. According to the information Chi Xuan collected, the other party was active more than 10 years ago, and was hunted down by the Yang Wang sect. There has been no news for so many years, either he is dead or retired to the mountains. Even if it is the latter, he should not have such strength. Especially with the information revealed in the other party's words, there is an organization behind him, and he also knows the pure yang fire, and arranged for him to come out to collect it. Chi Xuan directly activated his ability to flip the script. Although he was not very skilled, the sorting and adaptation during this period were much stronger than when he flipped through Zhou Fan before. It was all cut off. When Chi Xuan flipped through it, he found that he could only see the traces of Chengxin on this planet. It was equivalent to breaking off a large section. So, during the time he disappeared, he was actually not on this planet. Master the technology of long-distance space travel transmission? Is this reasonable? Chi Xuan always felt incredible when he looked at Chengxin, who was no different from an ancient person. And not only this technology, but also a corresponding protection mechanism that can protect my poor ability to flip the script. Chi Xuan knew that this was still his own fault. He suddenly became stronger, and could not control many abilities perfectly. Otherwise, even if he was just a prototype of the world, it would not be difficult to see the truth. The time it takes for a world to go through is billions of years, and he wants to catch up in such a short time, even if he is long out in. He estimated that he could get it done within a few years, which was already very fast. It was normal that he could not control his abilities well after such a short time. In addition, he was in a world created after birth, and compared with a normal world, he naturally had various innate deficiencies. These were all areas where Chi Xuan needed to make up for a little bit. Chengxin is dead, but this is good news for me. Next, we just need to closely monitor the entire planet to track down the source. But since they need the pure yang fire, I think they probably need more than just the pure yang fire. Chi Xuan narrowed his eyes. There are 4 other types of pure yang fire, namely Qin Yuan Jinmu, Feng Lei Miyuan, Xuanzi Shuiling, and Wushu Shitu. The 5 elements together are the basis of the world's spiritual arts. Chi Xuan actually knew a long time ago that spiritual arts are all related to the 5 elements, and then various attributes are evolved from the 5 elements. As for yin and yang, they can actually be included in the 5 elements. For example, wood is divided into jia and yi wood, among which jia wood is yang wood and yi wood is yin wood. The Yang Wang school's own attribute belongs to the fire element, and the yang attribute is derived from the fire element. Although it seemed strange to Chi Xuan, and it looked like the reverse of Tian Gang, in his concept, it had always been yin and yang and the 5 elements, but here it became yin and yang of the 5 elements. At first glance, it was just the order that was reversed, but in fact it was not, but the principle had also changed. The question is, where are the remaining 4? Chi Xuan frowned, and his perception swept across the world again, but except for the pure yang fire on Zhou Fan, there was no trace of the remaining 4-5 elements spiritual treasures. As for how he knew this, he naturally found it from ancient books. After seeing the pure yang fire on Zhou Fan, he naturally searched consciously. Could it be on other planets? Chi Xuan suddenly thought of this possibility. The simplest point is that Chengxin has disappeared until now, and he must be living on other planets. Since he can leave, it is not impossible for the remaining 4-5 elements spiritual treasures to be on other planets. And it's not necessarily one planet, but several planets. Strange, why didn't we meet that Fae? It can't be that the location is also in the edge area. Chi Xuan narrowed his eyes, and thought of this possibility. Don't mention it, it can really be done. There is not much difference between spreading across one planet, and spreading across several planets in theory. Chi Xuan knew that as long as he had the technology in hand, many things would not be a big problem. How about saving Chengxin's life? Chi Xuan needed a guide. But he quickly rejected this idea, not because it would expose himself, but because Chengxin might not be of much value to allow the organization behind the other party to remotely open the door for him to evacuate. How could a force that has the power to span the universe care about a weakling like Chengxin? Wait, there is still a contradiction here. Since being able to match this technology means having a strong military force, why did they have to send Chungjin back to get the pure Yang fire? Two possibilities emerged in Qi Xuan's mind. One is that the pure Yang fire is worth this cost for this organization. So Chungjin was arranged to come. In fact, the other party's estimate was indeed very accurate. Apart from the protagonist halo that was about to take shape on Qi Xuan and Zhou Fan, Chungjin's strength was enough. Even Su Xiang, the head of the world's largest sect, was not his opponent when facing Chungjin. Another possibility is naturally bluffing. The other party started a war on multiple fronts, and the only one who could be used was Chungjin. The rest really had no spare time and manpower. Qi Xuan's thoughts naturally leaned towards the first possibility, but this was a bit too arrogant. Let alone other things, at least form a team instead of letting Chungjin fight alone. A hero needs 3 helpers. Even if Chungjin is very powerful, he will inevitably fail. At least 2 people are needed. According to the various data Qi Xuan collected from Chungjin, it seems a bit like the latter. Chungjin's thinking, ideas and even habits have not changed much. To put it simply, an ancient person suddenly returned to ancient times after living in modern society for more than 10 years. Then, there will definitely be incompatible temperaments, spoken language, etc. 10 years is enough to assimilate a person. Just like Qi Xuan, he seems to be extremely out of tune with the various doomsday worlds. Therefore, he never showed mercy when killing people. However, Chungjin is different. He still looks the same as before, which is a bit strange. We can't say that the forces behind the other party are the same as this planet in terms of social structure. Well, even if it is the same, to have such technology, they must have more advanced social technology and productivity. These will also have a subtle influence. However, Qi Xuan did not see any difference. Could it be a group of lucky people who picked up a space station or some other complete creation of cosmic civilization? Qi Xuan couldn't help but think of this point, and this possibility is also possible. Otherwise, if it is really a group of powerful forces using cosmic-level technology, even if Zhou Fan can go to the sky, he probably won't be a match. With Zhou Fan's upper limit, he can't even go to the universe at best. At most, he can only fight against the city level. It's a bit difficult to be invincible on the surface. No matter how powerful the protagonist halo on him is, he can't withstand a Star Destroyer cannon. So if he really wants to have a chance to turn the tables, it is only because this force is not a real cosmic force, but just a lucky native. After picking up the creation of the cosmic civilization, he used it in a way that he knew the truth, but not the reason, and used it to increase his ambition. Whether it is true or not, we have to wait for a while. Qi Xuan is very patient now, and he is not so anxious to do things. Anyway, for him, there is plenty of time. As for the crisis of the destruction of the universe, that is also simple. He is still entangled with the Doomsday game. Although he is now in a deep sleep, he can wake it up with a slap. At that time, if they cooperate, it won't be a big problem to run away and live in another world. Well, you really got the recognition of the pure Yang fire seed. But don't think that everything will end if you kill me. Chungjin spat out burning blood. His chest was pierced by Zhou Fan's Lihua giant sword, and his vitality continued to dissipate with the burning of the flames. I know there is an organization behind you, but I will definitely uproot them. Zhou Fan's tone was tyrannical. With the repeated high-intensity use of the flame demon true body, his killing consciousness has grown to an extremely high level. He now suspects that even if he no longer continues to use the flame demon true body, the killing consciousness it possesses can indirectly affect him. This made him very angry. He could have practiced the flame demon body refining method to perfection without having to bear these side effects. At that time, he would be able to use the flame demon true body without any side effects and without restrictions. Although he could get rid of the killing consciousness as long as he cultivated to the great success now, how could he achieve the great success in a short time? If it were so easy, there would be masters of spiritual arts everywhere. Really? Your idea is very naive. Chungjin smiled, and then fell to the ground. The last look in his eyes was full of unwillingness. Zhou Fan saw the other party die, but he also withdrew from the flame demon's true body, and then cut off the other party's head with the Lihua sword. Although the bounty of Honglianjusher has been covered with dust, it has not been revoked. Such a Yangwang traitor should be worth a lot of rewards. Go back and let the Yangwang sect investigate this mysterious organization and exchange the rewards together. By the way, find out what the leader is like. Don't really turn into a flame demon. Zhou Fan felt that the situation in the world was getting more and more chaotic. Chapter 502. Carrying the head of Honglian layman Chungjin, Zhou Fan went straight to Cheery Peak and placed the head directly in front of Su Xiang. Su Xiang looked at the head that was already somewhat charred, but his face showed a look of reminiscence. Brother Chung, you are still dead. Su Xiang couldn't help but sigh. I entered the sect later than him. He was not as good as me in everything, so he thought that I was against him in everything and wanted to interfere in everything. When he said this, Su Xiang's tone was full of sarcasm. He never thought that it was his own fault. I was able to beat him, from beginning to end, not by any conspiracy, but because I was better than him in talent and calculation. Back then, he put on the airs of a senior brother, wasting his talent and his status and resources. It's normal to lose. Su Xiang did not intend to hide anything, but spoke to himself. Zhou Fan listened quietly, and then asked, so he defected, and you, the master, also contributed? That's not the case. Su Xiang said with a smile, it's not my contribution, but I was the one who led it. His character flaws are there, and it only takes some unpresentable means to make him leave in anger. Even if he is provoked a little more, he can be forced to defect. At that time, Su Xiang was still relatively young, so his means tended to be more sinister, but now he tends to be more righteous and strange. Not only do you have to use conspiracy and tricks, but you also have to use grand and magnificent trends. Otherwise, if he only knows how to use means, he won't last long. Master, you told me this, aren't you afraid that I will leak it? Zhou Fan asked calmly. From the beginning, I have been training you as the future master. Your methods are too immature. You can't become a great master just by killing. You need scheming and strength to make Yangwang sect continue to grow. So I am not leaking it, but teaching you how to do things. Su Xiang didn't care. If Zhou Fan really leaked it, it would be nothing more than changing the leader of Songyan Peak. He is optimistic about Zhou Fan because he has good qualifications, and doesn't need to worry about the follow-up in terms of strength. Especially after killing the crazy beggar, the disciple of the 7 killers, he has vaguely become the second-rank Yangwang sect. Now, even if he wants to die prematurely, someone must be able to kill him. Su Xiang has naturally experienced the tyranny of the flame demon's true body. What Zhou Fan lacks now is not strength, but his own scheming. He is too young. If you only rely on strength, you can't suppress the Yangwang sect and the other 8 sects. So, how is the master's 3 spiritual arts going? Zhou Fan changed the subject. Very good, it has already achieved a small success. Su Xiang's progress is naturally much faster than Zhou Fan. After all, Zhou Fan also has to deal with the affairs of the 7 Killing's disciples, so his attention will naturally be distracted. In addition, Su Xiang's own qualifications are top-notch, and with the full support of the Yangwang sect, it is not difficult to achieve a small success. The master is indeed talented, but this progress, Zhou Fan whispered, isn't it a bit too fast? The difficulty of practicing these 3 spiritual arts is indeed not as good as the 9 Fire True Yang Red Dragon art, but practicing all 3 at the same time will definitely not be less difficult. Thinking about the time it took the headmaster to achieve his cultivation, and comparing it to today, it is obviously too fast. It was not that Zhou Fan deliberately questioned, but the sequelae of the flame demon's true body were too terrible, and he was worried that Su Xiang would be corroded by the killing consciousness. Su Xiang lowered his eyelids. These 3 techniques complement each other. He naturally noticed his problem, but now, he couldn't stop it all. You came to me for more than just these 2 things. There should be official business to tell me. Su Xiang directly changed the subject. He didn't want to continue talking about this topic. Even if he said it, what would happen? Zhou Fan couldn't help him solve it. Su Xiang assisted in practicing a lot of spiritual techniques such as Qingxin and concentrated mind to suppress the killing consciousness caused by the flame demon body refining method. However, all of them had little effect. At the beginning, there was still some effect, and in the middle, there was some guarantee by stacking the number. Now, even if there are more, it is just barely enough. So he was ready to go all out and make the flame demon body refining method break through to the great success as quickly as possible. But soon he despaired and found that there was a deep bond between the 3 spiritual arts, and they could only advance together, not break through individually. At the same time, the distance between the small success and the great success also made him a little desperate. Yes, the matter of the 7 Killing's disciples. Zhou Fan did not delve further, but changed the subject according to Su Xiang's idea, and then said, have you read the document sent to you before? I have read it, but this matter still needs to be discussed. How could Su Xiang not have read it? He also knew how to quell the birth of the 7 Killing's disciples. However, this is simply impossible. The simplest point is that he needs a lot of resources to practice 3 spiritual arts. These resources will definitely not be born out of thin air, but will be squeezed layer by layer and finally fall on the bottom. If he makes changes now, it will definitely affect his practice. More importantly, this series of measures will infringe on the interests of all parties. He has the strength to suppress it, but if he wants to make those famous families, wealthy merchants and gentry turbulent, it will be enough for him to drink a pot. From the beginning to the end, the people in the eyes of the Yangwang sect are not the people at the bottom, but the middle-class groups who serve them and make profits. The bottom is more of a consumable. Although they are treated well, they don't care much. For example, hiring a spiritual master to do things. Can ordinary civilians afford it? Aren't only famous families and wealthy merchants eligible for this? But who would have thought that the Blood Sea Killing Sutra by the 7 Killings true man would be born, which gave the ordinary people at the bottom a chance to come out? Of course, life became even more difficult. How long will it take to discuss? If it continues like this, people will die one after another. Soon, the population of my Yangwang sect will be dwindling. Zhou Fan vaguely sensed Su Xiang's excuse. The 7 Killings disciples emerged in an endless stream, and there was no threshold for killing with anger. The massacre of villages can be said to be everywhere, and there are even more massacres of towns. If this anger is not brought down as soon as possible, the Yangwang sect will suffer the most. Su Xiang sighed. Change, in your mouth? It's just a matter of touching the upper and lower lips, but for me, it's necessary to reconcile the interests of all parties. Do you think it's easy? Zhou Fan smiled when he heard this. I know it's not easy, but it's easy for the 7 Killings disciples to kill them. Since the master can't solve the root cause, then I won't use this superficial method. Today I will return to Sanyan Peak to practice to strengthen my spiritual power. Please choose someone else for this job. Zhou Fan didn't want to serve. He killed the 7 Killings disciples on the front line, and killed them in a bloody way. In the back, he kept dragging his feet, and creating more 7 Killings disciples. Then he was running around like a dog. It's better not to do it. Anyway, it can't be solved. Why do these useless things? These so-called famous families, rich merchants and gentry are just ordinary people, but they are better protected. When the 7 Killings disciples' knives fall on them, they may regret it. As for whether regret is useful, it is definitely useless. After all, people are dead. What's the use? Su Xiang looked at Zhou Fan deeply, and then agreed to his request. Okay, then take a rest, I will arrange for others to do it. He knew that even if he forced Zhou Fan to go, he would not go again. Then again, why would Chungjin suddenly kill you? He is also a disciple of the 7 Killers? Su Xiang brought the topic back to his senior brother Chungjin. I'm not sure, but he is very strong, and he is as strong as me when I use my flame demon body with all my strength. I will have a chance of winning in a battle with you, the master. Zhou Fan naturally would not tell about the pure yang fire, and the organization behind the other party. He couldn't see through Su Xiang's actions, so who knew what he was like? Zhou Fan believed in himself more. It seems that he has been enduring humiliation these years. After the Red Lotus Divine Fire Curse went one step further, he wanted to cut off my help, so he chose you to do it. It's a pity that he underestimated you. He really failed in his life. Su Xiang continued to sneer. Hongyan is dead. In a palace covered with starry sky, there are several large chairs arranged, and there is a phantom sitting on each chair. One of the phantoms representing Honglian layman Chungjin suddenly shattered. I remembered he went to his hometown to get the pure yang fire seed. With his strength, how could anyone be his opponent? A voice came from a phantom. Of course, it is the holder of the pure yang fire seed. If the other party is practicing the 2 sex-suppressing spiritual arts of the Yangwang sect where Honglian is, there is still a possibility of killing Honglian. Another phantom explained. Who's free? Go and get the pure yang fire back? The leading phantom interrupted the chat of the other phantoms. I'm still tracking down Qianyuan Jinmu, so I can't spare the time. I'm killing people, so I don't have time. I'm cleaning up hidden dangers, so I can't go. Many phantoms spoke up, saying that they really didn't have time. Yaksha and I will go. Then a burly phantom spoke up, and at the same time, another skinny phantom beside him also responded. The leading phantom nodded. Okay, I leave it to you. The other party can kill Honglian, so his strength must be good. Even if both of you are slightly better than Honglian, you can't underestimate him. Don't worry, leader. We have been traveling among the stars for many years, so we naturally won't have such thoughts. The feeling phantom called Yaksha said bluntly. Okay, let's adjourn. After the leading phantom finished speaking, there was a moment of distortion, and then it dissipated. Upon seeing this, the other phantoms also left. After all, they all had their own things to deal with, and naturally did not have so much free time to stay. Chapter 503. Among all the stars, the red meteor is the smallest. If it weren't for the pure yang fire, it would have been ignored long ago. Two figures stepped into the planet through the stream of light, and the skinny-looking Yiksha spoke first. Small doesn't mean weak. The pure yang fire is only here now, and even Honglian died here. It's not ignoring, but not worth it. The more burly Ghost King said. That's right. Such a small planet can actually breed so many extraordinary people. It's really unusual. The third voice echoed. At that moment, the hair on the backs of the Ghost King and Yiksha stood up, and they attacked the source of the sound without hesitation. There were only two of them, and now there was a third person. This person was definitely not one of them, but an enemy. It's even possible that Honglian died at the hands of this person. But soon, they found something wrong. His spiritual power was running, but it did not turn into spiritual arts to attack the enemy. Instead, he posed in a slightly awkward manner. Retreat! Yiksha spoke immediately. This situation was unheard of, but he understood that the enemy was so strong that he had no chance of resistance. Perhaps his mysterious leader had this strength. But he was still a step late after all. When he stepped into the planet called Red Meteor, there was no possibility of leaving. A hand lightly pressed his shoulder, and the Ghost King on the other side did the same, and was directly controlled. You two have come from afar, and I, the host, have not entertained you yet. How can you just leave like this? Chi Xuan looked at the two people. His extraordinary system is also a spiritual master, and the temperament, clothing, etc. of the people on this planet are no different. Just like brothers from the same mother. But Chi Xuan can be sure that they are not the natives of this planet called Red Meteor by these two. Because the planets are in different locations, there are naturally differences between races. The humans on a planet have differences because of the living areas in the southeast, northwest, let alone different planets. However, Chi Xuan can be sure of one thing, that is, these humans are from the same source, and the differences are formed by acquired environmental factors. There is not even reproductive isolation, and it is not considered another species. Are you the head of the Yangwang sect? The Ghost King looked at Chi Xuan calmly. He thought that the other party had pure yang fire seeds, but according to the spiritual technique, there was no so-called pure yang fire seeds. In his opinion, he was just an ordinary person. There was not even a spiritual power reaction. However, this does not mean that the other party is an ordinary person, but that he is so powerful that he cannot perceive his strength. No, I'm just the boss of a candy shop. Chi Xuan said with a smile. I mainly make a living. Of course, I'm very curious about your origins. I guess you should be from the same force as Honglian Layman Chengzhen. Chi Xuan said, and took the two to the basement of his candy shop. He tied the two people skillfully. The whole process happened in a flash. Before Yiksha and the Ghost King could react, they had already moved to another place, and they were hung upside down. They didn't know what happened in the middle. But they became more and more serious in their hearts. This strength was too outrageous. Can their leader do such a thing? Would you mind telling me about your organization's power and goals? I am also very curious about you. Chi Xuan said, while preparing the torture instruments. He took advantage of this opportunity to ask first, but he didn't think he could ask anything. According to his habit, he would torture the other party first, and then the other party would speak. Don't mind. The Ghost King said, our organization is called Tiange, and we want to make all the stars no longer have wars, sufferings, injustices, etc. We want to make all the stars a world of great harmony. Hearing the other party's words, Chi Xuan's hands preparing the torture instruments could not help but stagnate. His face was full of disbelief. He realized that the Ghost King's words were not a high-sounding lie, but the truth from the bottom of his heart. But this is the big problem. Really? Chi Xuan looked at Yiksha. Yes, this is the ultimate goal of Tiange, and there will inevitably be sacrifices in the process. Yiksha also answered calmly. Chi Xuan couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Could it be that I really became a villain? Chi Xuan doubted his identity for a while. Having been the protagonist of so many worlds, it was the first time that he found that the villain's goal was so lofty. Then how do you plan to complete this process? It can't be just a goal and a result without the process in between. Chi Xuan continued to ask. The 5 elements spiritual treasures are the source of the world's spiritual arts. Later, they were scattered among the stars because of the war outside the sky. Tiange needs to collect these 5 spiritual treasures, and then it can launch a war to directly unify the stars. Only when the leader is selfless and transforms and manages the stars, can the stars enter permanent peace, justice, and happiness. The Ghost King did not hide it. Chi Xuan thought it was reasonable. They were not lying. But it did not mean that they were not deceived. After all, even they believed it, so it was not a lie. How many stars are there? Chi Xuan asked the key question. Now, including the red meteor, there are only 5 left. Yiksha added, each one has a 5-element spiritual treasure. This is used as a node to support the outer world. Chi Xuan understood it when he heard it. It means that there are only 5 habitable planets for spiritual masters and humans, and the red meteor where Chi Xuan is located must be counted. Then where are the remaining 4 stars? Chi Xuan asked. However, the two kept silent when they heard this question. Don't know or can't say? Chi Xuan asked again. Neither know nor can you say. The Ghost King directly changed the single choice to multiple choice. Chi Xuan was calm when he heard this. This was reasonable. However, one thing can be confirmed. The distance between these 5 planets is probably not close, and they are most likely scattered at the edge of the universe. The reason why they are not in the center of the universe is naturally because Faye has not encountered them. Faye has been moving forward to find the mother planet of that cosmic species, but he has not flown there yet. Tell me about the war outside the sky. Chi Xuan did not continue to ask. This would have to wait until the subsequent torture. As for the leader of the Tianga, it is highly likely that he will not be able to ask. It would be better to choose some questions that these 2 people are willing to answer. Step by step. I am not very clear about this. But after the spiritual masters repelled the demons in the outer world, they also paid a huge price. The demons were tree-born demons. They were fragile, but could use the outer world demon tree to perform various powerful spiritual arts. Later, the Ghost King was willing to talk this time, and describe the information he knew to Chi Xuan. However, because the time was too long, there were no witnesses, so only some rumors remained. That is, the Tianga was able to move among the 5 human planets, which pieced together part of the truth. Otherwise, there would be no information about the red flow star where Chi Xuan was. In other words, the spiritual masters were very powerful in the past, and they could move around in the outer world without restraint, and even occupied a large number of stars. Chi Xuan said with narrowed eyes. According to this situation, the demon called the tree-born demon by the Ghost King is the powerful cosmic species that Chi Xuan saw in the universe. Its demise should be caused by the spiritual master. But there is another problem here, that is, how can human spiritual masters have such power? Chi Xuan has investigated the surrounding planets, and there is no trace of human activities at all, which means that human spiritual masters have been on the surface from beginning to end, but things are not so absolute. In fact, there is another possibility, that is, what the Ghost King said is true, and at the same time Chi Xuan's investigation has no problems. If the 2 conditions collide, Chi Xuan will form a guess. That is the spiritual master human, who is most likely not the native species of this universe. On the contrary, the so-called tree-born demon is the original species of this universe. Humans are invaders, and tree-born demons are rebels. No, there is something wrong with these 3 spiritual arts. Su Xiang's practice was suddenly interrupted, and a terrifying murderous intent emerged from his body, and this murderous intent began to spread with heat waves. Ugh, he vomited out, and it was a ball of blood like magma. Especially the flame demon body refining method. This is not tempering the body at all. If you practice it to perfection, you will directly become a flame demon. He hurriedly got up, and took out a bronze mirror. The self in the bronze mirror was wrapped in the murderous intent condensed into flames. The appearance shown to the outside world was as hideous and twisted as a flame demon. When he saw this scene, he showed a bleak smile, and then he cut open his chest without hesitation. At that moment, the high temperature was emitted all at once, directly igniting the air. What caught his eyes was no longer his internal organs, but the rising flames and flowing magma. The so-called flame demon body refining technique is to transform a person into a flame demon from the inside out. It's not just the body that is twisted, but also my will. Su Xiang looked at himself in the mirror. The flame demon wrapped in murderous intent was smiling at him, and opening his mouth silently. Through lip reading, he read what the other party was saying. It's terrible that you found out. This sentence made his heart fall to the bottom of the valley. It is precisely because of this that all kinds of spiritual arts that have the effects of clearing the mind and calming the spirit are useless. The killing consciousness is not just a desire, but also another personality of his. After he entered the flame demon body refining technique, this personality continued to grow with his desires and spiritual power, until now, it is about to turn the tables. The great achievement is the time when you and I merge. Even if I am the master in the future, killing has already penetrated into my instinct and will. From now on, I am not only me, but also you. Chapter 504. On the red sun peak, a terrifying shadow of a flame demon formed by murderous intent enveloped the entire mountain, and a high-temperature heat wave hit. Everyone was congratulating the master on his great spiritual skills, and for a while, they were beaming with joy. However, Zhou Fan had a different opinion on this. He knew that Su Xiang's practice was not the 9-fire true yang red dragon art, but the flame demon body refining art. But the problem is that the flame demon body refining art after the great success will not have this situation. This is obviously due to the wrong practice, so he went to investigate as soon as possible. However, Su Xiang did not see him. At this point, Zhou Fan could only go to Qi Xuan. Uncle, the situation of the master is probably not optimistic. I suspect that he has been replaced by the killing consciousness. Zhou Fan said solemnly. Qi Xuan poured Zhou Fan a cup of tea and said, "Be patient." Seeing Qi Xuan's attitude, Zhou Fan's heart was slightly settled. Does that mean there is still hope? Zhou Fan asked. No, I mean there is no way to save him. He can't be saved at all. So there is no point in you being anxious. Qi Xuan said calmly. Ah? Zhou Fan was also confused. It turned out that you were not anxious at all because you couldn't save him. I thought you were sure of victory and had a solution. Then what should we do? Kill him? Zhou Fan also calmed down and proposed a solution. Since Su Xiang lost control and turned into a flame demon, killing him would be fine. Maybe you are not his opponent. Qi Xuan made a slight estimate. Su Xiang, who had mastered the magic skills, became a flame demon, which did not mean changing his race. The pure Yang Wuji heart technique, the innate Li Hua sword technique, and the flame demon body refining technique that he practiced will be directly upgraded to the perfect level. At the same time, they will gain a higher upper limit and potential, and become stronger in a very short time. Let's put it this way. The Ghost King and Yaksha of Tiange could have beaten Su Xiang, but now even if these two people tried their best, they couldn't break the defense of flame demon Su Xiang. As long as these two people were a little slower to dodge, they would be killed on the spot by the flame demon Su Xiang's Li Hua giant sword. As for the omissions that Qi Xuan left in it before, they were aimed at humans, not flame demons. So now Su Xiang is truly invincible in the world. Maybe the leader of the Tiange may be an opponent, but it's just a possibility. As for Qi Xuan, he doesn't belong to the world, he belongs to the sky, so it's easy to crush flame demon Su Xiang. Such powerful spiritual arts were created by Qi Xuan. The flame demon Su Xiang was not qualified to be a creator, but could only be regarded as a derivative of a creator. It was easy to deal with the other party, but he just wanted to have fun and push Zhou Fan to the top to get more protagonist Halo data. So Su Xiang becoming a flame demon was also within his plan. It seems to be true. Even if he practiced the flame demon body refining technique in a distorted way, he was still at the real great success realm. Even the pure Yang Wuji heart technique and the innate Li Hua sword technique were at least at the small success realm. I have just entered the door. Although there is progress, there is still a distance from the small success realm. Zhou Fan also noticed the problem. Even if he sacrificed his life, he was not the opponent. Uncle, what can you do? Zhou Fan looked at Qi Xuan. There was nothing he could do at this point. Qi Xuan touched his chin and said, "It's not that there is no solution. Remember the Tianling League? You can choose to gather the power of all the sects in the world, and maybe you can besiege Su Xiang to death. But before that, you have to become the head of the Yangwang sect first, otherwise you can't speak without a legitimate name," Qi Xuan said with a smile. At this point, Qi Xuan finally exposed his true purpose. In fact, it is true. As long as Zhou Fan makes his protagonist Halo complete and cooperates with the home advantage, killing the flame demon Su Xiang is not a difficult task. It can even be transformed into an opportunity to make yourself go further. Seeing this, Zhou Fan smiled bitterly. "Uncle, you are joking. How can I become the leader of Yangwang sect? I can't get around Su Xiang. If he wants to become the leader of Yangwang sect, he needs to kill Su Xiang. But if he can kill Su Xiang, why should he become the leader of Yangwang sect and form the Tianling League? So this is a vicious circle. That's not necessarily the case. Su Xiang is possessed," Qi Xuan said. "He will definitely be controlled by the killing consciousness. He hasn't completely transformed yet. This is your chance. Take advantage of this time point to prepare for the evacuation of Yangwang sect personnel as soon as possible. Once Su Xiang takes action, you can ensure the survival of the largest number of Yangwang sect disciples." Zhou Fan couldn't help but feel nervous when he heard Qi Xuan's suggestion, and he now reacted. As long as the flame demon Su Xiang comes out of retreat, he will definitely become a murderous demon who doesn't recognize his relatives. If he doesn't prepare in advance, the Yangwang sect will be destroyed. The 3 spiritual arts that have been completed are absolutely unstoppable. Uncle, you are right. I will prepare immediately and contact the 8 major sects at the same time. Zhou Fan knew that he had to take on this matter. Fortunately, he has an advantage, that is, sufficient strength. Okay, be quick, and you can directly get rid of those who block you when necessary. It is worth sacrificing a small part to save the majority. Qi Xuan gave Zhou Fan some more chicken soup. I know. Zhou Fan said, and left directly. After Qi Xuan saw the other party off, he returned to the basement. At this time, the Ghost King and Yiksha had long lost their human form, and he also tortured them to get the information he wanted to know. The leader of the Tianga, Tiandao, what a big name. But if it is really the Tiandao of this universe, I guess you will be struck to death by a thunderbolt. Qi Xuan has already determined that the spiritual masters are foreign invaders. After killing the tree-born demon, they took over the magpie's nest, and eventually became the natives. The original spiritual masters were indeed very powerful, and they could easily do anything, such as burning mountains and boiling seas, calling the wind and rain. But that was only before. After settling in this universe, they were gradually weakened and finally became like this. As for the 5 elements spiritual treasures, they were indeed the source of the spiritual arts of the spiritual masters and the supreme treasures, but now they are just a unique special energy source. It has long lost its original power and might. And the Tianga forces are not using the legacy left by the former spiritual masters, but from a creation of the tree-born demon. Spiritual masters are more inclined to the side of fantasy cultivation, while the things used by Tianga are the side of biotechnology. It is indeed not so easy to confuse the two. Hey, someone actually wants to destroy the Purple Gold Pagoda, one of the 9 major sects? Oh, it's my 7 Killings disciple, that's fine. He should be the strongest 7 Killings disciple. We have to find a way to let him fight with Su Xing and Zhou Fan. The killing knife on Mukan's body is like a python around him, and 2 bulges appear on the forehead of the python. After killing so much, this killing knife is about to turn into a dragon. The Purple Gold Pagoda is indeed spectacular, but today it is time to use this tower to sacrifice the knife. Mukan showed a cruel smile. Now he is no shadow of the child of the Mu family. Even if his parents stand in front of him again, they can't recognize that he is the gentle Mukan now. The master of the Purple Gold Pagoda looked solemn. He had heard of Mukan's name. Mukan, the Blood Sea Evil Dragon, this name was built with human lives. The more he killed, the stronger he became. Among all the disciples of the 7 Killings, even the crazy beggar who had passed away was far inferior to Mukan. Mukan, you underestimate my Purple Gold Pagoda. The Purple Gold Pagoda is one of the 9 sects in the world. If you retreat quickly today, I will spare your life. The master of the Purple Gold Pagoda didn't really want to fight. Mukan was a disciple of the 7 Killings, who had killed his way out of the sea of blood and corpses. He was extremely rich in combat experience and character. Although his strength was not bad, he rarely took action after reaching the position of the leader of a sect. Even if the opponent is not their opponent, no one wants to fight a desperate criminal. If they win, they will be injured, which is not good, and if they lose, they will die directly. It can be said that they are all disadvantages, so naturally they have no desire to fight. However, Mukan has killed all the way here, how could he stop? The smile on his face was not only cruel, but also ferocious. Today, I will destroy the Purple Gold Tower. As soon as the voice fell, he grabbed the handle of the killing knife, which was the tail of the python. The majestic killing intent broke out in an instant, and as he swung the killing knife, the killing intent condensed into smelly blood. The so-called sea of blood naturally refers to more than just the blood sea bodies brought by the 7 killing disciples. As the number of killings increases, at the beginning of the battle, they can turn the blood of the dead in their hands into a sea of blood, which is used as a venue advantage. The face of the master of the Purple Gold Tower froze, and then he hurriedly took action to defend. However, the spiritual arts he used could not stop Mukan's killing knife at all, and defeated him on the spot, while the huge python blade chopped down horizontally. How is this possible? No. The master of the Purple Gold Pagoda was caught by the bloody hand that stretched out from the sea of blood, and had no time to break free, and could only watch the killing knife fall. Boom! Dense cracks appeared on the Purple Gold Pagoda, and the master of the Purple Gold Pagoda died on the spot under Mukan's killing knife. The leader of one of the 9 major sects is just like this. Mukan took back the killing knife, and his expression showed disdain. With the death of the master of the Purple Gold Pagoda, the remaining disciples, elders, etc. of the Purple Gold Pagoda all scattered at the same time. Escape? I wonder where you can escape to. I still need your help with my Blood Sea Killing Sutra. Mukin has come here. How could he just kill the master of the Purple Gold Pagoda? Naturally, he wants to kill everyone present to increase his own resources. The Blood Sea swelled up in an instant, and the killing knife dived into the Blood Sea, turning into countless snake-tooth blades and dispersing, and death followed wherever it passed. Chapter 505. So you don't know what your leader is going to do by collecting the 5 elements spiritual treasures? He only knows that they are useful, and then he was arranged to track them down. Chi Xuan touched his chin. The Ghost King and Yiksha were dying, and did not answer. The leader of Tinga, Tiandao, these two have never seen the real body. Even if they meet them, in addition to communicating through the shadow of the sky of Tinga, they are received by the clone puppet. So no one in the whole Tinga has ever seen each other. It can be said to be extremely mysterious. Tinga is the biotechnology creation of the tree-born demon, and it is also the reason why they can travel freely among the 5 planets. However, they rarely come to Kiliexing, because this planet is too small and chaotic inside, so it does not belong to the development area of Tinga. Their main development area is Baliexing, the largest of the 5 habitable planets, and the resources are also the most abundant. But at the same time, it is also the most chaotic planet, where the sects have been fighting each other, unlike the red meteor, which is already in a peaceful stage. Yes, we only want the pure yang fire seed. As long as you hand it over, we will not set foot in the red meteor before the sky repair plan begins. The plan will not succeed so easily. It will take at least 100 years, and it will be launched after you die. The Ghost King endured the discomfort and spoke. This is true, they are not the first generation of Tinga members, nor will they be the last generation. The plan will take a long time. Hearing the word 100 years, Chi Xuan raised his eyebrows. He can't wait that long. He has been living and growing up in a fast pace since the beginning. It has been a very long time in months, not to mention years. Tell me how to get to Tinga. Chi Xuan ignored the words of the Ghost King. Chi Xuan just didn't know the coordinates. Once he knew it, the rest would be easy. In fact, he could also decipher it himself. When these two came, they left data. As long as he spent some time to calculate, Chi Xuan could find the location. But wouldn't it be better to let them tell it? Or to let them lead the way? It would be even better. Calculation also takes Chi Xuan's time and energy, especially when he is now focusing on sorting out and adapting to his own strength while studying shuttle protection and other technologies. It is obviously not worth it to divide his mind for this matter. The cost of torture is naturally lower. Oh, don't even think about it. The Ghost King refused without hesitation. Chi Xuan's torture did not make him surrender, but he was still unwilling to reveal the plan of Tinga. Well, it seems that your bones are indeed hard. Chi Xuan sighed, and then the dense fibers devoured him in an instant, leaving no trace. Bah, not even as good as a mosquito leg. Chi Xuan cursed, and then turned his eyes to the silent Yiksha, and then said, From the beginning, you have different ideas from him. He had long noticed the fear and desire to survive in Yiksha's emotions. That was the impulse to survive, but because the Ghost King was still alive, he remained silent. Yes, I want to survive, Yiksha said. Everyone is indeed working towards the same goal, but people are different. Yiksha is not as determined as the Ghost King. You shouldn't kill the Ghost King, which will let Tiandao know the news of the Ghost King's death. Everyone's spirit shadow is left in the Tinga, but fortunately it can be delayed for a while. You still have a chance, Yiksha said. Chi Xuan didn't care at all, but asked, Can you take me into the Tinga? No, if you want to use the Tinga to reach the stars, you need the help of Tiandao. We are just members of the Tinga, and the real controller is Tiandao. Yiksha denied it. Then how do you go back after you get the pure yang fire? Chi Xuan asked again. On the 7th day after the Advent, Tiandao will hold a spirit shadow meeting. Our souls will be covered by spirit shadows, and we will communicate remotely and report the progress at that time. If we successfully obtain the pure yang fire, Tiandao will take us back through the Tinga. Yiksha did not hide it. Then, there are only 6 days left. I think you don't mind cooperating. Chi Xuan's idea was simple. He wanted to find the other party's base camp, while the other party was holding a meeting through the spirit shadow. What? Let Yiksha lie and take him with him. This was not realistic at all. He found traces similar to branding and anchor points on Yiksha's body. He didn't know when the other party would be taken back. It would be better to do it himself. Besides, it's better to trust yourself than to trust the other party. Who knows if the other party will play some tricks to survive? What you find yourself is more credible. Of course, this kind of thinking is also easy to be tricked, but Chi Xuan is still quite confident in himself. I am willing to serve you. Yasha was relieved. At least he still had 6 days. As for how to prolong his life, he could only adapt to the situation. His behavior would indeed affect Tiange's plan to repair the sky, but for him, only his own survival was the most important. The Ghost King could die for his ideal, but he was different. He wanted to live to fulfill his ideal. The two had different ideas. You're welcome. It's all for yourself. Qi Xuan perfunctorily said, and then asked, You rarely come to Kiliexing, but you should have been to the 4 stars of white, blue, black and yellow. Tell me about the situation of these 4 planets. Yasha was not surprised that Qi Xuan would ask this, so he directly told Qi Xuan about the situation. According to Yasha's description, Qi Xuan roughly understood the situation. Compared with Kiliexing, which has entered a stable stage, the remaining 4 planets have been fanning the flames because Tiange needs to collect resources. So the battles, big and small, never stopped, giving the illusion of a holy world. As for the situation of Red Flowing Star, in fact, there are many sects now, and it is also due to the intervention of Tiange, but it was only after the withdrawal that a balance was achieved. Forget about the great unification, it is not in the interests of Tiange. So the stars can be said to be full of war. Can I ask, with such fierce fighting, are there enough people? Qi Xuan asked speechlessly. It is really strange that someone can come up with such a method of collecting resources by inciting war. I'm not very clear about this. I'm not responsible for this. Yiksha was telling the truth. Qi Xuan touched his chin, wondering if Tiandao, the leader of Tiange, was a survivor of the so-called tree-born demon. He could use the biotechnology creations of the tree-born demon, and he kept provoking civil war among humans. Even the so-called sky-repairing plan was carried out in the name of war. It seems to be weakening humans in the name of justice. The more important point is that Tiange has existed for too long. How to ensure that the next generation of leaders will continue to implement the plan? The lifespan of a spiritual master is limited. If he is free of disasters and diseases, and has a strong life, he is at the same level as an ordinary person. Let a spiritual master be the leader, and the generation change is inevitable, and the generation change means that there will be different ideas. On the contrary, as a species that can colonize the universe, the lifespan of the tree-born demon must have been solved. If the other party is the leader, then the goal of Tiange will not change because of the generation change. After all, it is only one person from beginning to end. Do you think that your leader Tiandao is a tree-born demon? Qi Xuan asked this question. Yasha was stagnant by Qi Xuan's question. He didn't understand how Qi Xuan could ask this question. Impossible, the tree-born demon has long been destroyed in the outer war. Yasha answered without hesitation. Qi Xuan nodded after hearing this. It makes sense. The other party answered quickly, and did think so. Whether it was true or not, Qi Xuan didn't need to argue with Yasha, because even if he won, it would be of no value. Why do you suddenly ask this? After answering, Yasha still wanted to know why. Just a little guess. Okay, I think you should be sleepy. Why don't you take a nap first? Qi Xuan didn't plan to continue chatting with Yiksha. Qi Xuan had already dug out everything the other party knew, and now he just had to wait for 6 days to find out the truth. So he gave him an injection, causing Yiksha to faint directly, and then properly treated him. The purple gold pagoda turned into ruins, and Mukin touched his killing knife with a satisfied look on his face. The killing knife, at this time, was no longer the original python, but turned into a dragon, and the big bump on the forehead had turned into a short and straight right angle. This was the result of his massacre of the purple gold pagoda, one of the 9 major sects. Killing people from a big sect will bring great gains. If it were a small sect, I don't know how many people I would have to kill to turn the killing knife from a python into a dragon. As a disciple and elder of the purple gold pagoda, one of the 9 major sects, the quality is naturally higher. Although killing ordinary people can also improve, ordinary people have no spiritual power, so the effect of blood and killing is naturally not as good. Although they say the same thing, if you want to improve quickly, killing spiritual masters and 7 killing disciples is the fastest way. Then the next target, otherwise choose Yangwang sect, the world's largest sect. After slaughtering Yangwang sect, I should be able to turn the killing knife into a dragon. By then, I will be invincible in the world. Mukan was just excited. As for how to get to Yangwang sect, it is natural to kill all the way there. You can't give up killing on the way. Blood Sea Killing Sutra emphasizes the word fairness. Spiritual masters are beneficial, and ordinary people are also valuable. If everyone dies, it will naturally be the fairest. Is it crazy to do this? That is not something that Mukan and other 7 killing disciples should consider. They are only responsible for giving fairness to death, not for arguing whether their behavior is reasonable or legal. By now, every one of the 7 Killing's disciples was a madman, not a single one was normal. Killing had already distorted their original will and self. Chapter 506. Being possessed? What a mess of words. Masters, what? You want to seize power now? Isn't it too early? A master said sarcastically. I've heard that Master Zwa is ambitious. He wanted to become the head of the sect before he made any achievements. How come he can't even wait for such a short time? Another master said sarcastically. Zwa Fan looked at the 2 troublemakers calmly. Because he knew about the change of the head of the sect, Su Xiang, in advance, he took action immediately. However, the good times didn't last long. His actions were not small, and were soon noticed by many masters. Originally, he was a peak master who was parachuted into the position. In addition, his age and qualifications were not enough, and his own interest system was not enough. Therefore, he was an outlier among the peak masters, and his actions were indeed a bit like rebellion. The head of the sect had an accident in his cultivation, and I will take over the Yangwang sect. Zwa Fan emphasized the word accident. Oh, not to mention that the master's spiritual skills are so great, how could it be an accident? Even if it is to take over, it is not up to you. The first peak master who spoke sarcastically said provocatively. I don't have time to talk to you about this now, I still have to go. Zwa Fan did not intend to continue to entangle with this group of idiots. He knew how powerful the flame demon's true body was. If the evacuation was not completed in time, the consequences would be disastrous. However, he was interrupted again before he finished speaking. At this point, Zwa Fan could no longer bear it, and he pinched the chattering peak master in front of him to death. After this behavior, all the peak masters present fell silent. They did not expect that Zwa Fan would dare to take action directly in public. How dare you kill him? Another peak master pointed at him in disbelief. Get out or die, Zwa Fan said coldly. Zwa Fan is greedy and slaughters his fellow disciples. Everyone, work together to eliminate this traitor. A peak master reacted and showed joy on his face. So he shouted without hesitation and took the lead. This was a great joy for those who disliked Zwa Fan. Killing a peak master in public, and this peak master was not at fault. It was equivalent to Zwa Fan giving them the knife to eliminate himself. Now even if the head of the sect came, he could not save Zwa Fan. However, they wanted to do something more ruthless, kill Zwa Fan directly, and then divide the extra piece of cake again. The idea was indeed good, but they overlooked a problem. The premise of doing so was that they could kill Zwa Fan. The Lihua's sword in Zwa Fan's hand emerged, and the sword swept across, and the sea of fire spread. The peak master who rushed to the front was turned into ashes in an instant. This scene happened very quickly, and the remaining peak masters were full of shock. They had heard of Zwa Fan's achievements before, but they didn't care. They were all peak masters. No matter how strong you were, how strong could you be? But in fact, those who practiced the 3 spiritual arts of pure Yang Wuji Hard method, innate Lihua sword method, and Yinmal body refining method were all strong people of the gap type. They were no longer at the same level as the original spiritual masters. The first one who died could be said to be a sneak attack, but it couldn't be done now because he was really strong. So one by one, they wanted to retreat. However, it has come to this time. If you want to leave, Zwa Fan will not let this group of people go. A bunch of clowns, dead bodies wrapped in white. A fierce light flashed in Zwa Fan's eyes, and the Lihua sword swung, and the sea of fire suddenly surged, engulfing the group of peak masters in an instant. They didn't even have time to beg for mercy, and they died with only a pile of ashes left. Waste my time, Ba, he said disdainfully, and hurriedly prepared to leave. But the next moment, the high temperature of the killing intent on the red sun peak began to shrink, and it seemed as if it had dissipated. However, Zwa Fan didn't think so. The Lihua's sword in his hand blocked upwards without hesitation. A heat wave swept over, and then the Lihua giant sword chopped down on his head. Fortunately, he blocked it quickly, otherwise even if he was not chopped to death, he would have been smashed to death. After blocking the attack, he decisively pulled back. With this free time, he saw the attacker. A real flame demon made of flames and flesh, looks extremely hideous and terrifying, with a twisted horn burning with flames on his forehead, and Su Xiang's appearance can be vaguely seen on his face. His body is about 3 meters tall, and his body is covered with strange fiery red scales. There are some strange patterns on the Lihua giant sword, and Zwa Fan feels uncomfortable at first sight. Master, it seems that you are no longer yourself. Seeing this scene, Zwa Fan can only show the true body of the flame demon directly. The other party is a real flame demon, and he is just a transformation. He thought that this flame demon body refining method has problems, but the spiritual arts also mention risks, which can only be eliminated after great success. Zhuo Fan naturally agreed. After all, such a powerful spiritual art must have some price. The progress of the headmaster Su Xiang is problematic, and it is possible that something unexpected will happen in the end. Why am I not me? I just don't care about the world's eyes anymore. Su Xiang's words were extremely hoarse, and at the same time, they brought some kind of dizzying impact. At the same time, when he said this, the whole person turned into a flame and rushed towards Zhuo Fan. The giant fire sword in his hand did not hesitate to perform a simple heavy chop. Even if it was not a sword move in the innate fire sword method, but just an ordinary attack, it also brought great pressure to Zhuo Fan. Boom! The 4 giant fire swords collided with each other, and Zhuo Fan was directly knocked out. After rolling several times, he stopped. He was no match for Su Xiang at all, and even the 2 condensed giant fire swords were broken, and even the flame demon's true body showed cracks. Using part of the power of the flame demon to fight against me, the real flame demon. Su Xiang stepped on Zhuo Fan's head before he could get up. Don't you think it's a bit ridiculous? Zhuo Fan, whose head was stepped on, wanted to resist, but the gap in strength between the 2 sides was too big, and he was really powerless. Master, wake up quickly. Don't be controlled by the killing consciousness of the flame demon's real body. You are not a flame demon, you are a human, a spiritual master. Zhuo Fan tried to awaken Su Xiang's former human self. However, Su Xiang's face showed a teasing look. Why don't you understand what I'm saying? I am me, both the master of the Yangwang sect and the flame demon. He is a fusion of consciousness, not possessed or suppressed. In essence, he is still the original one, but he is merged with the split flame demon personality. So there was no change from the beginning to the end, only the thinking and rationality had undergone an irreversible transformation. See you in the next life, Master Zhuo Feng. I will send people from the Yangwang sect or the 9 major sects to see you. Su Xiang's face showed bloodthirsty pleasure, and then he raised his foot to step down. However, just after he finished speaking, before his foot fell, a voice came over. It seems that I came at the right time. A contemptuous voice came over. Su Xiang looked over in the direction of the voice, and saw another person surrounded by a white-boned evil dragon, who was watching this scene with interest. Who are you? A disciple of the 7 killings? Su Xiang recognized that the white-boned evil dragon was the killing knife unique to the 7 killings disciples, but he had never seen one so big and strong. Blood Sea Demon Dragon, Mukin introduced himself, and then said, You continue, don't worry. Before he finished speaking, Mukin stepped back quickly, with the killing knife in his hand, blocking Su Xiang's attack at an extremely fast speed. The flames burst out, and the killing knife could not stop him. He was directly chopped away by Su Xiang's Lihui giant sword. It is worthy of being the world's #1 sect, and its strength is strong. Mukin stood up without hesitation, waving the killing knife in his hand, turning it into an endless blade, and fought with Su Xiang. The master of the purple gold tower is not even as good as a hair of yours. The 2 sides fought back and forth, and the battle situation began to expand. On the other side, Zhuo Fan stood up decisively, and then left the battle without hesitation. For him, the most important thing now is to evacuate the people of Yangwang sect as soon as possible. Although he didn't know why the Blood Sea Demon Dragon from the 7 Killing sect appeared in the Yangwang sect. After all, the area where the other party was active was not here. But it didn't matter, the other party just had to help hold it back, and it might not be able to hold it back. Su Xiang began to get serious. In the previous battles, Su Xiang had never used the moves in the innate fire sword technique. When the fire tree and silver flower move was used, the Blood Sea Demon Dragon, who was known as the #1 disciple of the 7 Killing sect, could not stop the brilliant fireworks. If Zhuo Fan had not evacuated in advance, I'm afraid even he would not be spared, and the range was large enough to cover the entire peak. The killing knife took Mukin out of the terrifying fireworks. His whole body was burned by the high temperature, and only a skeleton was left, but the Blood Sea body saved his life. Lost, and lost miserably. Escape? Since you're here, just stay. Su Xiang's voice came from behind Mukin, and the other party's figure became even bigger in the flames. Mukin couldn't care too much at this time, he just wanted to escape, and even the killing knife had a lot of cracks due to the high temperature, and it was obvious that he was seriously injured. It was just that the high temperature behind him was approaching, and the suffocating killing intent made Mukin return to his weak time. Boom! The slash of the Lihui giant sword tore the killing knife and slashed him at the same time, and the whole person couldn't help leaning forward. Fortunately, the body of the Sea of Blood was tough enough, so he took this move. And with this impact, he escaped from the attack range. Then he fled directly, but Su Xiang didn't intend to let him leave alive. You kid want to leave after pretending to be powerful, and can't beat him? There is no such good thing in the world. How could Su Xiang not kill him? How could he let it go without killing him? As for Zhou Fan, the other party can run away, but he can't run away from the temple. It's not too late to deal with him when he comes back. On the other hand, if Mukan runs away, it will not be easy to find him again. Chapter 507. After Su Xiang was led away by Mukan, Zhou Fan immediately began to arrange for the evacuation of personnel. However, this time he was no longer telling the truth, but using Mukan, a disciple of the 7 killers, as a cover. His situation was special. If the master really said that he was crazy and wanted to kill you, there would definitely be people like the Peak Master who would jump out to question and block it. On the contrary, the excuse that the master asked him to arrange for everyone to leave and clear the battlefield with the 7 killers' disciples invading was more legitimate. In addition, he was the master's confidant, and there were not many surprises except for sporadic dissatisfaction. The whole evacuation process was relatively smooth. It was probably because Mukan escaped far enough, and Su Xiang's relentless pursuit made the biggest obstacle disappear. Fortunately, Mukan came to intervene, otherwise this time it would be really difficult. Zhou Fan looked at the moving crowd and wiped the sweat from his head. This was not due to tiredness or heat, but nervousness. Qi Xuan naturally left with him. What was there to do? He had to go with the flow. Uncle, evacuation is only a temporary solution. After Su Xiang kills Mukan, he will definitely catch up. What should we do next? Zhou Fan thought of this, and a gloomy look appeared on his face. Mukan is definitely not Su Xiang's opponent. No matter how strong his blood sea body and killing knife are, they are not as strong as the real flame demon. He saw with his own eyes that Mukan fled in panic after being hit by only one move of fire and silver flowers. There are many powerful sword moves in the innate Lihua's sword technique. If the flame demon Su Xiang performs them, the power will be even more terrifying. Therefore, in Zhou Fan's opinion, Mukan has no chance of survival. I don't know. I'm not a spiritual master, so how can I know these things? Qi Xuan spread his hands, indicating that he couldn't solve it. Hearing this, Zhou Fan could only sigh helplessly. There is another thing. The Purple Gold Pagoda, one of the 9 major sects, may have had an accident. When he came, Mukan may have destroyed the Purple Gold Pagoda, so he set his target on the Yangwang sect. The situation is probably going to get more and more chaotic. Zhou Fan just felt so tired. Since he became the Peak Master, there have been a lot of troubles. Now it is directly the disaster of the Yangwang sect. Even if he wanted to solve it, he was powerless. Whether it was Su Xiang or Mukan, there was a huge gap between his strength and the two. There was no way to solve this dilemma at the moment. So he seemed a little frustrated. If only I could be stronger, alas. Zhou Fan said this. Oh, I may have a way to solve this. Qi Xuan suddenly interrupted. Zhou Fan's expression froze. He suspected that Qi Xuan had taken out some magic from his hidden box. If you want me to deal with Su Xiang, I, an ordinary person, can't do it, but if you want to become stronger, I... When Qi Xuan said this, Zhou Fan added, is there another magic in the bottom of the box that can complement each other? Hey, you could know how to answer quickly. Qi Xuan couldn't help but laugh, but he used this reason 3 times, so it was normal for the other party to guess it. Then Qi Xuan took out the freshly baked ancient book and handed it to the other party. Immortal Fire Yuan Jinfa? Uncle, do you still have the magic in the bottom of the box? Zhou Fan asked curiously. Don't take out another one for me in 2 days. It's gone. It's really gone this time. Qi Xuan shook his head to indicate that this was his last one. What's the use of this spiritual art? I've already practiced 3 spiritual arts. If I practice one more, I'm afraid I won't have enough time to practice. Zhou Fan said hesitantly. He was sure that this was another top-notch spiritual art. But it also had 2 disadvantages. The first was that it was difficult to practice, and the second was that it consumed a lot of resources. The former took time, and the latter took resources. It didn't matter if it was Zhou Fan before, but now there was only one person left in the Yangwang sect. Running for life, there was no time to pack up the gold and silver. The incident happened suddenly, and the truth could not be told. Basically, everyone just thought that this was a temporary evacuation, and they would go back sooner or later. Don't worry, this is used to integrate the 3 spiritual arts. When you practice this Immortal Fire Yuan True method, You can improve the progress of the remaining 3 spiritual arts at the same time. At the same time, you can fully tap the full power of the spiritual arts, which can be regarded as the general outline of my ancestral spiritual arts. And if you practice 4 spiritual arts at the same time, because of the complete effect of mutual complementation, the difficulty will be greatly reduced, and the progress will be faster. It's a pity that it relies too much on qualifications. Even if the difficulty is reduced, it is not easy for ordinary people to get started. In this world, it is estimated that you are the only one who can practice successfully. Chi Xuan looked regretful. This last sentence is to prevent Zhou Fan from asking why you don't practice. After all, you said that it can be greatly reduced. The big word here represents a lowered threshold. So who are you, uncle? Zhou Fan asked after putting away the immortal fire yuan true method. This was the first time he asked about Chi Xuan's identity. Although he had doubts in his heart before, he didn't ask. He is just the owner of a candy shop. Who else could he be? Chi Xuan said nonchalantly. At most, his ancestors were rich, but they fell into poverty when they came to me. You don't think I'm a big shot, do you? If that were true, how could the Yang Wang sect take away the pure Yang Wuji hard technique and the Xiantian Li Hua sword technique? Chi Xuan teased. Zhou Fan thought about it carefully, and it made sense. Who would give up such a powerful spiritual technique for no reason? It's just that they can't keep it. I thought too much. Zhou Fan smiled bitterly and said, Uncle, if you are really a master who has traveled in the world, I don't have to worry so much. It's better to rely on yourself than to rely on heaven and earth. I think so, but unfortunately I'm not. Chi Xuan responded. As the two were talking, a burst of fire suddenly appeared in the sky in the distance. The flames continued to spread across the sky, and the high temperature distorted the vision. Is this the light of thousands of houses? Zhou Fan looked at the flames and said uncertainly. I don't know. Chi Xuan provided a high-quality answer. In fact, he knew it, and it was the sword move he compiled. It came from the most powerful move in Xiantian Li Hua's sword technique, and the person who used it was naturally Su Xiang. There is an 80% chance that Su Xiang is powerful, and the power of Xiantian Li Hua's sword technique will definitely be stronger. Not to mention that he is now a flame demon, and he is even more proficient in mastering Xiantian Li Hua's sword technique. Mukan is likely to be dead. Zhou Fan said in a deep voice. This is not good news for him. Mukan died too quickly, and did not delay enough time for them. After dealing with Mukan, Su Xiang will definitely turn back, and it is only a matter of time to catch up with them. If it was only Zhou Fan himself, it would be no problem to escape, but now, he is still with disciples from various peaks. Even if they are all spiritual masters, their speed is not as fast as Su Xiang. Uncle, I guess I can't leave this time. Zhou Fan looked at the fire that was gradually subsiding in the distance, and a bitter look appeared on his face. If he was given enough time to practice the immortal fire yuan true method to improve his strength, he might have a chance to defeat the enemy, but now, he probably has no chance. Don't be so discouraged. There is always a chance of everything. Chi Xuan comforted him. I'm afraid there is no such a chance this time. You have also seen the gap between Su Xiang and me. Zhou Fan's tone was full of frustration. Take a look at the immortal fire yuan true method first. Maybe this is what you need. Chi Xuan hinted. Zhou Fan sighed, did not refute, but flipped through the spiritual art he had just obtained. As he flipped through it, his original frustration was disappearing little by little. Uncle, your ancestors were really evil, and they could actually create such a powerful spiritual art. Zhou Fan closed the book and said immediately, with this spiritual art, I have the confidence to stop Su Xiang and let everyone complete the evacuation. It can even allow me to escape unscathed. Zhou Fan's face was full of confidence. As for the fact that he has not started practicing yet, it doesn't matter. He has the foundation of 3 spiritual arts, so it is not difficult to get started, and he can even break through the 4th spiritual art in a short time. I go arrange for people to maintain and evacuate. Uncle, don't fall behind. Zhou Fan said, then stood up and left. Almost, just a little bit. From a piece of broken flesh and bone, Mukan grew out like a snake shedding its skin, his eyes full of relief. If it weren't for this piece of flesh and bone and his own powerful sea of blood body, he would have died in Su Xiang's terrible attack just now. The killing sword is too badly damaged. It needs enough killing to recover. Mukan looked at a piece of broken bone that was slowly squeezed out of the flesh and blood in his palm. He himself paid such a great price, and the killing sword was naturally not immune. In addition, he was also suffering from a loss of chi and blood, and even the sea of blood body temporarily lost its effect, and needed enough blood as a supply. Fortunately, he was still alive, and the price he paid was worth it. Then he looked at the high temperature and fire gradually disappearing in the distant sky. Wait until I wipe out the remaining 7 sects, then I come and settle accounts with you. Muken knew that he was too arrogant this time. The world's #1 is not a false name, but real strength. But it doesn't matter, as long as he doesn't die and keeps killing. His Blood Sea Killing Sutra will definitely allow him to reach a higher level. When he accumulates enough strength, it won't be too late to come back to avenge the previous shame. For now, just bear it for the time being. Leave the territory of Yangwang sect first. Muken understood that it was very dangerous here. He didn't escape this life by his real ability, but by taking advantage of it. If he met Su Xiang again, no, even if it was just Zhou Fan, he would not be his opponent in his current state, and would be easily killed by the other party. After melting the killing knife back into his body, Muken identified the direction, and then left decisively without a trace of hesitation. Chapter 508. Zhou Fan was still a step slower. Su Xiang arrived first and started the slaughter. This caused the Yangwang sect to suffer huge losses. Fortunately, Zhou Fan arrived in time, and used the Immortal Fire Yuan Jinfa in combination with the pure Yang Wuji Heart method, innately Hua Sword method, and Yinmao Body Refining method to temporarily repel Su Xiang by taking advantage of the situation. Because of this incident, the survivors of the Yangwang sect also understood that their leader had gone astray in practicing spiritual arts, and turned into a bloodthirsty monster similar to the 7 Killings disciples. In the end, they had to give up everything and flee with Zhou Fan. Zhou Fan lived up to everyone's expectations, and found a relatively safe place to settle the remaining Yangwang sect members. At the same time, he also became the new leader of the Yangwang sect with the support of everyone. In Qi Xuan's eyes, this experience made his protagonist Halo take a big step forward. The next step is to let him change from the left leader to the left leader, and he can be successfully formed. Then, under Qi Xuan's instigation, he began to contact the remaining 8 sects, and now only 7 sects were left. The news of the destruction of the Purple Gold Pagoda spread very quickly. This was the largest sect that died among the 7 Killings disciples. As for why the news could still be spread even though everyone was dead, it was naturally because there were survivors. After all, the Purple Gold Pagoda was a big family. No matter how strong Muken was, it was impossible to kill them all. There would always be a few lucky ones who survived. Of course, the 7 sects soon stopped paying attention to Muken's affairs. They were now paying attention to Su Xiang's affairs. Because Zhou Fan told the 7 sects the truth, and said that Muken didn't last a few moves in the hands of the former leader Su Xiang. What's even more terrible is that Su Xiang is now crazy, massacring everywhere, not even letting the Yangwang sect go. This means that the biggest danger has become Su Xiang. This made the 7 major sects not know what to say for a while. One wave has not settled down, another wave has risen, and the changes in the situation are really too frightening for them. Then, Zhou Fan sent out an invitation, thinking of forming an offensive and defensive alliance as a guarantee. This matter was naturally opposed by the 7 major sects. You Yangwang sect have fallen to this point. Why do you still want to unify them? But Zhou Fan said that even if he disagreed, he had to meet and talk. Of course, this was just the superficial meaning. In fact, Zhou Fan went there to show his military power, and let the 7 major sects know the consequences of disunity. So after settling the survivors of the Yangwang sect, Zhou Fan set off for the meeting. Under the condition that the offensive and defensive alliance was not forced to be formed, the 7 major sects agreed to hold a meeting. For Zhou Fan, as long as they can meet, the rest is easy. He is confident that he can persuade the 7 sects to form an offensive and defensive alliance. Especially after he showed his strength, he could say Su Xiang is 1,000 times better than me, and then it would be easy. Although his idea is good, the disadvantage is also obvious, that is, the 7 sects were notified, and there may not be so many people coming. It is not that the 7 sects broke the appointment, but because Su Xiang has already started the slaughter, maybe during this period, 1 or even several sects were killed. Su Xiang's efficiency is much better than Muken, the disciple of the 7 killers. Even Zhou Fan is worried that the remaining sects will not survive until the end of the meeting, so he wants to solve it as soon as possible. On the other hand, Qi Xuan focused part of his attention on Yiksha. Today is the 7th day since he came, and Tiandao, the leader of Tiange, is about to hold a new round of Tiange meetings. Qi Xuan is waiting to use Yiksha as a tracker. The leader has issued a call, and I am ready to let my soul leave my body and enter the spirit shadow. Yiksha said immediately. Respond immediately. Qi Xuan had already prepared everything, just waiting for Yiksha's words. Yiksha got Qi Xuan's approval and directly responded to the call of the leader of Tiange, and then his soul was taken away invisibly. Qi Xuan immediately tracked and located and analyzed it. I thought it existed in the universe, but it turned out to exist in some kind of cosmic singularity space. It seems that I still underestimated the technology of the natives in this universe. Qi Xuan saw the other party's soul being quantized along the singularity space, and was soon transferred to a special space. It's easy to deal with someone leading the way. Qi Xuan's perception directly squeezed into this space. Dozens of souls were loaded in at the same time, and then they were stripped into independent consciousness and loaded into a fixed carrier. Then the largest and most unique soul consciousness was loaded into it. This special soul consciousness was naturally the leader of Tiange Tiandao. It's a bit strange, similar to cluster consciousness, but also individual thinking? The tree-born demon should have been a plant-like cosmic civilization similar to the Zerg. Could it be because of the spiritual master human, so the leader of Tiange in front of us is actually a mixed race? Just like the human spiritual master, the genes of the tree-born demon are mixed in their bodies? Qi Xuan suddenly thought that the human spiritual master at the beginning was not a hybrid. Later, after destroying the plant-based cosmic civilization of the tree-born demon, it was eroded. So the tree-born demon was not completely extinct, but integrated into the human body, and finally formed the current result. More conjectures emerged in Qi Xuan's mind. Unfortunately, there is only a soul consciousness here. If Qi Xuan wants to further study, he must find the real leader of Tiange Tiandao. Can't track it? Qi Xuan began to track the leader of Tiange, but found that the other party had no direction at all. Just like a rootless duckweed. Two possibilities. One is that I really can't find it. The other is that he is in this singularity space called Tiange. Qi Xuan quickly analyzed two possibilities. He is more inclined to the latter. After all, the other party is already so weird, it is not unacceptable to be more weird. With the technological level of the tree-born demon, it is not difficult to integrate a life form into the singularity space. Probably. Qi Xuan is not very familiar with the technological level of the tree-born demon, but since it can colonize the universe, it must be quite capable. What is the real idea of the leader of Tiange? Qi Xuan was a little unsure of the other party's situation for a while. If the other party is really a singularity space, it would be easy to destroy it with the current spiritual master humans, so why choose to provoke a war as a child's play? Without saying too much, just a slight change of coordinates and parameters can easily engulf 5 planets, and humans will surely die. Qi Xuan felt like taking off his pants to fart. In Tiange, after everyone was present, Tiandao, the leader, spoke. Yiksha, how did the Ghost King die? Did you get the pure yang fire? He asked Yasha as soon as he opened his mouth. The mortality rate of Tiange was actually very low. After all, the strength of each member was the best in the world. And now, in a small red meteor, 2 members were lost in a short period of time. Fortunately, they were prepared this time, and not all died. The pure yang fire has not been obtained yet. The enemy this time is very powerful. The Ghost King and I are not opponents together. I was lucky to escape with my life, and the Ghost King was defeated and killed. Yasha said the truth. The words were true, but not complete. He knew that in Tiange, the leader Tiandao could see through people's hearts, and lying would be easily detected. So he did not lie, but he missed a part. The leader Tiandao did not suspect, because Yasha was telling the truth. How strong is it? Leader Tiandao did not question it. It was not impossible. We have no ability to resist, Yiksha said immediately. As soon as these words came out, the originally quiet interior of Tiange became stagnant. Is the pure yang fire in his hand? Finally, leader Tiandao asked this question. The strong man who could make Yiksha and the Ghost King unable to resist was indeed beyond his expectations, so he could only ask this question. I don't know, the other party is too strong, so I am not sure that the pure yang fire is in his hand. After all, with the other party's strength, it is also very easy to cover up the breath of the pure yang fire, Yiksha said. This is not a lie, because Yiksha really believes it. Leader, I'm afraid you need to take the pure yang fire yourself, otherwise. Yiksha knew that if he wanted to survive, he would have to wait for Tiandao, the leader of Tiange, to take action himself. However, the words of Tiandao made him feel depressed. It's not convenient for me to take action for the time being. Are you in danger? If you are, I will take you away from Kiliaxing. Yes, it's very dangerous, and I need the leader's help to evacuate. Yiksha was happy. It didn't matter if he didn't take action, just take him away from Kiliaxing. Okay, I pick you up after the meeting. Leader Tiandao said calmly. I take the pure yang fire seed myself when I'm free. No one else should step into the red meteor. After finalizing the matter, he looked at the others. What about the other 4-5 elements spiritual treasures? How is the progress? The Qianyuan Golden Mother has been obtained. The Wind and Thunder Wood element has been traced, and can be obtained before the next meeting. There is no news about Xianzhe Shuiling. It is said that she is in the sea, and is still searching. Wusu Shi too is being obtained. It is a bit tricky, and needs some time. Several people spoke up and summarized the progress. Leader Tian Dao did not urge him. If the 5 elements spiritual treasures were so easy to obtain, they would not have been lost until now. As soon as possible, especially Xianzhe Shuiling. If other members have completed their tasks at hand, rush over to help. Leader Tian Dao said. After obtaining 1, the remaining 2 have already been found. Only Xianzhe Shuiling has not been found, so it is necessary to increase manpower. The key point is that it can't be found, otherwise it's not a big problem at all. Then it's time for communication. The old rule is still half an hour. After the leader Tian Dao finished caring about the 5 elements of spiritual treasures, naturally there was nothing else to say. Then, all the members began their communication matters. Chapter 509. Zhou Fan successfully held an alliance with the 5 major sects. The 2 missing were naturally exterminated. However, it was not only Su Xiang who took action, but also Mukan, who Zhou Fan thought was dead. Mukan became more and more crazy because of the last defeat. He killed all the way, and not only recovered from his injuries, but also became stronger. During this period, he fought with Su Xiang again. This time, he was no longer without any resistance, but escaped smoothly, which meant that he became stronger. Fortunately, Zhou Fan practiced the Immortal Fire Yuan True method during this period, and his strength began to advance by leaps and bounds. For spiritual arts directly broke through to the realm of small success, and were sprinting towards great success at a very fast speed. If he met Su Xiang again now, at least most of the survivors of the Yangwang sect could be saved. What happened to the former head of your sect? The first sentence of the elder of Fengwu Pavilion after the alliance began was to question Zhou Fan. There was a problem with the spiritual arts, and he went crazy and turned into a fire demon, and his strength is extremely strong. Zhou Fan said bluntly. He had to show his martial arts, but with Su Xiang's act of exterminating his family, he skipped this step. So you mean that the mistakes of the Yangwang sect should be borne by all the people in the world? The chief of Xianming Valley snorted coldly, and said in a bad tone. Xianming Valley, which uses yin and water as the spiritual arts attributes, has always been at odds with the Yangwang sect. You can choose not to participate, and then bet on whether the next one to be exterminated will be your Xianming Valley. Zhou Fan didn't care about the other party's righteousness at all. This alliance is just for self-protection. If someone still thinks he still has the heart to serve the people of the world, I will not stop him from going to die. When Zhou Fan said this, a terrifying murderous intent emerged from his body, and the murderous intent rubbed in the air, and a large number of sparks emerged. These sparks were terribly high in temperature, and the faces of the people present could not help but change. The other party did not directly attack, just sitting there exuding a mighty aura, which made them feel suffocated and unable to breathe. If they really started fighting, no one present would think of surviving. After saying this, Zhou Fan's eyes fell on the chief of Xianming Valley. Especially you Xianming Valley, if you are tired of living, you can just say it. I can also wipe out your entire family. What Su Xiang and Mukan can do, I can do too. I came here to discuss with you to save you, otherwise it would not be difficult for me to protect the survivors of my Yangwang sect alone. When Zhou Fan said the 3 words survivors, he took back his might. Master Zhou is right. We really need to rely on Master Zhou for this matter. A hall master of the Jinwu Association hurriedly spoke up and flattered. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Zhou Fan was really powerful. If the masters of the 5 sects present attacked together, they would probably be beaten to death by Zhou Fan. However, Zhou Fan was not the strongest. When facing Su Xiang, the former master of the Yangwang sect, the other party only used the word protect instead of repel. Once someone took the lead, others naturally followed suit. Even the chief of Xianming Valley just kept a gloomy face and said nothing. At this point, he did not dare to say too much. Otherwise, even if Zhou Fan killed him now, no one would feel sorry for him. Strength is the biggest hard background. So, I want all the sects in the world to work together to fight against Su Xiang and the 7 Killings disciples, and form an alliance named Tianling League. I will be the leader of the alliance. Do you have any different opinions? Zhou Fan only used justice as the reason for the formation, and did not directly state the rights and obligations. I don't know what the rules and regulations of the Tianling League are? The head of the Jinwu Association asked. This must be asked, otherwise you can join them just by saying so, and then treat them as cattle and horses? Zhou Fan had expected it, so he stated all the rights and obligations. I'm afraid this is a bit inappropriate. The elder of Fengwu Pavilion spoke first. What Zhou Fan said is tantamount to merging all the sects into it, and there is no distinction between you and me. It is equivalent to indirect unification. Combined with Zhou Fan's own strength, it is basically certain that once you join the Tianling League, you will never want to leave. As time goes by, there will be no more distinction between sects. This matter is of great importance. I need to go back and discuss it with the head of the sect. The chief of Xianming Valley followed. If it were not for Zhou Fan's strength, he would have cursed the other party for his wolfish ambitions. This is not an offensive and defensive alliance. It is clearly taking advantage of the fire. What about you? You can't make the decision. Zhou Fan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The answers to his question were similar. If they really agreed to it, what would be the difference between it and betraying the sect? Even if they succeeded, they would have no way to gain a foothold in the future, and they would inevitably be criticized by others. Of course, the most important thing is that they are not the head of the sect, so even if they agree, it will be useless. They are not the ones in power. In my opinion, they still don't have enough deaths. A hoarse and impactful voice emerged, followed by scorching heat. Zhou Fan's expression condensed, and his eyes looked at the visitor. I didn't expect you to find this place. It seems that there is a traitor among us. Su Xiang has changed his appearance again at this time, with 9 red dragons connected behind him. Apparently, in the process of slaughtering, he practiced the Yangwang sect-defining spiritual art 9 Fire True Yang Red Dragon art to perfection, and finally fed back to his body. Even the head vaguely looks like a dragon head. This also distinguishes it from a normal flame demon, becoming a red dragon flame demon. If Zhou Fan succeeds in practicing, he will become a fire element flame demon one day. You are suspicious. I am not a traitor. I learned this from the disciples of Liuli Island, who were exterminated. After knowing this, I even spared Xianming Valley, and came here to destroy it. Su Xiang's playful expression could be seen, even on the dragon head. You seem to have become stronger. Let me think about it. When Su Xiang said this, the Lihua giant sword was already heading towards Zhou Fan's face. Did the owner of the Tang Sugar Shop give you the secret spiritual art again? Zhou Fan used the flame demon's true body in an instant. This time it was no longer a regular flame demon. With the blessing of the immortal Fire Yuan True method, he became a Fire Yuan flame demon, but because he had not yet cultivated to perfection, he was not a complete Fire Yuan flame demon. He still had many characteristics of regular flame demons, but his strength has also improved a lot. He blocked Su Xiang's attack in an orderly manner, and saved everyone present. However, Su Xiang's attack was too powerful, so Zhou Fan couldn't help but retreat several steps before he could stabilize his body. Wanjia. When Zhou Fan heard these 2 words, his eyes showed solemnity. He never thought that Su Xiang would use the strongest sword move in Xiatian Lihua's sword technique as soon as he started. If he couldn't block it, no one present would be able to survive except him. Ha ha ha, I'm scaring you. Su Xiang said viciously, and the Lihua giant sword took advantage of Zhou Fan's solemn moment and pierced his chest. To kill this group of people, you don't need the move of Wanjia Dinghua. Zhou Fan didn't get angry, which was good news for him. However, the battle continued. The battle between the 2 flame demons directly tore everything around. With his delay, the people from other sects began to flee quickly, leaving the battle area for the 2 flame demons. But they soon found that they had underestimated the battle range of the flame demons. Because of the intense battle between the 2, the range expanded very quickly. Retreat! The chief of Xianming Valley looked at this scene in horror, and after saying this word, he went directly to the direction of Xianming Valley. If Zhou Fan won, it would be fine, but if Zhou Fan lost, they would not live. They were not blind, and they clearly saw that Zhou Fan was at a disadvantage, and it didn't look like he could win. Then why did they stay? If Zhou Fan died, they would definitely die if they stayed to watch the battle. The most important thing is to escape quickly. With someone leading the way, the rest of the people naturally have no psychological burden, and all of them flee in the direction of their own sects. As for what will happen afterwards, they have to wait until they have time to think about it. What's more, if the sky falls, there will be someone taller to support it. They are not the tallest, and there is still the head of the sect above them. Okay, time is up. Let's adjourn. Tian Dao, the leader of Tiange, said while keeping time. The members of Tiange stopped communicating with reluctance, and then the soul consciousness was stripped from the fixed carrier and sent back along the channel. After all the members left, the leader Tian Dao activated the physical transmission function of Tiange, trying to get Yikshaw out of the red meteor. But the next moment, his face became gloomy, because the physical transmission function failed to locate the target. This means that Yikshaw's soul just returned to the body and died. And the speed of death was so fast that there was no time for transmission. At the same time, the projection representing Yikshaw in the Tiange was also broken. Did he kill him directly because he was detected to be abnormal? Leader Tiandao also felt a little tricky. What happened in the red meteor that such a powerful spiritual master appeared? According to the size and resources of the red meteor, it is not enough to cultivate it. Tiange did not even have too many arrangements on the red meteor. Not only because it is worthless, but also because the red meteor is too small to have enough resources. If it really needs to be arranged, the ecology of the entire planet may collapse. This will cause problems in the plan of Leader Tiandao, so it has been ignored for these years. Put it aside for the time being and talk about it later. After Leader Tiandao finished speaking, the huge soul consciousness was also stripped from the fixed carrier. The person is already dead, and it is useless to go there now, so it is better to look at the present. After everyone left, a slightly distorted figure just got into the Tiange. Chapter 510. I got in, and it was so smooth. I thought there would be some protection. The singularity space of Tiange looks a bit like a universal observation and control device. Qi Xuan did not choose to kill directly after following the clues. Even if he did, he could only leave the soul consciousness of the leader Tiandao in Tiange at most, as he had not yet fully sorted out and adapted to his own strength. The opponent did not enter with a complete soul consciousness, but only a part of it. This was also the result Qi Xuan came to after observation. As for the power of the opponent's soul consciousness displayed in Tiange, Su Xiang, the red dragon flame demon, could only barely resist. Perhaps only the grow-up fire element flame demons Wafan and the blood sea demon dragon Mu Kim would have the possibility of victory if they joined forces. Su Xiang's upper limit is not very high. After all, he lacks the immortal fire element true method and the pure yang fire seed, and he is limited to the category of flame demon. As for increasing his strength by raising his own upper limit, that's possible, but he's been killing all the time, so how can he have time to settle down and think? The 3 spiritual arts he practiced were transformed by Qi Xuan. They can still be considered spiritual arts at the entry level, but they are no longer spiritual arts after a small success. It's unrealistic to rely on comprehension or a flash of inspiration in battle to break through. Qi Xuan didn't install this function in it, so how could he create something out of nothing? It's essentially a biological transformation technology, but it's just a spiritual art. Leader Tiandao doesn't completely control the singularity space Tiange, but only has the corresponding authority. And the entire space is extremely damaged. Qi Xuan said softly, there are basically few functions that can be operated. Otherwise, if it is a complete singularity space, these little moves are really unnecessary. The power formed is enough to affect the entire universe. Qi Xuan began to continue to study and disassemble the entire singularity space. The overall materials are supported by biotechnology, so the interior of the singularity space is filled with a large number of various equipment and devices that have long been withered like branches. The members of the Tiange have a fixed angle and distance of vision. They can only see the conference table, and the rest of the area is foggy, so they can't see what is outside the field of vision at all. These people are not mentally retarded, and they also know about the outer war and the tree-born demon. If they really see these, they will definitely have associations. Qi Xuan said, dismantling a useless tree-born structure, and then further investigating, and soon found the remaining operating function of the singularity space, and pulled it out. The next step is to crack it, which is not difficult. While speaking, Qi Xuan took out the data in full, decoded it, and converted it into a system operation log. Most of the data is actually useless, and there are only 3 useful ones. The first is the coordinate information of the members of Tiange, the second is the operation table of the singularity space, and the last is the data summary report. This coordinate position should be the center of the universe. Qi Xuan found the coordinate position of the leader Tiandao, and through data comparison, he quickly found the corresponding place. After correcting the position, he narrowed his eyes. The home planet of the tree-born demon, Fei, is approaching. It seems that things are getting interesting. The location of Tiandao, the leader of Tiange, is not on the 5 planets where humans live, but on the home planet of the tree-born demon. However, this did not surprise Qi Xuan much. It was just a confirmation. As for the coordinates of the other members, Qi Xuan just glanced and had no interest. They are all on 5 habitable planets for humans, and the locations are as Qi Xuan expected, scattered in the 5 corners of the universe, each very far away. If it weren't for the singularity space of Tienga, there would be no possibility of any communication. Then he began to check the singularity space operation table, which was all transmission records, which could be used to trace the establishment time and operation structure of Tienga. Finally, this is the data summary report. This data is the largest and most important. It is the data of the singularity space monitoring the changes in the universe parameters. It is also the largest piece of information in memory. After Chi Suan checked it out, he finished watching it in an instant. Although many of them have been replaced, the report on the changes in the universe parameters caused by the invasion of the spiritual masters is still there. It seems that it was retained as an important document after the parameter changes reached the threshold. Through the summary of the data, this seems to be a world coordinate? Chi Suan looked at the world coordinates calculated by him, and felt a little incredible. It's not that he has never mastered the world coordinates. For example, the Doomsday game provided him with the world coordinates of the spiritual master world. Otherwise, how could he have come to this world in the first place? It's just a little too brief, and too much time has passed. I don't know if it's still useful, and whether the world still exists in that location. The world will move in the void, but the speed of movement is not fast, so it may still be useful. Chi Suan temporarily recorded it, but he didn't know whether the coordinates of this world were the world where the spiritual masters used to be. If it was, Chi Suan would not go there. The reason is very simple. The spiritual masters were once very powerful, and the Treeborn demons were obviously the dominant civilization in this universe, but they were all destroyed by them. It's just that they are down and out now, which doesn't mean that they were weak in the past. However, such powerful spiritual masters have to leave their homes, which means that there is something wrong with their own world. Maybe when Chi Suan arrives at the other side of the world, he will meet a desolate world, which may not even be qualified as food. So he can only put it away temporarily. Then, there is this singularity space. Although it is damaged, it is still useful. When I devour this world in the future, I can use it as a springboard. So I can't leave it to Tienga. I have to enjoy it myself. Chi Suan said, and started to remove the singularity space directly. Although the universe was very reluctant, Chi Suan didn't intend to let the other party give it to him willingly, so he used brute force to remove the entire singularity space and stuffed it into his stomach. There is no place to store it for the time being, you stay in my stomach first. Chi Suan was in the embryonic form of the world, and his body was still a mess, so it was really difficult to open up a space to store it, so he put it in his stomach. Putting his stomach there is just a concept, not a real stomach. Next, let's go back first. Fei is about to go to Tiandao, the leader of Tienga, so I won't go there. Without the singularity space of Tienga, he can't escape either. If Chi Suan goes there now, Fei will seem a bit redundant. In order to prevent Fei from being redundant, Chi Suan plans to go back and continue lying down. As for the 5 planets losing their connection after losing Tienga, that has nothing to do with Chi Suan. When the fun of the bloody river on Kiliexing is almost over, he will open the connection between the 5 planets, and that will be even more fun. Especially on Kiliexing where he is, under the internal role of a group of crazy people, everyone must be a corn demon. At that time, it will definitely be a killing spree at the beginning. After returning, Chi Suan found that Su Ziang and Zuofan had fought again. But he just took a look and didn't care. With Zuofan's current protagonist Halo, he wouldn't die even if he was beaten to a pulp. At most, he was a little embarrassed. Then he looked at the cause and effect and was quite satisfied. Not bad, Zuo Alliance leader should be coming soon. No wonder the protagonist Halo is progressing so fast, just missing this final step. The people from the 5 major sects ran back in a tumble. They also saw the fighting intensity of Su Ziang and Zuofan. If they didn't choose to join the Tianling League, without Zuofan to fight Su Ziang, they would definitely die. So for their own safety, they either left the sect and found a remote place to live, or they could only become a member of the Tianling League. But there is also a prerequisite, that is, before completing the meeting, they were not wiped out by Su Ziang and Mu Qian, a red dragon flame demon and a blood sea demon dragon. It's still not enough. We need some more excitement. Why not destroy another big sect and help them make up their minds? Let Su Ziang and Mu Qian go together, and the unlucky ones should choose Xianming Valley. Is the connection between Tianda and me broken? A huge gray-white giant tree is rooted on a withered planet. Its roots go deep into the depths of the planet and fill the entire interior of the planet. Even on the surface, you can occasionally see densely packed roots. The tree body is extremely huge, and the pits on the bark are human faces with closed eyes. There is no branch trunk, only a closed flower bud on the top. The surface of the flower bud has a lot of strange patterns, forming a lively humanoid appearance. It is Tiandao, the leader of Tiange. Through the legacy of his own race, he controls the singularity space of Tiange and monitors and patrols the entire universe. Because of the fusion of its own and human genes, mutations occurred at the bottom of its genes, and it was unable to pass the biological imprint authority of the singularity space, so it could not obtain complete ownership, only the corresponding right of use. It was interrupted after I left. Combined with the sudden death of Yuksha before, it is very likely that the strong man on the red meteor did it. But how did the other party do it? Although the leader of the Tiange was puzzled, he was not worried. Even without the singularity space, it can still continue to contact members and connect planets through its own power. For example, connecting the souls and consciousness of the members of the Tiange together, this is its power, not from the singularity space. It seems necessary to go to the red meteor to explore. It is indeed unable to move, but it can split. On the tree body, a human face suddenly opened his eyes, then broke free from the tree body, turned into a wooden man, and gradually transformed into a human. Chapter 511. Silently, the space was broken, and a middle-aged man with a cold face passed through the starry sky and arrived at Kiliaxing. It seems that there is something wrong with the location. As soon as he came out, he felt the rolling heat wave coming towards him. He is an incarnation of Tiandao, the leader of Tiange. He was arranged to come to Kiliaxing to investigate the truth of Tiange's loss of contact and the death of 3 members. Broken Void? Su Xiang looked at the other party, with violent and puzzled tone. He was about to kill Zhuofan, but this middle-aged man came out and blocked his fatal move. Tiandao looked at Su Xiang coldly. He could sense the terrifying energy contained in the other party's body. Once it was fully erupted, it would cause the entire planet's ecological chain to completely collapse. However, such a huge energy was completely restrained in this strange life form, and this balance seemed very fragile. Who are you? Su Xiang felt the meaning in Tiandao's eyes, which made him feel uncomfortable. When the strength reaches this level, the perception naturally becomes extremely obvious. Tiandao did not pay attention to Su Xiang, but focused his eyes on Zhuofan. He sensed the breath of the pure yang fire from the other party. More importantly, he also saw some familiar appearances on the other party. One of the 5 most powerful spiritual masters, who invaded their universe that year, the other party once mastered the pure yang fire. The pure yang fire is about to enter its complete form. If I came a little later, you might have succeeded. Tiandao looked at Zhuofan and took action without hesitation. Boom! The attack landed in front of Zhuofan but stopped. It was not because he was soft-hearted, but because Su Xiang held Zhuofan from behind. How dare you ignore me? Su Xiang's anger became real and spread to Tiandao. Then he suddenly exerted force and turned around to smash Tiandao to the ground. Zhuofan was not as strong as Su Xiang, so he could not react to Tiandao's attack at all, but Su Xiang could keep up with the speed. It was just reluctant, but it was a transformation from a higher level anyway, and the strength should not be underestimated. Tiandao slowly stood up, stretched out his hand, and broke one of Su Xiang's arms. The flames on the broken arm engulfed his body in an instant, burning out his true appearance. A vivid wooden man, and there was no trace of splicing on his body, as if this wooden man was born. This scene also made Su Xiang and Zhuofan look surprised. Especially Su Xiang, who had seen all kinds of big scenes, but this was the first time he had seen such a scene. Would that is not afraid of fire, what the hell are you? Su Xiang asked with a frown, and when he asked this question, his broken arm also regenerated. For him, this injury was nothing at all. After all, he was a complete flame demon. The 9 red dragons behind him suddenly attacked, turning into 9 terrifying fire whirlpools, intending to directly engulf the opponent. However, the Tiandao wooden man just glanced at the fire whirlpool, stretched out his hand and shattered it directly, and at the same time, the flames on his body were all extinguished. What you use is not a spiritual technique at all. The Tiandao wooden man looked at Su Xiang and said this seriously. But Su Xiang didn't care what Tiandao Murin meant. He wanted to kill him. The hatred that was supposed to be on Zhuofan has now been completely transferred to Tiandao Murin. This is good news for Zhuofan. Although he was also confused about Tiandao Murin's situation, he saw the opportunity and turned around and ran away. His behavior was ignored by Su Xiang, but Tiandao Murin had been paying attention to his situation and left as soon as Zhuofan wanted to escape. But Su Xiang was also paying attention to Tiandao Murin. Now the hatred on Tiandao Murin was far greater than Zhuofan. So he was stopped by Su Xiang halfway. 10,000 families, lights. This time, Su Xiang used the strongest sword move in Xie Tianlihua's sword technique. A thin line of fire emerged, blocking Tian Dao Murin's forward route. The line of fire was not very long, but just blocked it, and it looked like a thin line. But Tian Dao Wooden Man stopped without hesitation and kept retreating. He could see that this line of fire was just the beginning, and it contained a violent force that was enough to destroy him, and this force had already begun to erupt. The next moment, the line of fire began to spread and expand, as if looking at a prosperous city with bright lights across the river. What came into view was not gorgeous or prosperous, but the most simple and warm appearance. Tian Dao Wooden Man was not confused by this warmth, and under this warmth, there was a surging flame. What a fast speed! After Tian Dao Wooden Man whispered this sentence, the lights of thousands of houses engulfed him. Die, Wooden Man, turn into ashes in the flames! Su Xiang's roar followed closely, and in the flames, he came with two huge swords following the sword moves. New buds sprouted from the body of the Tian Dao Wooden Man, and the new buds grew at a very fast speed in the flames. In just a moment, he grew into a towering tree like a human. The wooden hand stretched out and easily slapped Su Xiang's body, causing his attack to be hit into the ground before it hit the Tian Dao Wooden Man. However, the power of the lights of thousands of families did not decrease at all, but instead burned along the body of the Tian Dao Wooden Man. The branches that had just sprouted were also burned into ashes and fell down. The Tian Dao Wooden Man could not escape the burning of this sword move, and could only wait for the energy in the flames to disappear, and then become ordinary fire and disappear. On the other hand, his eyes were solemn. It was not for anything else, but because Hua Fan had escaped, and at a very fast speed. Now even if he wanted to find him, he could not find his trace. Then a trace of anger appeared in Mu's eyes. If it were not for the bastard in front of him, who had been blocking him, he would have killed the holder of the pure Yang fire seed long ago. Now that the other party had escaped, it was very likely to stimulate the pure Yang fire seed and force it to mature quickly. At that time, whether it was killing or catching, it would be much more difficult than it is now. It was even more likely that even the strength of his wooden incarnation might not be enough. Even though this five-element spiritual treasure no longer had the power it had in the past, it was still not to be underestimated. After all, it was a spiritual master's treasure. It had many extraordinary abilities by nature. Ha ha ha, awesome, really awesome. The flames of the wooden subordinates squeezed out and turned into Su Xiang again, and attacked the wooden man of Tian Dao again without fear of death. Wooden man, take another move of my 10,000 lights. Su Xiang's tone was crazy. But this time, the wooden man of Tian Dao completely poured out his anger on him, even though the flames on his body had not been extinguished. This world is a mess. How come even living wooden men appear? Hua Fan ran all the way, his mind was full of thoughts, but he didn't dare to stop for a moment. But he also had to thank the wooden man. If it weren't for the other party, he would have been killed by Su Xiang, and would have had no chance to escape. There are a lot of monsters, and the strength of the wooden man is stronger than Su Xiang, and it seems that he is very hostile to me. Hua Fan felt bitter in his heart. Since he rose to power, he has enemies everywhere, and each one is stronger than the other. Compared to Su Xiang, who wanted to kill him just for the sake of killing, there was no hostility, but more like a hunting instinct. After all, the other party wanted to kill not only him, but everyone. It was a killing for all beings. But the wooden man was different. His hostility towards him was almost overflowing. I can't chop down his parents to build a house, or use his grandparents as firewood. Hua Fan was helpless. It's not like he had never done things like chopping wood and burning firewood. When he was in Songyan Peak, he was assigned various tasks. But this kind of work didn't last long, it was more to temper their bodies. But this monster has bad intentions. I hope Su Xiang can kill it, but not be killed. Hua Fan would rather face Su Xiang than that weird wooden man. But when he thought of the other party's strength, Hua Fan had no idea. Back then, I didn't see a spiritual master with such strong fighting power. Hua Fan recalled that since he obtained Qi Xuan's ancestral spiritual technique, the world has changed day by day. Not to mention much, the sect leaders who were once known as the 9 strongest in the world, except Su Xiang, the remaining 8 sect leaders are not even qualified to be cannon fodder in the fighting power he encountered. Even if this situation is told, I'm afraid no one will believe it. However, the fact is that it is not only Su Xiang, the Red Dragon Flame Demon, but also the 7 killing disciples, which is the biggest threat. Not only are there many, but they are also improving rapidly. The sect is already in danger. I don't know what went wrong, but the world is full of blood and monsters are appearing frequently. It was very peaceful before. Hua Fan observed the surroundings after escaping for a while, and then stopped to rest. He almost died before, and barely recovered. In order to save his life, he naturally did not dare to rest, so both his physical strength and injuries were actually very serious. If he didn't rest, Zhou Fan would probably really tire himself to death. The injury is not light. It will probably take a long time to recover. He looked at the injury on his chest. Although the flesh and internal organs have recovered, the red dragon flame demon fire left in his body by Su Xiang is still entangled inside, but it is suppressed and consumed by his fire element flame demon fire. Only when it is completely consumed can it be considered as recovery, otherwise it will continuously burn his body and soul and consume his own spiritual power. The opponent is stronger than himself, and there is no way to consume it instantly, so he can only use time to slowly grind it. It will take at least 3 days. Zhou Fan made a rough estimate and determined the approximate time. Chapter 512. I really underestimated this leader of the Heavenly Pavilion. He was able to send his clone across the universe to the Red Meteor. Qi Xuan noticed the moment the leader of the Heavenly Pavilion sent the Wooden Man clone to the Red Meteor. He was originally thinking of taking action, but he didn't expect that the other party would directly send it to the center of the battle between Zhou Fan and Su Xiang, and even went to help Zhou Fan block the disaster. This is the effect of turning danger into fortune in Zhou Fan's protagonist Halo, but this behavior also exposed the pure yang fire in Zhou Fan. In the end, the Wooden Man of the Heavenly Dao targeted Zhou Fan. Don't beat Su Xiang to death for me, he is still useful. Qi Xuan's eyes fell on Su Xiang, who was beaten unilaterally. At the beginning, he could still be strong, but now, except for his hard life, Su Xiang has no power to resist. According to this progress, Su Xiang will be beaten to death in about half an hour at most. Let me think about it. Is there any other way to cheat Su Xiang? Even if he doesn't kill the Wooden Man, he should at least escape with his life. Su Xiang has survived until now, and has become a reinforcement material for Zhou Fan. Later, Zhou Fan, the fire element flame demon, can completely devour him to gain further strength. As for what benefits this will bring to Qi Xuan, of course there are, which is the final stage of the protagonist's halo, the end of the plot and the dissipation of luck. In this way, it is a complete process from birth to death. Then use the other party as a springboard like the singularity space to devour the world. The singularity space reduces the difficulty of devouring, while Zhou Fan can effectively confuse the world and reduce the intensity of resistance. Qi Xuan's idea is to make the best use of everything, so the stronger Zhou Fan is, the stronger Qi Xuan will be. He even thought of packing Mukan, the best disciple among the 7 killers, as a reinforcement material. Oh, it's true. Qi Xuan couldn't help but think of another sect-defining spiritual art of Yangwang sect, Yanlong Jinqi. This sect-defining spiritual art is somewhat similar to the pure Yang Wuji Heart Sutra created by Qi Xuan, and it is also a spiritual art of auxiliary nature of the practice method. It is a matching spiritual art with another sect-defining spiritual art 9 Fires True Yang Red Dragon art, but it is difficult to practice one, let alone practice two. Therefore, the heads and peak masters of each generation of Yangwang sect did not practice this Yanlong Jinqi, although the spiritual art can not only be used in 9 Fires True Yang Red Dragon art, but all Yang and Fire attributes of spiritual arts can be enhanced. However, for the head of the sect, this is meaningless. After all, their Yangwang sect is the best in the world. The Flame Dragon Qi is widely applicable, but no matter how much it is amplified, it cannot be as powerful as the 9 Fire True Yang Red Dragon technique. In terms of power and universality, they naturally choose power. Universality may not necessarily form a deterrent, but power can definitely do it. This has led to the fact that the presence of this sect-defending spiritual technique of the Yangwang sect seems a bit low. Fortunately, Qi Xuan has collected it, otherwise when Su Xiang became a flame demon, it would probably have disappeared with the demise of the Yangwang sect. If he still wants to see it at that time, he can only use his own ability as a world to peek into the past and the future and read the script. So it is necessary to give Su Xiang an opportunity called enlightenment, which is actually a transformation. As soon as Qi Xuan finished speaking, he was slapped in the face. What a chance! If he didn't turn the tables, Su Xiang would be beaten to death. Therefore, Qi Xuan directly activated the underlying code on the Red Dragon Flame Demon remotely, and input the modified Flame Dragon Qi transformation code. The upgrade patch was installed on the Red Dragon Flame Demon on the spot. Su Xiang suddenly felt a sense of clarity in his mind, and another sect-defining spiritual technique of the Yangwang sect, Flame Dragon Qi, emerged in his mind, and the time in the outside world became very slow. He could see that the attack of the Tiandao Wooden Man was constantly magnified in front of him, but he was still a certain distance away from him. At this moment, He understood that the great terror between life and death made him realize that flame dragon chi was entered in an instant. At the same time, because he had already practiced 9 fire true yang red dragon technique to perfection, entering was not the upper limit, but the beginning, and he directly broke through to the great success, and then stopped. After the epiphany, his strength changed drastically again. The 9 red dragons behind him completely merged into his body. They no longer fought on their own, but gathered all their strength on him. At the same time, the dragonization of his whole body became more and more serious. His lower body completely turned into a dragon-like body, dragging a human upper body, but his head had completely turned into a dragon head. It looked very awkward and weird. This was because his flame dragon true chi was only in the stage of great success. When he cultivated to perfection, he would completely turn into a dragon. At that time, this red dragon flame demon would be worthy of the name. The whole person's transformation process was very fast. Before the attack of the Tiandao Wooden Man arrived, he had completely adapted to his own changes. So when facing the attack of Tiandao Wooden Man, Su Xiang turned around and fled without hesitation. That's right, he didn't plan to continue fighting. At this point in the battle, how could he not see the situation clearly? In the case of being defeated, Su Xiang naturally didn't plan to fight hard. Tiandao Wooden Man withdrew his hand, and his expression showed doubt. He saw the change in that instant just now, which was really too weird. Su Xiang himself didn't realize it, but Tiandao Wooden Man, a bystander, saw it clearly. The opponent is likely to be a puppet of a certain existence. In order to prevent him from killing the puppet, the opponent took the first step to remedy it. Otherwise, the opponent would have died just now. At the same time, this is not only a remedy, but also a warning. Tell him that this person has a backer. Don't think about taking action, otherwise it will not be good for anyone. The loss of contact with Tianda, as well as the deaths of Honglian, Ghost King and Yiksha, are probably all caused by the existence behind this person. Tiandao Wooden Man felt more and more difficult. The holder of the pure yang fire seed plus the monster in front of him is already beyond the level of a normal spiritual master, even stronger than the members of the Tianda under his command. The strength of the person behind the scenes is naturally even stronger, otherwise how could he control such a monster? Then the perception began to spread, and soon covered the entire planet. The expression of the 7 killing disciples Tiandao Woodman suddenly became gloomy. The chaos of Red Meteor was far beyond his imagination. The other 4 planets were chaotic, but they were in chaos because of interests. But Red Meteor was completely different, killing purely for killing. The killing of the 7 killing's disciples caused the entire Red Meteor to take a sharp turn for the worse. If it continues, the entire Red Meteor will become a dead place without any life. The problem is that the situation has deteriorated to the point where it is irreversible. Even if all the members of the Tenga are involved, they cannot suppress the spread of the Blood Sea Killing Sutra. He naturally saw with his own eyes the process of someone becoming a disciple of the 7 killings. But he couldn't understand why it could be spread, and even the principle of the spread was unclear. The only thing that can be observed is that the pheromones emitted by strong emotions can be spread. But he himself simulated it, but couldn't capture the Blood Sea Killing Sutra, which made him puzzled. This is not a good thing for him. If the Red Meteor continues to be so chaotic, it will inevitably affect his plan. So now there are only 2 ways to choose. The first is to speed up the plan, and complete it before the Red Meteor collapses. The second one is even easier, to kill the 7 killers who spread the Blood Sea Killing Sutra. He suspected that not only the 7 killers' disciples were the work of the other party, but also the monster Red Dragon Flame Demon. The main reason is that the process and tone are too similar, all of which are mainly based on killing, and there are traces of human interference in the whole process. The problem now is that he can't find the other party. He has sensed the entire planet, and if there are any abnormal places, there must be some. For example, the whereabouts of the holder of the pure yang fire seed, the escape trajectory of the red dragon flame demon, etc., he has sensed them all. If you want to catch up with them, it is not a big deal. However, he did not dare to act rashly, mainly because the red meteor was too strange. When did such an existence rise from the red meteor? Tiandao Murin was also puzzled. It has only been a short time. Qi Xuan answered Tiandao Murin's question very honestly. Tiandao Murin did not react excessively, but turned his head calmly and looked at Qi Xuan. He could see Qi Xuan's figure, but he could not sense his existence at all, just like the other party appeared in his vision, and did not exist in reality at all. However, the observation of the 5 senses told him that the human in front of him was a real existence. In this contradictory situation, he also understood that the other party was too powerful, and had a power that he could not observe. If the other party had not deliberately revealed an observable form, then he would not have noticed the other party at all. As for who was stronger than his own body, Tiandao Murin did not know. He could not even observe completely, so how could he compare? You are not a life form in this universe. No, you are not even a life form. I am confused. What are you? The wooden man of Tiandao was not afraid, but asked. He was just a clone of the original body. Even if he died, it didn't matter. As for the other party finding the original body with his clone? This is a bit absurd. With the other party's strength, it would be easy to find his original body even without the clone. So whether dead or alive or captured, for the wooden man of Tiandao, it doesn't make any difference. Can't you see it? So you just call yourself the Heavenly Tao, not the real Heavenly Tao or the will of the universe? Qi Xuan also asked back. This made him a little disappointed. If the other party is the real Heavenly Tao, then if he kills the other party, all subsequent plans and calculations can be stopped, and the whole world can be swallowed directly. Even the Heavenly Tao is gone. It's almost like a vegetable. No matter how he bites, there will be no reaction. Chapter 513. The Tiandao wooden man was easily captured alive by Qi Xuan, and then taken to his laboratory for dissection. During this period, the Tiandao wooden man was also tirelessly trying to get information from Qi Xuan. Qi Xuan ignored him, and obtained some interesting data through dissection. That is the Tiandao wooden man in front of him, who is really a wooden man. Its structure is literally, with the characteristics of both humans and trees. Qi Xuan is willing to call him the most standard vegetative person. Then he caught a spiritual master to use, and by balancing the hybrid in the genes, he saw an interesting scene. This spiritual master just turned into another Tiandao wooden man, and was quickly assimilated into the incarnation of the Heavenly Tao. The two Tiandao wooden men just stared at each other. So humans are actually a part of you, and you are actually a part of humans? Qi Xuan asked curiously. In the genetic hybrid, if human genes occupy the majority, then it is a spiritual master human. If the mixed blood ratio reaches a balance, it will become a Tiandao wooden man. Then the question now is, if the gene ratio of your clan is higher, what will it become? Qi Xuan said, and further adjusted the gene ratio of the experimental subject, and then the wooden man turned directly into wood. Still alive, but completely became an unintelligent plant life form. But things are not so absolute. It seems to have reverted to the tree-born demon clan, that is, the former cosmic race. The reason why there is no self and wisdom is because there is a lack of coordination of the thinking network. Unfortunately, the Tiandao wooden man can be used as a substitute. Under his control, the plant life form quickly revived and became a loyal warrior. The disadvantage is that he is not loyal to Qi Xuan, but to Tiandao wooden man. Then Qi Xuan chopped him into 18 pieces and stuffed him into a petri dish. Would you mind telling me about you and what happened back then? Qi Xuan said. Tiandao wooden man glanced at Qi Xuan, then looked at the plant warriors in a pile of petri dishes, and then said, of course, outsider. We are the ginseng fruit tree clan. When Qi Xuan heard the name, his eyes twitched. Wait a minute, what ginseng fruit tree clan? Could it be that Jin Yuanzi is the one who raised you? It was indeed a bit unexpected, but thinking of meeting at Laknakia, the spider god in Cthulhu mythology, and Satan, the ancient snake in the Bible, and now meeting Jin Yuanzi, the ancestor of Earth immortals in Journey to the West, it seems that it is not unacceptable. Anyway, they are all characters in mythological stories, which means that the spider god is a bit out of place, and he belongs to science fiction characters. I don't know the origin of the ginseng fruit tree family. There is no record in the civilization heritage, and I don't know what Jin Yuanzi you are talking about. I am curious that you can say the name of Jin Yuanzi after hearing the 4 words ginseng fruit tree. Tiandao wooden man asked back. Let's talk about this later. Qi Xuan was relieved. It would be better if he didn't know. Just now, Qi Xuan almost withdrew Fei. He was afraid that after digging up this so-called ginseng fruit tree family, he would be taken away by the sleeves. Qi Xuan is not Sun Wukong, so he can't find Guanyin Bodhisattva to save his tree. So he was also muttering in his heart that he couldn't continue digging down, otherwise he really dug out Wuzhuang Temple, which would be a big trouble. If Jin Yuanzi is just a pseudonym like the ancient snake Satan, and has other identities, then it's really screwed. Look at the identities that the ancient snake Satan revealed, such as Ouroboros, Jormungandr, and Kukulkan. None of them are good people. Of course, the most terrifying thing is that Jin Yuanzi is not a pseudonym, which means his real body. Then according to my process, do I have to go to the prehistoric world next? Qi Xuan's mind was scattered, and he thought that people like him who traveled through various worlds would most likely go to the prehistoric world to step on various saints and kick the heroes of the world. But if he thought about it carefully, in this situation, if he really went to the so-called prehistoric world, it might not be an investiture of the gods, but a mythological melee. Maybe he could see the spider god, the ancient snake, and other beings again. Being cannon fodder was a bit difficult for him. Well, our ginseng fruit tree family follows the inheritance of civilization. It blooms once every 3,000 years, bears fruit once every 3,000 years, and matures after another 3,000 years. It takes a short 10,000 years for it to be born. In these 10,000 years, there are only 30 offspring, not to mention. Listening to the words of the Tiandao wooden man, Chi Xuan's eye twitches became more and more obvious. This setting is no longer a familiar thing, but it is directly copied from the setting of Journey to the West, and a few words are changed. Wait a minute. Chi Xuan couldn't help but interrupt the Tiandao wooden man again. Are you sure that after I beat you up, you won't go home and ask the Taoist priest who grows trees wearing a purple gold crown and a worry-free crane cloak to beat me up? It seems that you really know the origin of my family. But don't worry, I really can't ask him. The Tiandao wooden man also looked strange. Why did he have a sense of déjà vu that you are more familiar with your origin than I am? Then wait, do you have a boy named Qifeng Mingwei in your family? Chi Xuan asked again. Qifeng Mingwei is a boy in Wuzhuang Temple, because the people who call them are either the Monkey King or Jin Chanzi, the reincarnation of Marshal Tianpeng, and there is also a general called Zhuanlian. If these two Taoist children leave Wuzhuang Temple, how can they be ordinary people? In addition, the settings of the ginseng fruit tree family are too similar, and Chi Xuan is a little scared. No. Tiandao Woodman answered Chi Xuan's question honestly. That's good, you continue. Chi Xuan was also very alert in his heart. Then, Tiandao Woodman continued to speak. It is probably through unremitting efforts to develop, break away from the surface, and dominate the universe. Then, they encountered the invasion of spiritual masters and humans. At the beginning, the ginseng fruit tree family did have an advantage. After all, it is in their own home field, but the spiritual masters are completely fearless for their own survival. Even if they sacrifice a lot, they will eventually gain a foothold in their universe. Then based on this, with the help of the 5 elements of spiritual treasures, they quickly opened up the battlefield and gained victory. The ginseng fruit tree clan is huge in size and powerful, but its number is small, and its fertility rate is extremely low. The advantages of human beings facing spiritual masters are also being destroyed bit by bit, until the last ginseng fruit tree directly opens the ability of heaven and earth to live together. That is to modify the parameters of the universe. Eventually, the two clans have an irreversible hedge and change. The result is that the two clans have survived to this day. The spiritual master humans only have 5 habitable planets left, and at the same time, the extraordinary power has dropped significantly, and the power of the 5 elements of spiritual treasures has been destroyed. The last ginseng fruit tree, due to the change of cosmic parameters, and the mixing of a large number of human genes, eventually became a half-human and half-tree appearance. And the civilization was destroyed, the technology was completely destroyed and invalid. The attempt to develop back to biotechnology failed due to the change of cosmic parameters. Even the ginseng fruit tree that called itself the Heavenly Tao lost its original ability to reproduce, and could no longer give birth to a new generation. It's quite true. Chi Xuan didn't think the other party was lying after listening to the other party's oral account. The description did not glorify the ginseng fruit tree family, nor did it belittle the spiritual master human beings. It seemed to be described in the tone of a third party. Chi Xuan suspected that by now, the Heavenly Tao seemed to have almost forgotten the War of the Year, and even his identity as a ginseng fruit tree had been gradually abandoned by him. Now there is only one ginseng fruit tree left, and so much time has passed, and no matter how many obsessions there are, they have almost been let go. Time is enough to dilute everything. But what is your goal? Chi Xuan asked in confusion. The technology of the ginseng fruit tree clan is almost scrapped, and the 5 elements spiritual treasure has become useless. The universe has become riddled with holes because of the war back then, and I'm sure you've seen it. I want to restore everything and let the vitality shine again. Tiandao Woodman calmly stated his goal. After hearing this, Chi Xuan couldn't help but be silent for a while, and then said, just for relying on the trifles of 5 planets and the 5 elements spiritual treasure that has lost its power? Don't you think it's a drop in the bucket? He didn't understand the other party's plan and technology, but he understood energy. This universe is not small at all, and his plan can't be done at all. It's really a drop in the bucket, but it's enough. I just need a seed, and then wait for it to take root and sprout. Sooner or later, the universe will recover. And according to the calculations of Tienga, the entire universe has been severely damaged after the war. Not only has it not recovered over the years, but it has become more serious. This seed can not only bring vitality to the universe, but also repair the damage to the universe. I think you, the outsider, entered from the damaged position of the universe. Tiandao Wooden Man said. Chi Suan nodded after hearing this. Yes. This must be false. In fact, he smashed indirectly. But in order to deal with Tiandao Wooden Man, he agreed. The other party has helped him think of the reason. Why should he trouble himself for no reason? But Chi Suan is also weighing the pros and cons in his heart. First of all, one thing can be confirmed, that is, whether he devours this universe or destroys the Ginseng Fruit Tree Clan, he does not have to worry about Jing Yuanzi. The Ginseng Fruit Tree Clan must be related to Jing Yuanzi, but the other party may not care. Otherwise, whether it was the invasion of spiritual masters and humans, the Ginseng Fruit Tree was left with only one seedling, or the universe was severely damaged by the same life of heaven and earth, Jing Yuanzi did not lend a hand. So either he does not care, or he has long forgotten. No matter which one it is good news for Chi Suan. He does not have to worry about being liquidated afterwards. As for the fact that this is just Chi Suan's speculation without actual evidence, this is true. But if you are afraid to move forward because you know these things, then you will have to consider and hesitate about everything you encounter in the future. In the end, you will only become indecisive. Chapter 514. It is a blessing that you are willing to form an alliance with me to fight against the Flame Demon and the 7 Killings disciples together, Zuofan said with a smile. He rushed back to the temporary site of the Yangwang sect, and the leaders of the remaining 4 major sects had been waiting for a long time. The main reason was that he was delayed on the road to heal his wounds. As for why there were only 4 sects left, the sect that was gone was naturally destroyed by Mukan, the 7 Killings disciple. Su Xiang, the Red Dragon Flame Demon, was practicing the sect-defending spiritual art Flame Dragon True Qi while healing his wounds, so he was not active. And the Tiandao Wooden Man was captured by Chi Suan as an experimental subject, and there was no follow-up. So the only one who was still active was Mukan, who had never stopped killing. Because of Mukan, the number of 7 Killings disciples was greatly reduced. After all, the greatest tonic in the Blood Sea Killing Sutra is the spiritual master who is also a disciple of the 7 killers. Although Mukan did not take the initiative to look for him, he would definitely meet him as he walked and killed along the way. This is because we are unwise and misunderstood the good intentions of the Zhuo Alliance leader. The head of Fengwu Pavilion hurriedly responded. Even the Alliance leader was called out. It's good that you can understand. I formed the Tianling Alliance. Although the rules are strict and make you dissatisfied, this is just to survive, not for my personal gain. Zuofan did not lie. If it were before, it would give rise to ambition, but now it is not possible, so we can only keep warm together. There are too many powerful enemies. Fortunately, the 4 surviving major sects also saw the severity of the situation and knew that they could not handle it well, so they decisively chose to merge into Zuofan's Tianling Alliance. Next, our 5 sects will build the Tianling League together. We should unite our forces. Otherwise, we will definitely be defeated one by one. Zuofan put forward a new request. He took care of the face of the 4 sect leaders by defeating them one by one. To put it bluntly, the 4 sects did not have him as the head force to resist. No matter which one they met, whether it was the Tiandao Wooden Man or Su Xiang or Mukanli, they would be slaughtered in minutes. The 4 people looked at each other, and the head of Fengwu Pavilion said with a stiff face, Leader Zhu is right, but the leader also knows that there are so many people in our 4 major sects that it may be difficult to continue the migration. There are too many people, and a lot of property. If they really merge together, not to mention the time, the losses alone will be too much. Those who are willing to leave can take it away, and those who are unwilling to leave can stay. You don't think that you can fight against Su Xiang or one of Mukanli by gathering the power of one sect, right? Zuofan raised his eyebrows and said unhappily. If he couldn't fight and didn't want to die, there was only one way, to let Zuofan come to protect him. That was why he was unhappy. Of course not. The head of Fengwu Pavilion knew his own situation. There were only 5 sects left, including the declining Yangwang sect. If Fengwu Pavilion really had this strength, the former world's largest sect would not have been the Yangwang sect. It's just that it's too far for us to migrate to the land of Alliance leaders Zhuo, and this place is not enough to support so many people. So I just want to ask Alliance leaders Zhuo to allocate another area, and then migrate there together. The head of Fengwu Pavilion expressed his thoughts. After hearing this, Zhuo Fan restrained himself and said, "You are all my elders, and you must be more thoughtful. You must have already made a plan. Why bother beating around the bush with me? I have little experience and only brute force. Why don't you just tell me the location you chose and let me take a look? If it's suitable, I'm not unreasonable. These 4 people are not good people. They just want to give me some face and compliments. He is young and does have many shortcomings, but it doesn't mean he is stupid. There is a great terror between life and death. He has experienced so many life and death moments, and his mentality has long been forced to mature." When the head of Fengwu Pavilion heard this, he immediately took out a geomancy map, which depicted the topography of Kiliaxing and the division of major sects. However, due to the killing, the division of forces was not updated in time. People are dead, who will update it for him? What do you think of this location, Alliance Leader Zhuo? The head of Fengwu Pavilion pointed to an area on the geomancy map and said, "This place is easy to defend and difficult to attack, and it can also be used for farming." The other party listed a lot of advantages, and Zhuo Fan nodded repeatedly. The area where the survivors of the Yangwang sect were resettled, in addition to being a little hidden, has a lot of disadvantages, the simplest of which is the problem of food. This makes everyone live frugally to avoid excessive food consumption. The remaining grain can be used by the Tianling League for at least 3 years, which is of great benefit to our persistence. The head of Fengwu Pavilion ended with this. In their view, dealing with the disciples of the 7 killings is a long-term war, and logistics need to be guaranteed. As for Su Xing and Mu Qian, they don't need to consider this. They chose to merge into the Tianling League simply because of Zhuo Fan's strength. Otherwise, everyone is the same. Why would they choose to surrender? So soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals, if they really have to fight Su Xing and Mu Qian, they will rebel without hesitation at the first opportunity. They come here to save their lives, not to die. Therefore, they are considering how to deal with the 7 killings disciples, so that they can choose the most favorable terrain advantage. You are worthy of being old predecessors. This kind of treasure land is indeed suitable for us to survive. Zhuo Fan was also happy. This place is indeed good. In terms of vision and qualifications, he can't catch up with these 4 masters. More importantly, the distance is also very suitable. Whether he migrates to Yangwang sect or other 4 major sects, it only takes about 10 days to rush there. Of course, he is referring to spiritual masters. If it is ordinary people, the time will definitely not be so fast. Then here, why don't you go back and arrange the migration as soon as possible? Zhuo Fan did not mean to expel guests, but knew that the longer the time, the more accidents would happen. Especially the 2 murderous demons wandering around the world, they really want to wipe out the family. The leader has a good idea. The head of Fengwu Pavilion immediately agreed. Then the 4 of them left in a hurry. The goal has been achieved, so they naturally have to leave. If they don't leave, they will be homeless if something unexpected happens. After the 4 of them left, Zhuo Fan finally calmed down to practice. I have achieved great success? In just a moment, he found that his immortal fire Yuan Jinfa had actually entered the realm of great success. But he looked puzzled. It shouldn't be. According to the progress, it will take at least a month to achieve great success. How did it suddenly achieve great success? Could it be that because I have achieved my goal, my thoughts are clear, which allowed me to break through smoothly? With the breakthrough of Immortal Fire Essence True Method, Pure Yang Wuji Heart Method, Innate Fire Sword Method, and Flame Demon Body Refining Method were also gradually breaking through the Great Completion realm. This made him feel relieved, thinking it was a false breakthrough. Now that the Flame Demon Body Refining Method has been completed, I can use the Flame Demon True Body today, and I don't have to worry about being controlled by the killing consciousness. And all the previous disadvantages have been eliminated at this moment. Zhuo Fan couldn't help but show joy on his face. His strength has improved greatly, and his subsequent self-protection ability has also been improved. Perhaps, after my 4 spiritual arts are perfected, I can practice the 2 Yangwang sect-defending spiritual arts, 9 Fire True Yang Red Dragon Art and Flame Dragon True Qi. Zhuo Fan's joy quickly subsided, because he thought of Su Xiang's situation. Although the other party lacked the Immortal Fire Essence True Method, he strengthened himself in another way. As long as one sect-defining spiritual arts is cultivated to perfection, the speed from entry to mastery will be very fast when it is applied to other spiritual arts. Just like now, it doesn't take much time for Zhuo Fan to enter the 9 Fire True Yang Red Dragon Art and Flame Dragon True Qi. At most one day, these 2 spiritual arts can be entered. Even the minor success only takes 1 month. And he has only cultivated these 4 spiritual arts to mastery. After the subsequent perfection, the efficiency of cultivating the top spiritual arts of yang and fire will be higher. It still needs to be perfected, but there is no time. Otherwise, go to the uncle and see if he has any spiritual arts in the bottom of the box. Maybe it can help me break through. Zuofan said self-deprecatingly. But he just said this. There are not so many such top spiritual arts. But it's true that I haven't seen the uncle for a long time, so I just take the time to see him. The protagonist halo has taken shape. You really need to become the left leader to do that. Chi Suan was a little speechless. Where does the bad taste come from? You have to make up for the regret that Zuolingshan has never been the leader, right? Chi Suan complained while sorting out the complete data of the protagonist halo. This benefited him a lot, especially in the sorting out of his own rules. The protagonist halo is essentially a world rule, and it is more common in terms of universality and compatibility. So it is very good to use it as an optimization and sorting solution. Universal, compatible, and universal, these three words are not derogatory words. In Chi Suan's opinion, they are very practical. It's just the beginning that the protagonist's halo is formed. As the saying goes, water overflows when it is full, and the moon wanes when it is full. The data of the first phase has been collected, and the second phase is next. In Chi Suan's estimation, the protagonist's halo is divided into 3 stages, namely formation, execution, and final extinction. He has the formation data of the first phase, and the execution phase is to fill the pit and face the disaster, which has officially begun. As for the final extinction, it is naturally after the disaster is over, and the donkey will be destroyed. Of course, if the disaster is not solved, then the protagonist will naturally die. The protagonist's halo is not invincible. Even if there is the world's favor as a home advantage, it will not be an inevitable result. But if there is no interference from external forces like Chi Suan, the possibility of success is still 99%. Otherwise, if you have consumed so many resources and received so many preferential treatments, you still can't succeed. What's the point of giving birth to a protagonist in the world? Isn't this just a waste of resources? We need to speed him up. His efficiency is a bit too slow. Chi Suan muttered as he looked at the data in his hand. Chapter 515. The migration of Yang Wang's sect started again. This time, the complaints were more serious than the last time. It was really uncomfortable to travel on an empty stomach. However, Zuofan also said frankly that it was only a 10-day journey. Those who did not want to leave could stay, and they could only leave it to fate. If they had not encountered the 7 Killings disciples, they would still have a chance to survive if they hid more tightly. Due to this reason, those who were originally wavering could only migrate with Zuofan, especially since Zuofan promised that life would be better. Although most people did not believe in Zuofan, there was no way to do it now. There were 7 Killings disciples everywhere, even inside Yang Wang's sect. However, compared to the outside world, the living 7 Killings disciples were hiding, and did not dare to reveal their identities. After all, if life is not satisfactory, there will always be resentment. And those who were exposed were all dead. On the way of migration, Zuofan was also very vigilant, but he did not encounter the obstruction of Su Xiang and Mukin again. It seems that the protagonist's halo took effect, or it may be that these two did not arrive in time. So they arrived at the designated area very smoothly. They were not the first to arrive, but the last to arrive. After they arrived, the 4 major sects had already started working in full swing, from building defense projects to establishing inspection mechanisms, etc. Under the leadership and guidance of the 4 masters, it took less than 2 days to take shape. After settling the surviving disciples of the Yang Wang sect, Zuofan once again entered the state of cultivation. Until there was really not much progress, he could not help but choose to visit Chi Suan after thinking about it. Uncle, you are still the happiest person these days. Zuofan couldn't help but tease him as he looked at the candy shop that had reopened. People who can live in this Tianling city are basically disciples of the 5 major sects, most of whom are spiritual masters, and there are few ordinary people. Even if there are, they are relatives and friends of spiritual masters. Just like Chi Suan, as an ordinary person, he was able to get a shop to sell candy, naturally because of Zuofan's relationship. He is low-key and not many people know about it, but the 4 heads of the sect have investigated it clearly and gave Chi Suan various preferential treatments. At this critical moment, there is not so much candy, but Chi Suan has no shortage of channels and sources, which is naturally due to privileges. It's all thanks to you. I actually said that I don't have to run a candy shop, but they are too enthusiastic and insist on letting me do it, Chi Suan said with a smile. He knows all the twists and turns, and he is not a good person, so it is natural that he enjoys it. This is what you deserve, uncle. If it weren't for you, I would have died long ago. Zhou Fan knew that this was a special treatment, but he didn't say anything. If he could have kept the 3 spiritual arts given by Qi Xuan, and they hadn't fallen into Su Xiang's hands, there wouldn't have been the red dragon flame demon later. If he didn't give them to him, Su Xiang wouldn't have been in trouble, but the Yangwang sect would have been destroyed. After all, there was Mukin who practiced the Blood Sea Killing Sutra, and the other party didn't do it because of him. Now my 4 spiritual arts are stuck at a bottleneck again. It's hard to make any progress from the stage of great success to perfection. Zhou Fan sighed and said, Then I have no other choice. You can't find the 5th spiritual art even if you turn my box upside down. Qi Xuan said he was powerless. Do you really think you can get a spiritual art just by coming to him once? If you want it, he has to compile it. Qi Xuan came suddenly, and was not prepared. He had been studying the Tiandao wooden man, and conducted various experiments on him, thinking about whether he could cultivate a ginseng fruit tree. But there is no clue yet. The subplant clone is probably not enough. The main body should be used. Uncle, who do you think I am? You can take out 4 copies of the bottom of the box. I am already amazed. How can there be a 5th copy? Zhou Fan was also at a loss. Just think about it carefully. It seems that I have to take something away every time I come. The most important thing is the spiritual art, and the worst is the sugar man. The 5th one is really gone, but you said it's stuck in the range of great success and perfection. I do have some ideas. Qi Xuan said with a good look, After all, I have carefully studied the 4 spiritual arts passed down from my family. I have also figured out some tricks to break through, but unfortunately I can't use them, and I don't know which ones can be used and which ones can't be used. Just because you asked me, I will teach you, Qi Xuan said, and provided the other party with several requirements. While he was talking, he secretly began to cover up with the protagonist halo on Zhou Fan, and began to devour the world frantically. The effect of the complete protagonist halo is far better than before. Qi Xuan harvested at least 1,000 times more world fragments this time than before. However, he stopped eating and stopped his hands, and did not devour without restraint. The concealing effect of the protagonist's halo can only be stimulated when Qi Xuan is the grandfather who carries him around and the boy who delivers treasures. After all, the protagonist's halo serves the protagonist, not the supporting role. Hearing Qi Xuan's teaching, Zhou Fan couldn't help but secretly think about the possibilities. Many of them are quite absurd. From his perspective as a spiritual master, there are also some suggestions that are quite feasible. They are all breakthroughs from angles he has never considered. This spiritual technique is worthy of being passed down from your family, uncle. You have studied it very carefully. Zhou Fan has gained a lot, and is still eager to try. As long as he can break through the immortal fire Yuanjinfa, he will definitely make a lot of money. That's not a research, it's just a wild thought. Whether it can succeed depends on you, Qi Xuan said modestly. In fact, all the methods he said are true. No matter how absurd the method is, as long as Zhou Fan dares to try it, he can break through. It's equivalent to him directly giving the cheating secrets of skipping levels to the other party. After all, these spiritual arts are not serious spiritual arts, but biological transformation, which is nothing more than speeding up. In fact, Zhou Fan can no longer be considered a human being. As long as he cultivates to perfection, his species will have changed into a flame demon. However, his fire element flame demon is different from Su Xiang's red dragon flame demon. He can still maintain a human appearance. Only when he uses the flame demon true body can he be considered to have restored his original appearance. Otherwise, he usually wears human skin. Therefore, the appearance of the flame demon true body is Zhou Fan's true appearance, but he didn't realize it. Otherwise, why would he have the word true body? Qi Xuan told him from the beginning. On the contrary, it was Su Xiang who guessed it, and he went crazy after knowing the truth, which led to his distortion into the red dragon flame demon. Zhou Fan chatted with Qi Xuan for a few more words before leaving in a hurry to try again. He just came out to relax, but he didn't expect to get a solution. He must go back as soon as possible to become stronger. Su Xiang, Mukan and the mysterious wooden man. Zhou Fan has always been worried about Su Xiang, Mukan and the mysterious wooden man because of his lack of strength, fearing that they would come to his door. Qi Xuan returned to his underground laboratory to continue working. The cutting method seems to be unable to make me sprout, and your actions cannot create another kind of me for me. At most, it can only clone and copy another me, which is not very meaningful. As soon as he came in, the Tiandao wooden man began to analyze it for Qi Xuan. In various experiments, the Tiandao wooden man was very cooperative, and even took the initiative to help Qi Xuan. It should be because you are just a clone of the subplant. If you can get the flower bud of your original body, the probability of success is not low. Chi Xuan changed into a white coat and began to conduct experiments, responding. The flower bud also needs pollination, and given the situation of my original body, even if you find a second ginseng fruit tree, there will be reproductive isolation. Tiandao Wooden Man said, stretching out his wooden head and looking at Chi Xuan's notes. Use humans? This is not very feasible. My original body has all human genes, and it is completely bound to humans. When a human is born, there will be an extra human face on its tree body, and when a human dies, the corresponding human face will disappear. So it is unrealistic for you to create a new ginseng fruit tree by increasing the proportion of ginseng fruit tree genes in humans. Because this gene also comes from my original body. Tiandao Wooden Man said. Chi Xuan raised his eyebrows. I know that you are the clone of the subplant, and humans are genetic prosthesis. If even you can't do it, they certainly can't do it either. But I have my own plan. Chi Xuan said, taking out the spiritual power data of the spiritual master human. They also have spiritual power in their bodies that your ginseng fruit tree family does not have. So the binding between your original body and humans is not completely integrated, and there is still a differentiated existence. Therefore, I only need to modulate and change the ginseng fruit tree genes in humans through the difference of spiritual power, which is enough to mutate into another you. However, Tiandao Woodman shook his head. The idea is good, but the genes of our ginseng fruit tree family have extremely high stability. We have also a compilation behavior, but all failed. Wrong, it's not stability, it's the genetic encryption technology left in you. Your level of civilization is not enough to observe the constraints formed by encryption technology. You are not a naturally evolved life form, but a life community left by a higher level existence. Chi Xuan said bluntly, without any euphemism. This made Tiandao Murin stunned, and then asked, is it Zhen Yuanzi you mentioned? Can you give me a copy of the genetic encryption data? Chi Xuan generously shared some of his achievements with the other party, which were all related to genetic encryption, and there was no other information. He only wanted this part, and Chi Xuan didn't need to give more. The other party just looked at the data quietly, and Chi Xuan continued his experiment. He was trying to unlock the genetic encryption through the hybrid genes of spiritual masters and humans. He could be sure that there were some big secrets hidden in the genes of the ginseng fruit tree family. It could be an experiment, or it could be a layout. Chapter 516. Through a large number of experiments, Chi Xuan used the genetic blood of the human spiritual master and the ginseng fruit tree family to mutate the spiritual power, and obtained a special alienated gene template. Using this gene template, he began to measure and decrypt the genes of the Tiandao Wooden Man. Chi Xuan also tried to use the mixed blood of the human spiritual master to conduct experiments after the disordered vegetative state. But the effect was not ideal. After all, it was not from the ginseng fruit tree of the leader of the Tianga, but was transformed through acquired blood. Therefore, only the Tiandao Wooden Man has the conditions to become the subject of the experiment. The experiment went smoothly. Chi Xuan used a trick to open the genetic encryption technology of the Tiandao Wooden Man and obtained a content that Chi Xuan could not understand. Tongtian Jianmu Project version 72.0 ended in failure. Chi Xuan's eyes twitched. What the hell is this? It was agreed that the ginseng fruit tree would be used, but why did it go astray to Tongtian Jianmu? But if you think about it carefully, it seems that it is not impossible, otherwise how can there be a suffix of failed? Then Chi Xuan began to check the content, which contained a lot of experimental data, the main content of which was to enhance oneself through a world tree. However, the final result failed, which led to the birth of the ginseng fruit tree, and then it was placed in this universe by the other party. Oh, Jin Yuanzi started to raise Jianmu? Chi Xuan scratched his head. Jianmu is this name in Eastern mythology, and it is the world tree in Western fantasy legends. As for how the other party obtained the world tree, it was not written in this data, and it was not even the world tree itself, but a leaf. It's a pity that you didn't say where you picked it from, otherwise I would have to stay away anyway. Chi Xuan is still very clear about himself. There is only one existence that can conduct experiments with the universe. Chi Xuan will get close to the other party, because he is tired of living. But this data is indeed a blessing for me. Even if the result is a failure, the process in between is very good for me. Chi Xuan thought about it for a while, which involved a lot of data related to world rules and world development. In other words, in fact, the predecessor of this group of ginseng fruit trees is an incomplete Jianmu. No wonder they can have such strong power, and even dominate the universe. It's really because of their good foundation. Although the other party is now in a state of decline, it can be confirmed from the experimental records that they really contain part of Jinmu's genes in their bodies. And according to the final experimental failure report, this is not the first ginseng fruit tree. There were hundreds of different varieties of ginseng fruit trees before. It's just that the world they're in is different. Some are in the world of fantasy, fairy and other worldviews, while others are serious roots of heaven and earth. Some are in Western fantasy, urban, etc. The former are generally similar to wise elders, and the latter are companions of some heaven and earth revival, etc. So it is not limited to this universe species. The track is very broad, and there is no need to worry about someone rolling with them. With this experimental report, my efficiency in sorting out and adapting myself has increased by at least 100 times. At the same time, it is also of great help to the technology of Doomsday Game. Since the experiment is to be carried out in multiple worlds, it needs to be adaptable and concealed enough. Especially the latter. If the concealment is not enough, it is easy to be discovered by the world. After learning from each other's strengths and weaknesses, Chi Suan can speed up the deciphering of the power and technology of Doomsday Game. Hey, Doomsday Game seems to recover a little faster recently. Although it is still only one breath left, it is no longer on the verge of death. Chi Suan checked. Perhaps it is related to his own behavior. He spread the Blood Sea Killing Sutra to aggravate the doomsday of mankind, which naturally helps Doomsday Game to eat and recover. After all, the word Doomsday in Doomsday Game is not a decoration. But due to the fact that the injury is really too serious, this recovery is simply a drop in the bucket. However, this Doomsday Game is really dedicated. Even if it is injured like this, it is still maintaining its and Chi Suan's hidden protection. This is not for its own pleasure, but for itself. Otherwise, if it is really exposed under the eyes of this world, it will have to swallow its last breath. Generally speaking, as long as Chi Suan didn't go too far, Doomsday Game would choose to endure it. So Chi Suan would occasionally learn some skills from the other party, and study them himself. It seems that I have to give it another slap, otherwise it will recover the strength to bite me, Chi Suan said, and stretched out his hand to punch Doomsday Game that was wrapped around him. He squeezed out the anger that was about to rise on the spot. Okay, you can recover for a while longer. After Chi Suan finished beating, he felt much more refreshed. After that, Chi Suan continued to study the Tantian Jianmu plan. On the other side, Tiandao Wooden Man woke up. Now only his head was left, and the rest of his body had been consumed as experimental consumables. Otherwise, where did Chi Suan get the Tantian Jianmu project version 72.0? Failed. They just used him as an experimental subject. Did you get anything? Tiandao Murin asked Chi Suan about the result as soon as he woke up. Chi Suan shook his head. No. He naturally couldn't tell Tiandao Murin the truth. This thing involved too much. If he really told Tiandao Murin, what would he do if the other party gave him an epiphany? This kind of thing, naturally, should be concealed if possible. Tiandao Murin carefully observed Chi Suan's expression, and didn't seem to be lying, so he could only sigh. It's a pity. It would be great if it could succeed. Chi Suan said to comfort him. Look at what you said. If it was really that easy to succeed, why would your original body have to toss until now? How long have I studied you? Your original body has been studying itself for so long without any results, so don't even think about counting on me. This was recognized by Tiandao Murin, mainly because Chi Suan spoke to his heart. Then what are you going to do with me? Tiandao Wooden Man knew that he was no longer valuable. So the best outcome was naturally death. But for him, death was not an unacceptable outcome. He was not an independent life form, but a derivative of Tiandao, the leader of Tiange. Just like nails and hair, they were insignificant. Of course I send you off. Why keep you around? Or do you have any other ideas? Chi Suan and Tiandao Wooden Man were quite happy to cooperate, so he asked casually. No idea. Tiandao Wooden Man said calmly. It was impossible for him to tell Chi Suan any secrets. From the perspective of both camps, everyone was in opposition. Once you die, will your main body receive your memory? Chi Suan asked the key question. However, Tiandao Wooden Man did not answer. This involved the interests of the main body. Whether the answer was yes or no, it would have an impact. So he remained silent. Seeing this, Chi Suan did not continue to ask. If he didn't want to say it, then don't say it. Anyway, it didn't matter to him. Then, happy cooperation, I hope we will have a chance to meet again in the future, Chi Suan said, and directly smashed Tiandao Wooden Man's head into powder. He died on the spot, and couldn't die anymore. Then he stretched out his hand, and grabbed a consciousness frequency formed by mental fluctuations. The speed was very fast, only Chi Xuan was strong enough, otherwise, let alone catching it, he would not have time to observe it. Chi Xuan took a look and crushed it directly. This is also good news. The connection between the Tiandao ginseng fruit tree and the Tiandao wooden man is not real-time, but post-data transmission. So the other party only knows that this clone has an accident, and has no idea why it happened. Chi Xuan thinks that the Tiandao wooden man is worthy of being a wooden head, and he does things directly. If the leader of Tianga fails to get the news, then Fei's sneak attack will be smoother. At most, Fei should be able to arrive in more than a month. Before that, Zhua Fan should be able to use the two reinforcement materials of Su Xiang and Mu Qian. Then the cross-server war will start. Chi Xuan was just looking for fun before, but not now. He tried to hack into the Doomsday game through the Doomsday logic, so as to achieve the idea of swallowing up the Doomsday game together. Killing him before didn't bring much benefit, at most it was a relief. Now if you want benefits, you must give some bait first. He is not Jiang Taiyong, who can use a straight hook without bait when fishing. If you are willing to give up, you must give up first before you can gain. Dead, but no memory is transmitted back. It seems that the death is very thorough. On the mother planet of the Ginseng Fruit Tree clan, the last Ginseng Fruit Tree Tiandao noticed the death of the wooden man clone he arranged. Unfortunately, the death was too thorough, and no memory was transmitted back before death. This can also directly prove that something big has really happened on Qi Liuxing. Tiandao naturally understands how powerful his wooden man clone is. In other words, the spiritual masters of the 5 planets combined are not the opponents of his wooden man clone. So let alone investigate, even if the entire red meteor is destroyed, it would not be a big deal. But now, even after death, the memory has not been transmitted back. If this is not an accident, what is it? In this case, then plan ahead. The only thing left of the 5 elements spiritual treasures is the pure yang fire. I will go and get it myself. Tiandao knew that he could not delay any longer. Otherwise, changes beyond its control would inevitably occur, which it could not tolerate. After all, it has been preparing for so many years, and even laid out until now, how could it give up? Since the original plan may have problems, then take action in advance and catch the other party off guard. As long as he succeeds, then the name of Tiandao can be directly established. Then, let's start. When Tiandao's voice fell, all the faces on it opened their eyes, and began to scramble to break free from it. Chapter 517. Zhua Fan suddenly felt a kind of palpitation, and looked around with a confused look. I just broke through. Why do I have this feeling? Could it be that Su Xiang or Mu Qian came to kill me? He couldn't help but murmur. Now, he successfully broke through the immortal fire Yuan Jinfa to the perfect level through the method provided by Chi Xuan, and was preparing to start practicing the 9-fire True Yang Red Dragon technique, but such a thing happened. In the end, he could only put it aside temporarily, and come out of retreat to check the situation. Leader, you are out of retreat. How is the progress? The head of Fengwu Pavilion also came over to talk when he saw Zhua Fan coming out of retreat. It's going well, what happened? Zhua Fan did not reveal his progress, but shifted the topic to the present. There was a solar eclipse before, but we can't see any impact for the time being. Fengwu Pavilion's headmaster said, and it was very fast, so there was nothing strange about it. Hearing this, Zhua Fan frowned. The solar eclipse was originally regarded as an ominous sign. Now it suddenly appeared and disappeared quickly, which made him feel strange. Then what else did you find? Zhua Fan continued to ask. No, but if the disciples have any situation, I will report it to you, the leader, as soon as possible. What can the head of Fengwu Pavilion know? From the beginning to the end, it lasted only about 1 minute. Zhua Fan just came out a little late. If he was 1 minute faster, he could also see the end of the solar eclipse. Even if there was any situation, the head of Fengwu Pavilion would not be able to receive the news now. What news do Mu Qian and Su Xiang have? Zhua Fan changed the question. Although he has not yet started practicing the Yangwang sect-defining spiritual arts, with his current strength, he can directly transform into a fire elemental demon. Facing these two, even if he is fighting 1 against 2, he is sure to kill them. There is only news about Mu Qian, and Su Xiang's whereabouts are difficult to determine. The latest news is that he is collecting spiritual arts of Yang and fire attributes, and there is no limit on the quality. I suggest you clean up the door first. If Su Xiang really obtains a large number of spiritual arts of Yang and fire attributes and practices them, the harm will be far greater than Mu Qian. The head of Fengwu Pavilion gave Zhua Fan a suggestion. Mu Qian's Blood Sea Killing Sutra seems to have reached its upper limit, so there will be no qualitative change in strength growth. On the contrary, Su Xiang's behavior is a kind of behavior of taking the best of all schools. Once successful, there will definitely be a qualitative change, which is not good news for their Tianling League. Zhou Fan's heart sank, which means that Su Xiang has a high probability of practicing 9 Fire True Yang Red Dragon Art and Flame Dragon True Qi to the perfect level. At the same time, the other Yang and Fire attribute spiritual arts in Yangwang sect are probably already perfect. Otherwise, there is no need to collect spiritual arts outside Yangwang sect as a supplement. This is very tricky for Zhou Fan. Tell me the location of Mukan, I will deal with him first. During this period, you should collect information about Su Xiang as soon as possible, and wait for me to kill Mukan, and then kill Su Xiang. Although the head of Fengwu Pavilion is right, Zhou Fan understands one thing, that is, in terms of harm, Mukan, as a disciple of Qi Sha, is more harmful. After Su Xiang obtains spiritual arts, he will choose to concentrate on practicing, even if the other party already has a large number of perfect Yang and Fire attribute spiritual arts to learn by analogy. But it is not easy to practice a spiritual art to perfection. Not to mention that Su Xiang doesn't need any spiritual arts of Yang Fire attribute, but he needs to reach a certain quality. On the contrary, Mukan has been killing all the time. If he is dealt with one day later, there will be countless more deaths. The head of Fengwu Pavilion stands from the perspective of a vested interest, so the dead are just a string of numbers in his eyes. The best solution is to kill the biggest threat first instead of the biggest harm. No matter how big the harm is, it will not affect him, but the big threat can really affect him. So when Zhou Fan asked for Mukan's location, the head of Fengwu Pavilion was naturally reluctant, but due to Zhou Fan's strength, he could only arrange someone to send the information over. Leader, I have found out clearly that Mukan's location is. After the head of Fengwu Pavilion got the first-hand information, he naturally reported the location, and also pointed out the direction and distance. If there are any difficult 7 killing disciples nearby, tell me, and I will take care of them all along the way. Zhou Fan thought, since he was going, he might as well deal with a few more. It's rare to go on a long journey. How can he come back after killing someone? However, the head of Fengwu Pavilion showed a difficult expression. The only 7 killing disciple monitored by this alliance is Mukan. The harm of those 7 killing disciples combined is not as great as his, so. These words are not all lies, but there is a lot of truth in them. Just monitoring Mukan has already cost the Tianling Alliance a huge price, so how can it have the spare energy to monitor other 7 killing disciples? Besides, facing other 7 killing disciples, the strategy of the Tianling Alliance is to kill them directly, and they have never thought of monitoring them. There is only one powerful disciple of the 7 killings like Mukan, and the other 7 killings disciples are no different from their disciples. Even if they grow fast, they still need to be killed. However, humans are not leeks, which can grow again in 2 days after being cut. So if someone kills first, the ones who are killed later will naturally have no share. It is impossible for the first killing to lead the later killing, because there are no leftovers for those who have died. This has led to a serious decline in the quality of the 7 killings disciples today. However, the number has not declined. After all, the world is getting more and more difficult, and the hostility has begun to grow. Even if the Tianling League takes measures such as appeasement and protection, it is also a situation of being powerless. After all, the process is so cruel. As the saying goes, the disease comes like a mountain falling, and the disease goes away like pulling a thread. How can it be solved so easily? Okay, I know. Zhou Fan also realized that he was indeed too difficult for others. With his mouth, the disciples of the Tianling League had to fight for their lives. Among the disciples of the 7 killers, only Mukan is a threat to him, but it does not mean that the other disciples are the same. The disciples of the Tianling League are also human beings, and their strength does not fluctuate too much, so they will die naturally. Then I will go first. When I kill Mukan, it will definitely be a huge blow to the disciples of the 7 killers. Zhou Fan said, and turned into a flame and flew directly in the direction pointed by the head of Fengwu Pavilion. After seeing him walk away, the head of Fengwu Pavilion sighed, this blow is not much. The world is bad, people's hearts have changed, and the death of Mukan cannot solve it. He knew how much manpower, material resources and time it would take to deal with this mess, and even in his generation, it might not be solved. Heavenly doubt has taken action. Qi Xuan noticed that something was wrong with the sun. This is not the point. The point is that the parameters of the entire universe have vaguely undergone some logical changes. The ginseng fruit tree clan used it to deal with the ability of the human spirit master to live as long as the heaven and earth. Qi Xuan found through comparison that the ginseng fruit tree heavenly Tao transformed the sun as a radiation source, and then use the 5 planets on the edge as nodes to start changing the parameters of the universe. But I have to say that this world is really not big, only the size of a galaxy is left. It should have been more than this size originally, but it was damaged later. According to Chi Suiyan's speculation, in the heyday of this world, at least one ginseng fruit tree was a galaxy. Now there is only an area the size of a galaxy, naturally because of the damage after the war. Fortunately, a small sparrow has all the internal organs, and a smaller world is more beneficial to Chi Suiyan. The simplest point is that he is easy to eat, otherwise Chi Suiyan is afraid that he will be full to death in such a huge world. However, the pure yang fire has not been obtained yet. Why did it take the lead? It is not going to come and get it in person. With its size, how can it come here? Chi Suiyan learned from the wooden man of Tiandao that the size of Tiandao is as big as a planet. It was the mother planet of the ginseng fruit tree family. This is because of its broken body after the invasion war. In its heyday, the rhizome alone could spread across an entire galaxy. Now it can only be said that a tiger is bullied by a dog in a low position. If it really has the strength of the past, I am afraid that it can solve the problem directly by coming one rhizome at a time. So even if the heavenly Tao wants to move, it has no ability to move. Unless it can bring the mother star of the ginseng fruit tree clan with it. If it can't come, then the heavenly Tao wooden man is coming. Chi Suiyan quickly locked the possibility. There are as many heavenly Tao wooden men as there are humans on the trunk of the heavenly Tao, and the strength of each heavenly Tao wooden man should not be underestimated. If they swarm into the red meteor, no one except Chi Suiyan can deal with it. In fact, this is already the best situation. If it is not the heavenly Tao wooden man who comes. Chi Suiyan thought that with the other party's caution, coupled with the sudden change of the sun, it is very likely that there will be a two-pronged situation. After all, the other party has been planning for so many years, and now there is a tendency to fail. It must be done with all its strength to deal with it, rather than choosing to pin all its hopes on its own clone. Therefore, the invasion of the heavenly Tao wooden man is likely to be just an outpost, and the other party must have some means to let part of its body come in. I've let you live longer, but you insist on delivering yourself to me. What's the point? Chi Suiyan sighed. It's true that if I don't go to the mountain will come to me. I've only met a few people who are so eager to die in my life. Having experienced a lot in the doomsday world, I naturally met a lot of weirdos. Your gene samples have fallen into my hands. You are really generous. Chi Suiyan then set his sights on Zwafan. The protagonist's halo also urged him to take action. Even if Zwafan succeeds, he can only kill a Tiandao wooden man at most. The upper limit is so big. The gap is really too big. Chapter 518. Mukin took back the killing knife, feeling the calm of the surging power in his body, with dissatisfaction in his expression. He found that his blood sea killing sutra had completely reached its limit. The killing knife also stagnated after turning into a dragon, and the blood sea body no longer grew. But if you compare carefully, he can only be as good as Su Xiang, the red dragon flame demon. He has a chance of winning, but he can't reach the level he expected. It's useless to kill more, damn it. Mukin felt that he was deceived. The blood sea killing sutra said that it can be infinitely improved, but why can't I? It can't be a bottleneck. This made him feel quite depressed, thinking about killing more people to vent his anger. Suddenly his heart jumped, and the killing knife around him quickly closed, protecting him firmly under his body. Then a flame broke out, and the high temperature penetrated into the killing knife, making him feel a heat wave, and his skin appeared charred. Fortunately, his blood sea body was strong enough, and he recovered in an instant. Boom! The next moment, the entire killing knife began to vibrate, and it was obvious that the attacker had launched another attack. Seeing this, Mukin understood that he could not continue to sit and wait for death, but had to fight back. Otherwise, he would definitely be exhausted to death by the opponent. He reached out and grabbed the tail of the killing knife, swung the long knife, cut a flame, and forcibly hit a blank area. It's you. Mukin's expression was full of solemnity. He thought that the one who took action would be Su Xiang, the red dragon flame demon, but he didn't expect it to be Zwafan. After all, in his impression, the only one who could really be his enemy was Su Xiang, and Zwafan was just a joke. However, now, the opponent's strength is very strong, far better than before, even stronger than Su Xiang who fought last time. If he hadn't made rapid progress, if he had maintained his original strength, he would have died just now. Before, he had heard that Zwafan had merged the remaining major sects into the so-called Tianling League, and he had thought about killing them. But it would take time to kill them all the way, but he didn't expect that the opponent would come to the door first. It's beyond your expectation. You don't think that only you can become stronger? Zhou Fan's voice was full of heat waves. At this time, he was a complete fire element flame demon. Compared with the hideous and twisted red dragon flame demon, his appearance was more handsome and unrestrained. Even the Lihua giant swords in both hands changed their appearance. Yes, after all, you formed the so-called Tianling League, and you will inevitably be dragged down. It seems that you have found a balance between the individual and the power, Mukan said, waving the dragon of killing sword in his hand, and the sea of blood under his feet spread and began to spread continuously. As soon as the words fell, there was a charge. The speed of the killing knife was so fast that even the shadow could not be seen, but it was able to penetrate Zhou Fan's body with bloody killing intent. However, Zhou Fan was no longer the same as before. The huge sword of Lihua easily blocked the opponent's attack, and counterattacked with more violent power, directly splitting Mukan's killing knife in two. Looking at the broken killing knife, Mukan's face showed disbelief. After the dragon transformed killing knife, no matter how sharp, hard or tough it was already extremely powerful. Even he himself could not cut it off, and it just collided with the opponent's huge sword of Lihua and broke into two pieces. Before he could restrain his reaction, Zhou Fan's huge fire sword directly split him in half vertically, with the sword move of splitting Huashan Mountain. Although Zhou Fan didn't know why a jumping and slashing vertical slash was called this name, and he didn't know what Huashan Mountain was, it didn't matter, as long as the move was useful. A raging fire emerged, burning Mukan's body. However, under the sea of blood, another Mukan grew up, and the killing knife that was broken into two sections was restored again. Kill my life, I am indeed not your opponent. But how many times do you think you can kill me? Mukan held the killing knife and glanced at the charred corpse, not caring. After he practiced the Blood Sea Killing Sutra to the perfect level, not only did the killing knife turn into a dragon, but his own Blood Sea body also underwent a transformation and gained a powerful ability. His name was called Blood Sea Reincarnation. Every person killed by him will turn into a blood life and merge into his body. So if you want to kill him completely, you must kill him the same number of people as he killed. Otherwise, he will not die. As the most powerful person among the 7 Killing's disciples, he himself does not know how many people died at his hands, let alone Mukan. Zhou Fan saw that Mukan was perfectly resurrected, and his expression also looked a little solemn. He didn't even know how the other party was resurrected. You have practiced the Blood Sea Killing Sutra to perfection, Zhou Fan said coldly. That's right, I am already an immortal existence. No matter how strong you are, you can't defeat me. Mukan laughed softly. This ability actually has many flaws. The simplest point is that it must be within the range of the Blood Sea he released, and the killing knife must not be completely destroyed. Without one condition, he would not be able to resurrect the victims he killed. However, as long as he did not say these flaws, no one would know except Qisha Shinran, the creator of the Blood Sea Killing Sutra. He was not mentally ill, so how could he tell these to his enemies? Instead, he would always disguise himself and make the other party think that he was very powerful. You are simply a lunatic, Zhou Fan cursed. He wanted to practice this spiritual art to perfection, and countless people died in the hands of the other party. This is definitely an astronomical number for Zhou Fan. Thank you for your compliment, then, let's start the second round. Mukan didn't care about Zhou Fan's words at all, and waved the killing knife in his hand again. But this time, he died faster, and was killed on the spot by the furious Zhou Fan with a slash, and the killing knife was broken into pieces. I don't believe that you can really be immortal. As Zhou Fan's voice fell, another Mukan grew out of the Blood Sea again. He did it again without hesitation. Once, twice. He stopped only after Mukan had died nearly 1,000 times, and his face was extremely ugly. The other party really kept resurrecting. It seems that it is really difficult to kill you. Zhou Fan said this, but it did not mean that he was ready to give up, but to change a way to deal with it. Mukan laughed in a low voice. So you have no way to do it? Not being able to die does not mean that you are invincible. Zhou Fan suddenly approached and broke the opponent's killing knife again, and then captured Mukan alive. Actually, I can play with you slowly, but there is still Su Xiang that has not been dealt with. So I can only wrong you for a while. While speaking, Zhou Fan directly cut off Mukan's limbs, and also directly sealed the opponent's blood spirit power through Yang Yanhua. I can't kill you, but I can catch you. We have plenty of time in the future. I will make you regret that you have the power of immortality. After I kill Su Xiang, I will definitely take time to kill you 100,000 times a day. See if you can't stand the torture first, or your immortal power can't stand your death first. It doesn't matter if you can't kill Mukan now, But as long as you control Mukan and let him not go out to harm the world during this period of time. Mukan felt heavy in his heart. The worst thing happened, but he didn't show any thoughts on his face, but showed a bright smile. Don't you know I'm crazy? Ha! Why do you think torturing me will be useful instead of making me more crazy? At this time, you must not show your cowardice, otherwise the only one who will suffer is himself. His words did not affect Wafan. It did not matter what the other party said. It mainly depended on what he did. That's the best. I can get a punching bag that will last for a long time. How could Zwafan be shaken by the other party's 2 words? Before he took action, who knew whether it was a bluff or he really had the strength? Besides, there are still spiritual arts in the world that can be used for sealing, suppression and other effects. Zwafan does not know it, but it does not mean that there are none. There must be people who know it in the Tianling League. By then, torture Mukan to the point of dying and directly suppress him in the seal. Even if you have the ability to reach the sky, you could only be trapped in it and can't get out. Tianling League, I really didn't make a mistake at the beginning. This kid has done what I couldn't do. Su Xiang looked at the Tianling League headquarters not far away with a distorted face. He had heard about it before, but didn't care too much. After all, he was strengthening his own strength by practicing yang and fire attribute spiritual arts at that time. So even if he knew, he didn't come to see it. Until now, when this kind of spiritual art can no longer increase his strength, he thought about coming to see it. Unfortunately, now it is different from the past. In the past, Su Xiang would only be happy, but not now. He just wants to destroy this so-called Tianling League. As he becomes stronger, the killing consciousness has completely turned into a desire for destruction. He wants to destroy everything, whether it is a spiritual master or a human, they will be swallowed by his flames. Even in the end, even he himself will be destroyed by himself. I really want to know what you will look like after seeing the destroyed Tianling League. Gnashing your teeth, or breaking down and crying? Ha ha ha. While speaking, Su Xiang directly took action, and the endless flames began to spread from his center, turning into a terrifying sea of fire. In just a moment, it engulfed the Tianling League. The stronger spiritual masters, such as the heads of various sects, were able to react, but they had no time to escape. And the weaker spiritual masters were lucky, and died on the spot without any pain. Unlike the spiritual masters, who were still alive, and struggling to resist, the high temperature and severe pain were madly eroding their physical and mental sanity. Fortunately, their torture did not last long, and the flame soon turned them into charred corpses, deader than dead. Next, we have to wait for Zwafan to come back. I hope you won't be too sad. Su Xiang's eyes showed a fierce light. Chapter 519. When Zwafan rushed back to the Tianling League with Mukan, who only had a head and a torso left, his face turned pale. The Tianling League's headquarters was not magnificent, but it was well proportioned. Now, only the ruins after the burning were left. He couldn't think of anyone else who could master such a powerful fire power, except Su Xiang, the red dragon flame demon. He didn't have time to feel sad, and his anger broke out first. For no other reason, it was because he saw Su Xiang, the red dragon flame demon, walking out from the depths of the ruins of the Tianling League's headquarters. I've been waiting for you for a long time, and you're a little slow. After Su Xiang finished speaking, his eyes also fell on Mukan, who was held in Zwafan's hand, and his expression suddenly became solemn. It was true that Mukan before was not as good as him. But he also knew the characteristics of the Blood-Sea Killing Sutra that Mukan practiced. The other party's continuous slaughter during this period meant that his strength would definitely not be lower than his. However, the opponent was chopped into a human stick by Zwafan, which means that Zwafan's strength is also different from before. It seems that you have made great progress during this period, but I don't know. Su Xiang's words fell, and he had already come to Zwafan. How strong is it? He used his hand as a sword and pinched Zwafan's head directly. Zwafan's body also swelled up instantly, and he directly used the flame demon's true body to resist. First, he took Su Xiang's hand, and then the 2 Lihua giant swords performed the strongest sword move in innate Lihua sword technique 10,000 lights. He never used this move when dealing with Mukan. But now the anger has completely filled his consciousness, and he has long ignored it, and used the strongest move right away. I can do the lights of thousands of houses? Su Xiang showed a playful smile on his face. Although he no longer uses a sword, he uses his hands instead of swords. The power of the innate fire sword technique has not only not decreased, but has a tendency to go further. The flame shot up into the sky and turned into 2 terrifying seas of fire entangled together. The seas of fire were clearly separated, and did not merge together. But soon, a figure flew backwards, and half of his body was gone. This person was naturally Su Xiang. Although the opponent had used a lot of yang and fire attribute spiritual arts to make his own red dragon flame demon stronger, he was still a mutant version of the flame demon, and he still lacked the general outline of the immortal fire yuan true method. Even if he made up for it later, he could not completely make up for his innate deficiencies. Not to mention that Zhuo Fan was angry, and hit with all his strength. Right or wrong, I don't want to argue with you anymore. I just want you to die. 10,000 lights. Zhuo Fan had no intention of stopping, but cast 10,000 lights again without hesitation. This made Su Xiang, who had just landed, look crazy. He stood up without hesitation, and attacked at the same time even though only half of his body was left. Normally, this move of 10,000 lights can only be used once a day. After using it, you need to rest fully, so both Zhuo Fan and Su Xiang rarely use this move. But this does not mean that you can't use it continuously. As long as your body can bear it, it doesn't matter. Both of them are flame demons, and their physical fitness is naturally not to be mentioned. It's nothing more than injuries. As long as they are willing, they won't die even if they bombard the 10,000 lights 10 times. As for what happened afterwards, that was another story. Boom, Su Xiang was still the loser, and the remaining half of his body exploded into fireworks all over the sky. But the other party did not die himself, and the fireworks reshaped Su Xiang in the sea of fire, and also restored him to normal. This was not without cost, and the flames on his body were visibly dimmed. This means that if more people die, Su Xiang will really die. But now Su Xiang's consciousness has long been devoured by destruction. Regardless of the cost, he attacks Zhuo Fan again. Although I am not as orthodox as you, Su Xiang clenched his fist and punched through Zhuo Fan's chest, and Zhuo Fan's Lihua giant sword also pierced through the other party's head. But I also have my own way. These words made Zhuo Fan feel a little uneasy. But soon, he suppressed the uneasiness, and drew back the Lihua giant sword, preparing to do another move of thousands of lights. Su Xiang was even faster, but this time, he didn't use the sword moves in the innate fire sword technique, but moves that Zhuo Fan had never seen or heard of. Flame Demon Disintegration Technique. This is a powerful spiritual technique that I obtained by combining the Flame Demon Body Refining Technique with all the Yang Fire Spirit techniques I have obtained. After Su Xiang finished speaking, Zhuo Fan saw that Su Xiang's body was actually breaking apart inch by inch, and countless blood like magma flowed out of the cracks. At this moment, even Zhuo Fan, who had become a fire element flame demon, could feel a wave of heat coming towards him. He felt it was ridiculous that he was a flame demon, but he could still encounter a temperature that made him feel hot. This move was originally reserved for that wooden man, but it doesn't matter, since you are so strong. So you have to be quick, and you'd better kill me before I die, otherwise you won't have a chance to avenge your Tianling League, ha ha ha. Su Xiang even laughed at the end. His attack did not stop, and he smashed Zhuo Fan's Lihua giant sword with just one punch, and the second punch landed on Zhuo Fan's chest. His force not only pierced Zhuo Fan's chest, but also knocked him into the ground. Before Zhuo Fan got up, Su Xiang approached again and took the lead in grabbing him out of the ground. He hit Zhuo Fan's head 3 times, and even the hardest skull was turned into powder under these 3 punches. Directly turned Zhuo Fan into a headless fire demon. However, at this level of strength, Zhuo Fan's vitality and recovery ability are naturally strong enough to survive and regenerate without a head. And the speed was very fast, it grew back immediately after being shattered. However, Su Xiang, who used the Flame Demon Disintegration Technique, was even stronger and shattered his head again. But the flames on his body became increasingly dim, and compared to the heyday, the current brilliance was only a fraction of what it was. After this punch, Su Xiang finally let go of Zhuo Fan, staggered back a few steps, and ended up not being able to stand up, falling to the ground and just sitting there. He wanted to stand up again, but after struggling several times, he still couldn't do it. On the other side, Zhuo Fan had also recovered, and saw Su Xiang's situation, with a complicated look on his face. Master, do you regret it? Zhuo Fan stood in front of him. Even if he didn't make a move, Su Xiang would only have about a minute to live. He could feel that the flames on the other party were already fading away. Regret? Never. Su Xiang whispered, the period after I became the flame demon was the happiest time of my life. Don't worry about any bullshit rules, and don't care about any human relationships. I can do whatever I want, I can be unscrupulous, it's just wonderful. When he said this, his voice even carried a hint of excitement at the last moment of life. Oh, you are not the master, you are just a flame demon. Zhuo Fan's expression showed contempt. Zhou Fan also regretted it in his heart. If he had known that the flame demon body refining method would become such a terrifying appearance if it went astray, he would never have given it to Su Xiang at all. But now that things have come to this, there is no point in saying these things. If you say so, then so be it. Su Xiang's excitement dissipated along with the flames on his body, and the last ray of life was annihilated. Su Xiang died, not at Zhou Fan's hands, but at his own hands. In the end, he was devoured by his own destruction. Alas! Zhou Fan looked at the ruins of the Tianling League's base, and couldn't help but sigh. Just as he was about to leave, a flash of fire suddenly flashed in Su Xiang's body that was like a dead tree. The change suddenly occurred, and the fire directly sank into Zhou Fan's body at lightning speed. This change caught Zhou Fan off guard. Before he could check himself with his own yang fire spiritual power, a powerful force began to spread to his limbs. But this is not the point. The point is that countless memories emerged in his mind. These memories do not belong to Su Xiang, but to the Red Dragon Flame Demon. They are all various yang and fire attribute spiritual arts. Among them are naturally the Yang Wang Sex spiritual arts, 9 Fire True Yang Red Dragon Art, and Flame Dragon True Qi. These spiritual arts were mastered by Zhou Fan one by one in this process, and his realm was directly inherited from Su Xiang's perfection. It seems that I can save a lot of cost again. Qi Xuan looked at the data in his hand. At the same time as the fluctuations in the changes in the universe parameters began to soar, he also noticed the thoughts of the ginseng fruit tree heavenly Tao. Originally, I had to open up the channels of the other 4 planets to cause bloodshed. Now, I take care of the ginseng fruit tree. It seems that the 5 planets of gold, wood, water, fire and earth are very useful to it. Just right, let Zhou Fan try the foundation of the ginseng fruit tree. Qi Xuan put down the document in his hand and looked at Zhou Fan. Su Xiang's first reinforcement material had been used by Zhou Fan. Mu Can's reinforcement material will be given to Zhou Fan after Zhou Fan's reinforcement is completed this time. After 2 reinforcements, Zhou Fan should have reached the threshold of being able to use the pure yang fire. I hope he doesn't die too miserably when he fights the ginseng fruit tree. It's better to hold on for a while, so I can observe more data. Qi Xuan naturally knew how big the gap between the 2 sides was. If Zhou Fan mastered the pure yang fire at its peak, he could still win. But even if the reinforcement is completed, it only reaches the threshold of use, let alone mastery. Moreover, the pure yang fire has long been useless, and is nothing compared to its heyday. I'm still a little uncomfortable not being in the battle myself. It seems that I'm more suitable for the reckless type, rather than being a conspirator behind the scenes. Qi Xuan always wanted to go over and punch the ginseng fruit tree to death, but there were too few benefits to doing so he could only bear it. Chapter 520. In the universe, on the former home planet of the ginseng fruit tree family, the last mutated ginseng fruit tree has completely devoured the entire planet. The surface of the planet is full of dense rhizomes, which, through space technology, have spread into the center of the entire galaxy universe, the Sun. The rhizomes wriggle from time to time, extracting the Sun's energy, causing the Sun to begin to flicker unsteadily. It has started the final plan, with the Sun as the core, combining 5 nodes, intending to repair the entire universe while making itself the true way of heaven. On the rhizomes, there are countless wooden men working, and they are beginning to connect the 5 planets together through a lot of work. As nodes, how can they be close to each other? Naturally, they need to be connected as one. As for what the consequences will be, it naturally understands. It is nothing more than sacrificing everything on the 5 planets. But this is worth it for it. After all, these humans, in its eyes, are invaders. When it completes the planned value, it will be upgraded to the real heavenly Tao and obtain a complete universe. Even if the vitality of the universe is completely destroyed, it can be restored with its power, and it is not a big problem to even reshape the glory of the ginseng fruit tree family. Everything is developing in accordance with its plan, except for the red meteor. Because the pure yang fire has not been obtained, the node of this planet has not been completed, and it also lacks a base point. The flower bud on the head of the ginseng fruit tree Tiandao slowly bloomed, and the human face was gradually disintegrating. There were 4 rays of light flashing on its flower bud. These are the 4 5-element spiritual treasures of the spiritual master human beings, and they are also the source of the destruction of the ginseng fruit tree clan. After the buds are fully bloomed, it is a new life form, with the dual structure of trees and humans. The source of the 4 rays of light is the eyebrows of this life form. With the ginseng fruit tree clan as the genetic blueprint, plus the spiritual power structure of the spiritual master human beings. In conjunction with Qianyuan Jinmu, Feng Lei Miyuan, Xuanze Shuiling and Wuxu Shitu, You only need to make up the last pure yang fire to complete the 5 elements rotation. Then it will become the foundation of the heavenly Tao. It is a waste for these 5 element spiritual treasures to fall into the hands of humans. The dignified heavenly Tao treasure is actually just used as a weapon for combat, huh? The special life form opened his eyes, and he was the real ginseng fruit tree heavenly Tao. As for the huge tree that occupies the entire planet, it is actually him, but it is his body that has long been dead. He was forced to stay alive by the power of the ginseng fruit tree family, and was also an important device in the plan as a means of nurturing a new self. When the cosmic parameters changed, causing the last ginseng fruit tree to intersect with humans, he became a vegetable. However, he was extremely unstable, and only by warming his dead body could he survive. It was not until a long period of research that he found a way to stabilize himself. That's right, it was to use the 5 elements of the spiritual master's spiritual treasures. These 5 treasures must be used as the basis to get him out of the unstable state. Although he is still missing the pure yang fire, it doesn't matter. The 5 elements of spiritual treasures can already maintain his life form for a short time. As long as he retrieved the pure yang fire and integrated it within the duration, not only could his own life form be preserved, but the plan could also be carried out stably. He slowly stood up, and the 4 rules of gold, wood, water, and earth surrounded him, reflecting each other. He only needed to move slightly to destroy a planet. For him, this was no less than restoring part of his power in his heyday. Wait, what is that? He stood up and left his former body, and his perception and consciousness naturally spread outward. Then he saw a terrifying behemoth swimming in the universe. It was a one-eyed giant bull, with a snake tail, and a very conspicuous white head. But this was not the point. The point was that the size of this bull was comparable to a planet, and if it did not turn halfway, it would come to its home planet. Alive? But I remember that there are no other living things in the universe except for the 5 planets of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. He is the last remnant of the ginseng fruit tree. He has experienced the war of that year, and naturally knows the situation. So how could he not be shocked by the sudden appearance of such a strange cow? This made the ginseng fruit tree Tiandao alert. The sudden change is definitely not a good thing. With the speed of this giant bull, it will arrive in about 3 days at most. In this case, let's go and get the pure yang fire first. The ginseng fruit tree Tiandao did not intend to change the plan to test this cosmic giant bull. As long as his 5 elements are perfect, no matter what the origin of this giant bull is, it is not his enemy. He could still distinguish the important from the urgent. Then, he directly opened the space channel leading to the red meteor, and arrived in an instant. When he stepped on the soil containing life, the roots of plants began to grow on his feet, as if they wanted to take root. The breath of life. The ginseng fruit tree Tiandao couldn't help but sigh. He could feel the sensory stimulation provided by the nutrients absorbed by his roots. In just a moment, with him as the center, the ground began to be gray and dead. He was a strong man who could destroy a planet at will. Even if he just sucked a little, it would be a fatal blow to a certain area on the planet. Therefore, in order to ensure the smooth progress of his plan, he tried his best to restrain his instinct for the earth from the plants. Otherwise, if the vitality of the red meteor was completely devoured, even if he obtained the pure yang fire, the next plan would lack the last piece of the puzzle. As soon as the perception was slightly released, the holder of the pure yang fire was found. What kind of life form is this? Why doesn't it look like a human? Ginseng fruit tree Tiandao was a little confused. Although the other party was still wearing a human skin, it was only human skin. From the body to the soul, it has been completely alienated into a kind of fire monster, and it exudes extreme tyranny. In terms of fit, it is perfectly adapted to the pure yang fire, just like a container born for the pure yang fire. This is not something that can be evolved from the innate, but someone has transformed the holder of the pure yang fire. And he was able to evade my perception. The one who took action was quite powerful. Ginseng fruit tree Tiandao looked solemn. Zuofan recovered from the memory of the red dragon flame demon, and an uncontrollable killing intent appeared in his eyes. He could feel the expansion of his strength. Fortunately, with his own will and the orthodox flame demon body refining method, he suppressed the violent impulse of destruction. But these are not the point. The point is that he can feel that Mukin has a fatal attraction to him. It's like his body and soul are craving for each other. He swallowed his saliva, then slowly stood up and walked over. He grabbed Mukin involuntarily, and the belly of the fire element flame demon opened a big mouth, and Mukin was stuffed into the body without hesitation. As the chewing sound rang out, Zuofan realized what he had done. But it was too late. The big mouth in the abdomen had already healed, and he couldn't vomit even if he wanted to. After he devoured Mukan, an irreversible transformation began to take place on his body. Originally, his fire element flame demon was in human form, but now it has turned into a dragonman form, and the flame has also turned blood red. He has obtained the complete power of Su Xiang and Mukan, and the blood-colored flame is the fusion of the blood seed body and the flame demon's true body. Two blood-red Lihua giant swords slowly squeezed out of his palm. This was not condensed by him with the innate Lihua sword technique, but originated from the killing sword in the Blood Sea Killing Sutra. Although the killing sword is a very strange sword, its power should not be underestimated. After everything was completed, he woke up from a dream and felt the flame jumping between his eyebrows. That is the pure Yang fire, one of the 5 elements treasures of the spiritual master. Tell me, who created you? A voice came from his ear. Zhou Fan turned his head and looked at a man who was a combination of a tree and a human, who was more vivid than the wooden man last time. Created me? It seems that you have misunderstood something. Zhou Fan raised his eyebrows. He wanted to know, but after Su Xiang destroyed the Tianling League, everything became an unknown mystery. After all, the owner of the Tang Sugar Shop who gave him the ancestral spiritual art had also been buried in the Sea of Fire, and no one knew about it. But it doesn't matter, just kill you. Although Zhou Fan didn't know the origin of this strange vegetative person in front of him. But one thing can be confirmed, that is, to kill the other party. The killing knife in his hand turned into a hideous dragon bone scale armor, covered with blood and fire, and at the same time mobilized the power of the pure Yang fire between his eyebrows. He turned into a blood-red dragon in an instant, with the appearance of a dragon man. The killing knife attached to his body became white bone dragon scales. All this seemed to be his instinct, and he had mastered it without any adaptation. Zhou Fan knew that it came from his fusion of Su Xiang and the swallowing of Mu Xin. At the same time, he was more certain that the Blood Sea Killing Sutra passed down by the 7 Killings true man had a close relationship with the spiritual arts he practiced, including the Yang Wang sect-defending spiritual arts. He guessed that the ancestor of the Tang family sugar shop owner might be the 7 Killings true man, who was also the founder of the Yang Wang sect, Yang Wang true man. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why these 3 spiritual arts could assist each other. Not bad courage. The ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao couldn't help but praise. It's just that your strength is too far behind your ancestors. In that case, I will use a little bit of my strength to play with you, and see if you can have some of the style of the spiritual master back then. The ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao said with interest. Chapter 521. As expected, Zhou Fan was defeated miserably. He was not dead yet, but the pure Yang fire was directly dug out. Now he was only holding on with one breath, and he was about to die. At the beginning, the ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao only fought with the same strength as him. Although the fight was difficult, there was still hope. Then with the help of the protagonist Halo, he exploded directly. The result is naturally self-evident. The explosion did allow him to defeat the ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao very smoothly. But there is a problem, that is, Zhou Fan defeated the enemy who was affected by the protagonist Halo and became playful, and the opponent did not use his true strength. This means that when he won, the game was over. The gap between the two sides was too big, even the protagonist Halo could not help Zhou Fan win. At this time, the blood-red flame on Zhou Fan's body had dimmed to the point where only the flame was left. When he was dying, he couldn't help but recall the past. When did the world change? He asked softly. But no one could answer his question. He couldn't understand why all this happened, because everything was normal before. His consciousness gradually blurred, and his mind gradually became rigid. In the last moments of his life, he saw a figure standing in front of him. Unfortunately, because his eyes had problems due to dying, he could only see a rough figure. Even if he tried his best to open his eyes, and wanted to see, he couldn't see anything. Maybe it was just an illusion. In the end, he could only regrettably lose consciousness, and still couldn't see clearly who the figure was. The figure was naturally Qi Xuan. He looked at Zhou Fan, who was already dead, and felt extremely sorry. How come you died without even trying to find out anything? But your protagonist Halo, and you have done your best, especially your protagonist Halo, which has been supporting you. If the gap between the two sides was not so huge, you would really win. This protagonist Halo is really amazing. Qi Xuan looked at the protagonist Halo that was gradually dissipating. This was the failed version. He did not retire after completing the duties of the protagonist, but died directly. However, in the process of dissipation, all of them were captured by Qi Xuan. Seeing that you have done so many things for me, I think you should not mind helping me again after you die. It just so happens that you can also avenge yourself. This is called killing two birds with one stone. Chi Xuan looked at Zhou Fan's body and thought about letting the other party continue to toss and turn. At this point, there is only the flame demon. Chi Xuan's voice fell, and dense fibers poured into Zhou Fan's body. The body, which was gradually cooling down, showed a shuddering high temperature. Suddenly, the closed eyes of the corpse opened again, but this time, there was no reason or self. The eyes were full of desire for destruction and killing. The blood-red flames on the body, which had long been extinguished, rose again, and the dragon-like body looked more hideous and twisted. The huge body climbed up with a little stiffness. The resurrected one was naturally not Zhou Fan, but the real flame demon. A crazy creature that only knew destruction and killing. Especially after the addition of the fiber body, the flame demon was directly transformed into a war machine. As time passed, the flames on the flame demon burned more and more vigorously, looking like a pile of fire. Remember, when the passage between the 5 planets is opened, take your legion and destroy all life, Chi Xuan said. The flame demon nodded indifferently, trying his best to restrain his desire for killing and destruction. Even its creator in front of him had a conflict of wanting to tear it apart. But Chi Xuan was the creator of the flame demon after all. Even if the other party wanted to take action, the corresponding measures left on the other party would forcibly control it. Instincts and impulses, no matter how strong, cannot shake the authority of the creator. Then go, create as many legions as possible, Chi Xuan said bluntly. The flame demon turned and left, leaving behind a burning blood-red flame on each footprint, and at the same time forming a charred footprint on the ground. As for how to create enough legions, it is also very simple. Killing and destruction will do. The flame demon is originally a creature similar to rules, so there is no need to reproduce to create the flame demon core. Although the strength of the created flame demon is not as good as the flame demon created by Chi Xuan himself, its combat effectiveness is also extraordinary. A member of the Flame Demon Corps can defeat at least 10 Heavenly Dao Wooden Men, and the leader of the Flame Demon Corps is a benchmark for the Ginseng Fruit Tree Heavenly Dao. Combat power expansion? Chi Xuan has personally taken action. If the Flame Demon still cannot meet the standard, then what is the point of resurrecting it? It's not a waste of time. If the combat power does not expand, what is the point? After death, it was resurrected as a Flame Demon, but it lost the aura of the protagonist. If there is no change in strength, when facing the Ginseng Fruit Tree Tian Dao, I am afraid that he will be killed in one move. The opponent will play cat and mouse with you only if you have the influence of the protagonist's halo. Without this influence, most people will kill the enemy as much as they can. After Chi Xuan finished the work, his figure slowly retreated again. He was going back to continue researching the technology. The World Shuttle technology and Hidden Protection technology have made great progress. In about 3 to 5 days, the research will be completed. When the test is completed without any problems, Chi Xuan can start without any worries. For the time being, he can only use Fei and Yan Mo to start the proxy war. The main reason is that he can't run away in time, which makes him feel insecure, so he chooses to save his life. After all, his small body, which is no less than a tonic in all worlds, will have to fight against the whole world once it is exposed. Therefore, it is natural to do it indirectly instead of directly. When he arrives in the next world, his situation will be much better. Everything is difficult at the beginning, and Chi Xuan happened to start here. After returning to his safe area, Chi Xuan reached out and slapped Doomsday Game twice. The Doomsday intensified, causing Doomsday Game's recovery speed to increase again, so in order to prevent Doomsday Game from doing sit-ups, Chi Xuan could only let it lie back down with tears. Doomsday Game could be on the verge of death, but it could never be healthy and strong. So in order to prevent it from becoming something Chi Xuan didn't like, Chi Xuan could only debug it himself. After all, you don't need to ask others for anything, you have to do your own things yourself. After doing all this, he looked at the universe and whispered, "Let's start." The Ginseng Fruit Tree Tian Dao, who obtained the last 5-element spiritual treasure, returned to his former home planet, where his body remained, which was the key equipment in the plan. At this moment, his eyebrows were no longer shining with the brilliance of the spiritual treasure. Instead, there were only 5 strange lines similar to tattoos. These 5 lines were entangled with each other, the head was the tail, and the tail was the head. It symbolizes the mutual generation and mutual restraint of the 5 elements. This means that he not only has the power of the Ginseng Fruit Tree family, but also has the power of the 5 elements controlled by the spiritual master. The 2 powers merged in the body of the Ginseng Fruit Tree Tian Dao into a more powerful and pure new force. The ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao called it the power of all things, between idealism and materialism, brand new and unique. I and the red meteor seem to have been influenced by something, and I actually played this kind of house game with a native. The ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao couldn't help but sneer at his previous self. Fortunately, there was only a small problem in the middle, and the result was not changed. He returned to the top of his body, which was the position of the flower bud where he once lived. Although the flower bud had fully bloomed into a flower at this time, there was no trace of vitality, but it looked dead. He sat back, and 5 spiritual lights of white, green, black, red, and yellow appeared behind him, and then corresponded to the 5 planets of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The next moment, the roots of the ginseng fruit tree that had penetrated into the sun slowly withdrew, making the entire planet look fierce. But soon, the surrounding space was completely torn apart, and the 5 planets at the edge of the small universe were pulled over in an instant. The surrounding space was completely shattered, and the 5 planets were pulled into orbit without any obstruction. Even the largest of the 5 planets was just a small one when facing the size of the ginseng fruit tree. The huge gravitational force caused the 5 planets to sink. Following the gravitational force, the 5 planets fell, and were installed in the predetermined position. At this moment, it was no longer the 5 planets that were connected, but on the same planet. The planets were embedded in the planets, which looked extremely strange. But soon, the 5 spiritual powers of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth began to be released by the ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao. At the same time, through space technology, a channel directly leading to the sun was formed. Previously, these channels had been opened and stabilized through the rhizomes, and the energy of the sun was extracted for maintenance. Otherwise, why would the ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao stick his roots into the sun? It was naturally for advanced preparation. Otherwise, if the passage is open now, what if something unexpected happens? You can't let the plan wait for you. What happened to the red meteor again? The ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao suddenly found that a blood-red flame began to spread rapidly on the red meteor and began to gush out. The other 4 planets died well, without any resistance. Why is it that you, the red meteor, have so many problems? It seems that the black hand behind the scenes can't help but take action. In that case, let's do it together. Before the ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao finished speaking, a blood-red wave rushed towards him. Now, the second round begins, Wooden Man. A violent and crazy voice came out from the blood-red wave, and unscrupulously released his desire for destruction and killing. Chapter 522. You didn't die? How interesting. No, you died. You are no longer you. The ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao slowly stood up. The 5 elements of light behind him rotated. But before he could make a move, the 2 giant swords in the hands of the flame demon had already chopped down. Boom! The pure speed and power combined with the temperature of the flame demon chopped the ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao away on the spot. Even the remaining body and flower buds were broken. This made the ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao, who stopped in midair, look horrified. Before, the opponent was not his opponent at all, and he only needed to use a little insignificant power to make the opponent difficult to deal with. But now it is different. The opponent can force him to dodge with speed and brute force alone. This change in strength is really incomprehensible to him. Haha, do you think that killing me will be alright? The ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao couldn't help but chuckle. When the 5 planets were embedded on his home planet, the plan had already begun. He could feel that the entire universe was slowly being repaired, and at the same time, his former body was infusing the power of the entire world into his body. This meant that he had begun to upgrade to the heavenly Dao. The so-called speed and brute force were of no use in front of the entire world. The flame demon didn't care about the other party's words at all, but launched an attack again. This time, the speed and power of the attack were once again raised to a higher level. With one sword, the ginseng fruit tree heavenly Dao was directly split into 2, and blood-red flames burned on its body. This kind of flame will burn from the body to the soul, and then to the spirit, and like a maggot on the tarsal bone, even if you cut off the entire piece of flesh and soul, it will be useless. The cut ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao slowly healed, and the blood-red flames on his body gradually extinguished. He didn't even take any action, just relying on a small part of the world's power instinct, and easily dealt with the attack of the flame demon. You, a step late. If the plan had not started, with your current strength, you could really kill me. But now, everything is too late. The tone of the ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao was playful. When the voice fell, infinite power fell, directly crushing the flame demon into a mess. Only a faint blood-red flame was burning in the air. Look, it's easy to kill you. Just wipe it out gently, and everything will be over. After the ginseng fruit tree Tiandao finished saying this, the flames in the rotten paste seemed to be wiped out by an invisible big hand. It was as if nothing existed. He used the power of the world to delete and kill the other party from the bottom of the logic. The whole process was smooth, and there was no hindrance. From the beginning of the plan, everything has been settled. There are always people who want to provoke Tiandao without knowing the consequences. The ginseng fruit tree Tiandao said softly, and then his eyes fell on the red meteor. He wanted to find the mastermind behind the creation of the flame demon. But as far as he could see, he couldn't see any changes at all. Why not? This shouldn't be the case. Could it be that he ran away? The look of the ginseng fruit tree Tiandao changed slightly. This situation was indeed beyond his expectation. Logically speaking, he has now obtained some of the power of the heavenly Tao. Even if he has not yet become the heavenly Tao completely, no one in the universe can hide from him. Behind him, a wave of heat swept over, and was blocked by the ginseng fruit tree Tiandao with the power of the world. Alive? It shouldn't be. I have clearly killed you at the world level. Even if you have the ability to resurrect, it will not work. The ginseng fruit tree Tiandao turned his head and looked at the flame demon, who appeared again. At this time, the opponent's figure became more and more distorted, and the consciousness formed by destruction and killing on his body was completely condensed into substance. So your creator is far better than me? The ginseng fruit tree Tiandao also doubted himself at this time. After thinking about it, there was only this possibility left. But this possibility is too absurd. He is already half of the heavenly Tao, so it can't be the complete heavenly Tao that is more powerful than himself. It is not impossible to say so, but the problem is that if there is a heavenly Tao in the universe where he lives, he will not allow himself to succeed, and he has already solved this hidden danger at the beginning of his plan. It is impossible to wait until now, when he launches the plan to act. He has already launched the plan, not to say that he is throwing all his money at it, which is the weakest time, but everything is ready and at the strongest stage. He does not deal with it at ordinary times, but has to wait until the most serious time to deal with it. Isn't it a problem? So the ginseng fruit tree heavenly Tao does not understand why this is. The flame demon did not answer the other party's words, but launched an attack without hesitation. The resurrected flame demon is even more powerful. With every move, he directly shattered the space wherever he passed, forming a narrow and long space turbulence area. 10,000 lights. The low roar from the flame demon's mouth reached the ears of the ginseng fruit tree Tiandao. He had seen this move before, but what he saw was not the powerful flame demon in front of him, but the weak Zwafan. So the power was naturally incomparable. The fire lines surrounded him, turning into fireworks that covered the sky and the sun, and with a sea of fire, not only him, but also his body was engulfed. This is a huge existence that cannot be compared with 5 planets, and it was covered by the sea of fire. Tear. The covered sea of fire was torn apart in an instant before it could move further, and everything seemed so calm. Ginseng fruit tree Tiandao naturally could not let the flame demon succeed. If this sword move was really completed, it would definitely affect his plan. Thanks to the plan, he was constantly becoming the heavenly Tao, and his strength was also increasing crazily, which made it so easy to solve. Theoretically, the flame demon had no chance of winning. The ginseng fruit tree Tiandao in the last second and the ginseng fruit tree Tiandao in the next second are completely different levels. As long as he can delay enough time to make his degree of Tiandao higher, the difficulty of getting rid of the flame demon will be lower. Reaching out his hand and lightly tapping, the ginseng fruit tree Tiandao directly imprisoned the flame demon, who was once again holding the giant sword and preparing to cut off his head. Even if the sword move of Wanjia Dinghua was not performed successfully, it also provided some cover for the flame demon, so he killed it directly and prepared to attack. However, this small move had no way to cause any harm to the ginseng fruit tree Tiandao. For him now, the universe is a part of his body. Any behavior of the flame demon is clear in his eyes, and cannot be concealed at all. It's time to end, young man. After the ginseng fruit tree Tiandao finished speaking, the imprisoned flame demon's body began to slowly become transparent, as if the color had been drained. However, what he drained was not a color, but the existence of the flame demon. Deletion, extinction, existence cleaning, etc. Not only the flame demon disappeared, but also Zwafan, its predecessor, disappeared with it. Very courageous ant, but that's all. The next step is to find the person behind the scenes. Before the ginseng fruit tree Tiandao finished speaking, a giant sword pierced his chest. He slowly turned his head, and at the same time, the giant sword at the chest position slowly broke. This is impossible, you. What caught his eyes was the flame demon that he had dealt with for the second time, and the other party was resurrected again. The first time was an accident, but now it's the second time, so the problem is very big. The great power of the heavenly Tao that he obtained from the universe world can't actually erase the other party. This joke is too big. Nothing is impossible. A brand new giant sword squeezed out from the palm of the flame demon, and he chopped again without any hesitation. The attack did not successfully hit the ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao again, but the doubts about himself had begun to shake his determination. And the flame demon, who was resurrected again, became even stronger, with a sense of déjà vu that the more he died, the stronger he became. Theoretically, I have become stronger now, and the opponent is not as good as me. However, now the theory has been overturned. Every time I kill the opponent's strength will advance by leaps and bounds with me, and then the situation of equal strength will appear. This made the ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao very uncomfortable. At this time, he already felt that it might not be so easy for him to be promoted to Tian Dao. As expected of a person who has been in business for such a long time, it's a good thing that I am the world, and you are just a semi-finished Tian Dao, otherwise the flame demon would have been killed instantly. The person who resurrected the flame demon was naturally Qi Xuan, so who else could it be? The theory of the ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao was correct, but his theory did not take into account the external factor of Qi Xuan. However, he didn't even know Qi Xuan, so it was impossible for him to consider it, even if he had realized that there were more terrifying pushers behind the flame demon. But if he couldn't find it, he couldn't solve it. Even if he realized it, what could he do? He couldn't just start killing people. With his current strength, he couldn't do this at all, unless he completed the upgrade and became the Tian Dao of this universe. However, the idea was good, but there was a dead loop in it. That is, if you want to become the Tian Dao, you have to solve this problem, but if you want to solve the problem, you have to become the Tian Dao first. Therefore, the existence of this bug caused the logic of the ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao itself to get stuck. Of course, there is a way to break the situation, that is to delay time, which is similar to believing in the wisdom of future generations. Every time the flame demon is resurrected, it will be strengthened by Qi Xuan, so no matter how strong the ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao becomes, the flame demon can keep up. The reason for doing this is naturally that Qi Xuan wants the ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao to be upgraded to the real Tian Dao. Then capture it in one fell swoop, whether it is killed directly or studied later, it will be of great benefit to Qi Xuan. The reason for forcing the other party is also very simple. If you don't work hard, the progress will be very slow, and Qi Xuan can't wait. Chapter 523. Ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao. He didn't know how many times he had wiped out the flame demon. Every time he disappeared, the enemy would reappear and his strength would rise to the same level as him. This forced him to speed up his plan. Fortunately, he had been planning for so many years, and was naturally prepared. Therefore, he naturally increased his efficiency. The 5 elements of spiritual treasures on his body dimmed instantly, and the 5 planets began to break. He glanced at the flame demon core that kept attacking his wooden clone. As the killing and destruction continued, more and more flame demons were born on their own. From the beginning when the wooden clone had the advantage to now being evenly matched, the heart of the ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao became heavier and heavier. Fortunately, this flame demon core was useless to him, no matter how many there were. It was still very simple to wipe them out. But the only thing that was really difficult to deal with was the flame demon that had been following his footsteps. This was the most distressing part. Since I can't kill you, imprisoning you is the same. Ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao could only settle for the next best thing. The great power between heaven and earth turned into a cage, trapping the flame demon to death in it. And it also added dense rules to make the cage stronger and stronger. The flame demon could not destroy it at all, and could only watch it sink directly into the depths of the universe. Ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao also understood that this approach was only a temporary solution. He wanted to solve the problem directly, but he couldn't do it with his current strength. He could only delay it first and make himself stronger before killing. The idea was good, but soon, he sensed that a terrifying heat wave roared out from the depths of the universe. The flame demon blew itself up. And the power of the self-explosion was so strong that even the cage of rules used as a prison was broken. Rules should only be broken by rules. This is too contrary to common sense. The ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao felt helpless. The opponent did not have any fancy abilities, only brute force and high temperature from beginning to end. However, the brute force of the flame demon could break the rules, and the high temperature could burn the rules. But in the eyes of the ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao, These two advantages were too unsolvable, and they were no longer ordinary powers. But the way they were expressed was very ordinary, nothing more than strength, speed and flames. Who on earth created such a weird life to target me? Damn it! The mentality of the ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao collapsed a little. For no other reason, it was because the flame demon appeared in front of him again, and continued to charge with a giant sword like a dogskin plaster. The opponent's strength further increased, and he developed the ability to lock, directly breaking through the distance of space and appearing in front of him. Ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao stretched out his hand to pinch the giant sword swung down by the flame demon, and his expression was already impatient. You are really disgusting, Stonefire man. He cursed directly, and then the giant sword in the opponent's hand was annihilated into flames and dissipated. Thank you for your compliment, I like your evaluation of me very much. The flame demon said, opened his bloody mouth, and immediately bit down on the opponent's neck. This time, the ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao did not defend, but let the opponent bite on his neck, and a large piece of wood and flesh was torn off. The flame demon swallowed it in one gulp without chewing it. He was not an ordinary life form, so he had no sense of taste and could not tell whether it was good or bad. He did this simply to attack. How does it taste? Asked the ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao. I ate it too quickly and didn't taste it. The flame demon licked his lips, then opened his mouth again to bite. Why don't you let me taste another piece? The flame demon's body actually became partially woody, and the flames in the corresponding parts were extinguished, and at the same time, they were absorbed by the flames in other parts of the body. This woodiness was constantly improving, and the final result was to completely assimilate the flame demon. The ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao's idea was naturally not just that, but also to use the power of the universe to make the flame demon completely become his incarnation. He was now being promoted to Tian Dao, and similarly, the woodiness of the flame demon, as a part of him, was also undergoing this process. Unfortunately, the ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao was able to control this process. So this means that he is controlling the flame demon. But the next moment, a violent and crazy consciousness also began to madly attack the consciousness of the ginseng fruit tree heavenly Dao along the control position of the flame demon. But for him, this is not a big problem. Living to this day, his thinking consciousness is extremely strong and tenacious. The violence and madness brought by the flame demon's experience are not to be feared at all. Even after entering his thinking consciousness, it can't stir up any waves. How can a small flame evaporate the boundless ocean? Let the flame demon fight for another 10,000 or 8,000 years, maybe it will be qualified to affect the ginseng fruit tree heavenly Dao. Otherwise, even if Swafan's age is added, it's not even a fraction of the total. So the impact was basically ignored. And he dealt with it very easily. However, this brutality and madness was not a one-time event, but a continuous transmission. However, the efficiency and quantity of transmission had no meaning in the eyes of the ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao. This time, he finally controlled the flame demon. Then he glanced at the flame demon core, and all the flame demon core became transparent and disappeared in an instant. If he couldn't wipe out the flame demon, could he not wipe out this group of derivatives from the flame demon? After the flame demon core disappeared, they did not resurrect like the flame demon. After all, their strength was far inferior to that of the flame demon. After dealing with the flame demon core, the wooden man clone naturally gained freedom and started a new round of massacre. The target of the massacre was naturally humans. This was part of the sacrifice, and the target of the sacrifice was naturally the ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao. It's just that humans are not the hosts of the sacrifice, but the sacrifices in the sacrifice. Without the sacrifice, what kind of sacrifice is it? Humans should not exist. The ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao said softly. To him, they are the natives, and humans are just a group of invaders. It's just that they failed to clean up the mess back then, and later they became valuable. Otherwise, he would have destroyed all the humans on the 5 planets long ago. How could he allow them to continue living? He doesn't need to worry about the blood sacrifice. The wooden man will do it very well. Then he turned his attention back to the flame demon, and the other party had already completed half of the wood. If nothing unexpected happens, in about 3 minutes at most, the flame demon will turn into his clone, the wood demon. This is very good news for him. After all, he was stuck with a bug. He couldn't be resurrected until the flame demon died, and he wouldn't continue to become stronger if he couldn't be resurrected. Not only did he get rid of a future trouble, but he also got a powerful clone, which was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As for the possibility that this clone might have some means of the mastermind, the ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao had never considered this matter. When the Wood Demon clone was completed, he directly let the Wood Demon clone fight the Cosmic Giant Bull. He suspected that the Cosmic Giant Bull approaching him was also a preparation of the mastermind. It would be best if both of them could die together. Of course, it would be best if they could delay a little time. Anyway, for him, as long as he used it as a fast-moving consumer product, he didn't care what backup plan he had. However, there might be a problem with doing this, which was that the Flame Demon, who was assimilated into the Wood Demon clone, would recover again. But now that things have come to this, there is no choice. He naturally cannot keep a life form that may have hidden dangers by his side, and being able to solve it is naturally the best result. At this time, the ginseng fruit tree Tiandao has already felt the approaching threat and malice, which is a feeling he has only gained after he has reached half of the progress of upgrading to Tiandao. This approaching threat and malice is lurking in the universe, but he can't find it, which makes him extremely anxious. The remaining half, at least half an hour, should be in time. The ginseng fruit tree Tiandao was anxious. He needs time, but the enemy may not give him enough time. Looking at the completely assimilated Wood Demon clone, he directly opened the space channel and threw it to the side of the Cosmic Giant Bull. It's really urgent, this is good news. Qi Xuan looked at the behavior of the ginseng fruit tree Tiandao and didn't care much. Let the Wood Demon fight Fei. Isn't this a sure way to send food? But there is still half an hour, it seems that Fei has to speed up, otherwise he won't be able to catch up with the food later. Since the ginseng fruit tree Tiandao is going to complete the upgrade, the next solution is very simple. Qi Xuan grabbed Tiandao, and Fei opened his mouth to eat the opponent's mother planet, the entire body, and all the wooden people, including the 5 planets of gold, wood, water, fire and earth. This is called making the best use of everything. The more fierce Doomsday is, the faster you recover. Qi Xuan said, and gave Doomsday Game 2 more punches. Before, it was a big cunt, but now it has become a fist, which shows how much benefit Doomsday can bring to Doomsday Game. After 2 punches, Doomsday Game, which had not had time to stand up, withered again. No wonder you need to complete the limited time event of the World Pass in the end. The longer you delay, the more you earn. That is to say, there are no survivors now, otherwise the profit would be greater. Every survivor is a node of Doomsday Game, with a mouthpart, constantly sucking the concept of Doomsday. I have to say, you and I are really a perfect match. You are both troublesome, no wonder you and I can go to the end. Qi Xuan couldn't help but tease. If we had cooperated fairly at the beginning, we wouldn't have loved and killed each other. Maybe we can grow together. After Qi Xuan finished speaking, he gave Doomsday Game another big cunt, causing the power that had just recovered to dissipate again. Chapter 524. Ginseng Fruit Tree Tiandao was disappointed when he saw his Wood Demon clone being swallowed by the Cosmic Giant Bull, and then, there was no follow-up. Fortunately, half an hour passed in a flash, and he successfully completed the upgrade. But the problem is that until now, there is still no clue about the truth behind the scenes. Pa pa pa, suddenly, a burst of applause came from his ears, which made his expression suddenly change. He looked at the source of the sound. It was an ordinary middle-aged man wearing a white coat, strolling towards him. The speed was not fast, but he did not see how the other party approached him. Whether it was at the macro level or the micro level, it seemed as if it did not exist. You are very good. You actually succeeded. You are the second person I have seen who achieved the Heavenly Tao with a mortal body. But there is still a big gap between you and the Heavenly Tao I know. Qi Xuan walked up to the ginseng fruit tree Heavenly Tao, stretched out his hand casually, and grabbed the other's neck. At this moment, the ginseng fruit tree Heavenly Tao actually felt suffocated. Now he is already the Heavenly Tao, how could he have such a feeling? Even if he had not yet become the Heavenly Tao, he would not have such a feeling. But now it appeared absurdly in his body, just like a human without any extraordinary power. If he did not break free, this suffocation would definitely kill him. Who are you? The ginseng fruit tree Heavenly Tao could not understand how Qi Xuan did it, but he was struggling, but he could not struggle at all. The gap between the two sides has made him unable to see any hope of survival. I. Just an ordinary survivor. Qi Xuan said modestly. When you go out, you naturally have to put on a suitable vest for yourself. You can't reveal your identity. That's so dangerous. What if someone knows your whereabouts and is targeted? Ordinary? Haha, the expression of the ginseng fruit tree Tiandao revealed that you kid lied so perfunctorily. Why? Is my appearance so handsome or ugly? Qi Xuan has a clear understanding of his appearance. If he changed his name to Zhang Wei, from the name to the appearance, he would be a complete passerby. Maybe he could have awakened an S-level talent with a sense of existence reduced by 1. If Chi Xuan hadn't been selected by the protagonist's halo, he would have been a cannon fodder with a name, not to mention being a supporting role. Appearance is just an external thing. It's ridiculous that you care about these things when you are so powerful. After saying this out of the blue, the ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao gasped. Chi Xuan's hand loosened slightly, giving him breathing comfort, and then said, "Then why do you make yourself so handsome? You said you don't care, but you look like a handsome guy." Chi Xuan is the one who really doesn't care, otherwise he would have done beauty treatments long ago. There are also advantages to having an ordinary appearance, at least no one will notice him in a crowd. Humph! The ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao snorted coldly, and did not intend to answer Chi Xuan's words, but just said, "Intruder, who are you?" He saw the incompatibility of Chi Xuan, so he concluded that Chi Xuan was not a life form in this world. However, the other party was indeed surprisingly strong, and even a heavenly Dao like himself could be controlled. Of course, this was also a problem of the universe itself. If the war had not caused the universe to shrink and shatter to the size of a galaxy, he would not be so weak. However, if it were really the universe at its peak, the ginseng fruit tree heavenly Dao would not be able to carry out the plan of upgrading himself to heavenly Dao. This can be considered as both advantages and disadvantages. You have asked twice, and besides, you have already given the answer to this question yourself. Since everyone knows that I am an invader, why are you still asking this? You can't expect me to tell you my origins and weaknesses, so that you can deal with me easily. Chi Xuan said speechlessly. He gave you a perfunctory answer, which means he doesn't want to answer. Even if you ask indirect questions or ask something, you won't get a sufficient answer. Besides, even if I tell you all this information, what do you think you can do? At this point, Chi Xuan's slightly loosened hand tightened again. This time, the force was even greater, and he directly pinched the neck of the ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao so hard that it was sunken. The feeling of suffocation and severe pain made the consciousness of the ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao confused. These senses should have disappeared after he became Tian Dao, but they fell on Chi Xuan. Even if he was just a prototype of the world, he was not something that the other party, who had just been promoted to Tian Dao, could touch. Especially during this period of time, he constantly sorted out and adapted himself, so that his strength had soared to the point that he didn't know how to measure it. After all, it was his first time to be a world, so he had no experience and could only rely on himself to slowly explore. Thanks to the data of Tongtian Jianmu Project version 72.0, failed, extracted from the genes of the ginseng fruit tree family, he was able to construct a general framework. You see, you can't do anything, you can only make some useless struggles, Chi Xuan said, dragging the other party away. Finally, he returned to his laboratory and tied up the ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao. The rope was just an ordinary thick hemp rope, but even if he was Tian Dao, he couldn't break free. The flame demon and the giant bull were all your work. With your strength, I don't think there is any need to do these twists and turns, so you have a bigger plan, the ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao said. Although he was tied up and hung upside down, fortunately, it was not Chi Xuan who did it directly. Although he couldn't resist, he no longer felt uncomfortable like ordinary humans. Chi Xuan nodded after hearing this. Yes, you are right. He agreed to it directly. What's the big deal? It was just like that. Besides, the other party's words were just nonsense. There was no benefit. Chi Xuan would have punched him and beat him into a foam. Why would there be so much trouble? It's just that I don't understand why your power is so plain and simple. Ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao asked his doubts. We are all strong. Why do you use it so crudely? He mastered the law and applied the rules, but Chi Xuan just swung a big fist at him. But Chi Xuan's big fist made him run away. The ultimate essence of fighting is to kill the enemy. Chi Xuan began to study slowly, and at the same time chatted with the ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao. So the means are not important, just kill the enemy. The simpler the method, the more effective it is. What fancy rules and laws are used as tools to make up for their own shortcomings? I don't have any defects in this aspect, so I can do what you can't do with pure brute force. Not only is it more efficient, but the cost is also lower. What do you think? As Chi Xuan analyzed the ginseng fruit Tian Dao, the data of the entire universe emerged. If a world is a huge and rigorous computer, then the matter itself is the hardware and the rules are the software. Then as Tian Dao, it is a management system formed by hardware and software. Not only does it have various permissions of the computer, but it also stores the data of the entire computer. Ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao, he has just been successfully upgraded, so he has not yet realized how valuable he is. After all, it is acquired, and it is similar to Chi Suan's situation. It takes enough time to learn and settle before you can exert your full strength. It's a pity that the other party is not as lucky as Chi Suan, who has enough time to develop himself. The other party was caught by Chi Suan just after he was upgraded. The ginseng fruit tree Tiandao was a little confused by Chi Suan's words. That's right, but a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. You use such a rough method, which means there is a risk. But he couldn't find a reason to refute for a while. Because Chi Suan really grabbed his neck and pulled him back violently, and he had no ability to resist during the period. This means that the other party's statement is feasible enough. Hey, your actions are so fast. You left a backup in your former body. It's interesting. Chi Suan glanced and said. However, the ginseng fruit tree Tiandao said nothing and didn't intend to answer Chi Suan's words at all. After the ginseng fruit tree Tiandao was taken away, all the Tiandao wooden men were diffused at the same time. At the same time, the instincts left after the death of the huge body began to disintegrate, making each root and stem have self-judgment. This made the original appearance of entrenched in a ball begin to dissipate, and a planet became a monster in the universe. The malice from afar made the ginseng fruit tree, which had long been dead but was forced to hang on to a breath of death, produce a stress instinct. Countless wooden men were involved and were directly swallowed and fused. With each additional fusion of a heavenly Tao wooden man, the instinct of the ginseng fruit tree's remains became more activated. Then, human faces appeared on the roots, trunks, branches, etc. These faces were no longer tightly closed, but staring at the distance with lifeless eyes. From a distance, these faces were like eyeballs, embedded in every area of the tree. The 5 planets of gold, wood, water, fire and earth were eroded by the dead air and gradually merged into it, turning into more twisted giant eyeballs. As for the humans on the planet, they had all been used as blood sacrifices long ago, otherwise how could the ginseng fruit tree heavenly Tao be upgraded successfully? It is part of the upgrade process itself, and there will be no follow-up if it is not executed. When the 5 giant eyeballs suddenly opened, it represented that the cosmic monsters created by the heavenly Tao in the universe were officially revived. Chapter 525. In Fei's field of vision, he saw the remains of the ginseng fruit tree that had stretched out like a monster. Its densely packed human face eyes burst out with disgust for the living. And the 5 twisted giant eyes were filled with dead silence. The parameters of the entire universe changed greatly at this moment. This means that the other party once again activated the ability of the same life of heaven and earth, and directly activated it on the entire universe. The ginseng fruit tree Tiandao naturally did not have this ability. Even if he wanted to activate it, he could not do it. After all, he is now the real Tiandao. How could he harm himself? But the remains of the original body can, and the remaining instincts can be used again with only a little help. This was the backhand he had left before he was caught by Chi Suan. As long as he did not remove it in time, it would definitely take effect. In order to prevent the mastermind from intercepting successfully, even if he destroyed everything, he would not let Chi Suan succeed. Facts have proved that his caution was not wrong, but he misjudged his own fate. The entire universe was shaking violently, planets were broken, galaxies were broken, and even space and time were in a state of disorder. For ordinary people, they would basically be dead if they encountered such a situation. However, Chi Suan was not affected at all. In his case, it can be said that he jumped out of the 3 realms and was no longer in the 5 elements. He was self-contained and could ignore any changes in the outside world. As a derivative of Chi Suan, Fei naturally inherited these characteristics smoothly, so even if the entire universe changed greatly, it would affect him. The changes in the universe were indeed ignored, but the impact caused by the shattering of planets and the rupture of galaxies would hinder Fei's route. Fortunately, Fei was very close to the remains of the ginseng fruit tree, and the cow's hoof kicked the remains, breaking one of the giant eyes evolved from the planet on the spot. This behavior directly angered the remains of the ginseng fruit tree, and it pounced on it like a big octopus. If the curled-up remains were indeed not as big as Fei, but now the remains have stretched out their bodies, and their size is far better than Fei. Countless roots and stems just cling to Fei's body, intending to take root in its body and completely cover Fei. Fei was wrapped tightly, and it didn't look like a cow at all, but more like a ball. However, Fei only looks like a cow, not a real cow. Countless fibrous bodies began to split from its body, and then began to eat the remains in turn. The remains of the ginseng fruit tree had no intelligence, only the instincts left by a breath of life, so it could not judge the real situation, but instead intensified the attack. At this moment, Fei no longer had a perfect body, but turned into a fiber body that covered the sky and the sun, releasing the desire to devour that was blocked in the body. In just a moment, the remains of the ginseng fruit tree became thinner, and it was still shrinking at a very fast speed. The remains naturally wanted to struggle, but the individual fiber bodies were too small, and the group was too large, so it had no chance to resist at all. It was only a matter of time before it was completely devoured, and it would not even take too long, just a short hour. Qi Xuan showed this scene to the ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao for viewing. Look, if you are not strong enough, you have to play such conspiracy and calculation. What's the point? If you are very strong, then you don't have to worry about these little tricks at all. Even if you succeed, do you think it can affect me? Qi Xuan said, and his research did not stop. The reason for saying these words and showing him the picture is naturally because he wants to attack the other party's psychology and weaken his mental state. A strong will to resist and a collapse of the psychological defense line are naturally two different difficulties. As long as the other party has self-awareness, this kind of means can be effective. You use your strength to bully the weak, which is not what a strong person does. It's nothing more than covering up your own meanness. Ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao saw that his means were ineffective, and his mental state fluctuated greatly, but he forced himself to calm down. Controlling your emotions is the most basic growth, otherwise you will yell and lose your mind when you encounter any trivial things, which will give the enemy an opportunity to attack. You are right. Qi Xuan said that you are a talented boy. I didn't expect you to be able to summarize my history of success so accurately. Not bad. Qi Xuan didn't care about the other party's belittlement at all. He was born a survivor, and his goal was to survive. As for the means and process of survival, if the so-called strongman was really used as a standard, he would not be alive today. He was willing to talk about morality with Doomsday and the enemy, and Doomsday and the enemy would play the moral gentleman with him. The enemy might listen, but Doomsday was not necessarily. Basically, they were natural disasters caused by man-made disasters. Whether they could understand human words was another matter. As for good people being rewarded, he still believed it before he became a survivor. For Qi Xuan's shameless words, the ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao almost cursed. How could such a despicable person have such a powerful force? It was simply that God had no eyes. Unfortunately, he has not yet realized that he is actually God. He has eyes, but he is double standard. He completely ignored his history of ascending to the throne, and how many lives he sacrificed. Qi Xuan dared to directly admit his sins, and he knew that he was wrong and understood how much debt he had to bear to get to where he is now. But he didn't care, and would do anything to survive. On the contrary, the ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao beautified the bloody process of his success, and found a high-sounding reason to support and whitewash it. Therefore, he believed that he was righteous. Seeing this, Qi Xuan directly exposed it. Do you think you are noble and righteous? No, you are more despicable than me. You use humans too. Let the sacrifice be what you deserve. Said it word by word. The ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao had no expression on his face. He did not agree with Qi Xuan's words, and just thought that the other party was slandering him. Not to mention that in this regard, the other party's psychological quality is indeed only a little lower than Qi Xuan, and it is possible that he does not believe it at all. But there is definitely an impact, and there are different levels of mental and psychological shaking. Although it has not reached the level of breaking the Tao heart, it is also a shaking of the Tao heart. This is their honor. I am now the heavenly Tao, the supreme. Hearing the latter, the ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao really couldn't help but refute. As a result, Qi Xuan physically muted him. Shut up, you are so powerful, and you are the supreme. Why are you being studied on the operating table in my laboratory? As soon as these words came out, the defense of the ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao was broken directly, which was more effective than what Qi Xuan said before. The ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao started to curse. This made Qi Xuan feel relieved, and finally achieved the expected effect. If the other party can still control his emotions, it means that Qi Xuan's verbal stimulation is still not effective. Impotent rage, cursing, etc., mean that the emotions are beginning to become unstable. You curse so badly that it made me a little angry. Look at your own ugliness again. What is the connection with the words noble and supreme? Oh, by the way, you can also watch the scene after your own body is completely devoured. Qi Xuan said, taking a mirror and forcing the ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao to look at his miserable appearance, while next to him was the scene of his former body being devoured by the fibrous body. You are despicable and dirty. The ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao cursed over and over again, and Qi Xuan was really a little bored after listening for a long time. The other party didn't even greet his ancestors, so it can be seen from this how poor his vocabulary is. Thank you for the compliment, Chi Suan said with a smile. Despicable is the past of the despicable, and noble is the epitaph of the noble. Enjoy it well, and I will come back to continue our experiment after your body is eaten up. After saying that, Chi Suan left directly. He didn't really want to mess with the ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao, but the doomsday game had a change. The recovery speed increased all of a sudden, just like taking drugs. Well, it was indeed taking drugs. Because of Chi Suan's behavior and the ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao's behavior, the doomsday effect broke out directly. The doomsday game, which used the doomsday as its nourishment, naturally received a great tonic, and directly recovered from near death to the degree of serious injury, and even woke up from a coma. As soon as it woke up, it wanted to do something strange, intending to break away from the Tai Sui Godman's skin on Chi Suan's body. But Chi Suan was quick and held it down. Once it broke away, it would not be so easy for Chi Suan to find the doomsday game. Its hiding technology was really extraordinary. Unless Chi Suan swallowed the whole world, he might be able to find it. However, this is the best case scenario. If doomsday game is seriously injured, it means that it has recovered its ability to move. How could it stay in this world? It will just turn around and run away. At that time, the void is vast, and they will never see each other again. So Chi Suan can only be forced to interrupt the research and beat doomsday game back to a dying state with only one breath left. If he continues to ignore it, maybe he can use this doomsday to directly turn the injury into a slander, and it is possible to plot against Chi Suan again. On the contrary, the ginseng fruit tree heavenly Tao has already settled, and there will be no problem in temporarily interrupting the research. Between the priorities, Chi Suan can certainly understand which one is better to deal with first. All the survivors are dead, and you are still so restless. It seems that you also want to die, Chi Suan said to Doomsday Game with a gloomy expression. Chapter 526. The Doomsday Game slowly woke up, and when facing Chi Suan's attack, it formed a counterattack in the first time. Dense cracks and cracks emerged, forming a complex texture structure. However, it could not stop Chi Suan's plain attack at all. With one punch, the texture structure used for protection was broken on the spot. The whole process can be described as plain and simple. But this punch did not cause the Doomsday Game to suffer a heavy blow, but instead covered its aggravated recovery state. Stop, let's have a good chat. A rigid voice emerged from the machine, which was the voice from the Doomsday Game. You actually have intelligence? Chi Suan was really surprised this time. In his observation, the Doomsday Game was more inclined to a special life form, with the nature of a rule platform. Overall, they all tend to operate in a rigid logic, and there is no self-intelligence at all. Otherwise, he would not have been fired at the beginning. After all, if he was thrown directly into the deep world, there would be no follow-up. And it was also the lowest cost solution. But it tried its best to go around in circles, but couldn't deal with it, and there was no reaction later. Chi Suan also studied it in depth, so he thought that the other party had no intelligence. Thank you for providing me with such a good world destruction, so that the rules related to self-intelligence were born from the rules. Doomsday Game said the second sentence more skillfully. Doomsday Game was not lying. The other party really formed a huge doomsday effect because Chi Suan was destroying the world, which not only accelerated the recovery of Doomsday Game, but also promoted its evolution. No, you haven't even tasted this good thing before. Chi Suan was quite speechless. I thought Doomsday Game had a glorious career, but it turned out that it had been living a miserable life before meeting me. It couldn't even destroy the world. This is too bad. No wonder it wanders around. It turns out that it is not because it wants to, but because it has to. There are no sharp interests and conflicts between you and me. You have gained a platform for growth from me, and I have gained a new life through you. So we can have a final friendly cooperation instead of mutual hostility and hatred. Doomsday Game's intelligence is in its infancy, so the words it uses are also rather strange. Chi Suan thought it made sense at first, but Chi Suan's style has always been to kill you and you are mine. So he sneered at Doomsday Game's words. I don't think I can get anything useful from you. Chi Suan followed the other party to argue, but in fact he was thinking about how to cut off Doomsday Game's absorption of the Doomsday environment. The opponent has too many rules and too many confusions. At the same time, he has corresponding protection measures and encryption technology. It is really hard to find it for a while. If you cut one at random, it will easily cause the opponent to react. What if he runs away? I have controlled it, but if Doomsday Game really wants to escape at all costs, Chi Suan really can't stop him. In terms of running away, hiding and other related aspects, Doomsday Game is indeed more skilled than him. Otherwise, how can the opponent be able to do whatever he wants in the world and still survive until now? It is because it has two unique abilities. Even the complete world is not easy to deal with. If Chi Xuan's prototype of this world really forces the other party into a corner, as long as he pays a high enough price, there is still a good chance of escaping. But for Doomsday Game, the price of doing so is really unacceptable. So talk to Chi Xuan first, and Chi Xuan also took this opportunity to observe. You got 2 rule technologies from me. But they are not complete. If you are willing to let me go, I am willing to give you the complete rule technology. At the same time, I can give you 2 world coordinates. Doomsday Game put forward its own requirements. With your strength, you can go to other worlds to do evil. But if you destroy me, then you will not be able to get these, and the final result will only be a lose-lose situation. Chi Xuan listened to the other party's description, and didn't know what to say for a while. How can it be evil? At least use some positive words. After all, you are going to beg for mercy with benefits, but the words are so weird. However, considering that the other party was born not long ago, let him go for the time being. Not enough. Chi Xuan said calmly, I want all your data and rules. How can you say that the money for buying a life is so light? Even if it is not a serious injury, you have to peel off a layer of skin, right? As a result, Chi Xuan has already obtained the 2 technologies you gave. Even if they are not complete, most of the data is in his hands. With his ability, as long as he spends time, he can completely complete it. So this little sincerity is not a money for buying a life. There is a high possibility that the other party will escape, but there is also a high possibility that Chi Xuan will chase him and continue to kill him. It just depends on whether he is willing to pay the price. As long as the price is high enough, Chi Xuan can catch up with Doomsday Game no matter how fast it runs. I cannot accept your request. I can't give you all my data and rules. Otherwise, with your personality, you will definitely kill me as soon as I give it to you. I can continue to increase the technology share, such as survivor-related technology, or these technologies. You can choose one from them. Doomsday Game first listed several core technologies, but did not give Chi Xuan the option of all of them. This made Chi Xuan very dissatisfied. You must remember that your life is in my hands now. What I said is a notice, not a negotiation with you. Just a price. If it's okay, you give it to me and I let you go. If it doesn't work, just do it. See if you can escape faster, or I can kill you more efficiently. Chi Xuan threatened directly. Anyway, the other party saw his thoughts, so he naturally didn't continue to entangle in this regard. Doomsday Game was completely silent by Chi Xuan's words, and the fact was indeed as Chi Xuan said. However, it certainly couldn't hand it over, because the other party would definitely break the promise after handing it over. As Doomsday Game, how could it not know how Chi Xuan's history of making a fortune was without any bottom line? Others have flexible moral bottom lines, but he is different. He has a direct moral bottom line, which is so low that it is not flexible at all. He is really a pure beast. So if it believes it, it will definitely die. But this involves another problem, that is, if it doesn't give it, Chi Xuan will still be angry and attack it. Not only will you fight to the death in front of Chi Xuan, but once Chi Xuan's patience is exhausted, Chi Xuan will not care whether you are valuable or not, but will directly kill you to eliminate future troubles. Because of the pressure of the Doomsday, Chi Xuan's thinking is different from that of ordinary people. He rarely considers the long term, and lives more in the present. He has always believed that if he can't survive now, no matter how great his future prospects are, it will be of no value if he dies. It's not that Chi Xuan won't consider it, but he consciously wants to cash it out as soon as possible instead of squeezing it in his hands. So the Doomsday Game must grasp the time well, and then take action directly. Yes, compromise and begging for mercy are of no use at all when facing Chi Xuan. The lives that have died in his hands are already countless. If there is still emotion such as pity, he will not commit such a heinous crime. And he knows these evils himself, but he has no intention of repenting, which is the most terrible thing. Chi Xuan also noticed Doomsday Game's idea, and then said, I understand that you want to take action. But all the space, time, even cause and effect, and luck around you have been blocked by me. With your skills and abilities, even if you can escape the blockade, I don't think there is enough time. Chi Xuan said, so, I suggest you hand it over, so that you can die more easily. As for when Chi Xuan will learn these high-end things, in fact, he adapted to it when he sorted out his own rules. Even if he is just a prototype of a world, it is still a world, and it has all the rules. Time and space are as instinctive to him as eating and drinking, and other rules are naturally there. It's not that he doesn't have it, but he hasn't learned how to use it yet. So the longer it drags on, the more beneficial it is to Chi Suan. The greater the success rate of the other party's escape, the greater the price they pay. Otherwise, why would Chi Suan have nothing to do with Doomsday Game? He would have punched it long ago. I guarantee that it will be paralyzed. I just want to live. Doomsday Game was silent for a while, and finally said these 4 words. Once, I only had this idea, you didn't give me a chance. Now it's a matter of time, and I don't plan to give you this chance. Chi Suan said with sarcasm in his tone. Who doesn't want to live? With so many batches of survivors, how many people want to die? If Doomsday Game doesn't take them into its own world, he won't be forced to become a violator, and everyone has their own life. As for whether the deep world will become a zombie apocalypse, that's another matter. There's no need to make this matter so rigid. We are not without room for negotiation. I can give you all the data and rules except the core technology. As long as you open a gap and let me leave. Doomsday Game made a second choice, and at the same time began to paralyze Chi Suan and delay time. Chi Suan stretched out his hand and punched Doomsday Game directly. Don't play tricks on me, it's meaningless. Chi Suan saw the other party's thoughts at a glance. But his punch did not destroy Doomsday Game's plan. After all, Doomsday Game had been prepared for it. With Doomsday Game as the center, the broken lines in the space began to spread continuously. This breakage was not caused by internal pressure, but by external pressure. Something was squeezing from outside the world to the inside of the world. Chapter 527. Outside the world, 4 huge continents collided with the world in an extremely violent way. In just a moment, the universe was originally damaged by the invasion of spiritual masters and the upgrading of the heavenly way, and now this move has come again, which is really unstoppable. So the 4 continents squeezed directly into the universe. Chi Suan glanced at it. These 4 continents came from 4 worlds respectively, and their energy levels were very high, which had completely broken through the control of the Doomsday Game. This means that the Doomsday Game only used the technology of extracting survivors to forcibly pull these 4 continents in, but in fact it could not control them at all. With the forced entry of the 4 continents, the rules and parameters of the universe have undergone extremely huge changes, and even Chi Suan's blockade of the Doomsday Game has problems. From the beginning, the strengths of the Doomsday Game itself are not in fighting, so there is no thought of a head-on conflict with Chi Suan. Just want to get a chance to breathe by diverting attention and escape through this opportunity. The 4 continents it pulled over were not ordinary continents, but the most powerful regions in the 4 worlds. The Doomsday Game could not be controlled at all, and could only be destroyed by force, and then run at overload to complete the whole process. So there were countless strong people living on these 4 continents. After they realized that they had entered a new world, they did not immediately set out to explore, but instead maintained their own continents. After all, the strong people were not blind, and even if they could not see the whole picture, they could see that more than just their own continent was pulled into this special universe. Chi Suan just glanced at it, and then didn't care. Is this your trick? Chi Suan held down Doomsday Game, who was escaping, without hesitation. He did get a chance to escape by taking advantage of the gap between the 4 continents forcibly crashing into the world. But Chi Suan's attention was on Doomsday Game from beginning to end, and he never shifted it. It's just 4 continents. The strongest can only punch Chi Suan with 1 punch. There's no need to take it to heart. No, just a part of it. For symbol seal. Doomsday Game whispered, and the 4 continents began to form violent shocks. Of course, it knew that the so-called big collision would not affect Chi Suan at all. After all, this world was just a meal in Chi Suan's eyes. So the time it could delay for it was naturally extremely limited. The vitality of the 4 continents began to be continuously extracted, turning into the power of the 4 symbols of Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, forming another terrifying seal. General Technology, Transformation Technology, these 2 should also be your core abilities. Oh yes, there is also Extraction Technology. Chi Suan said calmly. The situation of the Doomsday Game is quite special. Its control power cannot target those strong ones, but after the 4 continents were separated from the world, the power they possess could be used by it. It is probably equivalent to having a special attack on the world, which can cause additional damage. This contradiction can be seen from the fact that it cannot control the survivors, who are too strong, but can hide perfectly in the world. It is not big in size, but its technology is high-tech. It is not good for it to fight head-on, but it can be used to play parasitism and do small tricks, which can be said to be like a fish in water. By the way, you actually mastered the extraordinary system technology related to Xianxia and Xuanhuan. What about the survivors before you met me? How did you kill them all? In your situation, it would be difficult to kill all the survivors without the interference of the inner ghost, Qi Xuan said, and directly smashed the head of Qinglong, one of the 4 elephants. At the same time, the continent in the east collapsed into pieces on the spot and began to annihilate at the same time. After the fight, Qi Xuan discovered a problem, that is, this doomsday game is indeed damaged. There seems to be a mark of hatred on this continent. After being destroyed by Qi Xuan, this mark drilled into Qi Xuan's body. This mark is not an ordinary mark, but comes from the same world itself. Although Qi Xuan intercepted it at the first time, Qi Xuan's identity as a species of the world was also exposed. This made the world where Dongfang Qinglong was located immediately aware of Qi Xuan, and then began to pull over, while sticking to the edge of the universe, and began to break inward. From the beginning, the 4-symbol seal was just a courier box, and the hatred mark in the courier was used to expose Qi Xuan's identity. Seeing this, Qi Xuan also showed a sneer. Too many debts are not a burden. You don't think this will make me afraid to act rashly? Qi Xuan finished speaking, and broke the remaining 3 special nodes of the white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise used for the 4-symbol seal one by one. The 4 hatred marks were pinched in his hand, and crushed immediately. Then he ignored the 4 worlds that began to kill each other like amoebas. Do you really think that the world can coexist peacefully with the world? However, the opponent's dark forest behavior is not unilateral, but multiline, commonly known as I want it all. Qi Xuan was naturally affected. Taking advantage of this chaos, the doomsday game naturally slipped out of Qi Xuan's hands. In terms of escape, the opponent's movement is indeed slippery. He can fully grasp the various changes in the environment, and then plan enough benefits for himself. However, Qi Xuan can distinguish the priorities. The opponent did not have time to escape before being smashed into pieces by Qi Xuan's punch. However, it is not dead yet. These fragments are fleeing in all directions. As long as a piece of fragment can escape, it will be its glimmer of life. It's just that its idea is very good. Do you really think that it will be useful to Qi Xuan if it is dispersed? Qi Xuan does use his fists to hit people most of the time, but it does not mean that he only knows how to use fists. He cannot use it, but he cannot be useless. The blockade is tightened, and all the fragments are forced to go back. The dual use of space and time can make the local area form the effect of time reversal. As for why it is not used for the whole world, it is naturally because of the high cost. The size of the local area and the whole world is different, and the cost consumed is naturally different. Qi Xuan only needs to use it to achieve his own goals, and there is no need to consume too much cost for show. Moreover, he can control the details of this time reversal, just like the Doomsday game did not experience a complete reversal. It just returned to the original place of the fragments, but did not restore to its original appearance. If it had been a complete replay, it would have definitely been restored to its original state, not the fragments. After the fragments fell into Qi Xuan's hands, they began to wriggle and fuse, and turned back into Doomsday game. You are very strong and I lost. But in the current situation, my suggestion is to cooperate. Otherwise, with your strength, there is no way you can leave this world alive. How successful do you think you are to use a broken universe to resist 4 high-energy worlds? Especially without my protection, you are as conspicuous as a candle in the dark night. Although the voice of Doomsday game still has a mechanical sound, it is slightly cunning. It has not been too long since the birth of self-consciousness, but Doomsday game has experienced so many worlds, and its foundation is too solid. Even if it relies on its old capital, it can make its growth leap in a short period of time. Then you can break away from me halfway. Not only can you escape smoothly, but you can also trick me, right? When Qi Xuan said this in the Doomsday game, he had already run out of tricks. But this was the other party's last plan, using Qi Xuan's life as a threat. In its opinion, you have no chance of surviving after being exposed under the siege of 4 worlds. However, for Qi Xuan, nothing is impossible. The 4 worlds are indeed powerful, but their power is limited. If Qi Xuan is in any of these 4 worlds, then Qi Xuan must temporarily avoid the edge and live honestly. But now he is not in the world, which means that the sword of the previous dynasty can't kill him, an official of this dynasty. Especially since he still has this universe as a means, the outcome is still unknown. Not to mention much, as long as he works hard, after swallowing the spiritual master universe he is in, and then bites off a large piece of meat from each of the 4 universes, he will make a profit. Even after swallowing one of the worlds, Qi Xuan is sure to turn the remaining 3 into his meal. Compared with the 4 worlds, he has too many disadvantages to see clearly, but his advantages are also very obvious. That is, he has extremely high flexibility because of his own spiritual intelligence. If he can't beat them, He can judge in advance and run away directly. And like those four, they are already entangled together, and it is impossible to stop without deciding a winner. Unless there is some external force pulling and separating the four worlds, the entanglement will never end before the only winner is born. Okay, that's it, you should die, Chi Xuan said. Since the problem could not be solved, Chi Xuan planned to solve the doomsday game that created the problem. As for the technology on the other party, Chi Xuan delayed for so long before taking action, and even let the other party take action, naturally because he already had a perfect plan to get the technology. Otherwise, he has been tossing for so long and still hasn't got anything. So what is he trying to do? Wait a minute, I'm willing to hand it over. Doomsday Game was directly scared at this time. Unfortunately, it was too late. The snot was flowing into the mouth, and it only knew how to shake it. How could it be a good thing? Doomsday Game didn't finish his words, and was annihilated inch by inch, and a large amount of rules, data, etc. floated out from the annihilation position and fell into Chi Xuan's hands. It looked like it was thrown into a juicer, squeezing out all the surplus value one by one, without any residue. Doomsday Game Death. Chapter 528. After dealing with the Doomsday Game, Chi Xuan returned to the laboratory. He was prepared to make a small investment for a big gain. He not only wanted to devour this broken spiritualist world as food, but also the four worlds. This is called a snake swallowing an elephant. If he failed, the worst thing would be to eat some meat and run away. If he succeeded, it would be different. The four words one step to heaven can describe it. The risk is very high. Even if the four worlds are just operating according to the rules, and are not as flexible as him, they are still complete worlds. Even if Chi Xuan devoured the spiritualist world, he would only grow from a baby to a strong man. There were also four strong men on the opposite side. It was nothing more than going from a disadvantaged side to an equal side, and he did not get a crushing victory. So he needed some small help. And this help was naturally the ginseng fruit tree Tiandao. What did you do? Why did four worlds invade at the same time? The ginseng fruit tree Tiandao asked immediately after Chi Xuan arrived. After many psychological and mental tortures, Tiandao was quite emotional. He wanted to settle down, but not long after Fei devoured his body, he encountered the squeeze of the continent and the invasion of the world. He couldn't keep his mind from getting into trouble. It's just a small problem. I can solve it. Don't worry. Chi Xuan said lightly. The worst case scenario is the destruction of the world. With my strength, leaving is not a big deal. Just these two sentences made Tiandao very angry. If you leave, it will still be a problem, but he can't. He has become the heavenly Tao, bound to the world. Even if he wants to leave, he can't get out of it. He can only live and die with the world. The four worlds devoured his world, and every action made him feel the same. The pain of a blunt knife cutting flesh was really hard for him to accept. Especially now that he was restricted by Chi Xuan. Even if he wanted to go to the universe, he couldn't do it. He could only watch and be tortured at the same time. Let me go, I will go to support the universe, and I must beat back these four worlds no matter what. The ginseng fruit tree Heavenly Tao roared without hesitation. Otherwise, if the universe loses, you won't get any benefits. It's impossible to reason with Chi Xuan. You have to talk about benefits. Beat back? Do you think those four worlds are people? You can end it by beating them up and scaring them? Chi Xuan slowly began to prepare, not in a hurry at all. After all, it's useless now. Even eating first has a higher priority than being anxious. The world is not a person. How can it have so many ideas? Just like you. Can you control the universe to escape? Chi Xuan said, even if you are the way of heaven, you can't completely interfere with the operation of the world. So you have no way to repel the four worlds. But fortunately, I still have a solution, but I need your cooperation. Chi Xuan himself is a world. How could he not understand what the world is like? Ginseng fruit tree Tiandao did not question Chi Xuan's words, because what he said was true. He is the way of heaven, not the world itself, which is equivalent to being just an administrator rather than a real controller. So it is no problem to interfere and change the world, and it can also indirectly affect the outside world. But it is impossible for him to control it directly. Heavenly Tao is part of the world, and it is a management system formed by the operation of the logic. However, this refers to the Heavenly Tao of the ginseng fruit tree. I don't know what the Heavenly Tao of other worlds is like. Because Chi Xuan has studied him, he knows so much. Just like the world will of the ghost world, the other party also conforms to the Tao with his body, but he doesn't know the specific situation. But Chi Xuan can be sure that the other party, and the ginseng fruit tree Heavenly Tao are definitely different. Different worlds, naturally different situations. Cooperation? How do you want me to cooperate? Ginseng Fruit Tree Heavenly Tao asked calmly. It's simple, you want to save the universe, you just need to make a little sacrifice. Don't worry, it won't kill you. After all, as long as you are willing to cooperate, we are allies. Chi Xuan said. Compared to the Doomsday Game, Ginseng Fruit Tree Tian Dao's understanding of Chi Xuan is still relatively shallow. Although he knew that Chi Xuan was not a good person, he did not realize how low the bottom line of the first two words of Chi Xuan in not a good person was. Okay, you let me go as a sign of sincerity, and we will join forces. Ginseng Fruit Tree Tian Dao said calmly. At this time, internal strife should not occur, let alone backstabbing him. As for Chi Xuan saying that leaving was not a troublesome matter, it was just a cover in his opinion. The four worlds joined forces to invade, and they would certainly block the way out. If it was that easy, would Chi Xuan stay and cooperate with him? He would definitely be in danger, but he still had to hold on to his face. There's no need for that. If I let you go, what if you suddenly get a brain ache and attack me? Chi Xuan had no intention of letting him go. Attacking him was a small matter, but what if the Ginseng Fruit Tree Tian Dao saw that the situation was irreversible and ran away? The other party was indeed the Tian Dao of the spiritual master world, but he was not untied, not to mention that he had just been promoted not long ago. As long as he was willing to give up, the price he paid would be at most a broken bone, and it was worth it to exchange for a life. However, as soon as Chi Xuan said this, the Ginseng Fruit Tree Tian Dao had a bad premonition in his heart. He was sure that Chi Xuan had other intentions, and he wanted to ask something immediately, but before he could open his mouth, Chi Xuan had already approached him and attacked him. The whole process was unexpected, and at the same time, severe pain broke out again in the body of the Ginseng Fruit Tree Tian Dao. And this time, the pain was far greater than before. If it was just torture before, it was different now, as if it was changing his essence. What on earth are you going to do? Ginseng Fruit Tree Tian Dao couldn't help but groan, and then questioned. I'm a little confused about the four worlds, so I need a powerful enough bomb to help me. Not to mention directly dealing with it, just a large smoke bomb to help cover the line of sight, and then let me sneak attack. Chi Xuan briefly summarized his plan. So you chose me to be the bomb? Ginseng Fruit Tree Tian Dao said with gritted teeth. There is really no one else to choose, and you are too suitable. Who else should I choose if not you? Chi Xuan said righteously. You yourself. Ginseng Fruit Tree Tian Dao roared directly. I'm not stupid. Why should I sacrifice myself to fulfill your wish? Chi Xuan rolled his eyes. This guy had a beautiful idea. He sacrificed his life to a strange world and everything strange, just to make this strange place better. This is not in line with his character at all. You are Tian Dao, of course you are more suitable. How can you let me sacrifice you? And it's not that I dislike you, but your little strength. Even if I am the sacrifice, do you think you can succeed? You are not even as good as me, so it is reasonable for you to be the raw material of the bomb. Chi Xuan explained the reason to Ginseng Fruit Tree Tian Dao. From personal reasons to the greater good, Chi Xuan can fool you with whatever reason you want. It's best if you believe it, but it doesn't matter if you don't believe it, because the Ginseng Fruit Tree Tian Dao can't resist it anyway. He has already been on the operating table to accept Chi Xuan's transformation, and it's useless even if he doesn't want to. You, the Ginseng Fruit Tree Tian Dao, said you several times, but he couldn't say anything. It's not because he was speechless because of what Chi Xuan said, but in the process of transformation, it affected the other party's language-related output. Otherwise, if Chi Xuan said one sentence, the Ginseng Fruit Tree Tian Dao could refute 3 sentences if he didn't say 10 sentences. As the transformation progressed, Chi Xuan also estimated the progress and started the second phase of the plan. The fibrous bodies that devoured the remains of the Ginseng Fruit Tree in the universe began to replicate themselves crazily, forming a larger group. Then it began to gnaw at the entire world. Chi Xuan's body gradually released its restrictions, and the indescribable world began to devour the world in an instant. As long as he stood, the spiritual master world began to be eaten by him little by little. In order to defeat the four worlds, he must first transform the world from a prototype into a complete world. Only with equal strength can there be a winning rate. Otherwise, the gap in strength is too large, and any plan will be useless. You can't even break the other person's defense, and the other person just gave you a brain collapse, and you died on the spot. So what he has to do is naturally to develop himself first. This behavior was noticed by the Ginseng Fruit Tree Tian Dao at the first time. He roared with eyes wide open, holding back the pain. What did you do? What did you do to the universe? Because of this incident, he even spoke fluently. You are eating the world. Why are you doing this? Didn't we agree to cooperate? Why are you betraying us? Answer my question, you bastard. The ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao asked angrily, but did not get a reply from Qi Xuan. Qi Xuan didn't care about what the other party said at all, but accelerated the efficiency of swallowing the world and the transformation of the ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao. Sacrifice you, and happiness for thousands of families. Qi Xuan waited for a little free time before responding to the other party. As for the thousands of families, with so many viruses, 10 families, tens of millions are not enough. But the ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao had already lost its human form, and its self-consciousness was distorted and corrupted. It could hear his words, but didn't understand what he meant. It's too late. I pay attention next time, and say it earlier. Qi Xuan's tone was filled with regret, but it didn't matter, as long as the intention was there. Chapter 529. The spiritual master world disappeared at an extremely fast speed, under the swallowing of the huge indescribable thing. At the same time, the four worlds also noticed this change, but these four worlds did not take too many actions, and continued to proceed in an orderly manner. After all, compared with the four worlds, the spiritual master world is not very big, but rather relatively small. But for Qi Xuan, it is a tenfold tonic pill. As it is swallowed, its own growth is also more rapid. In the embryonic stage of the world, many rules are compressed in it, and it is also troublesome to use it. But now it is different. After its own continuous growth and expansion, Qi Xuan's strength has also been further improved. Of course, improving strength is only a side effect. The real core is that the world named Qi Xuan gradually develops to a sound stage. So his sixth world soon attracted the attention of the other four worlds. But because the spiritual master world was swallowed by him, his sixth world will soon become the fifth world. It's just that there is still a little bit of the spiritual master world left, so the four worlds did not further test it, but divided apart to deal with Qi Xuan. Qi Xuan had been prepared for this, and in turn bit the part that the other party extended and swallowed it directly. He is not a normal world, he belongs to the type of living world, and his flexibility is much stronger than theirs. After being attacked by Qi Xuan, the four worlds naturally increased their investment in order to gain more gains and form a crushing situation. The idea is very good, using force to crush people and relying on hardness to crush them. It works at any time. However, this has a prerequisite of crushing. However, there is a change, that is, Qi Xuan has completely devoured most of the spiritual master world, and now it has grown from a rudimentary world to a complete world. Although the size is not as good as the other party, it is already the size of an adult. Not as good as the other party, but just a strong man, but also a regular size. Then he took out a huge flower bud. This flower bud was made by Qi Xuan using the ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao. Its size is not small, enough to be compared to the sun in the spiritual master world. But in Qi Xuan's hand, it is pitifully small. As for the four worlds, it is even more unbearable to look at. But it doesn't matter, small is not a problem. It depends on who the user is, and what level he wants to achieve. Let this thing destroy the four big worlds in front of him. It must be a fantasy. If the expectations are lowered further, for example, Qi Xuan makes the four worlds temporarily blind, it is still possible. Moreover, this short time is for the world, but for ordinary life forms, it is not a short time. Although Qi Xuan is also a world, his sense of time is still that of a short-lived species, not even that of a long-lived species, let alone the time sense of the world. This is equivalent to Qi Xuan directly controlling these four worlds. The flower bud floated out of his hand, directly affecting the operation of the rules and logic of the four worlds. All actions could not help but stagnate. After the ginseng fruit tree Tian Dao completed the upgrade, the suffix Tian Dao became genuine, so after it was made into a weapon, it was not difficult to affect the world in a short time. 72 hours, I think it should be enough. Qi Xuan was not good at measuring with days. How could he know how many hours there were in the four worlds across from him? As for his own day, it was also 24 hours a day. He did not intend to make a living, but mainly based on his own subjective consciousness. Next, let's start eating from the nearest one. Qi Xuan's eyes fell on the world closest to him, and he pounced directly on it, and then countless fibrous bodies emerged. Not only did he start eating, but countless fibrous bodies also cooperated with him to devour the world. Because the rules and logic were temporarily paralyzed, the world did not react at all, but because of his behavior, the world he devoured began to recover gradually. According to Qi Xuan's observation, it is expected to recover within 48 hours. And he needs to completely devour this world within these 48 hours. This is not a simple matter. Although he has devoured the spiritual master world, at first glance he has experience. But the problem is that the spiritual master world is not only inferior in size, but also damaged. How can it be compared on the same day? So this world was his first time to devour a world, and the previous ones were just exercises. He estimated that it would take him at least 45 hours to complete the devouring of this world. This means that he would have to spend 2/3 of his time on the first world. In the remaining 27 hours, he needed to devour at least 2 worlds to have a chance to complete the plan of swallowing an elephant. Otherwise, if there were still 2 worlds left, he would have to choose to escape instead of fighting head-on. However, in Qi Xueyan's plan, the possibility of success is not low. The first time he devoured the world, he had no experience, so it took the longest time. Then the second and third times, he became more and more proficient, and his strength would also increase after devouring and digesting the world, so it was not difficult to do it in 27 hours. As for the last world, it would exceed the hard control time, and there was no way Qi Xueyan could only do his best. For the remaining world, Qi Xueyan had only the way to bear it. Unless he could find another ginseng fruit tree like Tiandao, there was no way to continue. And the second time he controlled, the effect would be greatly reduced, and it might not even reach 72 minutes. The world is rigid, but it does not mean that the other party's mechanism is not good. The same move cannot defeat the other party several times. However, there is still a chance of winning. Qi Xueyan has already completed a 1-on-3, and his overall strength will definitely be improved again. It doesn't matter if he can't beat it by then, at worst he can just run away. Anyway, 3 worlds have been devoured. For Qi Xueyan, the profit is just not as much as expected, but it has made him full of oil. The life in the world actually began to save itself and resist spontaneously. Sure enough, life will find a way out for itself. But whether this road is a road to life or death depends on luck. It's just right, let the fiber body deal with it. One by one, eat them all, and it can save me a lot of time. Qi Xueyan is not worried that they will unite to fight against each other. After all, the arm cannot twist the thigh. He was worried that they would scatter and flee, and it would be troublesome to kill them. He would have to screen them himself later, which would be a waste of time. The fiber body now seems to no longer be a fiber body, but should be considered another race and civilization. For example, the Fiber Clan? Well, the name is indeed a bit strange. The main reason is that the Fiber Clan sounds a bit like the inexplicable sense of closed ropes becoming spirits. Shirchong watched the dense black fog emerge from the cracks in the sky, and began to kill, and gnaw everything that could be seen crazily, even without letting go of space. At the same time, he also saw from the cracks that the indescribable voice behind it was pulling their world into the abyss little by little. He was very desperate about this scene. The world he was in was to cultivate beasts to grow themselves. The powerful beasts were not afraid of the black fog, but there was a problem, that is, not long ago, all the continents where the beast emperors were located were directly pulled away by an unknown force. Now the strongest beast master is him, the beast king. Compared with the strength of the beast tamer king, there is a world of difference between them. There is no comparison at all. Then, he saw the continent where the beast tamer kings were located was smashed to pieces by a more terrifying force. He was shocked and numb on the spot, and his heart was broken. Fortunately, they are beast tamers and don't care about these things. Otherwise, such a shocking thing would definitely form a psychological shadow, and then they would be obsessed and unable to grow for the rest of their lives. However, soon, all the messy matters in his mind were thrown behind him. The most important thing now is to organize the living force to fight against the Black Fog invaders as soon as possible. Everyone listen to my command, Shirchong roared. As the strongest person now, he had to stabilize the situation first. However, before he finished speaking, endless black fog had already raged on the earth. Whether it was the beast masters or their beasts, when they came into contact with the black fog, they were instantly shrouded, and then disappeared without any trace. At this time, Shirchong also saw clearly what the black fog was. It was not fog at all, but countless insects gathered together. These insects exuded a greedy breath. If you perceive it carefully, you can clearly sense the hunger that constantly escaped from the insects. That kind of endless hunger plus insatiable greed, plus the number, is definitely a very terrifying thing. At this moment, he was scared and turned around and fled without hesitation. What lofty words and organized resistance before, he had long forgotten. This was not his original intention, but the deepest fear in his body controlled his instinct. We'll die, we'll die. Run, run. Instinctively, driven by fear, he kept whispering and murmuring in his mind. He hadn't run 2 steps when his head shook. Blood flowed from all 7 orifices on his face, and his spirit was severely damaged. This was because his beast was swallowed by the black fog, and when it died, it backfired on him as a Beastmaster. After all, the Beastmaster and the Beastmaster are in the same boat. No matter which side dies, there will be a corresponding backlash on the other side. Especially since all his beasts died in the black fog, the backlash was naturally more powerful. This made him have no strength to escape, and he stumbled and fell to the ground. When he looked back, he was horrified to see the black fog approaching him. Before he could make the next move, the black fog that covered the sky and the field had already covered him, and there was no pain in the process of death. Chapter 530. Chi Xuan still overestimated himself. The final result of the snake-swallowing elephant plan was a total of 5 worlds, but the problem now was that with his body size, he could only eat 3.5. He couldn't eat the rest. It wasn't a question of whether the plan could be carried out, but there was no environment to carry it out. He prepared various plans to escape after failure, but he didn't expect such a result, which made him laugh and cry. So he decisively gave up the original plan, and turned to make the world he ate half into a shuttle and concealment device to leave. As for the world left behind, he ignored it directly. It was important to escape while he hadn't woken up yet. Because he swallowed 3.5 worlds at once, his body became very bloated and stretched. If he didn't find a safe place to digest, once he encountered danger, it was basically certain that he was finished. And in this endless void, Chi Xuan didn't know which would come first, the accident or the danger? What? Safety? There was no such option. So he needs to find a suitable world to protect himself. Fortunately, during this period of time, he has mastered the technology of the Doomsday game. The reason why the speed is so fast is naturally because he has grown up. All the rules are fully mature, and he can use them freely. Therefore, he has become extremely strong in all aspects, and this strengthening is still continuing. Until he completely digests the world he has swallowed. As for when he can digest it, Chi Xuan has no accurate time for the time being. But it would take at least 10 years. This was the minimum time he estimated. After all, it was his first time to devour a world, so he had no experience to speak of. He also thought about speeding up this process, but there was no implementation plan at all, so he had to do some research. He had no reference at all, so he could only rely on observation, research, and learning. But it's not that I didn't gain anything. At least I found some clues from the Doomsday game. Chi Xuan was in a shell made of half a world at the moment, barely regaining his human form, but he looked swollen and aggressive. Normally, it would not be like this, displaying his teeth and claws, without swelling. His left hand was a decayed but active vitality, a continuous cycle of life and death. The positive side was life, health, and nature, while the negative side was old age, death, plague, and decay. This was a kind of doomsday, a conceptual doomsday constructed by the deep virus and ecological environment in Chi Xuan's body, and it was also one of the sources of Chi Xuan's strength. The other source is on his right hand, which is a pile of bloody wars, blood-stained corpses and skulls. The positive side is courage, honor and discipline, while the negative side is blood, killing and war. Chi Xuan also knows the source, which comes from the various sins and evil deeds he has committed, and is also a part of his power. I have really become Nurgle and Korn. Chi Xuan was quite speechless. But thinking about himself again, his style of doing things and the consequences he caused have not changed much. It's just that his kindness is only for himself, courage is only for profit, honor is used as a weapon, and discipline is used to restrain himself. From this, Chi Xuan glimpsed some realms above a certain world. Transcendence? Chi Xuan muttered. This doesn't seem to be enough. Chi Xuan found that it was not enough for him to have only Nurgle and Korn, and he still needed 2 cornerstones to get a glimpse of the transcendental words that he subconsciously thought of. You don't really want me to get the remaining Slaanesh and Cinch, do you? In fact, I still have these 2 characteristics, but they are not as big as Nurgle and Korn. Slaanesh is not the so-called beauty, but comes from the insatiable desire. The so-called pornography is just an appearance, and there are other various messy manifestations. For example, Chi Xuan's idea of wanting to survive has been continuously expanded and derived, showing greed, meanness, etc., all of which are the same. More importantly, when you satisfy this desire, the desire will not disappear, but will continue to grow and change, and eventually become a desire that can never be filled, and eventually indulge in it. As for beauty, it is just a part of desire. Don't mention it. It's not that difficult to achieve this, but I can't do it alone. I need a world to help. As for the remaining Cinch, Chi Xuan will not consider it for the time being. After all, his Nurgle, Khorne, Slaanesh, and Sinch are not the evil gods of the Warhammer. It's just his own ridicule. The two cornerstones he inspired are just a joke. After all, he has never come into contact with the four evil gods of the warp, so how could they be exactly the same? It's nothing more than a similarity, so similar cornerstones are created. This is life, and this is will. If it is because of the correspondence, it can be regarded as the final evolution of the two attributes of physical and spiritual in the Doomsday game. As for desire and knowledge, they are not actually matched. If you don't choose to play with the meme, the two are actually unrelated. So if you want to complete my own knowledge, you can start from similar aspects, but you can't follow this idea completely. Chi Xuan immediately planned the follow-up plan. There is only one final result, that is, the destruction of the world. Then generate the third cornerstone. Chi Xuan is now heading towards the world coordinates that he took out from the Doomsday game. The world coordinates are not one of the four worlds that the other party brought before, but a more distant world. This gives Chi Xuan enough time. However, he estimated that it would take only 1 or 2 years to arrive. It would be a fantasy to want to digest the 3.5 worlds on the road. I need time to recuperate, so I can't take action during the digestion period, but I need a world as a shield. And the recuperation time can't be wasted like this. Chi Xuan muttered, "It's really troublesome. After all, he has always been reckless. It's okay to let him calm down, but if he is asked to be quiet when there is profit in front of him, it will be a bit difficult for him." If it really doesn't work, Chi Xuan's eyes quickly fell on the survivor's technology. I will remotely control it when the time comes. Chi Xuan thought it would be better to learn the Doomsday game and directly introduce survivors to that Doomsday world. But after thinking about it again, it still won't work. In his current state, he dare not reach out to some worlds to grab survivors. It's so bloated, what if it's discovered if you're not careful? If not, just use a remote control car. Use the survivor's technology to make an avatar, and then wreak havoc. No, just revive it, and then kill it from beginning to end. If a strongman attacks, I will directly use a mechanical deity to kill the opponent. Don't attack directly, choose to attack indirectly. Naturally there is no problem. Chi Xuan must hide inside the world, and then live directly in the world. Digest while sucking the world, get double growth. Wait until the time is right, and then launch a sneak attack, and devour the world in one fell swoop. Then repeat the cycle until Chi Xuan reaches his expected goal. This process also has risks. Once he is discovered, he will inevitably face the thundering means of a world. Especially if he runs into the world very suicidal, the other party's advantages will be maximized. So he needs a character to attract attention and muddy the water. The Doomsday game is about survivors, and Chi Xuan thought it was good, so he just used it. But because Chi Xuan is not playing the Doomsday game, he certainly can't copy it completely, he has to modify it. And the model can't be copied. The number of survivors is useful, but in a high-energy world, too many will also kill faster. It's better to focus on quality directly. Chi Xuan prepared to control it himself. Anyway, controlling an avatar is not a big problem, and it can also be monitored in real time through the avatar. In order to avoid the same as the Doomsday game, such a big tumor has not been cleaned up in time. If he really pinched a new time traveler and threw him over, and then he just lay there, who knows, the other party might turn around and grow into a powerful existence. What if he, the mastermind behind the scenes, was killed at the same time? Don't say it's impossible. Wasn't he killed in the Doomsday game in this way? As for whether he would not repeat the same mistake? No one can say for sure. Chi Xuan is only powerful, not omniscient. Another thing is that he himself is not so sure. Intelligent brain, the data has been transmitted to you. You go and do it, and let me sign for it when it is completed. Chi Xuan said, "Yes, don't worry." The intelligent brain gave feedback immediately. After Chi Xuan became the world, he naturally found the rule to which the intelligent brain belonged, and then fished it out, and continued to use it. As for the responsibilities, it temporarily replaced the way of heaven and cooperated with Chi Xuan to further grow himself. Anyway, it is still an auxiliary, but it is not as efficient as Chi Xuan. It is okay to leave small things to it, but it can basically not handle big things. However, Chi Xuan had not thought of asking it to do anything big. He only needed to take care of trivial matters for himself. There was no need to do big things. It was not meant to do big things. The plan is in progress, but it needs to enter the new world before it can generate the survivor's body, and it takes time to adjust. It's a small problem. Just watch and deal with it. Chi Xuan didn't care about the survivor's incarnation at all. He was just too lazy to do it. Otherwise, It would only take a moment to do it himself. There are two advantages to letting the intelligent brain do it. The first is to save worry, and the second is naturally to save costs. Chi Xuan did it in a big way, spending money like water. It's not like the intelligent brain can produce the best results with the least cost by calculating carefully. In the known and favorable situation, the utilization rate of the intelligent brain in all aspects is extremely high. Beyond this scope, it is no different from groping in the dark. Chapter 531. The Yulong dynasty has been established for thousands of years, and has always been prosperous, peaceful and prosperous. At least that's what the officials reported to their superiors. Until today, the dog eclipsed the sun and swallowed it directly. It lasted for nearly half an hour before it spit it out. But then, the earth dragon turned over. Fortunately, the vibration was not big. It just caused a commotion, and the casualties were negligible. However, this had a great impact on the public opinion of the Yulong dynasty. After all, there were two natural disasters in succession, and there were naturally different opinions for a while. Fortunately, the speed of the Yulong dynasty was also very decisive. It put out the disaster in the first place, and made corresponding official explanations and publicity, so it was quickly dealt with. Most people at the bottom have to make a living. Where can they have so much free time? After working hard for a day, they are exhausted. If no one mentions these things, they will forget about them. After a while, they will all be forgotten. So as long as the court can control the source, the rest will not be a big problem. The landing was successful, and there were no major problems. Chi Xuan moved his body. His main body arrived in this world smoothly, and he had completed hiding and started eating. Although he was still full, after a year of digestion, it was no problem to eat a few more bites. Then he threw down the survivor's body he had created before, and through the improved technology, he also obtained an identity. It was just a bit rough, and there were many loopholes in the identity. An ordinary low-level farmer, who makes a living by farming. Very perfect. But the problem now is, where are my fields and houses? There can be settings and backgrounds, but it can't be just these two. Chi Xuan was quite speechless. It seems that the technology is not mature enough. Fortunately, I chose a farmer. Otherwise, if I really arranged a king, a prince, a general or a minister for myself, it would be a disaster. There are two advantages for him to choose this identity. The first is that it is easy to arrange. After all, the identity is low, and one more or one less is not a big problem. The second is even simpler, and the cost is low. The life of a king, a prince, a general or a minister is of course comfortable, and the starting point is also higher, but the problem is that there are too many troubles. Sometimes it may not necessarily be a help, especially Chi Xuan's identity technology still has many problems. Inserting an identity out of thin air means that there is only an identity, but no corresponding actual data. This can be seen at a glance. Although this world is a feudal dynasty, the energy in the environment is not low at all, which means that the extraordinary system is not bad. At the same time, don't underestimate the humans of the feudal era, especially those with extraordinary powers. Their knowledge is not necessarily worse than that of modern humans, not to mention that their IQ will be higher after the blessing of extraordinary powers. So it must be fatal for such a problematic identity to be in a high position. As for his future rise, will there be clues when people investigate him? It doesn't matter, he has risen. Why should he be afraid of others' investigation? It doesn't matter if there is a problem with his identity, someone will defend him at that time. He is weak, so he can't use the power of his original body. After all, he still needs to cover it up. If he uses it directly, does he really think that the world is blind? His original body is indeed hidden, but it doesn't mean that the world didn't notice him when he came in. It's just that Chi Xuan hid well, and the world couldn't find him, otherwise there would be solar eclipses and earthquakes. Where did these changes come from? Old Chi, go to the fields. A middle-aged man came over and greeted Chi Xuan. Yes, I'm just about to go. Chi Xuan responded, and complained in his heart, where is his field? Just go to the field. Not to mention who this person is, why doesn't he know him? Fortunately, he used his power to collect data and provide information at the first time. He is a local farmer. Because of Chi Xuan's identity implantation, he suddenly appeared in some people's interpersonal network. The setting is a little less rigorous. After the middle-aged farmer left, he was also confused in his heart. He knew him, but why didn't he have any impression? There was not much intersection after careful recollection, and it could only be attributed to the unfamiliarity between the two parties. If he continued to think about it, he would definitely notice the problem, but he was in a hurry to work, so he didn't have time to think so much. It seems that the identity technology evolved from the survivor technology has many flaws, but the effect is still good. At least it does not involve real industries, and can also guarantee interpersonal relationships. But there will inevitably be problems when using it for the first time. I will collect data, and then make some changes. The most urgent thing now is to find a place to live for yourself. Chi Swan's current attributes are the level of ordinary people in this world. That is, normal 1 point, need food, clothing, housing and transportation as a guarantee. So you have to find a place to live, and then you can slowly develop it later. The energy level of this world is not low at all, far better than the 4 worlds that were previously used as knives by the Doomsday game. And it is still a feudal social structure, which means that it is very likely that the strong will be respected. If you really meet a supernatural being and are affected, you can only use the power of your original body to kill the other person with a thunderbolt. What else can you do? Just watch your avatar die? The cost of indirect intervention is much lower than the survivor's avatar, especially the value of the avatar will continue to increase with the passage of time. In theory, the longer you live, the more valuable you are. The housing issue was quickly resolved. Chi Swan found an abandoned old house on the edge of the village where he landed. It was not a magnificent house, but an ordinary house, and it looked very dilapidated. Chi Swan could only repair it. As for the problem of the field, relying on the powerful power of the original body, the mechanical descent arranged it directly. The real industry can only be intervened by yourself later, otherwise it will be really troublesome. As for whether Chi Swan is really going to be a farmer here for life? No, it's just a transition. After all, for him, he has to inquire about the situation first. Because the main body is hiding and devouring the world, it cannot move too much. It is hidden, not invisible. If it moves around, it will definitely be noticed by the world, just like the Doomsday game in the past. Anyway, it is okay to squat without being shaken, even if all the survivors die. Chi Swan is a little better. He can only be confined to the vicinity of his avatar. The data collection can be done by the survivors' avatars. It's just a matter of time. Unfortunately, he has no shortage of time. Although there may be a Doomsday in this world, Chi Swan took a look, and it seemed that this Doomsday was him. With his strength, especially after swallowing the Doomsday game, his sense of the Doomsday is naturally very high. So when he came, of course, he could sense that this world was very healthy, without any Doomsday-like symptoms. That is, he, the Scourge, came, otherwise the world could continue to be healthy. After the treatment was completed, Chi Swan rested, mainly because the repairs were really strenuous, and it was thanks to the help of the mechanical deity's main body, otherwise he would definitely not be so fast. The next thing is to start collecting information. From the current point of view, ordinary people's awareness of the extraordinary does not seem to be very high. Chi Swan used the incarnation as a node to collect the data and memories of people in the surrounding area for several miles, and did not find any information related to the extraordinary. However, it is not completely without news. There are many rumors. For example, the scholar who can pass the imperial examination is the Winkuxing from the sky. Some monks have boundless Buddhist teachings, and there are Taoists who can fly and hide. But no one has seen it. It's all heard. The rumors are quite detailed, not just about the neighbors or distant relatives. Being in a remote and secluded place can conceal one's identity to the greatest extent, but the flow of information is a big problem. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Let's put it this way, in the village where Chi Swan lives, the farthest place people go is the town, and they have never been further away. The town is indeed more prosperous, but it is not that prosperous. At most, there are more merchants and the information is more real. Just wanting to go to the town is not an easy thing, and you have to walk for dozens of miles, so generally you won't go there unless you have nothing to do. Not long after, the village head came over slowly, first looked at the farmhouse, and then said, "Old Chi, you have to pay taxes." The head of the village is similar to the village head, but it is an official position, similar to an enhanced version of the village head, in charge of some household registration, taxes, production, etc., a real local emperor. Therefore, when Chi Swan was repairing the house, someone notified him. However, he did not come at the first time, but waited until Chi Swan completed the repair and moved in. Otherwise, what if he proposed to pay taxes, and the other party simply refused to do it? Now that the repair is done, either pay the tax or leave. Whether it is getting the tax or getting a house for free, it is all his profit. Chi Swan has no money, so he can only take action. "Head, you are confused. This is my old house," Chi Swan said seriously. The head of the village frowned under the influence of the original body, and the corresponding memory emerged in his mind. This is really... The head of the village was also confused. This was obviously the other party's old house. Why would he rush to collect taxes? It seems that there is a problem with the household registration. Can the head of the village help me to change it? Seeing this, Chi Swain also struck while the iron was hot. The head of the village was a little embarrassed and could only nod. Okay, you come with me to take a look. I misunderstood this matter. As for refusing to admit it to save face, he is not that kind of black-hearted person. He just wants money. Moreover, if there is a problem with the household registration, he will be the direct person in charge if there are problems with the court's conscription, corvée, etc. in the future. Then he will definitely be the unlucky one, so it would be best if the hidden danger can be dealt with. Especially since the other party took the initiative to cooperate, he can't just ignore it. Chapter 532. Chi Swain stayed in this village called Qingzhou Village for more than half a month. He soon became familiar with most people in the village. Almost everyone knew that there was such a person as Chi Swain, and he lived in the southeast corner of the village. He was also a good worker, and everyone praised him for his hard work. He did have some shortcomings, that is, he always liked to run to the town, but because he was poor, he couldn't buy anything, just simply watching the fun. Most people just said a few words behind his back as a casual chat after dinner, and few people would say anything directly. After all, it was someone's hobby, and you couldn't get involved. It seems that something is wrong today. The sun is too big. Chi Swain estimated the time. It hadn't rained for a long time. Indeed, since the last eclipse and the Earth Dragon turned over, the sun has been getting bigger day by day. The head of the village next to him also said worriedly. He also had to work. After all, the size and wealth of Qingzhou village were not enough to make him a superior person. If he didn't work, he would starve. As for collecting grain and taxes, he could deduct a little, but not much. After all, everyone was poor and couldn't squeeze out any money. As for reaching out to public funds, did they really think that the officials in the town were blind? He would suffer if he paid less. Coincidentally, the land he operated for himself actually belonged to the head of the village. As the head of the village, he did have privileges. He was the one who owned the most land in the whole village. He was also the hardest worker. After all, no one would help him, so his family had to do it themselves. Chi Swain narrowed his eyes when he heard this. This has nothing to do with him. The solar eclipse was because he blocked the sun when he entered, and the earthquake was a buffer when he landed. He had prepared in advance, so there were no major natural disasters. It may be a drought. The head of the village suddenly said this. Drought and flood are extremely terrible disasters for farmers, a burden for the court, and a carnival for the nobles. Especially this world also has a supernatural system. Thinking of this, Chi Swain was also confused. There are supernaturals here, and it seems that the energy level is not low. How can such a disaster happen? Not to mention other things, at least calling the wind and rain is not a problem. But from the head of the village, it can be confirmed that they seem to still follow the laws of nature, and the climate and seasons are not adjusted or interfered by the supernatural. Similar to the supernatural seclusion? The question is, can this seclusion be achieved with such a high energy level? If a strong person really takes action, even if it cannot cover the entire world, it can cause a wide range of impact. Unless they have another battlefield. But Chi Swain checked and found that there was no folded space or mirror space in this world. So it is probably some unknown control technology or cognitive coverage technology. When was the last drought? Chi Swain asked. I don't know, how can I think about it? The head of the village shook his head. He said he was the head of the village, but his status was not much different. He still had to work, so he didn't have so much free time to think about it. Anyway, he just had to follow the season to do the busy farming. Okay, hurry up and work. I see you didn't do anything today. The head of the village muttered and worked hard. But Chi Swain could see that the other party was not as relaxed as he seemed. Seeing this, Chi Swain did not say anything. After finishing the work in the farmland, he went back on his own. It can be determined that there are 3 ways to embark on the extraordinary road in this world. The first is the imperial examination, which can be ignored directly. With my identity, I can't stand firm in the imperial examination. The imperial examination is for scholars, and they have to study hard. More importantly, he is just a poor man. Paper, ink, pens and inkstones are expensive, and books are even more expensive. Moreover, he has to study full-time, which conflicts with his farmer character. The second is Buddhism and Taoism. But it's not that easy to join these two. There are no temples around. You have to go to a big city. And there must be a threshold. It's impossible for me to join directly. Not to mention that I don't know what Chow Fan is like. From the perspective of the imperial examination system, Chow Fan is probably not achieved through cultivation, otherwise would there be a need for imperial examinations? So now we need to use Qingju village as a springboard and go to a more prosperous place through the town. Then what I have to do now is to sell the land and real estate, get some money and leave as soon as possible. Qi Xuan suspected that the drought was really coming. The drought may not have a direct cause with him, but there must be an indirect cause. If this drought really comes, the value of the land and real estate will be greatly reduced. And Qi Xuan sold at a high price, and then ran away. With a springboard, he naturally has nothing to worry about. So now we have to consider how to make a move? If we talk about the richest person, it should be the head of the village. But I am a bit unethical. I sold the village chief's land to him. After thinking about it, Qi Xuan went to find the village chief directly. It was dusk, and the other party was waiting for his wife to cook for him at home. When he saw Qi Xuan coming, he immediately became alert. He came at mealtime without anything in his hand. He was not asking for help, but coming to eat for free. So the village chief's first thought was to send Qi Xuan away as soon as possible. Old Qi, why don't you go home to eat at this time? What are you doing here? The village chief asked tentatively. Qi Xuan sat in front of the village chief so carelessly. I think there is no future in being a farmer all my life. I want to go out and try my luck. When the village chief heard this, he was also confused. If you want to try your luck, go ahead. Why come to him? He didn't restrict you. The court did not stipulate that the people could only stay in the village. But the houses and fields in the village are all ancestral property. I can't let them go. Qi Xuan said earnestly. The head of the village changed his expression slightly, mainly because his family's fields and Qi Xuan's fields were next to each other. This meant that he was going to take care of them together. But this was good news for him. Then you can go ahead without worry. I will take care of your old house and land for you. The head of the village was so excited that he waved his hand to indicate that you don't have to worry. The fields can be planted for free, and the house can be used to store some sundries or rent it out directly. That's too much trouble for you, head of the village. Qi Xuan thanked him first, and then said, but I have to be a responsible person. The head of the village has helped me too much. I'm really embarrassed. The head of the village naturally couldn't think that Qi Xuan was going to sell it. The house was just renovated more than half a month ago. Why would he want to sell it now? In this case, head of the village, you give me a sincere price, and I will sell the old house and the land to you, Qi Xuan said directly. As soon as these words came out, the head of the village was confused, which was indeed beyond his expectation. Qi Xuan was not doing anything unnecessary, but to leave a mark, otherwise there would be no trace at all, and if he was not strong and appeared out of thin air, it would easily bring trouble to himself. Originally, he estimated that he would have to stay for another 3 to 5 months, at least harvest once before leaving. But in the current situation, if he didn't act in time, he would probably exhaust himself to death. The head of the village quickly reacted to Qi Xuan's words, and joy immediately appeared on his face. This is not good, after all, it is your ancestral property. Although the head of the village refused, he naturally wanted it in his heart. Helping to manage it is only a temporary property, but if you buy it, it will become a family heirloom. This was naturally a great pleasure for the head of the village. But he had to consider the issue of face, so he declined it. Nothing wrong, I keep it anyway. Besides, if I become famous, I have to thank the head of the village for his support. Qi Xuan saw what he was thinking, so he struck while the iron was hot. Ha ha ha, since you said so, I won't refuse it. How about this 10 taels? The head of the village heard Qi Xuan's words, and naturally agreed to it, fearing that Qi Xuan would regret it. He had already been polite. If he continued to push it out, if Qi Xuan really didn't sell it, wouldn't he lose a lot? Head of the village, give me more. I keep all the tables, chairs, and benches in the old house for you. The land will soon be harvested, and I'm afraid this is not enough. How about 15 taels? Qi Xuan raised the price a little. The head of the village subconsciously wanted to continue bargaining with Qi Xuan. Although the extra 5 taels, it was 1/3. But then he thought about it, their family of 12 only consumed about 30 taels of silver a year. This price was only half of the price, which was already a bargain. Okay, 15 taels, but you have to write the deed immediately. In order to avoid the cooked duck flying away, the head of the village hurriedly made this request. That's easy to say, but can you read, head of the village? Qi Xuan asked. This made the head of the village a little embarrassed. As for reading, he also knew some. After all, he had to collect taxes and pay them. But if he asked the head of the village to write the deed, It would be too difficult for him. As for Chi Xuan, he can read, but he can't recognize it now. Finally, the village head could only grit his teeth and say, "Let's go to the town early tomorrow morning. Let's go directly to the town to transfer the ownership, and I will give you cash then." At this point, he could only say this. The deed could not be written, so the transaction could only be done in person. Although it took some time, there would not be any changes in one night. The only problem is that he has to pay another fee. It must be at least 50 coins. This money must be paid by the village head. He even paid 15 taels, and he certainly doesn't want to have any changes because of this 50 coins. "It's a deal," Chi Xuan said with a smile. 15 taels is indeed a bargain, but the village head can't take out more. The other party's belongings are only 17 taels and 500 coins. If it's really that tight, the other party is unwilling to buy. The number he gave was just where the other party was willing to bleed heavily. As for the fact that he consumed 30 taels a year, but only had 17 taels in savings, this money was not spent all at once, but was spent slowly. Chapter 533. In the deserted alley of the Bishui town Yamen, the village head took out the tightly wrapped silver from his arms after collecting the house deeds and land deeds. Here, the silver and goods are settled. The smile on the village head's face could not be stopped at all. Although he not only paid the writing fee, but also paid an additional 150 won of house tax, it was nothing to the village head. Chi Xuan looked at the package and stuffed it into his arms. This time it was really stuffed in. 15 taels of silver could still be put in. Then he took the silver and went to a more prosperous place through Bishui town. Therefore, he needed to find a caravan, otherwise it would not be so easy to go by himself. Don't even think about the map, this thing will not be easily passed on. You can only find a specific group of people to buy it, and it cannot be sold publicly. But at this price, 15 taels of silver is definitely not enough. At least 100 taels are required. Old Chi, it's not safe to carry 15 taels with you. You'd better find a place to buy it. Don't let someone rob you. After the head of the village restrained his joy, he also told Chi Xuan. He had a deed on him, so it didn't matter if someone robbed him. There were 2 copies of this thing, and the other one was in the government office. Even if it was robbed, it would be useless. But the money on Chi Xuan was different. There was no name on it. If someone robbed it, it would not be so easy to get it back. I know, it's not a big problem. I can beat 2 people with my physique, Chi Xuan said with a smile. He knew that the head of the village was secretly reminding him that he was being targeted. 15 taels was a huge sum of money even in Bishui town. Especially, the purchasing power of silver is far better than copper coins. In fact, as long as you don't fight hard, you can get rid of it without any problem. But Chi Xuan is different. He doesn't plan to return to Qingju village, so it will be more troublesome later. Just keep it in mind. I go back first. After the head of the village said, he left directly. In the town, he just walked at a normal speed, and once he left the town, he ran for his life. He was not afraid of being robbed, but it would be uncomfortable to be beaten. Since he wanted to rob, he must treat everyone equally. Chi Xuan walked out of the alley slowly, and glanced back at the 2 strong men following him. He didn't dare to take action directly in public, but his eyes were rolling around. It doesn't matter if you can't rob, but you can blackmail and hit the porcelain. Anyway, they are just outsiders, and they are not afraid at all as local snakes. It just needs some reasons, and they can't take action at the gate of the government. Seeing this, Chi Xuan turned around and turned into the alley. The 2 men looked at each other and smiled contemptuously. They could naturally guess that the other party wanted to get rid of them, but 2 fists could not beat 4 hands. Not to mention that this was not the first time he had done this kind of work. So he hurriedly followed in. A minute later, Chi Xuan walked out of the alley slowly. The 2 men were not dead, but they were almost dead, and they basically said goodbye to turning over the rest of their lives. Paralyzed below the neck, disabled people can live better than them. He was not worried that someone would come to trouble him. After some inquiries, he soon found a caravan willing to take him away. All expenses were covered, and he could take him to Guiyun City for only 5 taels of silver, and he would set off at noon. The journey takes about 15 days, and they have to stop at many towns to replenish supplies and sell goods. The caravan has guards, cooks, doctors, and other personnel, so the security is still very high. However, the disadvantage is also obvious. That is, Chi Xuan can't sit in a carriage and can only walk. Fortunately, he doesn't care much about these things. The world is not stable recently, and it's not a good thing to go out and try your luck. The caravan chef chatted with Chi Xuan. After all, there is one more person, and Chi Xuan has to talk to the other party himself. As for procurement, each of them purchases it, and the chef buys the ingredients himself. Brother Wu is knowledgeable, tell me about it. Chi Xuan asked along with the other party's words. I heard that the dispute over the orthodoxy of the three schools of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism is becoming more and more severe, and it has already affected the court. It is said that the eclipse of the sun and the turn of the earth dragon not long ago were the reasons. The current emperor intends to weaken the orthodoxy, the chef said with a worried look. Chi Xuan also heard about the dispute between Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism for the first time, and then asked, what is Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism? Why haven't I heard of it? Hey, Brother Chi, which mountain valley did you come from? How come you don't even know this? The chef was also amused by Chi Xuan's question. I came from Qingzhou village next to Bisui town, so I wanted to go out and try my luck, otherwise I would die in the field without knowing anything for the rest of my life. Not to mention that I can't make much money, I will die in misery. Chi Xuan replied casually. However, the chef shook his head, at least I live long. It's not as safe outside as in your village. You just need to pay taxes and grain. There will be many things to consider after leaving. Chi Xuan saw that the other party had changed the subject, and hurriedly pulled it back. Brother Wu, you should talk about Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism. After all, I have paid the money, and I can't go back to the mountains to continue farming. The chef glanced at Chi Xuan, and then said, I don't know, but the court has always said that the world is in chaos, and it is probably due to the dispute over the orthodoxy. As for what Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism are, they are actually scholars, monks and Taoists. These people hold power, and before. I once saw an old Taoist priest take action, and he was truly invulnerable to swords and guns, and was immune to water and fire. Don't even think about it, scholar. I'm afraid you can't even read. Monks and Taoist priests can give it a try. Burn incense and donate some money to worship Buddha, but if you want to enter the door, you need fate. Don't ask me what fate is, I know it too. The chef spread his hands, indicating that he only knew this much. The three schools of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism are noble, and we ordinary people can't see them. Are there three schools of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism in Guiyun City? Chi Xuan continued to ask. The chef thought for a moment and said yes, all of them. Many people want to join them, but it's good enough if only one person out of 100 can enter. If you can read, you can take the entrance exam in the spring. Compared to Buddhism and Taoism, Confucian academies only require you to pass the entrance exam. As for whether you can get a good score in the imperial examination, that's another matter. Only by getting a good score in the imperial examination can you be considered a true Confucian. Otherwise, the students in this academy don't have to pay tuition in the first year, and no poor people can afford to study in the second year. And the amount of pens, ink, paper, inkstones, books, etc. is limited. If you want extra, you have to pay for it yourself. Hearing this, Chi Xuan also responded, studying costs money, what about Buddhism? Do they also cost money? Of course. The chef continued, how can we do the ceremonies and rituals without money? Otherwise, why would temples open up so many channels to collect incense and gifts? Of course, they also cost money. Chi Xuan thought that if silver was also used, wouldn't the monetary system collapse? So he continued to ask. If not silver, what else? You are quite interesting. The chef found Chi Xuan's question a little funny, and could only say that he was worthy of being a man from the mountains. He really didn't know anything. Then he teased, you don't think that the current emperor uses a golden hoe to work in the fields, do you? Just his words made Chi Xuan speechless. I think so, and the queen has to eat 2 white steamed buns. Chi Xuan answered the other person seriously. This made the chef laugh so hard that his waist bent. Fortunately, he recovered quickly. The emperor doesn't go to the fields, and the queen doesn't eat white steamed buns. Don't say this nonsense in the future. If someone hears it, I will punish you for disrespect. At least 10 strokes, you will have difficulty walking after that. The chef reminded Chi Xuan that discussing state affairs without permission, talking about the princes and nobles, etc., are all things that the people don't report and the officials don't investigate. But it's not impossible to report such things. TSK, the outside world is so strict that you can't even say a few words. Chi Xuan also complained, but it was also normal. After all, he could sense that the court was very strict in controlling public opinion, just like the solar eclipse and earthquake he caused before, which could be directly blamed on the three schools of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, the court itself would definitely be the one to take the blame. Of course, It is also possible that the three schools of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism have indeed been fighting, and the impact caused is not only continuous, but also extremely huge. That's why it was so easy to pass the buck. The two chatted for a while, and Qi Xuan got more information from each other. Then he left, thinking about the so-called situation of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism. The main thing is that there are many contradictions and conflicts in the chef's mouth. The simplest point is the currency issue. Extraordinary people and ordinary people share the same currency system. It is estimated that there is still value at the bottom. If you really want to go up, currency inflation may be very terrible. And this also creates poverty, closure, and even non-circulation of the middle and lower classes. Once it circulates, 1 liter of rice may cost 500,000 taels of silver. With the energy level of this world, the resources consumed by the top masters in a day are absolutely astronomical. Resources cannot be created out of thin air. They will only be revealed to the lower levels. Then the only ones left to pay the cost are the common people, otherwise who else can they be? So isolation is the best way. If you operate on the monetary system, it is not difficult to collapse the court. But the data and intelligence are not enough, and my own power is not enough, so I can't achieve such a big leverage. If you want to leverage, you can't rely on financial resources, you have to rely on power. As long as you have enough power, 1 or 2 taels of silver can leverage hundreds of millions of silver. I hope Guiyun City will not let me down. There is not much difference between villages and towns, but the city level can actually directly contact the extraordinary, which means that the city level is the main means of ruling the court. Chapter 534. The journey to Guiyun City was not very peaceful. During the period, we encountered several roadblocks and robberies, but there was only one fight. The rest were to use the name of the caravan and the money to clear the way, which was a close call. The fight was because the robbers were a group of young people who had just started their journey. They disliked the small amount of money and insisted on taking all the money. Then they were all hacked to death. There were only 10 guards on the caravan, but they were all well-equipped young men. Most of the young people who had just started their journey could not survive, so they were far inferior in terms of combat power and equipment. It was only because peace was the most important thing in doing business that they gave the money first, but unfortunately they did not appreciate it, so they died. There are still 3 days, and we should be able to reach Guiyun City. But the sun is not good. Guard Wang Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead, then picked up the water bag on his waist and drank it in big gulps. I come from a farming background, so there is a high probability that there will be a drought. Qi Xuan also took a sip from his water bag. It should rain at this time of year. Now let alone rain, there is not even a breeze. Wang Yu nodded. It's very uncomfortable. The water is almost gone. If I can't find any more water, I have to stop. By the way, what are you going to do in Guiyun City? The two of them are relatively familiar with each other. After all, they have been on the road for so long, Qi Xuan can't be unsociable. That would be so strange, so within 2 days, he had become familiar with the entire caravan. Go to relatives. Farming is really unbearable. I might as well be a coolie. Qi Xuan found a reason. Because he has not yet thought about what to do in Guiyun City. It is certain that he will come into contact with the extraordinary, but the 3 schools of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism all have thresholds. He cannot enter the academy, and has not come into contact with Buddhism and Taoism. He will have to wait until he goes there to know. That's right. It's better to be a dog in the city than to be a human in the countryside. Wang Yu agreed with Qi Xuan's words. I also plan to finish this job and go back to the city to get married. As soon as these words came out, Qi Xuan couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. He dared to say this. Don't let everyone be unable to go back by then. What do you mean? Wang Yu asked speechlessly. I didn't expect you to be so brave and hard-working at such a young age. I thought you had already started a family. Qi Xuan found an excuse. What's the big deal? I just want to make more money. Wang Yu was a little embarrassed to be praised like this. After all, Qi Xuan was still an old bachelor, but he was actually getting married, which was quite a misfortune. In his opinion, Qi Xuan would never get married in his life. At his age, basically no one wanted him, especially since Qi Xuan was still poor. It's better to earn more money and take care of the family. Qi Xuan felt that Wang Yu didn't have the aura of a protagonist, so nothing would happen to him. As for him, he definitely didn't have the aura of a survivor. As long as there was no aura of a protagonist, the possibility of something happening was not great. But soon, the caravan stopped. It seemed that something happened in front of the caravan. You stay with the caravan, I go to the front to see what's going on. As a guard, Wang Yu naturally had to lead by example. So he carried a long sword and hurried to the front of the caravan. Seeing this, Qi Xuan must have followed. After arriving, he saw a group of people surrounding a big monk. The big monk was unconscious, and his face was pale, with blood at the corners of his mouth. There were no obvious injuries on the outside, only some scratches. This means that the other party was unconscious due to internal injuries. Qi Xuan asked and learned that he was in the middle of the road from the beginning. The caravan naturally respected the people of the three schools of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism, and quickly arranged the unconscious big monk in a carriage. At the same time, a doctor was asked to check. However, the doctor left after checking for less than 2 minutes, and when he left, he shook his head and looked like he couldn't solve the problem. Then Qi Xuan came over, briefly checked, and came to a conclusion. This unconscious big monk has extraordinary power. Energy flows in his body, and his body structure is very strong. It has even exceeded the limit of the human body. According to the energy level of this world, he should be a low-level person among the extraordinary people, not a strong one. And he is still in danger now. If he does not get timely treatment, he will die in 2 days at most. Soon, the caravan began to speed up. The boss is ready to travel day and night, and try to reach Guiyun City at noon tomorrow. Wang Yu said. Is it because of that big monk? Qi Xuan naturally knew why, just thinking of sending people to the temple in Guiyun City to get close to him. This is simply a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yes, the doctor can't cure him. He said that he can only last for 3 days at most. If he can get treatment within 3 days, he can still live. Wang Yu said. The other party's error is larger than Qi Xuan's, but this is normal. After all, it is not so accurate for ordinary people to diagnose extraordinary people. The boss is indeed thoughtful. If we really save this monk, he will be rich and powerful in the future. Qi Xuan said this, but he also knew another trouble. That is, the monk was injured to this extent, and it was definitely not caused by himself, but was injured by the enemy. If it is not a loss or a tragic victory, it means that the enemy is probably on the way. Once the pursuers come, according to Qi Xuan's estimation, the entire caravan will definitely not leave a single person alive. Let's talk about wealth later. Wang Yu's face showed sorrow. The person who can injure this monk is not an ordinary person. It is definitely someone from the three schools of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism. With only our 10 guards, there is no way we can't save him. As long as people come, alas, Wang Yu sighed and was helpless. Everyone has a normal mind, and you can know how big the risk is just by thinking about it. But the boss was determined to do what they wanted, and they had no choice. After all, they were receiving salaries from the boss, and the boss had a high prestige, so they could not be shaken by a few words. So everyone had to bite the bullet and go to Guiyun City as soon as possible. Don't worry so much, the people have been rescued, and it's too late to say anything now. It's better to think about what to eat in the evening. Qi Xuan didn't care at all. Not for anything else, just because the pursuers had arrived. Everyone stop! A voice suddenly came. Everyone present stopped involuntarily. It's not that they are obedient, but that these words actually have the power to influence people's hearts and enhance the persuasiveness of words, so that the listeners are convinced. Qi Xuan's survivor incarnation also stopped. After all, without the power of his original body, he would naturally be controlled. Then he saw a scholar in a long gown coming to the front of the caravan, and the owner of the caravan went to communicate with him as soon as possible. Wang Yu, one of the guards, also arrived as soon as possible. After a while of communication between the two sides, the scholar asked them to hand over the monk, while the owner said that saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda, so he refused to give it. Fortunately, the scholar did not take action at the first word, but persuaded them with emotion and reason. Qi Xuan saw that the situation was not good, so he quietly got into the carriage where the monk was. This is definitely a good idea, and there will inevitably be a conflict later. So Qi Xuan thought about giving a helping hand, so that he could directly contact the extraordinary system through this monk. It was really difficult to take away another extraordinary person from under the nose of a powerful extraordinary person. Fortunately, he was not a real ordinary person, and he used his body's power to help. Under the cover, he quickly took the person away. No one noticed anything wrong during this process. Get out of the way! Don't refuse a toast and drink a penalty. The scholar was also very angry with the owner of the caravan. You are afraid of offending the Buddhists, but are you not afraid of offending his Confucianism? This scolding made everyone in the caravan involuntarily make way. But they reacted quickly and blocked the scholar again. They just bully the other party because they won't kill people, otherwise they wouldn't dare to do it. Finally, I tell you one more thing. This is a dispute over the orthodoxy. If you don't leave, I take action. Seeing that he couldn't convince them, the scholar stopped talking. Now, many people hesitated. Sword. The scholar struck while the iron was hot, and wrote such an ink word in the air. This ink word quickly turned into an ink sword in the air, and surrounded him. After seeing this scene, the people present immediately made way. They would not listen to good advice, but they were naturally afraid of fighting. Which carriage? The scholar asked. Everyone dared not speak, but some people subconsciously looked at the carriage. This made the scholar understand at once, and then the ink sword immediately pierced the carriage. However, nothing happened. Seeing this, the scholar hurried over to open the door of the carriage, and saw that it was empty inside. He actually escaped. The scholar's face fluctuated, and he was also depressed. In the end, he could only throw down a silver ingot, compensation for the carriage. After saying that, he took up the pen and wrote a floating word on the control, and then the whole person directly took off and left the caravan. At this moment, the owner of the caravan was so sad that he wanted to cry, but had no tears. He couldn't calm down at all. The monk was not sent over, and he also offended the scholar. The other party would not pursue them too much, but this matter was still a big loss after all. Boss, then are we going directly to Guyun City next? A steward asked. The owner of the caravan rolled his eyes. Go to hell, follow the original route. Then everyone packed up and set off to the next town for supplies, rest and selling goods. Wang Yu was a little confused. Why didn't he see Chi Suan? But he didn't pay too much attention to these things. There were many people in the caravan, and who knew where he had hidden just now. Maybe he was chatting with people at the end of the caravan. He couldn't have disappeared inexplicably. He didn't encounter any danger, so how could such a thing happen? Chapter 535. Hui Xian felt a sharp pain in his body. He opened his eyes, and saw a figure in a daze. His mouth was dry for a while. Water, he shouted subconsciously, but he quickly took it back. In his opinion, his condition might be very bad. Here, I don't have much. A voice came to his ears, and then a stream of cool water fell into his mouth. The amount of water was not much, but it was enough for him to recover. Where is this? After forcing himself to be mentally alert, and to feel uncomfortable in his body, Hui Xian finally saw the surrounding situation clearly. His eyes finally fell on the middle-aged man in front of him, who looked like a farmer. It's about 30 miles away from Guyun City in the wild. I don't know exactly where it is, Chi Suan said honestly. He had seen the caravan's map, but the ancient map was very different from the modern map, especially this map was drawn by the caravan itself. This means that there will be various problems. No wonder it looks familiar. Go north and take me to Xingdu Temple. It's only 20 miles away. Hui Xian actually had many doubts in his heart. The simplest point is that how could such an ordinary person take him so far alone? Although he didn't know the exact distance from Guyun City, he knew the approximate distance. And he weighed at least 300 kilograms. The other party didn't have mules and horses, so how could they take him back to Guyun City so easily? If it was a caravan, it might be possible. The mule that took you before was my mule, and it was dragged away by a wolf not long ago. Chi Suan said honestly that there was no means of transportation. He did have one, but how he got it was another matter. With his means, it was not a big problem to get a mule. The wolf did meet, and the mule was really unlucky. Hui Xian glanced around briefly and found the corresponding traces, which made him feel much more at ease. But he couldn't help but feel bitter. This was a 20-mile journey, and there were mountain roads and forest roads. How could he go? If he hadn't been injured, with his strength, it would be no problem to go back. However, now, just a slight movement would make his internal organs hurt, not to mention climbing through the forest. He couldn't ask Chi Suan to carry him on his back. 2 miles was fine, but he was afraid of something happening in the 20 miles, especially since the mountain road was not stable. Help me up and go with me. Hui Xian gritted his teeth and had to go. As long as he could get back to Xingdu Temple, the rest would be easy. No matter how serious the injury is, it can be cured with treatment. And he found that his injuries seemed to be getting better. It stands to reason that if he did not receive timely treatment, it would get worse. But it did not get worse, and it was cured a little. It was obviously the help of the man in front of him. It's not good. If you walk 20 miles with your injuries, you will have sequelae if you don't die. I find you a carriage or a bullock cart, Chi Suan said. Hui Xian didn't believe it at all. Where can I find it in this wilderness? I'm not one of those delicate people. Yes, before the mule was taken away by the wolf, there was a caravan that was killed by robbers over there, and it happened to be there. Chi Xuan explained. At this moment, Hui Xian was silent. What was going on? Then he asked, did you pick up the mule? Yes, look at me. Do I look like someone who can afford a mule? Chi Xuan's picked up, and the other person's picked up were not the same, so he had to put it in double quotation marks. Okay, go and pull the carriage over first. Hui Xian was looking at Chi Xuan at this moment. This man is so blessed, maybe he has a connection with Buddha. If it was a coincidence, he would just think it was his good luck, but this was a series of accidents that really made him look at him differently. Soon, a carriage was led by Chi Xuan, who helped Huixin get into the carriage. Huixin then spoke, how did you get me here without being caught up by that corrupt scholar on the way? Master, you misunderstood. In fact, it was not me who picked you up first, but a caravan that picked you up first. Then Chi Xuan slightly changed the process, and beautified it in part to fit the reality. After hearing this, Huixin's eyes widened. He actually escaped so easily, and there were all kinds of coincidences during the period. Buddha bless me, Buddha bless me. Huixin kept muttering. The process was indeed simple, but it was extremely dangerous. If you took a wrong step, you would definitely die. This person must be blessed with great fortune, and I should be the one to lead him into Buddhism. Huixin knew in his heart that if he wanted to go back alive, he had to rely on the person in front of him. In addition to his Xingdu Temple, Guiyun City also has Zhuwan Academy and Lihua Temple. If he lets them know, he will surely die. The dispute between the three families has become more and more brutal, and has even reached the stage of openly fighting. In the past, they would at least find some excuses, but now they are fighting openly. However, the imperial court has begun to interfere to avoid expanding the impact. If they have such a blessed person in Xingdu Temple, they may be able to become the final winner of Guiyun City. Is there really a Buddha? Chi Xuan asked. Of course there is. Taoism has gods, Confucianism has saints, and my Buddhists naturally have Buddhas. The Buddha is the supreme enlightenment, and has become the ancestor respected by all living beings. The power it possesses, Hui Xian said in a flowery way. After the other party finished speaking, Chi Xuan asked, have you seen it? No, I am just a master, but the abbot, as a high monk, has seen the Buddha. Hui Xian is still not qualified to see the Buddha. What is the difference between a master and a high monk? Chi Xuan finally got something out. This is probably not a position, but an extraordinary level. Of course. Buddhists who practice the Dharma taught by the Buddha can achieve the 6 levels of enlightenment: novice monk, monk, master, eminent monk, arhat, and bodhisattva. And I have achieved the master's enlightenment, and my body is pure and pure. As he spoke, he gave Chi Xuan a general explanation of the Buddhist Dharma. The more Chi Xuan listened, the more strange it felt. Why did he feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity? After Hui Xian finished speaking, he finally understood why he felt familiar. Isn't this a supernatural system similar to a sequence, which undergoes qualitative changes through rituals and precipitation? So the Buddha is the source of Buddhism, and the gods and saints are also the creators of Confucianism and Taoism? Chi Xuan continued to ask. That's natural, otherwise how could they get this honorific title? Hui Xian didn't think there was anything wrong. But for Chi Xuan, the problem is huge. If you really follow the sequence of Buddhism, the highest you can achieve is the Bodhisattva, and Buddha is the only one. More importantly, he can hear from the other party's words that this sequence is very rigid and solidified, and there is no operability. As for the transition between sequences, it does not exist. The 3 sequences of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism are like water and fire, and the struggle is endless. The struggle for the orthodoxy is not from the bottom up, but the disagreement between the gods, Buddhas, and saints at the source, which has gradually developed from the literary struggle in the early years to the current martial struggle. According to Huixin, this is not the first time that the struggle for the orthodoxy has become so severe. The last time it caused the world to sink, and finally the Taizu of the Yulong dynasty cleaned up the mountains and rivers and made an agreement with the 3 masters of the orthodoxy. The conflict was temporarily eased, but with the development of time, the contradictions became more and more serious. The emperors of this generation are not as capable as Taizu, making the situation more and more crazy. In fact, they didn't want to fight for small places like Xingdu Temple, Zhuwan Academy, and Lihua Temple. But they couldn't stand the general trend, and the court was also fanning the flames. If they didn't express their opinions, their fate would not be much better. Why? You also want to see the Buddha? Then you have to become a monk as soon as possible. Hui Xian thought Chi Xuan was impatient, so he said, Master Hui Xian, you are extremely talented. You have practiced for so many years, and have achieved the status of a master with great difficulty. Chi Xuan said, if it were me, I would probably be just a novice monk for my whole life. Chi Xuan naturally couldn't say no directly. The other party's attitude had already shown that he wanted to teach him Buddhism. So he planned to see what the Buddhist teachings were like first, and if that didn't work, he could just find his own way. He said it was the world anyway, and it was no problem to customize a new sequence for the survivors' avatars. It was just that he had to get access to detailed data before that. Otherwise, with Hui Xian's few words and the survivors' avatar's observation ability, he couldn't see anything at all. He wasn't blind, but he could still avoid risks. I don't have enough understanding, and the master is the limit of my life. You are different, you. Hui Xian said here, and found that he had said too much. Chi Xuan was already middle-aged, older than him. You have your own opportunities, and maybe you can achieve the true fruit of a high monk. Hui Xian really couldn't find any advantages, so he could only say that you were lucky. What else could he do? If the other party would be a young man in his teens, Hui Xian could directly say that you have the appearance of an arhat. Now, Hui Xian felt that it was very good to be a master. But a Dharma master is already a backbone force for Xingdu Temple. Including him, there are only 12 Dharma masters in Xingdu Temple. And there is only one senior monk, the abbot. Even if he just becomes a bhikkhu, he can bring strength to Xingdu Temple. Master Huixin is joking. I admire Buddhism. Being a novice monk is enough. Chi Xuan said modestly. This is not wrong. After all, as long as he gets the corresponding extraordinary knowledge, he can completely delete and modify it by himself and open a new sequence. At least he must be a bhikkhu. You have a connection with Buddha. Huixin thought, this is indeed pious enough. It is really a good seedling, but it's a pity that he is too old. The two of them talked to each other, and with the help of the carriage, they saw the temple standing on the mountainside from a distance. That was the Xingdu Temple where Huixin was. It was not far away, but if you want to go up, I'm afraid it will take some time. After all, the mountain road is difficult to walk. Chapter 536. Huixin, you are finally back. The abbot of Xingdu Temple, Huiyun, hurried over. Seeing the weak Huixin, he was also anxious. Especially when he saw Huixin injured like this, he was so sad. Both of them were of the Hui generation. Although they did not have the same master, they grew up together since childhood, not to mention that Huixin was a senior staff member of Xingdu Temple. If he was really missing, the advantage of Xingdu Temple in facing Zhuan Academy and Lihua Temple would be further reduced. At that time, the survival situation would be even more difficult. Brother Abbot, don't worry, the matter has been settled. The first sentence Huixin said was not to report safety or injury, but to reassure Huiyun. It's so badly injured, but fortunately you came back in time. Huiyun just nodded, and did not ask too much about this matter, but was concerned about Huixin's injury. The matter was done, and there was no point in asking again, so Huixin's injury became the first priority. Chi Xuan had similar thoughts before, otherwise why would Huixin go out alone? It was obvious that he was carrying out some tasks. Thanks to Brother Chi's help, otherwise I would definitely not be able to come back. Huixin smiled and said, Brother Chi is blessed, and has a predestined relationship with my Buddha. When Huiyun heard this, he immediately understood what Huixin meant, that is, he wanted to accept Chi Xuan as his disciple. But he was also hesitant. This age is a bit too old. There is indeed no age limit for practicing the law, and there are many people who have achieved great success late, but after all, they are only a minority. Being young is still more advantageous. However, since it was Huixin who spoke, Huiyun could not refuse. Since Huixin said that the donor is a person with a predestined relationship with Buddhism, you can practice in the temple temporarily. Huiyun also agreed, but did not give too many preferential treatments, and did not even give him a title. It was equivalent to being an extra staff member, given Buddhism but not a status. If you want to officially join Xingdu Temple, you must at least become a novice monk. When Huixin heard this, he also understood Huiyun's thoughts. Just as he was about to say something, Chi Xuan spoke first. Thank you, Abbot, thank you, Abbot. Chi Xuan said 2 sentences in a row, directly blocking Huixin's words. This made Huixin sigh and said nothing in the end. It was too late to speak now. Originally, according to his idea, he wanted Huiyun to accept disciples on behalf of the master, so that Chi Xuan would also become a member of the Hui generation. Even if he could not support Xingdu Temple with Buddhism, he could rely on his own blessings to increase the fortune of Xingdu Temple. Okay, I have someone arranged for the donor to rest temporarily in the temple. Tomorrow, there will be a monk to teach the donor the Dharma. Huiyun's expression did not change much, and he just spoke in a normal tone. In his opinion, Chi Xuan would at most stop at being a bhikkhu. It is not impossible to become a Dharma master at this age, but it is extremely difficult. With this impatient look, I'm afraid his temper can't be changed. Soon, a monk took Chi Xuan to the guest room behind the temple, which was specially for pilgrims to stay. This means that Chi Xuan is just a guest. Hey, master brother, why are you pushing him away? I've said that he is blessed with great fortune. I was able to escape, thanks to the help of brother Chi, otherwise I would have died on the way. Hui Xian said with a bitter face. Hui Yun was annoyed when he heard it. I was only concerned about your injury, Hui Xian, and I really ignored this sentence. Then he looked relieved. If he can become a novice, he can also enter my Xingdu temple. It won't be too late to train him then. Hui Yun thought about it, and realized that he didn't say it absolutely. If he can't even become a novice, it would be a burden to accept him into the temple. It's better to keep him in the temple. As for saying that he will live like this for the rest of his life? With his contribution in saving Hui Xian, it doesn't matter if Xingdu Temple supports him for the rest of his life. It's just an extra pair of chopsticks, which is insignificant to the expenses of Xingdu Temple. Hui Xian heard what Hui Yun said, thought about it carefully, and felt that what Hui Yun said made sense. It's easy to become a novice monk. If he can't even become a novice monk, it would be a bit ridiculous to accept disciples on behalf of the master. Master, you are still thoughtful. I just want to borrow his blessings to help my Xingdu Temple, but I am also inferior, Hui Xian said. Although my Xingdu Temple is facing many difficulties now, it doesn't need to rely on the blessings of a mere person. Hui Yun didn't really believe in blessings. Luck is more of an icing on the cake. It's too absurd to rely on luck to help in times of trouble. Brother, you are right. I am also confused. Hui Xian couldn't help but smile bitterly. Let's not talk about this. I take you to heal your wounds. Hui Yun changed the subject. It's not that she didn't care about Chi Xuan, but she really didn't have the extra energy to care about him. If the dispute over the orthodoxy was not so severe, he would naturally be more careful. Now it is more important to keep himself alive. On the other side, Chi Xuan was taken to a good guest room. It should be where merchants or people of high rank live. Whether it is tables, chairs, benches or beds and beddings, they are better. Donor, please stay here for a while. Food will be delivered to you by monks. If you feel bored, you can go out for a walk, but don't go too far. Although there are no wolves, tigers and leopards on the mountain, there are poisonous snakes and insects. In addition, the monk briefly introduced the situation of Xingdu Temple to Chi Xuan. There is no restricted area or place that cannot be visited. It is a temple that opens its doors to welcome guests. Thank you for your explanation, master. Chi Xuan also replied. The monk hurriedly said, You are not worthy of the title of master, but a novice monk in the temple. If you have any questions, you can ask the monks. If you really don't know, you can find me in the north courtyard. The monk said politely. Chi Xuan certainly agreed. The other party was so polite, what could Chi Xuan be dissatisfied with? The monk left quickly, and Chi Xuan was thinking about one thing, that is, the cruelty between these extraordinary people seemed to be limited to the hostile sex. On the contrary, they were very united and tolerant towards their own people and ordinary people. This made Chi Xuan very puzzled. You, a group of strong people, can be so restrained. If it were Chi Xuan, he would have been a master long ago. As for Chi Xuan saving Hui Xian, a high-level official of Xingdu Temple, so he received special treatment, there is special treatment, at most, the highest level of food and accommodation for pilgrims, but he is not the only one who can enjoy it. But the treatment was not so good. Just like the scholar I met before, when he met the caravan, he did not use his extraordinary power to attack, but communicated with the owner of the caravan. Until he was rejected in every way, and could not explain it clearly to the other party, he chose to scare him, and did not really attack. In addition to the need for ordinary people as consumables to provide productivity, there should be some situations that I don't know. Chi Xuan touched his chin. Not long after, another monk came and gave Chi Xuan a sutra. Chi Xuan flipped through it, and it was actually the Buddhist quotations, and the content was also to persuade Taoists to be positive, do good deeds, and accumulate virtues and other positive energy behaviors. The content was deleted, and the missing part should be related to the dispute over the orthodoxy. Donor, can you read the words? A monk came in with a lunch box, a little weird. His name is Mingjue, a disciple of the abbot Hui Yun. This time, the abbot asked him to teach Chi Xuan to read. How can you understand Buddhism and Buddhist scriptures if you can't read? I don't know, I just flip through it and see if there are any pictures. Chi Xuan naturally couldn't admit it. Mingjue put down the lunch box, then took out the food, and then said, Donor, you have come here on a long journey, eat some hot food first. After you finish eating, I will enlighten you. Mingjue naturally couldn't just take a sutra over. This sutra is actually used by monks to learn to read and enlighten. If a person has a strong understanding, he can become a novice monk just by this enlightenment. However, such people are very rare in their Xingdu temple. The most recent person who is such a person is their abbot Huiyun. Because of this qualification, coupled with his own efforts, Huiyun has become the abbot of Xingdu temple. Enlightenment? Do you mean teaching me to read? Qi Xuan asked, pretending not to understand. Since he has an extraordinary system, it is not difficult to directly infuse knowledge. But he couldn't answer directly, so he had to ask anyway. You can say that, but because you will start practicing Buddhism tomorrow, I need to use some Buddhist teachings to let the donor skip the process of learning to read. Mingjue patiently explained to Qi Xuan. He just didn't say why. After all, he didn't know whether the other party could become a member of Xingdu temple, and it was not easy to say too much. It's true that Buddhism is boundless. Qi Xuan followed with a compliment, and then sat down to eat. While eating, he asked, "How is Master Huixin's injury?" Thanks to the donor's timely delivery, Master Huixin's injury has been treated, but it will take some time to recover. Mingjue's answer was also vague. Anyway, it involves the senior management of Xingdu temple, so they definitely cannot reveal too many details. That's good. I was scared when I found Master Huixin. No matter how much we shouted, he couldn't wake up. Finally, we had to send him to Xingdu temple. Qi Xuan echoed. Seeing this, Mingjue followed Qi Xuan's words and continued to talk. He had received many pilgrims, so his skills in chatting were not superb, but he was also very good at dealing with people. Not only was he nice to listen to, but he also didn't offend people, and he had a high emotional intelligence. This was naturally to train him. If nothing unexpected happened, Mingjue would be the next abbot of Xingdu temple. Now he just had to wait for Huiyun to retire, and he could successfully become the abbot of Xingdu temple. However, in the current situation, the possibility of death is much greater than the possibility of retirement. Of course, it is also possible that Mingjue would walk in front of Huixin. After all, the swords of the struggle for the orthodoxy would not care about these. Chapter 537. With the help of Mingjue, Qi Xuan mastered the text in just 1 hour. Then the other party left in a hurry without staying any longer. The next day, a monk gave Qi Xuan a copy of the Miao Lianzheng Fa Jing. Then Qi Xuan only needed to abide by the precepts, learn Buddhism, and then carry out simple practice activities. The so-called practice activities are not cultivation, but participating in activities such as going to the temple, passing the hall, chanting scriptures and meditation. These activities can cultivate concentration and wisdom and improve one's practice realm. Among them, going to the temple refers to participating in the morning and evening chanting of the temple, and passing the hall refers to the relevant precepts for eating. There is no need to say more about chanting scriptures, and meditation refers to meditation through sitting in meditation. This series of behaviors is a bit similar to the practice of reality, rather than fantasy, fairy tale and other practices. In addition, it is not only the Buddhist school, but also the Taoist and Confucian schools. As for how to become a novice monk, it is also very simple. When your Zen mind is initially settled, you will be a novice monk. After becoming a novice monk, you will have the magical power of initial Zen mind, which allows the novice monk to maintain inner peace, resist external interference, and strengthen his willpower. Yes, it does not directly increase combat power, but it is an auxiliary effect that allows the novice monk to better carry out practice activities. So as long as you become a novice monk, the calm temperament exuded by your body can be seen at a glance. As for relying on disguise, it is meaningless, because if you do not have a Zen mind, it will be exposed after a long time. Moreover, you will not be able to participate in subsequent practice activities, and you will be exposed on the spot and caught. The consequences will be more serious, and he will be driven down the mountain directly. This is troublesome. Qi Xuan looked at the Miao Lianzheng Fa Jing, and the internal rules and regulations, etc. This is not as spiritual as supernatural system that he can cultivate. Another thing is that with his mind, he is not compatible with these contents. Let alone peeping at the Buddha's true fruit, even a novice monk cannot cultivate. If it were a demonic way or an evil way, Qi Xuan would definitely make rapid progress. So I can only continue to modify it. But I have to find a way to get the foundation of Taoism and Confucianism. Qi Xuan knew that he was really not suitable for this path. The foundation of Buddhism is called novice monk, while Taoism is Taoist boy, and Confucianism is Tongsheng. And there are corresponding 6 levels. Novice monk, monk, master, monk, arhat, bodhisattva. Taoist boy, Taoist, Taoist priest, real person, real lord, heavenly master. Tongsheng, Xiaocai, Jiren, Gongshi, Jinshi, Guoshi. The first 2 levels are all about laying the foundation, and basically there is not much combat power. Most of them are similar to passive, and only after reaching the 3rd level can you master extraordinary power. For example, Huixin's strong physique, the ability of the scholar to manifest spells with words, etc. But there is a problem here, that is, the magical powers obtained by everyone in the same series are exactly the same. At the same time, the strength and upper limit are also completely similar, which means that it depends a lot on talent and ability. The stronger the talent and ability, the higher the use and development of the magical power. More importantly, except for the 3rd level, there is no such thing as overkilling. Each level is like a chasm, so it is impossible to defeat someone with a higher Taoism than yourself. Except for the protagonist, after all, the protagonist is an existence outside the specification, so Qi Xuan did not include it in the list. This should be an alternative extraordinary monopoly. Qi Xuan muttered, and put down the scriptures in his hand, and thought about where to get the basic classics of Confucianism and Taoism. In theory, there must be in Xingdu Temple. So go and take a look. Qi Xuan said, put down the book, and went directly to the Sutra Pavilion. The Sutra Pavilion of Xingdu Temple stores a large number of Buddhist teachings, which are basically used as practice activities to learn Buddhism and improve themselves. So no one will stop it. Not only monks can enter, but also pilgrims can go. Qi Xuan walked in so swaggeringly. Just the books in this library, if placed in the folk, its value is probably that even if the richest man in Guiyun City is squeezed dry, he can't take out so much gold and silver. Knowledge and books have always been very expensive for ordinary people. Qi Xuan didn't pay too much attention to these scriptures. In fact, the contents were similar, all of them spread positive energy. This was one of their ways of cultivation, which was completely incompatible with Qi Xuan's mainstream system. Fortunately, after some searching, he found the relevant information he needed in the corner of the Sutra library. After reading it, his heart was completely calm. Taoism and Buddhism are similar, but they have different focuses. Confucianism has the biggest problem. Although they don't need to abide by more numerous rules and regulations, they also have corresponding gentleman's code of conduct. And their way of improving themselves is different, that is, taking the imperial examination. You will have the corresponding power depending on which status you pass the exam. As for cheating, Qi Xuan is not sure about it for now. He has never participated in it, so he doesn't know what it would be like to complete the imperial examination by cheating. However, since there are extraordinary beings, cheating is unlikely to succeed. If you can cheat successfully, it means that you have enough power, so why choose this path again? Unless you distort your thinking and mind, there is absolutely no way to enter the extraordinary of the 3 traditions of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism. Qi Xuan quickly understood his situation in his heart. Of course, you don't have to do it yourself, you can choose to do it to the survivor incarnation. Just make a patch. The solution is simple, but he doesn't want to follow the path of the 3 traditions of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism. After all, the source of these 3 traditions has already been occupied by someone. No matter what you do, it's just inferior to others. More importantly, as the source of the saints, Buddhas, and gods, they have the right to define and interpret the 3 traditions of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism, which means that any subsequent changes are just a matter of words from others. This means that once you have entered the cultivation, you will never think of leaving. Even if it is just an incarnation of a survivor, Qi Xuan has never thought of sending him to be a spy. And he can't be one. The higher the level of strength, the stronger the sense of belonging to the Taoist school, and in the end, you may become a part of the source. For example, those bodhisattvas, real people, and national scholars may have unknowingly become the incarnations and incarnations of the source. In the end, it is just to make wedding clothes for the other party. But Qi Xuan also understands that if he opens another Taoist school, the subsequent troubles will definitely not be small. But this is what he expected, to make the whole world fall into chaos. What to do next is also simple, he can just rush in, this is his ultimate goal. He really has no way to stir up chaos by conspiracy, but if he relies on recklessness to form chaos, he is very good at it. Isn't it just killing, killing, killing simple? Putting the book down, he needs to go back and sort out his thoughts. After returning to the guest room, Hui Xian had been waiting for a long time. Brother Qi, have you gained anything after looking around the Sutra Pavilion? Hui Xian's injuries have recovered in just 1 day. Although he can't fight yet, this also refers to people at the same level. Fortunately, I just didn't expect that Buddhism is so difficult to practice. Qi Xuan sighed, and what he said was the truth. This is only the first day. Brother Chi couldn't read yesterday. Now he has the idea that Buddhism is difficult to practice. It is a great progress. Hui Xian heard Chi Xuan's words and comforted him. But he was also somewhat thankful that he had not proposed to accept disciples on behalf of the master at that time. The other party's qualifications were not as good as he imagined, but rather inferior. Judging from Chi Xuan's expression, he had not gained anything. Anyone with ordinary qualifications, even on the first day of practice, can understand some of the true meaning of Buddhism. You must know that most people cannot let the abbot's disciples personally enlighten them with Buddhism. Most people learn to read and write before becoming a novice monk. Through the enlightenment of Buddhism, the efficiency of the novice monk's practice can be greatly accelerated, and the time for cultivation can be reduced. This can also be regarded as the abbot's investment and compensation to Chi Xuan. I'm afraid this is not a common thing. Chi Xuan could hear the other party's comfort. Now his idea is simpler. Since he can only create his own sect, it's better to get out as soon as possible. Anyway, Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism will not attack ordinary people, but only those who are hostile to the sect. Chi Xuan has not cultivated, so he is naturally not considered a Buddhist sect, so he will not be targeted. It's just that your cultivation speed is slow. Hui Xian gave a tactful confirmation. After all, he is a savior, so he can't say too much. Master Hui Xian, don't comfort me. Chi Xuan said that he still understood. I'm afraid I'm not suitable to be a cultivator. Let's go down the mountain and find a job to do. This caught Hui Xian off guard. You gave up too quickly. It's not even a day. Why don't we practice for a few more days? If there is still no progress, I will go to the temple to ask Brother Chi for some Buddha land, and we can cultivate it at the foot of the mountain. How about that? Hui Xian saw Chi Xuan's attitude, and it was difficult to say anything more. But he didn't want Chi Xuan to leave like this. He always felt that Chi Xuan was a blessed person, but his luck had not yet arrived. With a little luck, if he didn't soar to the sky, he would make rapid progress. Then I will shamelessly stay in the temple for a few more days. Chi Xuan must have thought of leaving immediately, but it was unrealistic. Even if he wanted to leave, Hui Xian would not let him go. How could he treat his savior like this? Brother Chi, you saved my life. There is no such thing as being thick-skinned or not. Hui Xian thought Chi Xuan was embarrassed. So he continued to comfort him with a few more words, and could only sigh that Chi Xuan was really simple. After chatting for about half an hour, Hui Xian left, as if he was going to take medicine. Chi Xuan began to think about the creation of a Taoist school. First, it must be consistent with the identity. The three Taoist schools are all based on identity. Chi Xuan found the common point. Chapter 538. Chi Xuan stayed in Xingdu Temple for another 7 days, but he did not make any progress in his practice of Buddhism. In the end, Huixing could only arrange some Buddhist fields for Chi Xuan at the foot of Xingdu Temple, and helped him buy a house and property, and let him continue to farm. For Buddhist fields, the tax is about 2:1. It is about 50:50. This is not only the Buddhist tradition, but also the Confucian and Taoist traditions. There may be slight differences, but the proportions will not change. Otherwise, how can the extraordinary people who have left their jobs practice with the resources from the fields? It is nothing more than squeezing them down. And these industries are not only fields, but also involve various industries such as medicinal materials, cloth, etc. It can be said that everything in the entire Guiyun city is monopolized by these three families. No matter what work the people do, it will eventually flow to these three families and the court. Even if Chi Xuan has a relationship with Huixing, there is no way to reduce this field tax. It was just because he had connections that the people who came to collect taxes didn't dare to do anything tricky. It was said that the tax was 10% to 5%, but the tax collectors were not from Xingdu Temple, but outsourced. As long as the grain collected each year was enough, they would not be criticized. In addition, the half of the grain left for themselves had to be taxed to the court. Fortunately, the proportion of the court was so high that it was only 10% tax, which was equivalent to giving out another 10% of the grain. The remaining grain was enough for a year, and if they were lucky, they could be rich. So there was a way to make a living. Those who cultivated the Buddha's field either had no land of their own, or were devoted to Buddha. Otherwise, most farmers who have their own fields to cultivate for themselves can actually keep about 70% for themselves after deducting various taxes, as long as the harvest is good. This alone is better than cultivating Buddha fields. So not everyone wants to cultivate Buddha fields, but they have no choice. Eating people, they are so particular about this. It's really unusual. Chi Xuan felt very torn. To say that they are good to ordinary people is also in terms of attitude, and it is even written into the scriptures of the Taoist tradition, but when it comes to actual interests, they are not soft at all. Qi Xuan doesn't believe that the people in Xingdu Temple can't see it. And the drought has come. Not only is there no rain, but the temperature has not dropped. The river has started to dry up, and the fields are not good either. The Buddha field where Qi Xuan is located has not been affected. The main reason is that Huixin arranged a good geographical location for him. As long as the river has not completely dried up, Qi Xuan's fields will not lack water. However, the water level in the river is now visibly falling, and many farmers who cultivate the Buddha fields have also reported this matter. After a monk came down to inspect, there was no follow-up. It was not that Xingdu Temple did not want to solve it, but the intensity of the dispute over the orthodoxy in Guiyun City had increased again. There was really no time to take care of it, and Huixi never came again after settling him down. Qi Xuan also heard yesterday that a big battle broke out in Guiyun City not long ago. It is said that the ones who took action were no longer the candidates, masters and Taoist priests in the third realm of the orthodoxy, but the tribute scholars, monks and immortals in the fourth realm. This means that the strongest of the three orthodoxy forces in Guiyun City took action. As for the reason for the action, it was also very simple. The mayor of Guiyun City, on behalf of the court, summoned the local leaders of the three orthodoxy forces together. They wanted to stop their dispute from expanding further, so as not to affect people's livelihood. This was also reasonable. After all, the mayor of Guiyun City also wanted political achievements. Special treatment was given in special times, but it couldn't be too ugly. Then the talks broke down, and they fought in the city, and even the mayor's mansion was reduced to ruins by the three of them. In other words, they didn't dare to kill the officials, so they stopped in the end, otherwise the mayor would have died. Then it became like this, and the fight was inextricable. It's the same old saying. The people suffer when the prosperity is prosperous, and the people suffer when the decline is severe, Qi Xuan said casually. Then he looked at the Taoist tradition he created. There was no name for the time being, but it was created based on the identity of the people. Sequence 1 is wrong. It should be the foundation of the Taoist tradition commoner. The so-called commoner does not refer to clothes alone, but refers to the common people. After all, the common people can only wear linen clothes, unlike the rich and powerful people who wear silk and satin and silk and cotton fabrics. The magical power he possessed was called indomitable by Qi Xuan. Possessing extraordinary tenacity and perseverance, and persisting in surviving in extremely difficult environments, potential power is stimulated. An analogy is leeks, which can grow again after being cut. As for the so-called potential power, it is nothing more than a tough life. With tenacity and perseverance, you can live longer. As soon as Qi Xuan created the Taoist commoner, he was directly promoted and became a Taoist extraordinary. But compared with the three major Taoists, Qi Xuan's commoner is more introverted, and even his supernatural powers are not manifested, and he does not have energy. Unless those Jinshi, Arhats, and Jinjuan come to check otherwise, Qi Xuan will not be able to see any changes at all, just like the weeds on the roadside. Isn't this the characteristic of common people? Qi Xuan, as a commoner, also has the corresponding concealment. Well, this is not a concealment ability at all, it's just plain and ordinary. My own physical fitness has improved. I am a very capable farmer. If the second level of the three major sects meets me, as long as they are close, it is not difficult to kill them. It is true that the sect needs to exceed the standard to cross the realm level, and the sect created by Qi Xuan is very suitable. This is what he personally deduced. If he can't even kill the level above, isn't it too lame? The three sects can only officially obtain extraordinary power in the third sect realm, but Qi Xuan is different. The second realm is enough. It's just that he has not yet conceived the identity of the next realm. The sect realm is an improvement of identity, and the corresponding power is obtained by it. So if Qi Xuan wants to break through the realm, he needs a brand new identity. And this identity must be based on commoner, and it cannot form a big leap. For example, he can choose to be a yamen runner or a thief. The former is a commoner who enters the official career, while the latter is on the wrong path. The magical powers they possess will naturally be different. However, Qi Xuan only considered these two and did not choose. The main reason is that Confucianism is too deeply tied to the court, so if he really chooses the official career, he will conflict with Confucianism too early. When he starts killing, it is very likely that the situation will occur when the young are beaten and the old are beaten. Therefore, all places are trying to maintain balance, but even so, it is common to lose control. I still have to be an ordinary citizen for a while, and my potential power has not been fully exerted. And if you want to change your identity, you also need an opportunity. The opportunity Qi Xuan mentioned was naturally the drought. Now it has begun to show signs. If the three orthodox forces of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism do not intervene, then this powder keg will definitely explode. People can't survive. And it's obvious what will happen. There will always be one of fleeing or rebellion. By then, the court will be unable to take care of itself, and the dispute between the three schools of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism will result in the end of the dynasty. This is a good opportunity for Qi Xuan to rise. Next, I have to go to farm again. Forget it, just treat it as a role. Qi Xuan thought for a while, and started to act. It was easy to work before, and it is even easier now. It didn't take long to complete the work. I guessed that the donor was here. Mingjua's voice came over. The donor is really good at farming, and he works quickly and efficiently. Qi Xuan looked at Mingjue standing on the ridge of the field, and said, as he approached, Master Mingjue, are you here to see me? Yes, I just happened to be going down the mountain. Uncle Huixin asked me to send you something. He was too busy during this period, and really couldn't spare the time to see the donor. Mingjue said, and stretched out his hand to pull Qi Xuan. After Qi Xuan got on the ridge of the field, Mingjue took out a book from his arms, and handed it to him. This is the martial arts we use in Xingdu Temple to train novice monks and monks. Although the donor failed to become a Buddhist, the effect may not be satisfactory, but it can also provide more protection for the donor. Mingju explained. Qi Xuan took a look at the book. The cover said Vajrapam, which was not a secret. Basically, all Buddhist sects have this one, but the content is different. But the ultimate effect is to strengthen the body. As for resisting strong enemies, forget it. Master Mingjue, thank Master Huixin on my behalf. Qi Xuan accepted it. He had read the content, which was a bit similar to ancient martial arts without strength, but it was not mainstream in the sect, and it was only useful for the first-level novice monks and the second-level monks. It lost its function when it reached the third level of the mage. After all, it was only used to lay the foundation. After the basic stage, it was useless. Thank you, donor. If you have nothing else, I will go first. Master Mingjue said, and was about to leave. Qi Xuan's heart moved, and then he asked, Master Mingjue, I wonder if I can go to the temple to see other martial arts? Mingjue stopped when Qi Xuan asked this. Of course, but the donor has to do farm work every day, so I'm afraid there is not much time to get away. I want to find a day, and then copy it down by myself and read it in my spare time. Qi Xuan said bluntly. The donor is kind, but it's a pity that he is too old. If he was 30 years younger and practiced, the donor would at least be a master. Mingjue sighed, and then said, in this case, I will write a letter to the donor, so that the monks in the Sutra Pavilion can give the donor a convenience. Qi Xuan's current visit to Xingdu Temple is naturally not as convenient as when he lived there. Generally speaking, you can read it, but you can't copy it, and Qi Xuan doesn't have paper, ink, pen and inkstone, so he must get it from Xingdu Temple. These are the conveniences that Mingjue wants to give. Master, you are so generous. Qi Xuan didn't expect it to be so smooth. Thank you for the compliment. I just hope you won't be obsessed with martial arts, and should focus on farming first. Mingjue reminded him. Chapter 539. With the convenience provided by Mingjue, Qi Xuan quickly copied down several martial arts in the Sutra library. In fact, there are not many, only 7 in total, and one of them is the Vajrapam that Qi Xuan has already obtained. It is normal that this thing is not valued. The Taoist school focuses on its own law, not these martial arts that are incompatible with them. But for Qi Xuan, it has the benefit of changing his identity in the next step. For example, the commoner becomes a warrior, and this trend is the most advantageous at present. After all, he has a previous record of being an ancient warrior. He only needs to combine the Taoist school with ancient martial arts, and the probability of success is still not small. It's just that he hasn't made up his mind yet, mainly because the resources consumed by warriors are a bit large, which is not what he can accumulate now. At least he has to eat and drink well, but this is a bit conflicting with commoners. Commoners are ordinary people, and how many of them can be rich? Especially Qi Xuan now has only 10 taels of silver on his body, which can't support the matters of practicing martial arts at all. Character setting and acting are the core standards of the Taoist realm. So the conversion needs to be reasonable. As for killing and robbing, this is feasible. But he can't become a warrior by doing this, he will only become a robber and a bandit. This is very bad. Qi Xuan wants it, but the process is troublesome. Fortunately, he doesn't have to consider this problem for the time being, because the drought has come. The river is dry, and the crops in the fields are also sun-dried to death. Qi Xuan sighed, which is very consistent with the characteristics of an old farmer. He is lucky, after all, the geographical location is good, and the worst location has long been out of money. However, because of the drought, the dispute over the Taoist traditions of the three schools of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism in Guiyun City also fell into a brief peace, and began to purchase grain on a large scale. The three schools of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism have not yet reached the level of not eating grains. At least they have to reach the level of Jin Shi Arhudjinren in the fifth realm. But the three families in Guiyun City are the strongest, which is the fourth realm, so food is indispensable. Especially in the first two realms of laying the foundation, the food required has increased by more than 10 times. On the contrary, after the foundation is laid, some energy in the environment can be taken in as a supplement, and the amount of food is less than usual. But the problem is that the number of people in the first two realms is the largest. It is also the most deadly to eat. Qi Xuan's commoner realm does not have this problem. After all, ordinary people are very tolerant. You can eat a lot if you let go, but it is also okay to keep a normal amount of food, but the growth rate will be slower. He can gradually release his potential power by taking in trace amounts of environmental energy. Of course, you can't not eat. After all, if people want to survive, they need enough nutrients as a supply. Qi Xuan is not a human, but the survivor's incarnation is a human. He cannot directly supply energy, so he can only eat. Fortunately, his identity is special, so he doesn't lack food. At this time, the people who work for the three major sects are protected. They will be given relief food to ensure the minimum living standard. There is definitely not enough food to eat and drink, but it can ensure that they will not starve to death. On the contrary, most of the ordinary people will probably die when the relief from the court arrives. And compared with the three major sects with clear rules and regulations, the people sent by the court to rescue the disaster may not be good people. It is estimated that deduction is the most common thing. Qi Xuan knew that this disaster would definitely cause trouble. Then how should I complete my identity transformation and realm breakthrough from this drought? Qi Xuan thought about it, and soon locked on a word. Ranger. This does not refer to some game professions, but to some people who act chivalrously, such as valuing righteousness over life and bravely saving people in distress. Of course, it also refers to rogues. It means a special group of people in ancient times. There will be chaos later, so it's just right to transform your identity. By then, you will become a ranger and master high-level martial arts. Qi Xuan plans to turn the martial arts used as transition by the three major sects into a magical power in the direct sect. Without the blessing of magical powers, it is naturally mediocre, but if it becomes a magical power, it will be different. The Vajra palm can really make the eyes of the Vajra angry, and the wind-piercing kick can really be as fast as the wind. Combined with the magical effect of the commoner, he is tough and can still fight, which is definitely strong enough. That's right, with the improvement of the Tao realm, the magical power will definitely not disappear, but will be strengthened with the realm, so there is no need to worry about losing its effect. When building a house, it is not reasonable to tear down the first floor and the foundation after building the second floor. Rangers are not like warriors. Although there is no way to turn martial arts into martial arts, they are more flexible and more in line with the current trend. As for warriors, they must be willing to break but not to yield, and his personality is not suitable. On the contrary, the rangers who are similar to rogues make Qi Xuan more fond of them. However, the shortcomings are also obvious, and the overall strength is not as good as that of warriors. Fortunately, it doesn't matter. Qi Xuan doesn't care about these things. After having the basic strength, it won't be a big problem to continue to make up for it later. Moreover, no matter how strong a warrior is, he can only jump one level at most, and fight against the third level of the Daotong, and he may not be able to kill him. No matter how much he exceeds the standard, there must be basic logic. The Daotong sequence has a very strict class division, and the later it is, the more difficult it is to jump. So if you can't form an absolutely strong power in a short time, it is better to change to a faster way of improvement. After that, Qi Xuan began to practice 7 martial arts. The number of times he needs to practice every day is not much, just 1 time each. Mainly for preparation. Next, he only needs an opportunity to resolve difficulties, and then he can naturally upgrade his realm from commoner to ranger. It's not that it's a simple neighborhood dispute, but it must have a certain impact. After a round of practice, Qi Xuan didn't feel anything. The magical power given by commoner has made his strength incomparable, so these 7 martial arts used to lay the foundation are of no use to him. It can only warm up the body. If it is not for the breakthrough as a preparatory step, he would not bother to practice. Practicing martial arts at least once a day is one of the prerequisites, which is equivalent to the practice activities of the three major Taoist sects. If you don't do it, the prerequisites cannot be matched, and even if the subsequent conditions are met, you will be stuck. Qi Xuan wants to change it, but this is the system mechanism of this Taoist world. Unless you give up, you can only abide by the rules. Forced changes are also possible, but they will expose themselves, and the survivor incarnation will suffer. Either stand in the mountains to make money, or kneel in the city to make money. Qi Xuan's strength and planning do not support him to stand and make money for the time being. Otherwise, he would have swallowed up the world in one gulp. Why would he hide and suck the world slowly? Severe drought not good. Huiyun's face was drooping. He had just calculated the food reserves of Xingdu Temple. From top to bottom, it can only last for half a year at most. And this is under the condition of minimum ration. Xingdu Temple not only has to take care of itself, but also those Buddhist farmers and workers. Otherwise, once they lose the hearts of the people, no one will be willing to provide for them. Brother Abbot, it's not that there is no solution. Huixin said, there are a lot of food reserves in Zhuwan Academy and Lihua Temple. If these two families are destroyed, then the Buddhist farmers and workers can also be supported, and the remaining food can be opened to help other people. The meaning is to make these two forces suffer and let them survive first. After all, redistribution is much easier than recreation. As long as they can survive the initial stage and wait for the court's disaster relief to arrive, Xingdu Temple will not only be able to get out smoothly, but also win. Uncle Huixin is right, but if we can think of this method, I'm afraid Zhuwan Academy and Lihua Temple can also think of it. Mingjue said calmly, so we should strike first. When facing hostile sects, they all lost their compassion and instead wanted to kill. They naturally have precepts such as killing and anger, but these are for their own people and ordinary people. When facing enemies of the sect, they don't have to abide by them. This is the so-called law of protecting the Tao, that is, the priority of protecting one's own Tao. Not only them, but also Confucianism and Taoism have similar explanations of priority. If we go to war, the people will suffer in the end. Huiyun was also hesitant. How could he not think of these things? He just couldn't bear it. It's worth it to kill one person and save 10. Mingjue gave a different opinion. What's more, as long as we act quickly enough, the impact on the people will not be great. If you continue to hesitate, once Zhuwan Academy and Lihua Temple get the upper hand, we will definitely die. We have no regrets about dying in the drought, so how can we be killed by the enemies of the Taoism? Hearing Mingjue's words, Huiyun's eyes flashed with a gleam. Well, we will tighten our belts and diet afterwards, and when we open the warehouse to release grain, we will give most of the grain to the people as compensation. What really made Huiyun make up his mind was Mingjue's words, that he was killed by the enemies of the Taoism. For him, this is a great shame. Brother Abbot is right. If we have failed the people, we will compensate them in the future. But the enemies of the orthodox tradition must die. Huixin supported and voiced his support immediately. With the words of Mingjue and Huixin, and the abbot's approval, the remaining monks naturally had no objection. This is the time for me to cross the temple to decide life and death. From the novice monks to me, all of us will go out of the temple to take action. We must destroy Zhuwan Academy and Lihua Temple as soon as possible. We will take action at 3:45 tonight. Don't let the news leak out. Huiyun said coldly, with a cold murderous intent on his body. Yes, Abbot. This matter involves their own life and death, so naturally no one would be stupid enough to leak the time of action. As for why 3:45, it is of course because everyone has fallen asleep at this time. It is the best time to take action, and it can also minimize the impact on the lives of the people. It is better to sleep poorly than to get hurt. But there is a problem. Zhuwan Academy and Lihua Temple are very likely to think so. Chapter 540. At midnight, the three sects launched attacks in unison, and then the entire Guiyun city was destroyed. Before dawn, the battle ended, and no one was a winner, and all returned with heavy casualties. Fortunately, the top combat power did not die, but the casualties of the three realms 1, 2, and 3 were heavy. The civilians in the city also suffered great losses. The people of the three sects were so angry that they had long forgotten their so-called rules and regulations. Kill him again, Huixin said coldly. He had a broken arm, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. Huiyun looked tired, and his injuries were not serious. After all, he was already a Buddhist disciple of the fourth realm. What really made him tired was Mingjue's death. However, it was not only his heir to Xingdu Temple who died, but also the heirs of Zhuwan Academy and Lihua Temple who died in the battle at night. Even if they win this time, Xingdu Temple will be ruined in the future. It may not be so easy to train another successor with the same ability as Mingjue. Mingjue's qualifications are just a little lower than Huiyun's. Huiyun raised his head when he heard Huixin's words. How sure are you? His words mean that if you bet everything, what is the possibility of winning? As for the consequences? He has long stopped caring. There is no way out after fighting until now. The current peace is only temporary. In about 2 hours at most, the battle will start again. No, but there is a possibility of winning. Huixin is not sure at all. After all, the enemy's state is similar to theirs. Not to mention that it is very likely that someone will take the fruits of victory if they fight 1 against 2. Then get together and fight again. Huiyun's expression sank, and he said immediately, "It is impossible not to fight. Only the final winner can get the blessing of the Buddhist orthodoxy. Otherwise, even if he escapes the court's wanted order, he will have to drink a pot. It can be said that the winner takes all and the loser is on the table. In the battle of orthodoxy, only the winner can get the protection of his own orthodoxy, and the loser's fate is naturally extinction. And the escaper is naturally classified as a betrayal, and the orthodoxy itself will not care. Either win or die in battle, there is no third possibility." "Yes, that's it. Gather everyone together and do it." Huixin agreed without hesitation, and then hesitantly said, "Before leaving, I want to see Brother Qi again." Huiyun was not surprised, but rubbed his temple. "Give you half a quarter of an hour. Go and come back quickly." Even though Huiyun is a powerful orthodoxy in the 4th realm, he has no guarantee that he can come back alive. Huixin went to tell his last wishes. As for coming back alive, that was another matter. "Thank you, Brother Abbot." Huixin was also happy, thinking that Huiyun would not agree. "I will recover your injuries on the way. Although the loss of an arm will affect the battle, you should recover as much as you can." Huiyun looked at Huixin's broken arm, and said helplessly, "Only the monks who broke through to the 4th realm can have the power to regenerate broken limbs." Huixin was only in the 3rd realm, so he naturally did not have this ability. So he could only drag his broken body to fight next. "Brother Abbot, don't worry, the bleeding has stopped and it will not affect the next battle." Huixin smiled and turned away. "There is only half an hour left, so we must hurry up. I give you a hand," Huiyun said, and directly helped Huixin. Huixin felt that his body was full of strength, and his speed was much faster than before. He rushed to the house where Qi Xuan lived at a very fast speed. "Master Huixin, the battle was so fierce last night, your hand." Qi Xuan said with a little surprise. He really didn't expect Huixin to come to see him at this time. "It doesn't matter, I have something to tell you." Huixin interrupted Qi Xuan. "Leave here immediately and find a safe place to hide. If Xingdu Temple wins, you come out again. If Xingdu Temple loses, leave Guiyun City and don't come back." With Huixin, Qi Xuan will naturally have no worries when he works as a Buddhist farmer and cultivates Buddhist fields. But if Shuwan Academy or Lihua Temple wins, there will be no future, and even life-threatening. Especially since Qi Xuan saved Hui Xian. Even if these two forces would not care about this, there would always be some ordinary people who would have small ideas and want to take advantage of this to get close to them. So Qi Xuan is in great danger. What happened? Qi Xuan continued to ask. The dispute over the orthodoxy in Guiyun City should have a result today. Hui Xian sat down, but I don't know who the winner will be. Master Hui Xian, you are joking. Even if I can leave, where can I go? Qi Xuan pointed helplessly at the sun that had just risen in the sky. The drought has come. With my strength, I will die wherever I go. So I was wondering if Xingdu Temple needs my help. Hearing this, Master Huixin smiled. Of course not, Brother Qi, you are just an ordinary person. What can you do to help us? Surviving is the best way to be helped. But you are right, the drought is coming, you will die wherever you go. At this time, Huixin also realized that even if Qi Xuan left now, it would only be the difference between dying early and dying late. Brother Qi, if you can survive the drought next, go to the court, at least you can survive. Huixin gave Qi Xuan a suggestion. The Confucian and Taoist schools are not easy to deal with. It's not certain, after all, no one knows when the court will come. From the movement at night, it can be seen that the situation in Guiyun City is not optimistic. Qi Xuan can be sure that the court will never rebuild Guiyun City. The manpower and material resources required for this must be a huge number. If there were no drought, it would still be possible to operate it. After the disaster relief, such a large deficit would come down. How could there be funds for reconstruction? After a long time, there would naturally be no possibility of recovery in the future. Even without Guiyun City, the pressure of disaster relief can be relieved, even if it is not much. So no matter who wins, they can only move away in the end, instead of staying in the ruins of Guiyun City. The court will not come to know the situation of Guiyun City, but will only issue a painless condemnation, and then there will be no follow-up. If you want to leave, of course there is no problem, just go to the nearest town. If you are lucky, you can meet people from the court and get relief, but it may not be easy to survive in the future. It's not optimistic. There is no winner in this battle of orthodoxy. A voice came over. Qi Xuan was familiar with the scholar who had chased Hui Xian. He was also a third-level scholar in the Confucian orthodoxy. Huixin, I let you escape last time, but you can't escape this time. The scholar's eyes were red and full of hatred. My junior brother's revenge should be avenged today. Wang Xian, do you think you can kill me just because I lost an arm? Hui Xian knew in his heart that he was definitely not his opponent. But he must not show weakness on the surface, otherwise he would die. However, his bluffing naturally could not be hidden from the scholar named Wang Xian. Sword. Kill. Death. As Wang Xian finished speaking, 3 ink characters appeared out of thin air. The first sword character turned into an ink sword, and then the 2 characters kill and die merged into it, turning into a flying sword full of murderous intent that went straight to Hui Xian's head. Although Hui Xian lost an arm, his fighting power did decrease, but it was not so low that he could be killed instantly. He smashed the flying sword with one hand, and then suddenly rushed towards Wang Xian. The battle started directly, without any scruples. As for Qi Xuan, he was forgotten by both of them. It seemed that the only enemy of the Taoism was the other party. The dispute over the Taoism was quite tricky, and it actually affected his intelligence and self. Qi Xuan decisively stepped aside. You know, Hui Xian was still chatting with him just now, worried about his safety. As a result, he turned around and forgot about this matter completely, and even ignored him. It was like a difference in cognition. Why is the Battle of Taoism a bit like the great catastrophe of the conferred gods? Everyone lost their rationality after entering the catastrophe. Qi Xuan was still frightened after leaving the battle. With the current strength of the survivor incarnation, it is impossible to get involved in the battle of the third realm. After all, it has not been long since he started practicing. Unless he uses the help of the mechanical deity, it is impossible to interfere in this battle. Hui Xian can't die. Qi Xuan sighed. The other party was ambushed because he came to inform him to leave. Then help him. As for Xingdu Temple, let them be the winner, but this victory is only a miserable victory. No matter what the other party said, it was helpful to him, and his attitude was not to kill the donkey after it had done its work. Even if there was a purpose, at least it had not harmed him so far. It's just that how to help is very reasonable. His instinct was to directly interfere with the mechanical deity, which would easily attract the attention of the Taoist world. If he helped indirectly, his strength as a survivor incarnation was not enough. So he could only rely on luck. Qi Xuan was a little strange, and then he took a little luck from his body and stuffed it into the survivor's avatar. Then he began to read the script and manipulate the luck through this wisp of luck. Xingdu Temple, Shuwan College, Lihua Temple, the strength of these 3 parties is now the same, and they can completely influence the final result through this insignificant luck. And Qi Xuan's survivor avatar now belongs to the Xingdu Temple camp. So he has luck, then he can indirectly increase the luck of the Xingdu Temple camp, so as to achieve the result of victory. It just requires Qi Xuan to do manual operation, and let the survivor's avatar act as a medium. Fortunately, the difficulty and movement are not great. Qi Xuan is still confident that he can complete his operation without the Taoist world. However, after this time, he has to leave Xingdu Temple. After all, the traces left by the goose are inevitable, and leaving as soon as possible can avoid subsequent troubles. Chapter 541. After Hui Xian defeated Wang Xian, the enemy from Zhuhuan Academy, with difficulty with his one arm, he was also seriously injured. Fortunately, he was not dead, but just unconscious. When he woke up, the battle between the 3 major sects had ended. Zhuhuan Academy and Lihua Temple were completely destroyed. Although Xingdu Temple was the winner, it also suffered heavy losses. Hui Yun, the abbot, died, and the 12 monks in the third realm in the upper echelons were also dead or injured. Not to mention the rest. Without Guiyun City, they have no place to stand. Next, they can only choose to seek refuge in other Buddhist temples to continue themselves. Otherwise, how can this piece of ruins provide the resource needs of an extraordinary temple? After all, it was lost. Hui Xian sighed. In this ending, the Buddhist sect won a small step, but for them, it was a complete loss. He had a good life, but now he is forced to become a dog without a home. Brother Qi, are you going to go to Zhantia City with me next? Hui Xian asked. During his coma, Qi Xuan helped take care of him. I won't go. It's too chaotic. I want to see it myself. Qi Xuan refused directly. He didn't plan to mix with the monks of Xingdu Temple. It didn't make much sense for him. Instead, it would be restrictive. In this fight, he was too far away to intervene. Yes, even if you follow me, the dispute over the orthodoxy will still exist. Maybe we will be destroyed next time. If you don't go, you can go to Liuxing City. I remember there is no orthodoxy there. Life may be a little bit hard, but at least there is no danger to life. Hui Xian pointed out a clear way for Qi Xuan, and explained to Qi Xuan how to go. The reason why he did not force Qi Xuan to stay was naturally because the battle at night directly destroyed Guiyun City. Qi Xuan was just an ordinary person. The dispute over the orthodoxy was becoming more and more serious. Once the three parties started fighting, they would get angry. It is conceivable what would happen next. Now there is a severe drought. Although there may be tricks in the relief of the court, it is not a problem to survive if you endure it. I will come to find you when the situation stabilizes tomorrow. Hui Xian knew that his words were purely comforting. In his situation, there was not much chance of survival. If he was a bodhisattva of the sixth realm of the orthodoxy, his credibility would be higher, but he was only a mage of the third realm, and he really had no advantage in fighting. At most, he was just a large cannon fodder. Okay. Qi Xuan looked at Hui Xian deeply. The disciples of the three religions, who did not have a dispute over the orthodoxy, were really nice to ordinary people. Go, don't delay here. Hui Xian said softly. I also want to go back and take those defeated soldiers to resettle. Otherwise, it will be difficult to survive. Fortunately, they won. When the time comes, they can take the food as a token of their loyalty and join other Buddhist temples without suffering. With the occurrence of drought, food is naturally one of the hard currencies. As for how hard it is, it depends on how serious the drought is. The more serious it is, the harder it is. Originally, they thought that if they won, they would open the warehouse to release food to help the victims, but now, it is impossible to do it at all. It's not that they don't want to, but they are really powerless. Each of them was injured, disabled, and exhausted, and they might even be attacked by hostile sects in other cities. If they couldn't even protect themselves, how could they help others? So they could only give up. If they wanted, they could go and get it. The monks of Xingdu Temple did not take away the food reserves in Zhuwan Academy and Lihua Temple. And they would not take away all the food in Xingdu Temple. After all, with their current number and situation, they could only do their best. Qi Xuan nodded. Okay, take care, and have a safe journey. Hui Xian nodded, then turned and left without any hesitation. What should be said had been said, and what should be done had been done. The world was like this, and he had no way to change it. In the final analysis, it's still not strong enough. If you can slap Buddha, gods, and saints to the ground, how can there be any dispute over sex? Just defeat the whole world with one person. Qi Xuan thought that he, the incarnation of a survivor, couldn't do this. The original body can go in person, but then he will have to physically defeat the entire world. The premise is that he has to wait until he has digested it. Otherwise, with his bloated appearance, let alone defeating the world, he would be lucky not to be pinned to the ground and beaten to death by the Taoist world. Qi Xuan planned to go to Liuxing City according to the direction and route indicated by Hui Xian. He met many disaster victims on the way, most of whom were civilians, who could not survive in Guiyun City. In addition to the drought, there was also the dispute over the Taoist tradition. Natural disasters and man-made disasters, this can also be considered the end of the world. Qi Xuan suddenly thought of this. He suspected that the Doomsday Game listed the Taoist world as a target because it observed the disputes in the Taoist world and the fact that it was close to the end of the world. The people of the three major sects lost their minds when they fought, which was already very doomsday. After all, they were not ordinary people, but extraordinary people with extraordinary powers. As for the drought, according to Qi Xuan's guess, it was probably related to the source of the three major sects. It was precisely because of the catalysis of this drought that the dispute over the sects became worse all of a sudden. However, it was not without benefits. The three major sects were reshuffled, and the profit pie was also divided. At the same time, most of the extraordinary people were cleared out, and enough resources were transferred. For the high-level people of the sects who were still alive, it was simply a feast for the gluttons. Except for the risk of death, it was basically all benefits. The so-called dispute over the sects was very likely to be used to limit the number of people in the sects and to reap benefits. Even thinking deeper, it was possible that the Yulong dynasty no longer met the interests of the three major sects, so they planned to change the dynasty. This was not something impossible to happen, and there was already such a sign. In particular, the Yulong dynasty has been controlling public opinion, pointing all kinds of problems to the dispute between the three major sects, and even making all kinds of scapegoating and accusations. If the extraordinary sequence was not in the hands of the three major sects, the Yulong dynasty would have been able to turn the world upside down. So the Yulong dynasty lacks an opportunity, but unfortunately the three major sects are unwilling to give it. Qi Xuan was able to create his own sect, which means that the Yulong dynasty is also possible. After all, the three sects of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism are not born, but are also explored and perfected bit by bit by the three major sources of saints, Buddhas and immortals. It seems that many people are going to Liuxing City. Qi Xuan muttered to himself. The information Huixing gave him was not top secret, so many people went in the same direction. This is also normal. Xingdu Temple, Shuwan Academy, and Lihua Temple have destroyed Guiyun City. Who can have a good impression of the three major sects? Naturally, I want to stay as far away as possible. It just so happens that Liuxing City does not have the three major sects to take root, which is very suitable. It is better to suffer a little than to lose your life. There are advantages and disadvantages to having a lot of people, especially when so many people are ordinary people. If there is a little disturbance, it is easy to cause chaos without a leader. Just like now, I don't know which wicked person actually poked a hornet's nest. Dense hornets swarmed over. Qi Xuan was far away, so he was not affected much. Those at the edge were really unlucky. Roar! The hornet incident was not over yet, and a tiger roared immediately. Qi Xuan found out after investigating that the chaos had disturbed a tiger. There were so many people, so the tiger naturally didn't dare to come, and was also worried that it would be eaten by so many people. So it was extremely alert while hiding. The chaos caused by the hornets made the tiger directly react, and it jumped into the crowd and started to attack. All of a sudden, the chaos became more serious. Qi Xuan saw this, and immediately understood that it was time for him to take action. The breakthrough from commoner to ranger was at this moment. You dog, you dare to be so presumptuous. Qi Xuan squeezed in front of the crowd, and scolded without hesitation. The sound was not small, and it immediately attracted the attention of the tiger. The tiger's body is really big. A slap from it would kill the person. But Qi Xuan is not afraid. He is now at the first level, and can kill people above his level. Fortunately, the extraordinary in the Taoist world is in humans, and those animals and plants do not have the conditions to become spirits, otherwise he might have to face a tiger monster. The tiger pounced, and Qi Xuan slid down. It's a pity that there is no knife, otherwise he would have completed the sliding shovel to kill the tiger as the brother in the forum did. Fortunately, he was fine, and he grabbed the tiger's tail. The next moment, the whole person was taken away directly. The tiger's strength is not a joke. A slap from it can break the iron door. Qi Xuan's survivor incarnation is not strong enough to match the tiger. However, Bu Yi's lead characteristics are indeed strong. After recovering, there was no big problem. Instead, he turned over and rode on the tiger. Qi Xuan gave it a throat lock on the spot. This naturally angered the tiger. Damn, I can't beat him. The first two realms are really lame. Qi Xuan cursed in his heart. There's no use in choking the tiger. It's not like the tiger doesn't have front claws, and can't roll over. It seems that he can only interfere from the sidelines. It's really difficult to live without the aura of the protagonist. Qi Xuan is used to smooth sailing. Now that the survivor incarnation has no aura of the protagonist, he is really not used to it. Even when he became a violator, the enemy was a mutant zombie instead of this kind of ordinary life. Offside help arrived quickly, and the tiger died on the spot. It can be regarded as strangled to death by him, but the data in the middle is a bit problematic. It's probably that the process is wrong, but the result is right. As he killed the tiger, he could feel that the power in his body began to rise in the direction of the second realm he had preset, the ranger. At the same time, a new magical power began to emerge in his body. The second realm, the breakthrough was successful, and the next step is to take some time to form. Chapter 542. Qi Xuan killed the tiger, and the news quickly spread among the disaster victims, and Qi Xuan's reputation continued to grow. He was given the title of Tiger-Killing Hero, and officially became the most prestigious person among the disaster victims. Because of his reputation, some people quickly unified the disaster victims, and made him the leader of the disaster victims. The chaos was finally suppressed. Although it could not reach the level of unity, at least the whole group would not fall into chaos because of some trivial matters. Qi Xuan also took this opportunity to start to improve his reputation and perfect the second realm ranger. The magical power he obtained was called martial arts. As long as he got the corresponding martial arts secret book, he could complete it in a very short time, and he also had the ability to innovate. This means that relying on the 7 martial arts in his body as a foundation, he can use this magical power to deduce countless martial arts. But it is just martial arts, not enough extraordinary power. In addition, it also comes with a certain survival instinct, which allows Qi Xuan to keenly identify herbs, poisons, climate, etc. in the wilderness. This magical power is of no use to Qi Xuan, and the knowledge in his mind is more useful and more comprehensive. However, it can be used as a cover to whitewash the optimized martial arts that Qi Xuan gave to the survivors. If there are no accidents, the third realm should be able to make martial arts extraordinary, and have effects similar to martial arts. The premise is that there is no deviation. After all, Qi Xuan also compiled it based on real-time data. If there is a more suitable one, naturally choose the better one. And he also found that reputation seemed to be a kind of experience. After he became a tiger fighting hero, a unique power was wrapped around him. This power is similar to the Confucian literary spirit, but the Confucian literary spirit is accumulated through reading and writing, while he gets it through reputation. Qi Xuan temporarily called it fame, and if he could use fame to bless his martial arts, he could get a blessing similar to strength and true qi. Martial arts are just ordinary martial arts, without any extraordinary, but fame can make it have special effects. After conducting experiments, he found that the consumption of fame will replenish itself, but the premise of replenishment is that he still has this reputation. If the reputation falls, then his fame limit will also be reduced. It's just a good ability for rebellion. Qi Xuan couldn't help but complain. It was for this reason that he chose to brush up a wave of fame. It is also the factor of fame that makes Qi Xuan hesitate whether to choose to transform martial arts into martial arts, or to cultivate the energy system of fame in the third realm. In theory, it is right to keep the plan unchanged. He has always been on the path of individual power. But Qi Xuan is thinking of taking a different approach, allowing himself to achieve group power through individual power. Fame is the foundation. Then the fastest way to improve and accumulate fame is definitely to rebel. But it is not possible now. He cannot be the first to raise the flag. This is too conspicuous, and will definitely be targeted. What he has to do is not to be a leader, but to respond. So before that, he has to complete the corresponding accumulation in Liuxing City. At least he has to break through the third realm and master the extraordinary power that truly has the ability to kill. Boss Qi, the crowd is settled, don't worry about anything happening. A slightly thin man came over. At our speed, we should be able to reach Liuxing City in 3 days at most. The other party's name is Jiang Peng, who was born as a waiter, and luckily survived the dispute over the orthodoxy in Guiyun City. After Qi Xuan killed the tiger, he was the first to stand up and clean up the situation, and even helped Qi Xuan spread his reputation. He is a smart man, but he is very ambitious. Although Jiang Peng is helping him, he actually wants to use Qi Xuan's reputation to accumulate strength for himself. The chaos in the world is unstoppable. Even if he is just a waiter, he can see the changes in the world. Now all that's missing is someone to raise the banner of rebellion. Jiang Peng hopes that this person is Qi Xuan, and then he can take advantage of the situation to get to the top. The idea is good, but it is difficult to implement, so he is not in a hurry. Anyway, he will be Qi Xuan's younger brother first. If it doesn't work, it's okay to make a living. That's right, Jiang Peng's upper and lower limits are so different. The upper limit wants to dominate the world, while the lower limit is just to have enough food to eat. Thank you for your help. Qi Xuan understood the other party's thoughts, but did not point it out. In the Taoist world, such small thoughts are meaningless, and strength is the key. We are disaster victims, and there is a high possibility that we can't even enter Liuxing City. Even if we enter the city, we have no power and are just rootless duckweed, and we will definitely be bullied. We are all from Guiyun City, and we are real relatives for 10 or 8 generations, so I'm thinking, can we set up a mutual aid association? So that we can be bullied in the future without any ability to resist. If no one supports us, then we will support ourselves. Qi Xuan told Jiang Peng about his idea. This made Jiang Peng's eyes flash. He had this idea a long time ago, but the conditions for implementation were not suitable. If we do it now, many people will resist, even if Qi Xuan is a tiger fighting hero. On the contrary, it would be more appropriate to wait until they are bullied and feel the same pain before forming it. However, Qi Xuan proposed it now, so he did not refuse. Boss Qi, your idea is really great. Jiang Peng naturally would not say that I had this idea a long time ago, but said that he had not thought of this solution at all. Then he said in embarrassment, I just want to set up a mutual aid association. I am afraid I need your help, Boss Chi. I am just a nobody. I can help Boss Chi run errands. But if I really let me go, how can I compare with you, Boss Chi? This is an excuse. Nothing more than thinking of using Chi Swan's reputation to expand his influence at a deeper level. The other party wanted to use the chicken to lay eggs, and Chi Swan saw it clearly. So he decisively agreed to let the other party use his reputation. He was just eyeing the eggs, but Chi Swan was different. He asked him to pay for the feed afterwards, and he had to take back the chickens and eggs, and at the same time he made him owe a large loan. Chi Swan wanted fame, and the other party wanted to use his reputation, which meant that if the other party wanted to make his plan more successful, he had to expand his reputation. Then wouldn't this directly enhance Chi Swan's strength? When the other party was almost done, Chi Swan would transfer him to another position. This kid was very smart, and could handle many positions. It's not too late to get rid of the other party, after squeezing them out of surplus value. With Chi Swan's permission, Jiang Peng's face was almost overflowing with joy. The other party was too young and his emotional management was quite poor. Fortunately, he also realized his mistake and hurriedly gave an explanation to cover it up. He said that he was happy for Chi Swan. After saying this, he left in a hurry to avoid any further problems. I don't know if this kid can succeed. Chi Swan wanted to increase his fame, so he naturally couldn't do it himself, but planned to market through publicity, advertising and other means. Combined with his own hard power, it would not be a picture for reference only, but a real thing. It seems that I have to find more ambitious and capable people to be my younger brothers. Chi Swan's idea is very simple. An ambitious and capable person will lead to imbalance and hollowing out. But if it's a group of people, then things will be simple. Let them compete among themselves. And as long as they are smart, they know that competition is mainly benign, and they will continue to strengthen themselves to enhance their power. Jiang Peng is one, but he is a little immature, and needs some training to meet Chi Swan's requirements. In addition to him, Chi Swan has to continue to look for such talents. The more such talents the better, and the more ambitious Chi Swan likes them. After all, you have ambitions, how can you be willing to live in a corner? For this kind of thing, only Deus Ex Machina can do it. The survivor incarnation doesn't have this vision, only Chi Swan has it. However, doing so may also lead to extremely serious consequences, and one careless mistake will bring disaster upon oneself. Therefore, Chi Swan needs enough strength, otherwise he can't suppress it. As for relying on ability, this is possible, but it's too troublesome. The fundamental thing is to use hard power directly. Then, he looked at his second realm supernatural power and martial arts. I have to integrate a set of useful martial arts, at least in the second realm, to be 100 people's enemy. Chi Swan thought about it, and then his fame was mobilized, and he calculated the most suitable set of martial arts in real time. After adding the martial arts concept of ancient martial arts, fame was flowing, constantly forming a cattle-like airflow with a one-eyed white head and a snake tail. There is no actual form, but it has a special effect. The indomitable nature of common people conceals the extraordinary power to some extent. The name will be temporarily set as Fei Wushu. Chi Swan said, punched out, and fame turned into boxing, leaving a fist mark on the stone in front of him lightly. At the same time, an expanding spider web crack formed around the fist mark. The power of fame is just average. The third realm will show its power to martial arts. You need to spend some energy to study it. I always feel that this fame is not ordinary. Perhaps it involves the root of the Taoism. Chi Swan actually thought that the literary atmosphere, incense, and fame that Chi Swan had gained might be related to the essence of the Taoism. Because most of his energy is spent on digesting the world, studying how to be a world, etc., he has limited attention to the situation of the survivor's incarnation. Otherwise, how could he not know so many things? With his strength, he can completely tamper with his thoughts, modify his cognition, etc., but he just thinks it's not worth it. The survivor's incarnation is more like a remote control car. It's best if it's useful. If it's useless, it's just a large toy. It can't actually affect Chi Swan much. That is, the intelligence value of this encounter related to the Taoism world, otherwise Chi Swan would not have devoted too much energy to help this survivor incarnation. As for the mechanical deification and off-site interference, how much cost can it consume? Chapter 543. Liuxing City welcomed a large number of refugees, and they were naturally stopped outside the city. If all of them rushed into the city, it would definitely cause a huge impact. There is something wrong with this group of disaster victims. Why are they so quiet? Liuxing City Lord Xiang Jin's eyes showed solemnity. It is normal for the disaster victims to attack and make trouble to express their dissatisfaction. They only need to use force to suppress them. But now there is no action, which is the biggest problem. This means that the disaster victims have been completely controlled. If they are allowed to enter the city again, the consequences can be imagined. We have already found out the information. It is said that the disaster victims have formed a force called Shinwi to unite themselves to avoid being bullied. Its leader is a tiger fighting hero. On the way, he killed a tiger that devoured the disaster victims. A scholar next to him said, he was just an ordinary person. He did not pass the imperial examination to become a Confucian Orthodox person, so he stayed in Liuxing City and became the city lord's counselor. This made Xiang Jin start to feel uneasy. The world is so chaotic, and all that's missing is someone starting a rebellion to set an example for other places. Now tell me, if these disaster victims all listen to one person, what will happen next? No need to guess. If he opens the door, he will be sidelined or even usurped. If he doesn't open the door, it will give the other party a reason to directly shout slogans that the court doesn't care about the lives of the people. As long as this rumor spreads among the disaster victims and accumulates dissatisfaction, and then riots and attacks the city, then he will not be sidelined, but die on the spot. His head must be taken to vent the anger of the disaster victims and calm them down. A wolfish and ambitious person, hateful. Xiang Jin cursed angrily, and then asked, how to solve it? Open the warehouse to release grain and stabilize the victims. The counselor had no solution at this time, which could only treat the symptoms but not the root cause. Unless the leaders among the victims are eliminated and they are beaten into a mess again, it will be a dead end. Of course, there is another solution, which is to settle the dispute over the orthodoxy and then deal with the drought. However, if Xiang Jin could do these things, why would he worry about the so-called victims? Okay, but there is a problem. What if the victims rush in when the warehouse is open to release grain? Xiang Jin asked this question again. What if they are determined to take action? They can find excuses again, but there is only one chance. As long as they succeed, are they afraid of not having excuses? It's okay to even make them up out of thin air. When the counselor heard this, he fell silent. He really didn't think about how to solve it. After thinking again and again, he couldn't give a reason. Otherwise, ask the court for help. The counselor gave such a result. You can't do this or that. He is just an ordinary person, not one of those Taoists, so he can only ask for help in the end. The court can't spare any help in a short time. Xiang Jin rejected it again, and then said, the struggle for the Taoist tradition has caused many cities to end up like Guiyun City, with the city destroyed and people fleeing. The victims who came to our Liuxing City are probably only the first batch, and the rest are on the way. So you have to come up with a solution as soon as possible, otherwise you and I are afraid we will die. The counselor was speechless. If he was asked to give a solution, what could he do? He had no money, no food, no sufficient military support, and all of them were dead ends. It would be too outrageous to ask him to solve the problem now. After thinking it over again and again, the counselor found a way to survive. If you don't give me a way to survive, I go to the other side. If the city lord doesn't give up, let me find the leader of the Shinwu society. With my eloquent tongue, I will make the leader kneel down and surrender. The counselor said. Xiang Jin was a little confused. When did you have this ability? But thinking about it again, it seemed that letting the other party surrender was the best solution. Okay, I leave this to you. Xiang Jin agreed without hesitation and said casually, you can bring a dagger with you. If the talks with the leader of the Shinwu society fail, don't worry, the city lord, I will definitely die generously. The counselor said hurriedly. I am very satisfied with your intention. Xiang Jin patted the counselor's shoulder to express his praise, and then said, it is good to die bravely, but it is better if blood can be splashed 3 feet. This means that if the negotiation fails, let him kill the leader of the Shinwu society. After hearing this, the counselor really didn't expect Xiang Jin to say this. He can kill a tiger. He is not powerless, but when facing a tiger, he can only feed the other party. Yes, Lord. Seeing this, the counselor didn't know what to say, so he could only bite the bullet and agree. He became more and more determined to sell out Xiang Jin in exchange for his own life. It's too beautiful to use my own life to fulfill you. After all, it's just a job. There's no need to sacrifice yourself. Soon, the counselor was lowered down the city wall in a basket, and then, with the introduction of the victims, he came to the center of the tent. There were quite a few people here, and the one sitting in the central main seat was an ordinary middle-aged man, who didn't look like a leader at all. I'm Hu Shichan, and I'm here to surrender. When Counselor Hu Shichan opened his mouth, everyone present couldn't hold back. Fake surrender? Jiang Peng's eyes showed a fierce look. The formation of the Shenwu Society went smoothly, but there was a problem, that is, Qi Suan promoted a bunch of people from nowhere. None of these people were good people, which made them form a check and balance structure, and no one could dominate. Qi Suan, the leader of the Shenwu Society, still held the power, and he didn't even move much, and the power was still in his hands. Fortunately, Qi Suan was very generous. He only wanted power, and he didn't even eat the meat to share it with others. The top leaders eat meat, the middle leaders drink soup, and the bottom leaders can all have meat. No, I came here sincerely to surrender. I also brought a letter of surrender. The counselor Hu Shichan hurriedly said, Liuxing City is empty. If we start at midnight, we will be able to enter the city and capture Xiang Jin, the evil thief. Xiang Jin is? Everyone had different expressions when they heard it, especially when Hu Shichan mentioned the word midnight, which reminded them of bad memories. Bring him a chair. Qi Suan, who was sitting in the main seat, spoke. No one disobeyed, and soon someone brought a chair and asked Hu Shichan to sit down. I don't want to hear any analysis or planning. I just want to ask you, if this matter is handed over to you, how likely are you to succeed? Qi Suan asked coldly. Hu Shichan, who had just sat down, was also stunned. He didn't expect Qi Suan to say this. No need for midnight, 100 people, I will ask the leader to live in the city lord's mansion within an hour. Hu Shichan was delighted. Look, this is called generosity, giving him a chance to show off as soon as he came. I give you 500 people, 3 hours. Qi Suan had a limited number of people, otherwise he could give 1,000 people himself, but he gave more time. Hu Shichan's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, if the damage exceeds 100, I will bring my head to see the leader. Jiang Peng, Feng Kai, you two help him. Qi Suan pointed out 2 more people. Remember, obey orders. If this fails, you two will also be jointly responsible. If it works, the credit will be counted. Qi Suan is not a stingy person. He knows that it is useless to draw cakes, and he has to give actual benefits. However, what he gave was not what he needed, and what he got was what he was useful to. Yes. Jiang Peng was dissatisfied. He, such an experienced person, had to listen to the newcomer. However, he did not dare to make any move because of Feng Kai, his mortal enemy, who was assigned to him by Qi Suan. Balance was indestructible in the Shenwu Association. Everyone had several mortal enemies. If they were not careful, they would be dragged down. Qi Suan was as stable as Mount Tai because of this balance. Feng Kai's idea was similar to Jiang Peng's, but he looked further ahead. He had already started thinking about how to win over Hu Shichan. The best solution was to bring such capable people into his faction. Many people had already started to form factions to resist. This can also be regarded as a conflict of interests. Qi Suan is happy to see this happen. What's the use of fighting between individuals? Factional forces are enough fun. It's tea time now, and it's over for you. You all follow the cooperation and adjourn the meeting. Qi Suan said bluntly. When everyone heard this, some people wanted to say something but stopped, but in the end, they didn't say it, just left according to Qi Suan's instructions. After everyone left, Qi Suan continued to study the special energy structure of fame. He extracted samples for analysis, and actually had a lot of ideas. Conceptual acquired rules have effects similar to luck, but they are not luck, but more inclined to the general trend. As for the literary and popular influences, they are small influences. Before the general trend is formed, it is far inferior to the literary and popular influences, but once it is formed, it is as unstoppable as a surging water. If there is a difference, it is the difference between the Hinayana Buddhism and the Mahayana Sutra. But this defect is also big. Qi Suan found that the survivor's incarnation had been restricted to the general trend. Small trends can be changed, but the general trend cannot be changed. So once the momentum is up, it will either be smashed to pieces or swim in the sea. There is no so-called way back. If Qi Suan retreats now, the backlash of fame will directly kill the survivor's incarnation. He can resist it, but it is not worth it for an incarnation. No wonder there are only 3 sects of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism. The imperial court may have had some, but they are all dead. And once you succeed, the 3 sects will not let you go. That is to say, the first realm I created, Commoner, is special and has the ability to conceal. Otherwise, I would have been found and dealt with by the people of the sect. It has big flaws, but the growth limit and efficiency are also high. If this succeeds, it will not be a problem to sweep the 3 sects with one family. Qi Xuan feels that fame and momentum are very promising as a foundation. Chapter 544. Hu Shichan took only 2 hours and captured Liuxing City without bloodshed. Then Qi Xuan put up a slogan of doing justice for the heavens and quickly occupied the entire city. With the help of many disaster victims, he controlled the situation. After the completion, the first thing to do was to open the warehouse to release grain and reward according to merit. The source of these things was naturally Liuxing City. After the processing was completed, the original inhabitants of Liuxing City were appeased and given sweet treats. In the short term, this is indeed a big problem. After all, the consumption is not spent out of thin air, but all from the accounts of Liuxing City. However, the effect is very good, and it was done in just 1 day. Qi Xuan's contribution is not great, mainly because the group of ambitious people under his account who were carefully selected by him are capable enough. Otherwise, if he relied on himself alone, it would not be enough even if he was divided into 8 pieces. As for the city lord Xiang Jin, he was also captured alive. When he was captured, he was even waiting for the news that Hu Shichan had successfully killed Qi Xuan. Unexpectedly, he turned against Tian Gang and became a prisoner. Now he is sitting opposite Qi Xuan, looking contented. Xiang Jin is still relatively fearless. After all, he is an official appointed by the court, and Qi Xuan's rebellion is still in the initial stage of covering up. There is still a possibility of recovery now. If he really kills him, it will be equivalent to tearing his face apart. The process may be a little painful, but you don't have to worry about your life. I, Xiang, have long heard of the name of President Qi, the tiger fighting hero. Xiang Jin spoke first. I know that all President Qi did was for the people of Guiyun City. But what you are doing is smearing the court and disregarding the court's face. In my opinion, it's better to. The court is unjust. I am doing justice for the heaven. Qi Xuan interrupted the other party. How could Qi Xuan not know what he was going to say next? It was just words of surrender. After Xiang Jin was interrupted, the uneasiness in his heart began to spread. Qi Xuan's attitude was obviously directly carrying the banner of uprising. The words doing justice for the heaven were used to show that he was orthodox. Xiang Jin understood at this time that he must be going to sacrifice. Let my family go. I am willing to cooperate. At this point, if he couldn't save himself, he could only choose to save his family. The Xiang family is a big family in Liuxing City. Qi Xuan said calmly, You have received the Emperor's grace, but you are doing whatever you want. If I spare your life, will the people of Liuxing City calm down their resentment? Qi Xuan's words were actually biased. The Xiang family was not really guilty of heinous crimes, but at this time, everyone was pushing down the wall. It's true that they have a good reputation, but Qi Xuan really gave them benefits. The people of Liuxing City only know that they have a good reputation, and there are only a few people who actually benefited directly. If these people really speak out for justice, they will become outliers, and they may be beaten to death. You? Xiang Jin stood up suddenly, staring at Qi Xuan with wide eyes. But before he could take the next step, he was held down by 2 guards. Behead him, hang him at the east gate, and declare his crime. Qi Xuan said immediately. Meeting Xiang Jin was to see if there was any value. Unfortunately, it has no value, so I use it as a sacrifice. Although he didn't understand all this, he knew that the favor had been given, so he had to be intimidated. Otherwise, if he was only given sweet things, he would think he was easy to bully after a long time. The court will not let you go, and neither will the 3 great schools of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. Xiang Jin, who was dragged away, cursed immediately. However, the voice stopped abruptly in an instant. It would be too troublesome to kill him at the execution ground, and the other party was still alive, and who knows what he would say. Drag him outside the door, and chop him off with a knife, just hang his head out. The target of intimidation is not the lower-level people, but the middle and high-level personnel of Liuxing City. After all, how many lower-level people have ever seen the city lord? They don't care who the city lord is. They only care whether they can eat and wear warm clothes. After the handling was completed, Hu Shichan also came to see Qi Xuan with a slightly tired face. Not only was it tiring to take over Liuxing City, but also the follow-up was tiring. Especially, he found that Qi Xuan's Xinwu association was too complicated, and the various factions crushed each other. He didn't know how Qi Xuan controlled the balance of the Xinwu association, and even tightly controlled the power. It was simply too incredible. What do you want to talk to me about? Qi Xuan asked. Chief, I'm thinking about whether to start training. Hu Shichan continued. Although the members of the Xinwu association are brave and strong, they are just ordinary people after all, and have not received formal training. So if you want to continue to develop the Shimu Association, it's best to select the elite from it. Can you? Chi Xuan asked again. I can't, but I have a good friend who is good at training soldiers. Now I recommend him to the leader. Hu Shichan didn't want to join any faction. In his opinion, Chi Xuan's Shimu Society was full of hidden dangers, and would fall apart with just a little opportunity. So his idea was very simple, to get a share, and then set up his own faction. As for usurping the throne, this is probably impossible, mainly because there are too many factions, and it is impossible to completely inherit the power. Instead, it is the key to use this to grow oneself. To achieve this result, Hu Shichan must have his own faction. It is not so easy to win over other people. After all, he is from Liuxing City, and the senior leaders of Shimu Society are basically from Guiyun City. Then what to do is very simple, mix people from Liuxing City into Shimu Society to strengthen itself. The person disappeared, leave the matter to you. Chi Xuan waved his hand boredly, indicating that he believed in you. He also hoped that more troubles would be mixed into Shimu Society. The more chaos there is, the more balanced it is. Chi Xuan has always taken this route. Hu Shichan was delighted. He liked Chi Xuan's attitude of being a hands-off boss. In this way, he has the final say on the number of people. By then, as long as he has the military power, he will not have to worry about his power and status no matter how the Shimu Association changes in the future. Yes, leader, then I will take my leave first. Hu Shichan said, leaving without caring about his fatigue. For him, time has become very precious. He must seize this window period to make his Liuxingcheng forces gain a firm foothold in the Shimu Association. Chi Xuan didn't care, but was always observing his reputation. The speed of fame accumulation is very fast, and it is even about to undergo a qualitative change. Even the prototype of the third realm has been outlined. This outline was not created by Chi Xuan, but was deduced from the fame and momentum through the two realms of Commoner and Ranger created by Chi Xuan, commonly known as Heaven Given. So even if Chi Xuan does not interfere, the third realm will be born. I gave you the foundation, and no matter how you change in the future, it is under my control. It seems that the Taoist world has noticed this sudden appearance of the fourth Taoist sequence. Chi Xuan was not surprised. Especially with so much fame, it is normal to attract the attention of the Taoist world. So Chi Xuan does not plan to create the third realm again, but prepares to observe the deduction of the Taoist world. It is indeed more in line with his own deduction, but letting the Taoist world deduce, it is equivalent to Chi Xuan observing the Taoist world. When he takes action in the future, he will be more confident. After Lu Xingqing and Xin Wei stabilize, they should be able to break through the third realm. Chi Xuan estimated the progress of the deduction. Based on the quality and quantity of his fame, if the third realm was not still in its embryonic form, he would have already completed the breakthrough, and would not be stuck in the second realm. The name of the third realm is Hero? Chi Xuan read the data of the third realm embryonic form. The name has appeared, but the magical power is still constantly absorbing fame as a basis to strengthen itself. The magical power based on fame, don't tell me it's a charm-like ability. Chi Xuan was also a little unsure. Because the magical power is still in the stage of absorbing nutrients, it has not yet taken shape, it is just a seed. So how can he see it? It is only possible if more forces are used to deduce. But how could Chi Xuan split his energy for such a small matter? It's not that it can't be formed, it just takes a little time. The new Hu Shichan is really amazing. He actually got the military power from the leader. Jiang Ping's tone was very dissatisfied. And his mortal enemy Feng Kai's expression was not good either. The two of them had a conflict, but this conflict was in interests. Now there is a third party to divide their interests, which naturally makes them give up their prejudices. There are even vague signs of merging the two factions. Military power is fine, he is stuffing Lu Xingqing's people into the Shimu Association. This matter is even more complicated. We must curb this situation as soon as possible, it will be too late. Feng Kai saw it more thoroughly, and gave a more in-depth analysis. I don't know what the leader thinks. Why is he so alas? Jiang Peng was helpless. Chi Xuan was calm, and they couldn't shake him at all. In that case, why don't we unite as one? Feng Kai's eyes flashed. The leader wants to support the Liuxing faction. Then our Guiyun faction can only do its best to support it. Jiang Peng immediately understood what Feng Kai meant. This matter involved all the people of the Guiyun faction. At this time, not only they had this idea, but others must have similar ideas, but they just needed someone to thread the needle in the middle. Brother Feng, you are good at dancing with long sleeves, so I leave this matter to you. Jiang Peng said immediately. Of course, but I can't do it without your help, Brother Jiang. Feng Kai couldn't help but smile. If I were alone, I couldn't do it. After all, Brother Jiang, your reputation in the Shinmu Association is second only to the leader. With you, this matter will naturally come to fruition. Feng Kai knew Jiang Peng's thoughts. It was nothing more than not making any effort. He would not let Jiang Peng get what he wanted. The competition has always been there, but the intensity has been reduced. After all, when it comes to their own interests, they are unwilling to let go. Chapter 545. Famous? Qi Xuan was a little unsure of what his third-level magical power meant. From the name, it can be inferred that it is related to fame. As for the effect, it is normal. Through the transformation of one's own fame into fame, the martial arts performed have special effects. For example, if Qi Xuan performs Fei Wushu, then the fame is transformed into fame, and it can really condense a virtual image of fame similar to Fei. It is equivalent to giving him a layer of fame exoskeleton, and comprehensively amplifying his own strength and combat power. In addition, similar to Vajra Palm, it can also have the virtual image of Vajra's fame. When performing any martial arts, it will trigger the corresponding virtual image of fame. So if a fight breaks out, the movement is still very loud. One strike can destroy a regular house, and the combat power increases very quickly. At this stage, the survivor's incarnation's ability to leap from being able to kill one level higher to fighting one level higher. When Guiyun City was turned into ruins, it was not because of the battle between the 3 4th level people, otherwise how could it be destroyed? This evolution direction is somewhat similar to the meaning of one person forming an army. It is still just an illusion at present, and the next step is probably to condense the reputation into a solid entity. Qi Xuan narrowed his eyes, and realized that it seemed that the Taoist world was intentionally supporting him, the 4th Taoist sequence. He suspected that the Taoist world might be dissatisfied with the monopoly of the 3 major Taoist sects of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism on the extraordinary, so it would increase support to break the current situation. But now the problem is getting bigger and bigger. After breaking through the 3rd realm, the overall transformation was completed, and the mediocre effect of the common clothes could no longer cover up the heroic temperament and the reputation on his body. As long as a person of the 5th realm comes, I'm afraid, he will be able to see the problem at a glance. So the time for growth is relatively limited. Qi Xuan didn't like it very much, but he was officially on the stage of the struggle for the orthodoxy. However, he himself was quite special. As long as he didn't use his reputation, in this remote place, where could you find a person of the 5th realm? A person of the 4th realm was already a remarkable figure. For example, there were 3 people of the 4th realm in Guiyun City, which was already rare. The strongest of the surrounding cities was the 3rd realm. Unless Qi Xuan did it himself, it would be impossible to see. But if he broke through to the 4th realm again, unless the newly acquired magical power had the ability to cover it up, it would be impossible to cover it up at that time. With fame as the foundation, the emphasis was on a high profile. Even the current Qi Xuan had a unique temperament, and was the center of attention wherever he went. This was one of the effects of fame. At the same time, he also had the corresponding charm, and keen perception of power. He was simply a good material for rebellion. He suspected that he had rebelled, which led to the change in his Taoist order. Not only was the Taoist world deducing the 4th Taoist order in Qi Xuan, but Qi Xuan's behavior would also affect the subsequent Taoist order's formation. This was also good news for Qi Xuan. At least he didn't have to worry about things being unpredictable. Now that I have the power to protect myself, I can be more radical next. Qi Xuan raised his eyebrows. Since he couldn't keep a low profile, he would grow up in the fastest way. For example, now he was expanding his power. Before he could issue the order, the imperial court had already sent someone. Hu Shichan went to meet them first, and then came to Qi Xuan to discuss. Hu Shichan was now full of vigor and vitality. He had forged the Liuxing faction in the Shinmu Association, and fought against the Guiyun faction where Jiang Peng and Feng Kai were. The vigorous development of Liuxing City is inseparable from the competition and help of these 2 factions. Qi Xuan also had a good balance, so there was no need to worry about any major problems. Leader, you are here to help with the disaster, and you should have known the situation in Liuxing City in advance. It is not clear what the other party is here for now, but it is likely that they are here to recruit you. Hu Shichan briefly analyzed it for Qi Xuan. Recruiting you, in fact, Hu Shichan still had a complicated feeling. He did not want to recruit you, and wanted to fight for a higher achievement. But he also understood one thing: failure would lead to death, but recruiting you could live a life of superiority. Fortunately, he didn't need to make a decision, because Qi Xuan was the leader of the Shinmu Association. And if he dared to make a decision privately, not only would the Guiyun faction kill him, But he would also have no place to stay because he betrayed the Liuxing faction. He is him, and Qi Xuan is Qi Xuan. In essence, the objects of their fight are all derived from the benefits given by Qi Xuan. Otherwise, why would they choose Qi Xuan and why would they fight? It is because Qi Xuan can give them enough benefits and lead them to have more benefits. Recruit. Qi Xuan said softly. It seems that Hu Shichan, you have complicated thoughts on this. If it were you, what would you do? Hu Shichan remained silent. He could not answer this question. No matter how he answered, it would be wrong. It seems that you don't know either. Bring the person here. Qi Xuan said calmly. With this sentence, Hu Shichan finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly went to invite the imperial envoy, who was being entertained. The other party was an old man in official uniform. He looked energetic and did not look old. Then he sat opposite Qi Xuan with a big horse and a golden sword and said, "Rebellion is a serious crime. The 9 clans will be implicated." Qi Xuan heard this and said slowly, "All dead, what do you think? Not to mention the 9 clans, there is no one in the 18th generation. You don't want us to surrender, do you? Let alone the drought. Can the court settle the dispute over the orthodoxy?" Qi Xuan questioned with prestige. The old man in the official uniform suddenly changed his expression. He had various ways to deal with this sentence, but the power made it impossible for him to deal with it. No. After gritting his teeth and squeezing out these 2 words from his mouth, the other party was relieved. Lying will be crushed to death by reputation. Qi Xuan's reputation is a combination of fame, which is far better than literary and incense. The court is slow to rescue natural disasters, and you can't solve man-made disasters. We just want to find another way to survive for ourselves. What do you mean by insisting on us dying? At this point, Qi Xuan stood up with anger in his expression. This made the old man in the official uniform embarrassed to answer. You have been blessed by the emperor for generations. How dare you? The old man in the official uniform immediately refuted. However, when Jiang Peng heard this, he couldn't help but sneer. Don't the taxes we pay every year go to the emperor's treasury? We are the ones who support the old emperor, not the old emperor who supports us. If there is really an emperor's grace, why didn't the emperor show his grace to help us when Guiyun City was destroyed? The old man in official uniform was very angry after being interrupted. Qi Xuan had a great reputation, so he didn't dare to say too much, but Jiang Peng was just an ordinary person, so he was not afraid. He immediately opened his mouth and started to curse, with clear logic and fast speed. He said a lot of great principles about the relationship between the emperor, his subjects, and the people, which made Jiang Peng speechless. He drew out a knife and wanted to kill the other party. Fortunately, he was stopped by the other party. Jiang Peng couldn't argue with the other party, but he didn't agree with what the other party said at all. In this case, it would be better to shut him up physically. You are a rude and unreasonable person, The old man in official uniform cursed again, and then looked at Qi Xuan. If you are willing to surrender with the others, you will not lose your wealth and honor. Otherwise, once the imperial army arrives, it will be reduced to ashes in an instant. Ha! Qi Xuan laughed, and his laughter was mocking and harsh. With natural disasters and man-made disasters ahead, the imperial army will march here, and 9 out of 10 people will probably die first. The remaining 1, are you still willing to be loyal to the court? I thought you had some brilliant ideas, but now it seems that you are just those rotten words. It's not easy for you to live to this age. Come on, send him out of the city. Qi Xuan waved his hand. Then several guards lifted the old man in official uniform and dragged him out. The other party was still cursing, but Qi Xuan turned a deaf ear to him. Seeing this, everyone was at a loss, and the power of Qi Xuan made them a little breathless. It was also the first time for them to see Qi Xuan being so different. He was really ordinary in the past. But this time, he was so domineering that he made them unable to resist just by sitting there. In 3 days, we will first take Sirak City, and then go to Keelam City. Hu Shichan, you will be the commander-in-chief, Jiang Peng will be the commander-in-chief, and Feng Kai will be the logistics officer. The winners share the same labor, and the losers share the same responsibility. I hope you will cooperate sincerely. I don't want to hear the news of failure. Qi Xuan's 3 sentences himself showed that the 2 factions were tied together by interests. If you win, you will share the meat together. If you lose, I will treat you as meat. It is equivalent to a euphemism of success, but not failure. Hu Shichan never thought that the development would be so fast. How long has it been since he thought about external expansion? But there was no way. He could only bite the bullet and admit it. Yes, leader. Fortunately, he still had a lot of knowledge about Sirak City and Keelam City. Although they were based on the 3 schools of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism, they were not very strong. Compared with the comprehensive strength of Liuxing City, there is still a huge gap. It is not very difficult to take down 2 cities in 3 days. Qi Xuan is not the kind of unreasonable person. He will not give an impossible task, but it is within their ability. If it is really impossible to complete, it will be a waste of manpower and material resources to let them do it. What are you still standing there for? Get moving. I want to see the heads of the city lords of these 2 cities here in 3 days. Instead of waiting for me to call for disbandment. Qi Xuan shouted loudly, and the momentum transformed by his reputation suddenly increased. The pressure on the people present also increased, and then they could only leave in a hurry. Fortunately, the reputation and prestige are just invisible mental pressure, so they are not embarrassed, just a little flustered. After the people left, Qi Xuan saw that the progress of his deduction of the 4th realm of the Taoism had increased a lot, which was obviously caused by his behavior. Chapter 546. The fact that the Xinwu Association took 2 cities in a row did not cause any waves in the world. This is normal. There was a dispute over the orthodoxy before, and then there were uprisings in various places. In addition, the efficiency of information transmission was blocked, so this matter could not cause any waves at all. It is not like they occupied half of the world. The number of deaths was not as many as those affected by the dispute over the orthodoxy. On the contrary, the fact that the Xinwu Association was the first to raise the flag caused the greatest response, and the 3 schools of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism also paid attention to it. However, because they could not get away, they did not take too many actions for the time being. The actions of the court were more serious. After all, they were the first to stand out, so they had to be beaten first as a deterrent. The most important thing was that the hatred was also higher. If the Xinwu Association had not raised the anti-flag first, it would not have blossomed everywhere. For things like rebellion, someone still had to take the lead. However, for Qi Xuan, there was no need to consider these issues. His own Xinwu started to snowball, and he could consider becoming the king. The territory was small, but he still had to have an attitude, and more importantly, it was a prerequisite for breaking through the 4th realm. At present, this Daotong sequence had completely deviated from the martial arts Daotong that Qi Xuan had previously envisioned, and was more like a rebellious Daotong. However, it could also be called a suicidal Daotong. Even if the Daotongs of the 3 schools of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism could not be broken through, they would not die. But the Daotong in Qi Xuan's hands was indeed a little weird. Either they were ordinary people, or they were on the path of chivalrous men breaking the law with martial arts, and the heroes who came after them were directly local tyrants. It would be good if they could collude with the government, otherwise they would be pure black forces. Sooner or later, he will be caught and treated as a success. So there is no way out at the beginning. Compared with the 3 schools of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism, it is not suitable for spreading, but only for specific people at a specific time. For example, it can help the protagonist to turn the tide. When Qi Xuan thought of this, he couldn't help but doubt that he would not be a pioneer for the king. When he perfected the Taoism, a protagonist would jump out directly to intercept and reap the fruits of victory. Then he would give it to the other party. Do you really think that this Taoism is a good thing, and only he can play with it? The follow-up is the world deduction, but the 2 basic realms of commoner and ranger were created by Qi Xuan. This means that no matter how high and luxurious your house is, the foundation will always be Qi Xuan's. Just this point alone, you can't get away from Qi Xuan. Qi Xuan can easily extract it, and then no matter how strong you are, it will become a castle in the air. It will collapse in a moment. So he never hesitates to let things spread out from his hands. He is not a good person, and the things he creates are probably not good stuff. When Qi Xuan said that he was going to be king, none of the high-level officials of the Xinwu Association dared to speak. It was not because they were afraid, but because Qi Xuan really wanted to do something. You only have 3 cities in your hands, and you actually want to be king? The army of the court is already on the way. Once your news spreads, I am afraid that even the 3 schools of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism will have to take action. Everyone is opposed to Qi Xuan's idea, but the question now is how to oppose it. After all, Qi Xuan's attitude was extremely resolute. In the end, Jiang Peng still spoke up. He was a senior, and the first person to follow Qi Xuan. His words might be accepted. Chief, this matter cannot be rushed. As soon as Jiang Peng spoke, he felt a chill on his back, mainly because Qi Xuan's eyes were too scary. With your current prestige, it is still too reluctant to be king. My suggestion is that the time will be ripe after the Xinwu Association has repelled the imperial army. If you are king again at that time, it will be legitimate. Jiang Peng's meaning is very clear, that is, you can be king, but not now, you have to repel the imperial army. As for what if you can't repel it? That's even simpler, the Shenwu Association will be a thing of the past. Afterwards, there is no need to consider the matter of being king. Given the situation within the Shenwu Association, as long as it encounters a major defeat, it can basically be determined to split up. However, although everyone present had their own thoughts, no one wanted to see this result. The reason is very simple. Everyone's power is not mature yet. If they really split up, they will not become the overlord of one side. They can only become a few big cats and small cats. The result is to be wiped out by the court or annexed by other rebels. Now everyone has ambitions. How can they accept these two outcomes? So when the court army came, these people had already begun to cooperate sincerely. In fact, it is not that there is no chance of winning, and it is not low. It's just because of the unstable factor of Qi Xuan. You see, this is not a moth of claiming the king halfway. If the time is right, even if Qi Xuan doesn't mention it, if they want to make progress, they will let Qi Xuan become the king. Qi Xuan stared at Jiang Peng, and in his heart, he was estimating his fame. His fame accumulated very quickly, and in terms of both quality and quantity, it was actually far more than what he needed at this stage. It was mainly because of the benefits of being the first to come out, otherwise it would be impossible to get so much. Leader, the Shenwu Association needs a better record to embellish your title of king. Hu Shichan also came out to help. At this time, there should be no internal fighting, but unity, which involves their own interests. In this regard, these senior members of the Shenwu Association saw it very clearly. In the end, Qi Xuan chose to give in. How many days will it take for the imperial army to arrive? Qi Xuan asked. Hearing Qi Xuan ask this, everyone was relieved. Being able to ask this question means that Qi Xuan no longer insists on claiming the throne. It will take at least 3 days. The Shenwu Association has already made every effort to prepare. Especially with your previous order to capture cities and territories, now the 3 cities of Liuxing, Xiuyue and Taiyin are guarding the corners. In addition, the Shenwu Association is united, and it is easy to defeat the enemy. Feng Kai also echoed. He said this skillfully, only mentioning their advantages, not their own disadvantages. This is the art of language. In fact, compared with the Imperial Army, the Shenwu Association still has many disadvantages. If it is not managed well, it will also overturn. After all, a high winning rate does not mean a sure win, but a greater chance of winning. If the commander of the Imperial Army is a capable person and has a lot of wisdom, many advantages are likely to be leveled. For example, the equipment of the Imperial Army is several times better than theirs, and they can even ask the 3 schools of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism to take action. Although the 3 schools are unable to take action due to the current dispute over the orthodoxy, if the imperial court forces them, they can also arrange 1 or 2 people to come. This alone is a disaster for their Shenwu Association. The people in the Shenwu Association are all ordinary people, and they can't resist the orthodoxy at all. Even if the people of the orthodoxy are unwilling to take action against these ordinary people, if they use their orthodoxy to break the city gate or capture the leader alive, they have no solution. How many imperial troops are coming? Qi Xuan didn't believe it at all. These people have too many tricks. Now they have begun to unite to strip him of his power, and stop him from interfering in the development of the Shenwu Association. This is a scene that Qi Xuan is happy to see, because he can develop his power without having to take care of things. In order to maintain their legitimacy, this group of people need to constantly promote Qi Xuan's reputation, which is equivalent to Qi Xuan sitting still and having fame come to him. What's wrong with being able to enjoy benefits without working? As for the fact that the consequences will be terrible without power, he already has the strength, so is he afraid that there will be no power to drive him? It's nothing more than that he has the benefits now, so he doesn't need to do anything. If this group of people really want to seize the interests related to him, Qi Xuan will let them know what the truth of his power is. This is the world of Taoism, a fantasy world with powerful extraordinary power, where personal power is fully reflected. It is only because there is a supply and demand structure between the Taoists and ordinary people that the law of the jungle has not been formed, otherwise the lives of ordinary people would be even more miserable. It is estimated that there will be 30,000 troops. Hu Shichan hurriedly reported the number. 30,000? What about us? Qi Xuan asked again. The number is indeed not small. All of them are well-equipped elite troops. These 50,000 people. Hu Shichan said with a stiff face. There is still a lot of water in these 50,000 people. For example, many of them are new recruits. More importantly, even veterans have not experienced several wars, so they cannot compare with them in comprehensive combat effectiveness. As for where the winning chance and advantage come from, it is naturally relying on the geographical advantage to deal with it. 50,000 against 30,000, the advantage is mine. When Chi Suan said this, he always felt that this was not a good word. It's just that I can't remember who said it. The leader is right. We have the advantage in the Shenwu Association. Jiang Peng said hurriedly, we will win this battle. Wouldn't it be wonderful to use the head of the Imperial Army commander as a sacrifice to become king? Okay, let's follow your words and put off the matter of becoming king for now. Chi Suan seemed to be persuaded. In fact, he also knew that it would not be of much use to become king now. You can't be too anxious to break through the fourth realm. The more profound the impact of the behavior, the more extreme the deviation of the Taoism sequence will be. Then the power of the magic power will be stronger. As for the time it takes, it doesn't matter. As long as the struggle for the Taoism continues, Chi Suan will not pay too much attention to it with his current influence. The attention of the court doesn't matter. Anyway, everyone is just an ordinary person. Fighting and making trouble will not make a big difference. The leader is wise. Chi Suan's concession made everyone present feel relieved. At the same time, they were thinking about how to prevent Chi Suan from doing evil again and causing bad consequences. Not every time they could stop him. Chapter 547. Liuxing, Xueyue, and Taiyin. These three cities are guarded in a corner, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Although there are only two cities, they are built like an iron barrel due to their geographical location and transportation. The leader of the Shenwu Society is a capable person. The court commander Wu Rui, who was dressed in military uniform, looked solemn. He had detailed information about the Shenwu Society. After all, there was no unity within the society, and there would always be gaps. In addition, the court's control over the local areas was not low. If the dispute over the orthodoxy had not suddenly intensified, and the drought had not come, otherwise a single problem would not have caused such a change. General, I went to the front line to see that it was just a group of rabble, even worse than the rebels in the north. A slightly younger general was somewhat puzzled by Wu Rui's caution. Wu Rui's eyes wandered over the geomancy map and the sand table, thinking about various plans in his mind. Chang'ang, don't underestimate the enemy. He scolded. How could he be an ordinary person who could go from being a disaster victim to being the controller of three cities? As for the serious internal strife of the Shenwu Association and the intelligence, it can be said that there are internal and external troubles. However, for Wu Rui, you can't just look at one side of things, otherwise you will be limited. On the other hand, with internal and external troubles, the other party can still tightly control the situation of the Shenwu Association. Isn't this more terrifying? And the so-called internal strife is abnormally balanced in Wu Rui's eyes. It seems that the other party gives up power, and sits back to watch the clouds roll, and the clouds unfold. It's not that the other party has no power, but that they put power into it as nourishment. It is equivalent to the power of all the high-level officials of the Shenwu Association, not from themselves, but from the leader. At this point, Wu Rui also knew that Chang Yang, a relatively young general, would not be convinced. He just needed this unwillingness from the other party. But what you said is not without reason. You go to the front of the city and shout to provoke the enemy, and lead them out to fight with you to see the quality of the Shenwu rebels. Wu Rui said. Since you are not convinced, then let you test it. If you win, it will naturally boost the morale of the army. As for losing, it must have confirmed Wu Rui's guess, and confirmed that the internal and external troubles of the Shenwu were just an illusion. If he returns in defeat, or even dies on the battlefield, he will need to reevaluate the Shenwu, and then ask the court for reinforcements. I will temporarily give you 3,000 people. Go and come back quickly. Wu Rui said, approving the troops and tiger talismans. 3,000 people is 1/10 of the number of rebels to be eliminated this time, which is very important. Chang Yang couldn't help but look happy, and hurriedly accepted the order. He was sure to get the first credit. Yes, Marshal. Chang Yang was extremely excited. Before leaving, Wu Rui couldn't help but remind Chang Yang again, don't underestimate the enemy. Chang Yang heard this, but it went in one ear and out the other. How could a group of rabble be the opponent of his imperial army? Then he left the tent with his head held high, and went to recruit troops to go to war. Seeing him like this, Wu Rui also understood that the other party didn't take his words to heart at all. The winning rate is reduced by 3 points. This, alas. Wu Rui was not optimistic about Chang Yang in the first place, and now he is even less optimistic. But these words cannot be revealed on the surface, otherwise it will affect morale. Generalin, you select 500 soldiers, and stay in the rear. If Chang Yang loses, you lead the troops to lead him. Wu Rui continued to say, after Chang Yang recruited the troops and left. An old general stood up and bowed, took the tiger talisman and said yes, then he left the tent without saying anything. He also saw Chang Yang's confidence, but this was on the premise of winning. If he lost, it would become arrogance. On the other side, Chang Yang led his troops to the foot of Liuxing City, and began to let his soldiers shout and curse. Not long after, the city gate opened, and Feng Kai led a team of soldiers out of the city. The two sides fought directly, and Chang Yang led the soldiers to cut and kill. He chopped left and right, which was unparalleled. It's really a mob. What kind of Shenwu association is it? It just tarnished the word Shenwu. Chang Yang raised his spear, and stabbed Feng Kai directly. Feng Kai was well prepared, and instead used his spear to block. On the battlefield, it's nothing more than swords and spears. Few people use swords, unless they are people of Confucianism. But the swords they used were essentially literary rather than real swords. Oh, you are just a dog official, who only dares to oppress the people. Feng Kai sneered and cursed back. As soon as these words came out, Chang Yang couldn't hold it anymore, and his mentality was slightly broken, so the frequency of his attacks became even greater. A group of traitors and evil people dare to be so shameless. Chang Yang claimed to be an honest official, but it was the first time he was scolded like this. You were not there when the dispute over the orthodox doctrine destroyed our homes, and you were not there when the drought raged and our lives were hanging by a thread. When we found a way to survive and wanted to resist, you came. If you are not a dog official, what is it? Feng Kai continued to curse. Chang Yang's face became ugly. He did know the origin of the Shenwu society, but because it had nothing to do with him before, he could not empathize. But now the enemy used words to attack and insult him, which he naturally couldn't stand. Just when he was about to open his mouth to curse back, he suddenly found the movement from the two wings. He couldn't help but turn his head, and suddenly found that two enemy troops were coming to kill him, and formed a siege against him. You? You are so treacherous and cunning. At this time, Chang Yang realized that the reason why the other party went to war was to directly eat his 3,000-man army. So these mobs who were killed were just a group of baits. By the time he reacted, everything was too late. The siege was completed, and the 3,000 troops fell into a slow death. Dismount and surrender, and there is no loss of life. Feng Kai said coldly, but the attack in his hand did not stop. Don't even think about it. How could Chang Yang be willing to surrender to a group of traitors? But he didn't want to die here, so he pulled the reins without hesitation and planned to break out with his own soldiers. However, the encirclement was very tight, and he could not break through it at all. Moreover, he looked like a general, so he was naturally hit hard. Chang Yang, I help you. A strong voice emerged. It was the veteran, who was arranged by Wu Rui as a backup. However, Feng Kai couldn't help but shake his head. If he arrived earlier, before the encirclement was completed, he might be able to rescue the people. But now forget it. How could they not prevent such a situation from happening? Therefore, another force intervened and directly stopped the veteran. This scene extinguished Chang Yang's hope that had just risen, and his expression became very ugly. I regret not listening to the commander. After Chang Yang said this, Feng Kai stabbed him off his horse. After he fell off his horse, a group of soldiers surrounded him and chopped him into pulp. He was dead as hell. However, his head was cut off and Feng Kai picked it up with a spear, and then shouted, Chang Yang is dead, why don't you surrender quickly? He didn't know Chang Yang, but the veteran who came to support him called Chang Yang's name, so he used him immediately. When the soldiers saw this, their morale immediately collapsed. When the veteran saw this, his eyes dimmed. He came so quickly, but he couldn't save Chang Yang. It must be a major blow to the imperial army. The first battle was unfavorable, so the morale naturally dropped, not to mention the loss of 3,000 soldiers. But at this point, he had no choice but to withdraw helplessly. He still had a lot of good feelings towards Chang Yang. Being young and vigorous was what he should have at his age. If he wasn't, how could he be called a young man? He only needed to polish himself for a few years, and he would definitely be a general who was not inferior to him and could become a military pillar of the court. Unfortunately, things were unpredictable. He died on the battlefield before he could rise, and he died at the hands of a group of rabble that he despised the most. This was simply too ironic. He ran away. He is indeed an old general. He won't get carried away. Feng Kai looked at the old general, who was evacuating, and couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Just now, he pointed his spear at the head, not only to intimidate, but also to stimulate the other party. If he could eat these 500 people, and the old general, the result of the battle would be even more fruitful. 500 soldiers may not be a big deal, but the capture or death of an experienced general is a far greater blow than killing 500 soldiers. We lost 1/10 of our soldiers at the beginning, and we also had a low morale debuff, which makes our chances of winning even lower. I have to say that these people from the Shenmue Association are really insidious, and they are very good at showing weakness to the enemy. Qi Xuan was naturally the first to receive the good news. After all, this kind of good news must be presented to Qi Xuan first. It's better to report good news than bad news, and good news can't be hidden. My fame has increased again. Qi Xuan looked at his fame, which seemed to have a trend of changing from gas to liquid. And this trend will continue. Because it will continue to spread in the future, the quantity and quality of fame will be further improved. If this continues, I may not be able to reach the 4th realm before I become king. Qi Xuan was also worried. Becoming king is indeed a prerequisite, but it is only the 4th realm. If there is too much fame, the 4th realm may change. After all, it is a real-time calculation, not a fixed promotion. So it will be affected by external factors, causing the name, magical powers, structure, etc. of the 4th realm to change further. After this battle, it should be fine. Qi Xuan did not hesitate. He was idle, and let things take their course. He certainly would not care about the situation in the 4th realm. It should be more inclined to the general situation, and the proportion of fame may be reduced. I really want to intervene. Qi Xuan was also itching. Then just a little bit, not much. Qi Xuan felt that he was not the type of person who restrained himself and kept his heart, let alone that he would be more in line with his wishes after intervening. Anyway, he, the incarnation of a survivor, was idle anyway, so he might as well use it as a temporary computer node, specifically for the study of the Taoism. Chapter 548. Wu Rui's request for help was rejected by a group of generals. In their view, Chang Yang died because of his own arrogance. He was defeated in the first battle, and the news back to the court was not optimistic. Now you are still asking for help. Is this because you dislike your official career being too smooth? Even if you don't want to be promoted, you can't block their progress. In the end, Wu Rui had to give up. It's not impossible to force a request for help, but it will definitely cause dissatisfaction among the generals. What should we do next? He is the commander-in-chief, but he can't fight alone. The result is that he was swept away by the general trend. General, we should be careful of the enemy's night attack at night. And Qian, the veteran who went to rescue Chang Yang before, came to the tent to remind Wu Rui. It was already 1 o'clock in the evening, and Wu Rui hadn't slept yet, still frowning and handling official business. I know, people have been arranged to be on guard. What do they think? Wu Rui continued to ask. After the unpleasantness in the afternoon, he asked Qian to help find out the situation. Qian was one of the few generals who supported the request for help, but he also knew that the situation was stronger than the people, so his support was more subtle. Having lived for so many years, he naturally had his own tact. However, Wu Rui also saw in Qian's thoughts, so he asked him to help find out. Although they are taken seriously, they are not optimistic. And Qian was also helpless about this. In their view, they are just a group of disaster victims who have gained power, and they are not a big deal. It seems that it is not advisable to advance rashly, and we can only use the siege method to drag them to death. Wu Rui gave a more stable way of playing. They are the Imperial Army, so they don't have to worry about food and supplies. On the contrary, the Shenmue Association only has 3 cities. In addition to the drought, they can't outlast them. As long as they can cut off their external supply transportation, they can just wait. General, although this method is safe, I'm afraid the court will not accept it. And Qian reminded. They just want a hearty victory, not a victory achieved through consumption. After all, the court needs this victory to deter other rebels. I know that the Shenmue Association is not simple. If you advance rashly, you may be wiped out. The situation will be even more critical by then. Wu Rui couldn't understand that if it was used as a deterrent, but was dealt with instead, the result would inevitably be that rebellion in various places would become more rampant. So it is the result of steady play to one's own advantages. I'm afraid of changing the commander before the battle. And Qian knew the contradiction between the two sides, so the best result would be to change someone. But this is the result between the court and Wu Rui, not the result between the court and the Shenmue Association. If someone really wants to be replaced, he may not be able to see as clearly as Wu Rui. If he just rushes forward, the result can be imagined. Let's talk about this later. Wu Rui also thought about it, but there is no good solution. When Qian heard this, he also said, if the commander-in-chief is replaced, I also want to retire and return home. If the court wants him to die, he can accept it. And Qian has also been favored by the emperor for generations. But it depends on how he dies. If it is a meaningless death, and Qian will naturally not accept it, it is better to resign and run away to avoid this unprovoked disaster. As for the idea of turning the tide, if he were 10 or 20 years younger, he wouldn't have that. Now that his edges have been smoothed out, it's natural that he wouldn't have that idea. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a chaotic sound outside. It seems that the Shenwu Association came to raid the camp at night. It's ahead of time. Fortunately, we have made arrangements in advance. It's just right. Take this opportunity to wipe them out, and send a victory report to the court to stabilize the situation in the court. Wu Rui was relieved when he heard the chaos outside. He was worried that he wouldn't come tonight. What the commander said is very true. And Qian first agreed, and then continued, but the people of the Shenwu Association are cunning. What if they succeed in raiding the camp? At this point, Wu Rui couldn't help but be shocked. It's not that he didn't consider it, but they have so many people. Unless the Shenwu Association arranges more than 10,000 troops to raid the camp, it will not be possible. But if 10,000 people are mobilized, is it still a night raid? It's just a night battle. So in his estimation, there were only 5,000 people at most, which was already a large number. General and can go back and retire with peace of mind. Wu Rui joked. If that was the case, he had no choice. The matter of changing people was a foregone conclusion. He had lost twice in a row, and it was only one day. Even if the current emperor valued him, he could not withstand the pressure to change people. The first time, he could still blame Chang Yang for his arrogance. Even if he wanted to shirk the responsibility for the second time, he had no good reason. You are the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies. If you are not the main responsible person for this matter, who else can it be? With power, you naturally have to bear corresponding obligations. Otherwise, if he only enjoys power, does not fulfill his obligations, and even blames others, if he does this too many times, all his subordinates will become disloyal. Just as Qian was about to speak, one of Wu Rui's personal soldiers rushed in, with many injuries on his body. General, it's bad. There are too many enemy troops, at least more than 10,000 people, who have already rushed into the camp. Run away quickly. The personal soldier said breathlessly. At this moment, the faces of Wu Rui and Qian present changed at the same time. It turned out to be the worst thing. They were not attacking at night, but preparing to fight them at night. This is ridiculous in itself. Most of the lower-class people have night blindness, and can't see clearly at night. Even if the soldiers eat better than ordinary civilians, it is not much better, so 8 or 9 out of 10 people have night blindness. This is no longer for winning, but for the idea of dying together. Even if the Shenwu Association beats them all back, the final result will be a miserable victory. But then I thought again, the enemy had more than 80,000 people. Even if all of them were killed here, the loss was acceptable. But the court couldn't do that. Notify all units to retreat, abandon all food and supplies, weapons and armor. Wu Rui said without hesitation. And Qian wanted to say something, but he didn't say it. At this time, we should fight hard to kill the enemy, so that we can save Wu Rui, otherwise the court will hold him accountable, and he will be skinned alive. However, if Wu Rui did this, he could guarantee the survival of the court army to the greatest extent. Even if he couldn't win, he could run away a little. Yes, Marshal. The personal soldiers naturally didn't question it, and then hurried away to pass on the order. After the people left, Wu Rui cursed. Crazy, a bunch of crazy people. They simply treat human life as worthless. And Qian ignored Wu Rui's gaffe and said, Marshal, you should leave too. It's not a good idea to stay here. Wu Rui also sighed. Let's go. He couldn't die, he had to take responsibility, otherwise the court would be angry with other generals. How to explain so many deaths? Jiang Peng asked. Hu Shichan looked at the Imperial Army camp with flames not far away, and didn't care about it. Who to explain? Hu Shichan asked back. Of course it's the leader, who else could it be? Jiang Peng said bluntly. Do you think the leader cares about this? Hu Shichan asked himself and answered. No, he doesn't care, he just wants the result. What the process is like, the leader will not ask. And you think so many people died only because these people are our troops. You didn't see any people who died in the drought, right? Since the drought started, tens of thousands of people have died in the 3 cities of Liuxing, Xueyue, and Taiyan. Hu Shichan's words directly silenced Jiang Peng. Because Hu Shichan was right, he asked these questions just because he felt sorry for his own troops. This time, a total of 15,000 people were invested, and the troops were evenly divided by the major factions. Everyone has been prepared for none of these troops to come back. What do you think the leader is thinking? Jiang Peng changed the subject. Now in the Shenwu society, apart from Qi Xuan, Jiang Peng, and Hu Shichan are the most powerful people, second only to one man and above everyone else. But they didn't want to stop there, but because of the balance of all parties in the Shenwu association, they couldn't leave or usurp the throne, otherwise they would not be willing to submit to others. In addition, they really couldn't see through Qi Xuan's thoughts. Who knows? How could Hu Shichan say that being cautious in words and deeds is the truth, and then change the subject? Let's go, it's time to finish it. They want to escape, but we can't let them leave so easily. At least the commander of the court army must be replaced. This group of people really don't treat people as human beings. Qi Xuan felt that it shouldn't be his influence. He didn't give the survivors the effect of the protagonist halo, so this is the Dragon Slayer becoming a dragon. Moreover, Qi Xuan selected all capable and ambitious people, and with further catalysis, it finally led to this result. 15,000 people can be abandoned at will, but this is not something that they can't abandon. If it is used in exchange for greater benefits, it is naturally worth it. Qi Xuan didn't care or feel bad. Their own compatriots treated him like this. How could Qi Xuan, an outsider, have any empathy? Even if they did, it was only a thought, and they wouldn't take any action. I don't know if they have considered the follow-up issues. The Imperial Army was defeated, so the next time, I'm afraid there will be people from the three major sects. I will definitely not be able to hide by then, and I'm afraid I will have to change from rebellion to a struggle for the sect. Compared with rebellion and struggle for the sect, it can only be regarded as a child's play. And there is a great possibility that the three major sects will beat him up alone. Fortunately, the direction of my army has been determined. Even without them, I can defeat the whole world if I develop alone. Qi Xuan looked at his fame. The liquid state has approached the solid state, and now he only needs an opportunity. This opportunity is actually very close. That is, the Imperial Army is destroyed by the Shenwu Society, and the news is spread. Chapter 549. The Imperial Army was defeated in one day, and only the remnants of the defeated army fled. The Imperial Court immediately came to hold them accountable. Wu Rui was dismissed and investigated, and a new commander was appointed. Several veterans were also implicated and forced to return and replaced by newcomers. This naturally included In Qian, who had long wanted to retire. Then, I thought there would be a turnaround, but the rebels of the Shenwu Society were so crazy that they didn't care about the lives of their own people and bit them like mad dogs. In the end, some died and some were captured. This time, the Shenwu Society finally became famous all over the world, and everyone's attention was drawn to the Shenwu Society. The Shenwu Society took advantage of this momentum to continuously expand its power, and began to expand at a very fast speed, occupying the entire northwest territory of the Yulong dynasty. Then, people with ulterior motives began to step up their investigation of the internal situation of the Shenwu Society, and they were all stunned when they saw it. How did you maintain the balance and develop with so many internal struggles? After further investigation, all forces attributed the credit to the mysterious leader of Shenwu. Although the other party did not show up, he was able to accurately grasp the balance of Shenwu. Therefore, the fear of Shenwu by all forces has reached a new level. Therefore, calculations, conspiracies, public opinions, etc. are added, intending to disintegrate the entire Shenwu. After all, Shenwu has expanded, and has not completely digested the entire Northwest territory, so there is still an opportunity. However, these methods have little effect, and have not affected the basic situation of Shenwu. Some people have also thought about investigating the situation of the leader of Shenwu, but still have no results. The other party is too elusive. The reason for this is that Qi Xuan is breaking through the fourth realm. The fourth realm is golden scale, and its magical power is called Hidden Dragon. Do not use. Qi Xuan smiled. The realm name is taken from the saying that golden scales are not things in the pond, and they will turn into dragons when they encounter wind and clouds. The magical power is also as its name suggests, which means that things are in a good momentum at the beginning of development, but they are relatively weak, so they should be cautious and not act rashly. This is very consistent with his current situation. Once the three major sects are aware of his existence, the result can be imagined. However, the magical power of Hidden Dragon is not a concealment or protection effect, but a state of keeping a low profile and making a splash. Qi Xuan's original high profile has returned to an ordinary appearance. This stage is a state of accumulation, with more powerful explosive power. At the same time, the reputation and fame have once again undergone a transformation, and completely turned into a force called the trend. If he leaves the accumulation state, and adds his own great power, and in his own territory, when the fifth realm of the Taoism comes, Qi Xuan can be killed by force. It is equivalent to obtaining the blessing of the right time and place. Then the fifth realm should make up for the last harmony of people. In the final analysis, we still have to let the Shimu association continue to develop. It is indeed comfortable for me to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. But the people under my command seem to be getting more and more restless. It should be the expansion of power that makes them have thoughts that they shouldn't have. If it continues to develop, I guess I will be forced to die of a sudden illness or fall into the water. After the power of the Shimu association became huge, the ambitious people with their own thoughts naturally disliked Qi Xuan as a nuisance. If the situation is not resolved quickly, they are worried that if the trend continues, they will be forced to give Qi Xuan the yellow robe. The trend formed by the constraints of all parties is far beyond their ability to resist. They are part of the trend, how can they resist? Leader, your ceremony of becoming king should begin. Hu Shichan said outside the door. Qi Xuan opened the door and left directly, saying indifferently, "Let's go." Hu Shichan looked at Qi Xuan with a strange look. Why is the oppression today not as great as before? Could it be that he has experienced something? However, he did not dare to ask, so he could only follow Qi Xuan and go to the ceremony. The ceremony was not complicated, and the process was simple and completed quickly. What is really important is to announce it to the world and pass on this news, so that everyone knows that from now on, Shinmu will be renamed Xiliang Kingdom, and Qi Xuan is the king of Xiliang. Qi Xuan originally planned to call himself the king of Dashi by calling Dashun Kingdom, but it was rejected. He was speechless about this. Your Xiliang Kingdom is not as good as his Dashun Kingdom. At least he still has Lulu Dashun. In other words, he didn't care much about the name, but valued the essence more, so he didn't worry too much. As for the fact that he should now match his 4th level Jin Lin Qianlong Wuyong and be low-key, instead of claiming to be the king to attract attention. He wanted to, but it was actually impossible. Defeating the imperial court and occupying the northwest, these two achievements did not allow him to be low-key. After claiming to be the king, he could make the momentum on his body more cohesive and exert more powerful power. Besides, with Qianlong Wuyong here, the concealment effect has been restored again. As long as the 6th level of national scholars, bodhisattvas, and heavenly masters do not arrive in person, and he does not leave his territory, no one can see that he is abnormal. This makes the subsequent development very dependent on the size of the territory. Strong, but also restrictive. Qi Xuan estimated that he would have to wait until the 5th realm to ease the restrictions. If he wanted to lift the restrictions, he would probably have to reach the final 7th realm. This is still a long-term thing. According to his estimation, the prerequisite for the 7th realm is to overthrow the Yulong dynasty and unify the world. The premise is that it is still moving forward according to the current defense line. If there is any change in the middle, the breakthrough conditions will definitely change. Under the condition of no change, the subsequent 5, 6, and 7 realms must be gradually annexed. After the ceremony of becoming king, Qi Xuan took advantage of the large number of people and prepared to give this group of people a good beating and let them work for him honestly. At the same time, the next strategic plan must be formulated. Since they have occupied the northwest, they will definitely not stop here, but will continue to expand. Now it has involved Qi Xuan's invasion of the Taoist world, and he will definitely not give up. After entering the 4th realm, Golden Scale, with the cover of the Survivor incarnation, Qi Xuan's behavior can be more powerful, and he can even directly interfere in part. The extent is still not very large, but it is a great help to the Survivor incarnation. For example, throwing a meteorite from the sky to pretend to be his great magician. Surrounded by powerful enemies, this is simply destiny, especially this meteorite has the effect of instant kill. The higher the realm, the wider the territory, the more powerful the situation, the more Qi Xuan can interfere. When he becomes the master of the 7th realm, it is equivalent to the most respected right-hand man in the world of Taoism, Qi Xuan, the invader, and when he launches a sneak attack, he will definitely catch the opponent off guard. Even the original plan that needed to be digested before it could be implemented could be changed. You are all in high positions now, but the Yulong dynasty has not been overthrown, and the Xiliang kingdom is also in its infancy. So Qi Xuan said, and the great power on his body began to slowly emanate. The people who followed the meeting couldn't help but stagnate, and this power was heavier than before. Especially Hu Shichan, who had no doubts in his heart. In the meeting, everyone was humble and obedient, without any rebelliousness outside. These people are all big brothers when they are released, but in Xiliang Kingdom, These big brothers have to call Chi Suan big brother. But it's not so easy to be the big brother of the big brother, and you will die if you are not careful. After all, you are in the way of the big brother. Hu Shichan, I want you to take over the southwest within a month. Jiang Peng, you are responsible. Are you sure? Chi Suan said bluntly. You can do whatever you want during this period. Chi Suan spoke out one by one about the personnel arrangements and plans. Everyone was delighted. They naturally wanted to continue to expand externally so that they could increase their power. And Chi Suan generously gave them the right to do whatever they wanted, which meant that whatever they did in the process would be within their means. Anyway, as long as they could achieve Chi Suan's predetermined goals, the other party would not refuse them if they asked for money or food. Of course, these could only be obtained through the open and secret struggles within and outside the faction and the exchange of interests. Chi Suan would approve it, but it would depend on the people below when to give it. Yes, my king. Naturally, everyone had no reason to refuse. Above the sky, a powerful man with drooping eyelids slowly opened his eyes. This was the immortal of the Taoist master. After opening his eyes, he said, "The one who escaped from the 49th heaven has reappeared. The power of the heavenly Tao is beyond our ability to guess, but since it has escaped, don't come back." Another powerful man, with a Confucian atmosphere also said, "He is the saint of the Confucian master. In addition to the immortals and saints, the Buddha is naturally here." The three Taoist masters glanced at it, but saw nothing. Heavenly Tao protects? Strange, when did they start? The Buddha was puzzled. Even if it was the one who escaped, it would be invisible under their eyes. But this time, they saw nothing. The way of heaven is unpredictable, and there are laws. The immortal retracted his gaze. Let's slow down the dispute over the orthodoxy. Get rid of this one first, and then fight for victory or defeat. The saint nodded. This person is most likely among the rebels, who have raised the banner of rebellion. The influence of our orthodoxy can be eliminated by changing the dynasty. The king of Xiliang who claimed to be the king is the most suspicious. Let's arrange people to test first. If it is really this person, get rid of him. Buddha naturally had no objection, and agreed with the saint's statement. However, when the voice fell, the faces of the three people changed slightly. The world was turbulent, making it even more difficult for them to see the situation. Big trend, big trend. The saint's tone was surprised. They naturally knew that their orthodoxy was originally formed by small trends, and they also had the idea of turning it into a big trend. But the orthodoxy has been established, and the foundation has been established. How can it be changed so easily? It seems that it is not the ruler of Xiliang. The immortal smiled. The change in the situation was simply an attempt to cover up the truth, in order to make them misjudge. Chapter 550. The dispute over the orthodoxy gradually calmed down from top to bottom, as if an invisible hand had stopped the brutal killing. All the forces noticed this, and were confused for a while. Perhaps only the Yulong dynasty knew why. However, this did not affect the expansion of the Western Liang kingdom. It would be better if there was no fighting. The three major Orthodox sects could also spare some time to help. It was just that the seeds of the Orthodox struggle still existed, and were temporarily sealed. Just when the dispute over the orthodoxy had subsided for about 7 days, a 5th-level Arhat from the Buddhist orthodoxy came to visit Chi Suan. The high-level officials of the Western Liang kingdom were indeed frightened. The 5th-level Arhat was already a big shot for them. The reason they knew was because they were visiting and had submitted a visiting card in advance, and then they replied to the card. Chi Suan was not surprised by this. It was obvious that the 4th orthodoxy had attracted the attention of the 3 orthodoxy masters. The sudden stop of the dispute over the orthodoxy must have something to do with this. Both sides were already fighting fiercely, but they suddenly stopped, and Chi Suan's survivor incarnation successfully broke through the node of the 4th realm. Under so many coincidences, it was hard for Chi Suan not to think about this. The 5th-level Buddhist Arhat came to visit him, which was probably related to this matter. After the visit was scheduled, the time came quickly. The Arhat with the Dharma named Myoshin arrived on time. The other party did not have any pomp or to give Chi Suan a warning, but just went through the process like ordinary people, and was taken to Chi Suan. In order to receive this Myoshin Arhat, the Xiliang kingdom naturally attaches great importance to it. Meet the Lord of Xiliang. Myoshin put his hands together and bowed slightly, which was considered a greeting. Master Myoshin has come from afar. Please take a seat quickly. Chi Suan also said warmly. He had already looked at the other party. Within the territory of Xiliang, it was not difficult for the survivors to kill this Myoshin, as long as they were willing to pay the price of most of Xiliang becoming ruins. This was also his confidence. However, Miaoxin didn't know that the other party also secretly looked at Qi Xuan. His appearance could only be regarded as an average person, but his temperament was extraordinary, and he looked like a monarch. If the other party could really overthrow the Yulong dynasty and replace it, it would not be a bad idea. The three schools of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism did not interfere with the human dynasty, so anyone could sit on the throne as long as it did not affect the three schools of Taoism. But apart from that, the man in front of him did not have any Taoism, and was indeed just an ordinary person. He came here on orders, and besides visiting, he also had an observation. The rise of the Xiliang Lord was too fast, which was quite contrary to common sense. But now it seems that the other party is too evil, and he has many means to get justice in the chaos. If this person can't succeed, who can succeed? At Qi Xuan's invitation, Miao Xian also sat down. He didn't dislike the food, for he had already satisfied his appetite. Master Miao Xian, what is the purpose of coming to my Xiliang country this time? Qi Xuan asked casually. Miao Xian smiled, thinking that Qi Xuan was worried that he would take sides and ask him to stop. Otherwise, how could he have this attitude? Therefore, he hurriedly said, I am just passing by this time. I heard that the place where the king started his army is a place where the orthodoxy has no place to return. I came to ask if you need my help. It means that I am here to invest, not to disturb you. I have heard that the three major orthodoxies are not included in the human dynasty. Why did Master Miaoxin suddenly ask this question? Qi Xuan asked casually. It is my selfish desire. Miaoxin said generously, I see that the king now has the appearance of an emperor, so he wants to make some convenience for the Buddhists. You have the ability, but not the strength. I do not represent the Buddhists, but myself. This is always okay. Qi Xuan heard this and said, Master Miaoxin is really a wonderful person, but I dare not accept him. Now the struggle for the orthodoxy is so fierce. If I get the help of Master Miaoxin today, the enemy will get the help of Confucianism and Taoism tomorrow. Then I'm afraid the loss will outweigh the gain. This worry is normal. Everyone can see the situation of the struggle for the orthodoxy. Ha ha ha, what the king said is very true, but now is different from the past. Miao Xian smiled, and then said seriously, natural disasters are rampant, and our three sects are only concerned with fighting for the Tao, which has long been heard by Buddha, saints, and immortals. This time we come to save the world, and after the natural disaster, we will fight for the Tao again. This is one. The Yulong dynasty is not worthy of its position, and has done perverse things, so the heaven has sent down disasters. Dragons and snakes in the world have risen since then, which means that the Yulong dynasty will end. Therefore, the three sects enter the world to support the dragon, in order to end the chaos as soon as possible, and to comfort the people. When Yulong Taizu started his army, the three sects also dispersed and selected their leaders to assist in rectifying the world. Think of the Bodhisattva Zhengwei in my Buddhist tradition. He successfully achieved the Bodhisattva's fruition by relying on this momentum of supporting the dragon. Miaoxin's words are true. It is the Buddhists who came, not the Confucians or Taoists, and there are also rules. They found Qi Xuan's past information, so they naturally knew the relevant information about Xingdu Temple. Therefore, Buddhism has a great advantage. If it is not that the Bodhisattva cannot leave easily, it must be the Bodhisattva who came directly. The three masters of the Taoist traditions, the saints, the Buddhas, and the gods have never personally taken action, and they are also mysterious. Therefore, the real managers of the three Taoist traditions are the sixth-level national scholars, Bodhisattvas, and heavenly masters. There are not many such people. There are only about 10 people each. The death of one is a great blow, so it is more like a deterrent rather than a real personal attack. If the Taoist masters of the sixth level fight in chaos, I am afraid that the whole world will be disrupted. So these people are responsible for coordination, management, deterrence, etc. I see. Qi Xuan nodded slightly, and then continued to ask, what should I do if there are Confucianists and Taoists coming to support the dragon? The king should appoint people based on their merits. If we become ministers under the king, we will naturally have to abandon the Taoist tradition and serve the country and the people. Miaoxin said that you don't have to care about the Taoist tradition. They still have professional qualities. Master Miaoxin's thoughts and words are indeed extraordinary, but if Master Miaoxin really helps me, I don't trust the help of Confucianism and Taoism. At that time, Buddhism will definitely be the main focus, but it will require the help of many arhats. If it succeeds, I am willing to donate 1,000 temples. Qi Xuan didn't take the other party's words seriously. Did he really want to put all Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism in? Everyone has selfishness. Not to mention that they still have rules and regulations. So since the Buddhists were the first to come, he would just use the Buddhists. It would be convenient to kill them then. The path he took was definitely not tolerated by the three schools, so they had to fight in the end. It was just right to gather all the Buddhists together, and then catch them all in one fell swoop. The pressure of being beaten by three schools, and being beaten by two schools is different. Myashin's face showed joy. I can't help but feel happy, but I'm afraid of this move. It doesn't matter, I can lay such a big foundation, so I'm not afraid. Master Huaxin of Xingdu Temple said before that I had a connection with Buddha, but unfortunately I didn't have the chance to enter the Buddhist school. Now I think it should be here. Qi Xuan said that we have a connection. Then he paused and said, although I have a connection with Buddha, I have to say something in advance. If the three religious traditions come to the world to support the dragon, I will only choose your Buddhist family, and the support I will give will definitely be the most. Otherwise, if the enemy sends 3 or 5 heavenly masters and 2 or 3 state scholars to join forces, I am afraid that the entire Xiliang kingdom will be sunk. Facing Qi Xuan's words, Miao Xian immediately assured, don't worry, the king, the Buddhist family will definitely live up to the king's trust. Qi Xuan directly placed his bets on their Buddhist family, but their Buddhist family could not go both ways. But it was definitely the one with the largest investment among all forces. Not all leaders of forces will make the same choice as Qi Xuan. The three sects all know that they cannot put all their eggs in one basket, and the leaders of those forces are naturally the same. In Miao Xian's view, it was the days in Xingdu Temple that made Qi Xuan have a great liking for the Buddhist family, so he dared to do so. Since the king has entrusted me, I will go and lobby fellow monks for the king. We must invite a bodhisattva to the capital of Xiliang to take charge of the situation, so as to ensure the safety of the king. Myashin directly gave Qi Xuan a trump card. This made Qi Xuan's eyes twitch, and he was a little too much. If he really invited a bodhisattva to take charge, he would be the first to be finished. Don't bother to invite the bodhisattva, lest the Buddhist tradition be wrong. Such a strong man should not be moved lightly. Qi Xuan hurriedly stopped him. If this precedent is broken, the same applies to Confucianism and Taoism. Arhat will do. Qi Xuan went down a level. Myashin thought about it, and found it reasonable, so he followed Qi Xuan's words and said, the king has far-sighted thoughts, and I am not as good as him. Then I will go ahead and find fellow monks to help the king. After saying that, Myashin got up and left, and naturally did not touch the food on the table at all. He came here mainly to discuss things, not to eat. I see you off, master. Qi Xuan showed a respectful attitude, and only after he was sent out of the palace did Myashin disappear in front of Qi Xuan's eyes, as a ray of glass light. He walked with Qi Xuan to show respect, but he had no choice but to walk. After he left, Jiang Peng and others had been waiting for a long time. They had no right to interrupt the conversation at the banquet, but they also knew the cause and effect. Your Majesty, with the help of Buddhism, your hegemony can be achieved. Jiang Peng congratulated him, but felt bitter in his heart. Not only him, but everyone was in this situation. This was a solid backing, and judging from Myashin's attitude, the Buddhist tradition did not recognize their Xiliang kingdom, but recognized Qi Xuan as the king. In the conversation, both sides set the tone, that is, the king and Buddha have a connection. If it were another king, there would be no connection. By then, the support and funding will surely decrease, and there will be little difference from other forces. So what advantages will there be? Chapter 551. The news of the Taoist sect entering the world to support the dragon soon spread all over the country. The most dissatisfied and fierce one is naturally the Yulong dynasty. The three Taoist sects' words directly represent the disappearance of the legitimacy of their Yulong dynasty. And it has officially entered the process of changing dynasties. Although the Yulong dynasty is not in its most prosperous period, it is not the end of the dynasty. However, due to the powerful power of the three major Taoist sects, the Yulong dynasty did not dare to take too many actions. Instead, it took advantage of the fact that the Taoist sect had not yet settled in the forces of the grassroots dragons and snakes, and began to clean up these people frantically. In addition to this news, the next thing is the matter of Xiliang Kingdom welcoming Buddhist offerings. Others want all, but you are so good that you only want one. However, soon someone discovered the advantage that the same Taoist sect does not have to worry about personal grudges, which is more beneficial in terms of unity. After all, the dispute over the Taoist sect is not over, but interrupted. And they stopped when the fight was at its most intense. It is unrealistic to say that there is no resentment or hatred. Then you want to join the hall, which would make anyone grumble. Besides, the king of Xiliang is a very important person. He must have thought carefully before making the decision, so many people have begun to investigate which sect is suitable for their own power. Of course, many people hold different opinions and think that it is not a good thing for one sect to dominate. It is a good thing for the three parties to have hatred. At that time, they will balance each other and don't have to worry about being hollowed out by them. Everyone has their own ideas. No matter how much you say, there must be a prerequisite, that is, people from the three sects of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism are willing to join. Not all forces are as strong as Xiliang State, and will be favored by the three schools of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism, and even a Luohan will visit them personally. Most of the rebels actually cannot attract people from the three schools of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism, and most of them come to them to seek favor. Why is it a bit like a low-profile version of the investiture of the gods? Qi Xuan looked at the situation in the world and felt an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. After occupying the northwest and southwest, Xiliang State was soon sniped by the imperial army. This time, 300,000 troops were dispatched. There are a lot of water in these 300,000 people, but the number is definitely enough, so this stopped Xiliang State from going west. However, it won't last long. After all, there are no good people in the top leaders of Xiliang State. They all stood together and were shot, and there was absolutely no innocent person. For their own power and future, they didn't care about the deaths of their subordinates and just piled up. It can be said to be a warlike war. But they didn't just force it, otherwise they would have mutinied long ago. From food to military pay, it can be said to be the highest configuration. In this year of severe drought, it is difficult to survive, but being a soldier can eat and drink well and get paid. The price is obvious, but there is really no way to survive. In comparison, it is better to join the army anyway. Moreover, if you lose in every battle, you can have wine and food as consolation, and if you win, you can have a feast. In all aspects, it is better than waiting to die. After all, countless people die every day. As long as the drought is not eliminated, Xiliang Kingdom will not lack soldiers. In particular, they want men, women, old and young, not necessarily young and strong men. This behavior is naturally a case of exhausting the resources, causing the local population to drop sharply. In the end, everyone will die, so it is better to choose to gamble. The high-level officials are different, they look further. As long as they can capture cities and gain new territory within the time specified by Qi Xuan, it means that they can get more soldiers. 10,000 people died but gained a city of hundreds of thousands of people. If the original method is repeated, the soldiers will come again. They can even kill the big families in the city to get money and food. Through this method of fighting at all costs, Xiliang Kingdom can successfully snowball. As for the problems that may arise in the future, that is also a matter for the future. It is important to conquer the world first. It is precisely because of seeing the crazy fighting style of Xiliang Kingdom that the court was afraid, so it dispatched 300,000 troops to start. This is already half of the number of the court. The total number of permanent troops of the court is only 500,000. This shows how determined they were to destroy the Western Liang Kingdom. The reason why they didn't transfer all of them here was not only to protect the capital and the various places, but also to eliminate other rebels. If they really transferred all of them here, wouldn't they be able to be driven straight in? It was already the limit to be able to squeeze out 300,000 people, and it was for this reason that the route of the Western Liang Kingdom to the west was blocked. However, according to Qi Xuan's observation, 300,000 people could not block it for long. The reason why Qi Xuan was concerned was naturally because his general situation had eased. This should be considered a bottleneck. If the Western Liang Kingdom can break the encirclement of 300,000 troops this time, it can basically be said that the sky is high and the birds fly freely, and the sea is wide, and the fish jump freely. The court will also be devastated by this, and the fifth realm will be achieved by then. As for why Qi Xuan didn't go to the front line to supervise the battle in person, it's also very simple. He believes in the ambition and ability of his subordinates. In addition, these 300,000 people are not gathered in one place, but divided into a front line. Their goal is to encircle and destroy them all. The death of a Xiliang king will indeed cause problems for Xiliang, but the court has also studied that the Xiliang king often keeps Xiliang running through balance, power and other means. Even if he dies, it's nothing more than turning from a big enemy into countless small enemies. Who knows if there will be any capable people hidden here? They have 300,000 troops, so they can be steady and stable. There is no need to be impatient. The last time they were impatient, 30,000 troops were destroyed, which is the eternal pain of the court. But the imperial court probably didn't think they would lose. The Xiliang Kingdom does have a lot of soldiers, but they include men, women, old and young, and have not received professional training. At the same time, their equipment is far inferior. So the more people there are, the more casualties they suffer. In the ancient wars of ordinary people, armor and no armor are two completely different combat capabilities. And cavalry and infantry have another layer. And then, there are archers, which are more difficult to train, etc. The imperial court has complete military equipment. The Xiliang kingdom can only rely on numbers and strategies to make up for it. Even so, the daily casualties are extremely terrifying. Even if Xiliang unified the world, it would take several generations to make up for these losses. If it weren't for Qi Xuan, it might be possible that he would die in one generation, and he would not even live to see the second generation. Especially, they are all ambitious. Sir, Master Miaxin has arrived. A servant said outside the door. Qi Xuan controlled the survivor avatar again, and said, please ask him to wait in the main hall. I will be there soon. Miaxin's arrival must be because the Xiliang army was blocked by 300,000 imperial troops, and could not go west. Otherwise, he would not have rushed here so hurriedly. Then he rushed to the main hall as soon as possible. Miaxin had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Qi Xuan coming, he stood up and saluted, meet the king. In theory, Miaxin was already his subordinate, so he no longer addressed him as the king, but changed his title. Master Miaxin, please stand up. Qi Xuan helped him up, and then continued to ask, Master, you came so hurriedly. Did you encounter something? That's right. I came here to ask for a decree from the king. Miaxin said bluntly. Qi Xuan heard this and then asked, Master, please speak. I went to invite fellow monks to help. On the way, I heard that the imperial court's 300,000 troops were blocking the Xiliang army, so I didn't have time to invite fellow monks to the capital to pay homage to the king. So I asked them to go to all directions to support. But this move is ultimately a matter of killing first and reporting later, so it is not justified. So I came to ask for the emperor's order to act properly. Miao Xian said bluntly. It means that there must be a reasonable procedure. Qi Xuan heard this, and felt that he was indeed a rigorous person, who could achieve the arhat fruit. Master Miao Xian has considered everything. Qi Xuan looked very pleased, and then said, but this order offends the masters. As he said that, Qi Xuan asked someone to bring a tiger talisman. This talisman controls the troops of Xiliang. Whether it can control the troops of the world in the future depends on the help of Master Miaxin. Qi Xuan has always trusted people when he employs them, and he will not employ them if he doubts them. Anyway, they will all be killed, so it doesn't matter. Miaxin was silent when he heard Qi Xuan's words. He didn't expect Qi Xuan to be so cruel, and directly gave him the military power, which was one of the powers. Your Majesty is so bold. Miaxin said, I have just arrived, and your Majesty is willing to entrust me with this important task. I am grateful to you. Master Miaxin must have seen the talents under my command. It doesn't matter if they have different ideas, as long as they can give full play to their talents. I only look at the results. Qi Xuan said with a smile. Your Majesty knows how to use people, so you can have such a foundation today. Miaxin complimented. Qi Xuan then asked, but I have some doubts. With Master Miaxin's arhat fruit, those 300,000 people are nothing but dirt dogs and chickens to the master. Why do you have to go to such great lengths? Miaxin smiled. Your Majesty, you don't know that you cannot use supernatural powers in the Battle of Fulong. Therefore, we are also subject to many restrictions. If you violate this rule, you will be besieged. Qi Xuan understood why after hearing this. The so-called supernatural powers cannot be used means that large-scale killings cannot be carried out. Otherwise, let alone arhat fruit, the destructive power brought by the fruit of the lower monks is extremely terrifying. But there are no restrictions in other aspects, such as movement, inquiries, etc. Otherwise, why do you come to Fulong? It's nothing more than your strength. Otherwise, you can't use your strength, and it's the same for ordinary people. Take Miaxin as an example. Even if he doesn't use supernatural powers, his physical body alone is extremely powerful, so as long as he doesn't kill crazily, basically no one will care. Even if you use all your strength in your own territory to save the king, no one will say anything. Chapter 552. Miao Xian brought 17 arhats, and there were countless monks and masters below. With the addition of this extraordinary power, the advantage of the Yulong court army began to gradually decline. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be defeated in at most half a month. This is also thanks to the fact that these Buddhist sects cannot use supernatural powers, otherwise they will be wiped out on the first day. After the Buddhist sect became active on the battlefield, people from the sect also appeared in various forces. But the number is not as many as that of Xiliang. With the help of the people from the sect, more and more forces began to claim to be kings. Even if they were only a tiny place, they had to be named as anti-kings. This caused a mess in the court. However, Qi Xuan was leisurely studying the sequence of the sections. Qi Xuan had officially named his sect as the Emperor sect. He could be sure that the seventh realm was definitely a name like Emperor or Emperor. But this was not the result he wanted the Emperor more. The Son of Heaven, who was appointed by Heaven, and lived long and prospered. Heaven naturally refers to Qi Xuan. After all, it is not him who uses the Imperial Daotong, but the survivor incarnation. It is not a loss to let the incarnation be his son for a while. When the time comes, use this cheap son as a knife to stab in the back, which will surely make the Daotong world scream in pain. This can also be regarded as a kind of bad taste. Maybe when he achieves the seventh realm of the Emperor, the Daotong world will think that he is recognized as the father. After all, the adoptive father is also a father without locking the target. This makes Qi Xuan think of equipping the survivor incarnation with a Fang Tianhuoji. To stab the adoptive father, you have to use the Fang Tianhuoji to get a critical hit, otherwise other weapons are much worse. My lord, is this your daily life? A great monk looked at Qi Xuan, who was doing nothing, and couldn't help asking. The other party's name was Miao Yu, Miao Xian's junior brother, and also a person who had achieved the 5th level of the Arhat. His duty was to protect Qi Xuan, and he was brought back from the front line by Miao Xian. Miao Xian could see that the core of the entire Xiliang kingdom was Qi Xuan. Once Qi Xuan was stabbed to death, the balance of Xiliang kingdom would collapse in an instant. So an Arhat was needed to protect him. If Qi Xuan hadn't refused, he would have planned to invite a Bodhisattva directly. Qi Xuan naturally didn't care. Anyway, the other party was only protecting his incarnation. Whether it was experiments or research, he was doing it in his own body. Then what does Master Miao Yu think my life should be like? Qi Xuan asked back while controlling the incarnation. I have met several generations of emperors of the Yulong dynasty. They worked very hard, attending morning court, afternoon meetings, reviewing memorials, etc., and never slacked off. I have also seen the leaders of other forces. They are busy with military training, farming, etc., and they have no time to rest. I have never seen the king so relaxed. Miao Yu briefly summarized. Qi Xuan also nodded. Yes, it is normal. This is why we are different from them, and can rise quickly. Miao Yu felt a little strange. It seems that you can have such a great foundation by enjoying yourself. Isn't this fooling people? They hold all the power in their hands, and cannot use people well, so they are tired and inefficient. In the end, they exhausted themselves. As the leader of a place, the most important thing is to put the people who should do this thing in the position of this thing. Then just give him enough trust and support, and things will be done naturally. Qi Xuan's words are simple, but it is not so easy to do. Miao Yu was also silent, so this is what he meant. No wonder Qi Xuan is so free. It turns out that it is because he has shared all the responsibilities. Master Miao Yu, how much talent do you think I have? Qi Xuan asked again. Of course, it is unparalleled in the world. Miao Yu is not complimenting, but really thinks so. You are wrong. I have no talent at all. Qi Xuan said with a smile. If there is no help from Xingdu Temple, I am just an illiterate old farmer. On the contrary, everyone in Xiliang Kingdom is much more talented than me, but they can't see clearly where their success comes from. Do they think I am balancing them? No, I just let them do what they are good at. When they leave what they are good at and enter what others are good at, they will naturally be hit hard. This is failure, which is what they think is balance. In fact, I didn't do anything, I just gave them the right positions. A few simple words made Miao Yu a little confused. You are too simple. This is the cunning part of Qi Xuan. The core is indeed simple, but it is not so easy to operate. Even if Miao Yu spreads these words, someone will learn from them, and it can only be said that they will die. Qi Xuan was able to succeed because it was not only this incarnation that was executing the task, but also himself and the big data assistance of the intelligent brain. Otherwise, people's hearts are fickle, and luck is unpredictable, so no one can fully grasp all the variables. The king is indeed different. Miao Yu thought carefully, and it seemed that this was really the case in Xiliang Kingdom. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly changed, his figure flashed, and golden light appeared around him. In an instant, he turned into a big golden man blocking Qi Xuan. Clang, a sound of metal clashing appeared, and a black flying sword was directly annihilated at the position of his chest. You little rascals dare to assassinate the king and kill him. Miao Yu couldn't help but roared. as if a tiger roared and caused waves of sound visible to the naked eye. This was still him restrained, and he only used the 4th level of the Draw Indestructible Divine Power. But this roar did not gain anything. Miao Yu's eyes swept around, and the person who took action was a Confucian Orthodox person, and he was also in the 5th level like him, and was a Jinsher. In just a moment, a middle-aged man appeared behind Qi Xuan, and a complex text structure was formed with a breath of literature from his mouth. This text is based on the sword, and then there are many characters such as kill, die, perish, fast, force, chase, etc. What a good sword. Miao Yu reacted very quickly, and pulled Qi Xuan up, and protected him behind him. At the same time, he turned into a Vajra with angry eyes, punched out, and directly smashed the flying sword. He naturally recognized who the visitor was. There are only those people in the 5th and 6th realms of the Taoist tradition, so it is not difficult to recognize them all. Miao Yu, you and I haven't seen each other for 30 years. The middle-aged man was not angry, but looked calm. It has indeed been 30 years. Ren and Miao Yu's figure began to swell slightly, and the magical power of the world was ready to go. Since I have failed, I will not come again after this time. Renan said calmly. You and I will not want the capital of Shiliang. In the previous confrontation, the two did not use much of their true strength. Not even 1/10,000th, otherwise if they really wanted to exert the power of the 5th realm, why would they be affected by this little bit? Do you mind telling me, Mr. Ren, who are you working for? Qi Xuan followed up. Renan smiled and did not hide it. I worked for Prince Yu before, but now, I don't plan to work for him. If he could have the ability to use people well as you, the king, he would not be blinded by my Taoism and let me assassinate the king. After I have done my best, I will have nothing to do with him anymore. Most people of the Taoism enter the world to support the dragon, and naturally want to destroy the consensus and unspoken rules. Unless it is necessary to use it as a trump card later. Who would throw out a trump card at the beginning? It's a pity that I heard that the king does not recruit Confucian and Taoist people, otherwise I would like to surrender. Renan said with a smile. Qi Xuan knew who Prince Yu was after a little thought, and did not take it to heart. In his opinion, he was just a local dog and a clay chicken. I have received the kindness of the Buddhist tradition, so I should repay my vow. Therefore, I can only decline Mr. Ren's offer politely. Qi Xuan said this in a tactful way, but in fact, he was directly saying that you were right, I just don't need you. Renan didn't have much thought, he just said it politely. In that case, I won't stay any longer. Renan bowed his hands. If there is any revenge, the king can take it all on Prince Yu. After saying that, Renan's figure paused, and then turned into ink dots, and floated away, disappearing without a trace. Then Prince Yu, I'm afraid he won't be able to leave for long. Miao Yu did not stop him from leaving because it was not cost-effective. The other party insisted on leaving. If he wanted to stay, it would definitely cause large-scale casualties. It would be better to let him leave. Indeed, it's just a welcoming and sending off. If he wants to kill me, I can't just stay indifferent. Qi Xuan was naturally unhappy. Miao Yu heard this, but he also wanted to open his mouth to persuade him. But Qi Xuan spoke faster and said first, Master Miao Yu, don't worry. I won't be as unwise as him, and use the people of the Taoist school. I just want to teach him a lesson and a warning. Fighting for the world should be upright. If you want to use these tricks, the group of ambitious people under my command are much more skilled than him. I just disdain to use it, not that I don't have the means. If I give up this time, I will be very worried if others follow suit in the future. With Qi Xuan's words, Miao Yu couldn't say anything. It's not Qi Xuan's fault, and what he said makes sense. If this trend can't be stopped, it may happen every day in the future. After all, everyone understands the idea of catching the king first. So this matter must be handled well. Your Majesty is right, but there are probably other people of the Taoist school around Prince Yu. This is not easy. Miao Yu asked with some concern. Indeed, I didn't intend to assassinate or poison him, I just wanted to warn him. It doesn't matter whether he dies or not, the main thing is to scare him. Qi Xuan knew all this. Unless a Taoist of the 5th realm is used, there is really not much chance of winning. But if Prince Yu is really killed, it will be even more fun. Qi Xuan is thinking of giving it a try. He can make some insignificant interference. Chapter 553. Prince Yu was poisoned. Because he first sent someone to kill the king of Shiliang and failed, and then he was retaliated. Then, the Shiliang kingdom directly stated that anyone can use tricks, and if you use it, don't blame others for using it. For a time, it was also turbulent. The various forces were not shocked by the assassination of the king, but shocked by the success of Shiliang. Normally, All major forces would be protected by people of the Orthodox school. There was no way to succeed in poisoning, but Prince Yu died. So this means that the spy planted by Xiliang and Prince Yu's forces has climbed to a very high position. Even the people of the Orthodox school could not defend against it. Since the other party can plant in Prince Yu's forces, will they plant in their forces? The person who poisoned was found, a chef who was temporarily arranged. The question is whether this is possible. Therefore, all major forces believe that the real spy has not been found. Unfortunately, it is difficult to find it now. Because of the death of Prince Yu, Prince Yu's power fell apart overnight. Then, each family began to conduct strict self-examination, just to find the possible spies in the power. They don't want to be poisoned to death, or be beheaded in their sleep one day. Miao Yu was also puzzled by this. He had seen Qi Xuan operate and give orders, but he couldn't understand why it turned out like this. Oh, why did Prince Yu get poisoned to death? Qi Xuan didn't hide it. After hearing the other party's question, of course he was unlucky. I just wanted to scare him, but he is not me, and he is not so good to his subordinates. So a series of coincidences eventually made him drink the poisoned wine. Normally, he would not drink it. The so-called spies are all groundless. Qi Xuan said, "You have misunderstood me. It's all luck." But Miao Yu didn't believe it at all. Could this be successful by coincidence and luck? Even a 3-year-old child wouldn't believe it. However, due to Qi Xuan's identity, Miao Yu didn't say much. If you say it is, then it is. Anyway, he can't refute it. But in his heart, he valued Qi Xuan even more. He made plans in the tent, and won the battle thousands of miles away. He could disrupt the situation in the world while sitting in the palace. It was so terrifying. Fortunately, the other party chose his Buddhist tradition, and he and others could get more rewards. If Fulong succeeds this time, there will be several more bodhisattvas, and maybe he can be among them. In the past, the 3 sects shared the share of Fulong, but if Xiliang Kingdom succeeded, it would be their Buddhist sect that would win. This would also affect the foundation of the subsequent struggle for sects. Moreover, there would not only be more bodhisattvas, but also arhats, eminent monks, etc., which would explode as a result. Your Majesty has a connection with Buddha, and is blessed by Buddha. Miao Yu said that since you said it was luck, let Buddha come out to give you a name. Qi Xuan thought Miao Yu was really capable when he heard it. Yes, it was Buddha's blessing. Qi Xuan would not give up the shield that was delivered to his door. If these outrageous things happened later, it would also be Buddha's blessing. Anyway, someone should take the blame, and Qi Xuan didn't care who took the blame. Besides, Buddha can really take the blame. The two chatted with each other, and Qi Xuan occasionally reviewed the official documents. There were actually not many official documents that could reach him. But this also proved that the things that could be delivered to him were important. Report victory. Master Miaoxin defeated the Imperial Army, killed 50,000 enemies, captured 150,000 prisoners, and countless food and supplies. A hurried and excited voice came. Then a postman brought a battle report to Qi Xuan's desk. Qi Xuan opened it and smiled, and handed it to Miao Yu. Reward, big reward. Qi Xuan was really happy, because the bottleneck on his body also loosened. But the next moment, the postman suddenly took out a dagger and stabbed Qi Xuan. The battle report was true, but the postman was replaced halfway. The purpose was naturally to assassinate Qi Xuan. Some people saw that the death of Prince Yu caused the forces to fall apart, so if Qi Xuan, the ruler of Xiliang, died, Xiliang would definitely end up like this. As the person who is most likely to unify the world, the rebel kings naturally wished that he would die. So it is normal to have such behavior. As for the possibility of harming innocent people, let's talk about it later. But the next moment, Miao Yu easily reached out and grabbed the dagger in his hand, and then crushed it into pieces. He is an arhat in the 5th realm, and the person who took action is just an ordinary person. So the dagger was taken down before it even got close to Qi Xuan. Catch him alive, and torture him to find out which family sent him. I will definitely repay him well afterwards. Qi Xuan said calmly. Miao Yu pinched the assassin's neck, causing him to faint. Then several guards rushed over and dragged him away. My king, the previous revenge may have backfired. They not only saw the serious consequences, but also saw the huge benefits after success. Miao Yu said. He was not afraid. To achieve the arhat fruit, he naturally experienced a lot, not to mention that he had experienced even more terrible things in the dispute over the orthodoxy. However, he was afraid of the worst. Qi Xuan was now the dawn of his attainment of the bodhisattva fruit. If Qi Xuan died, or he missed it, it would be extremely difficult to have such an opportunity next time. He might not even be able to wait until he broke through after practicing hard. So he was very concerned about Qi Xuan's safety. That's true, but it doesn't matter, isn't it better? How many of their 5th level Taoists can be more than my Xiliang kingdom? Master Miaoyu, you alone are not enough, bring a few more people to protect me. If they can still succeed, then I can only say that you are not doing your job well. Qi Xuan smiled, and pushed the blame away. This made Miaoyu a little embarrassed, mainly because Qi Xuan was right. Master Miaoxin defeated the 300,000-strong army of the imperial court. How many of the remaining people can be a threat? So now that things have come to this, there is nothing to be afraid of, and the biggest difficulties have passed. Qi Xuan said this, but he was thinking about one thing in his heart. That is, he didn't have enough conflicts. Now, most of the dead are just ordinary people and Taoists of the 1st, 2nd and 3rd levels. Since it is a low-profile version of the investiture of the gods, these high-level transcendents must be included in the list. Yes, without the imperial court, who in the world can stop the Western Liang Kingdom? Miaoyu expressed his approval. In fact, there are some. The Western Liang Kingdom can have the current situation thanks to the support of the Buddhist orthodoxy. If a certain force gets equal support from the Confucian and Taoist schools, then the advantage of the Western Liang Kingdom will disappear directly. Qi Xuan pointed out the key to the problem. This should be impossible, Miaoyu said here, and was a little unconfident. On the surface, Fulong is indeed fair, but everyone knows that this is not fair. If the Western Liang Kingdom wins this time, and unifies the world, it will not be like sharing the cake in the past, but the Buddhist orthodoxy will eat it alone. By then, the overall power of the Taoist school will be further improved, and it may be able to take advantage of this growth to suppress the Confucian and Taoist schools. Everyone has their own selfishness, which is only temporarily covered up now, but they are not incapable of thinking, and they will definitely understand the consequences of Xiliang's unification of the world. If nothing unexpected happens, many will either form an alliance, or 1 or 2 forces will emerge, and finally become a force of equal strength to Xiliang to compete with it. If it is one force, it is Confucianism and Taoism, and if it is 2 forces, they will naturally hold the same idea of winner takes all as the Buddhist orthodoxy. Moreover, this kind of change will also affect the future struggle for the orthodoxy, and the situation of supporting the dragon. I wonder if the king has any good advice. Miaoyu could only ask Qi Xuan at this time. After all, Xiliang belonged to Qi Xuan. Master Miaoyu, rest assured. The Buddhist orthodoxy has taken the initiative, and now it is taking the initiative, which can be said to be 2 steps faster. How can the leaders of those forces trust their orthodoxy as much as I do? In the end, it is just a superficial union. Qi Xuan said, so rest assured, I fully support you. However, Qi Xuan did not mention another possibility, that is, the orthodoxy directly undermines the power and makes the leaders of the power into puppets. Isn't that enough? The momentum is rising, and this Xiliang kingdom should be the next dynasty. Buddha said calmly. The so-called momentum is rising, of course, not because Xiliang kingdom has defeated the imperial army, but refers to his Buddhist orthodoxy. He did give the general instructions, but the actual operation was done by the orthodoxy personnel under him. It was not his order to invest heavily in Xiliang kingdom. The balance cannot be broken. The saint said slowly, Xiliang kingdom can be the next dynasty, but the Buddhist tradition cannot rise. Otherwise, the way of heaven will tilt, and you and I will not be happy. The Buddha lowered his eyelids and then said, yes. The 3 of them are the masters of the Taoism, but they are against the way of heaven, and they maintain their own balance with the balance of the Taoism. The dispute over the Taoism is part of the balance, so the 3 Taoisms can only be evenly divided, and no one Taoism can dominate or decline. Of course, the number of people in the Taoism cannot be too many. In addition to maintaining a comparable number, it must be controlled within a certain range. The previous fight for the Taoism was also for this reason. The ruler of Xiliang worships Buddhism, and only respects the Buddhist tradition. The immortals also spoke up at this time. We need to unite forces to deal with the strong enemy, and integrate it into Xiliang in the future to restore balance. The Buddha nodded in approval and continued, and this Xiliang founding emperor should not live long. After the world is unified, he should live 1 year. The meaning is that in order to maintain balance, there is no need for an emperor who worships Buddhism. After stabilizing the world, he should die and then be replaced by an emperor who suits their interests. Chapter 554. Qi Xuan naturally didn't know the decision of the 3 masters of the Tao. But even if he knew, it would be just like that. Now he is concentrating on breaking through the 5th realm. Ever since Master Miaoxin defeated the imperial army, the army of Xiliang began to expand recklessly. With the help of the Buddhist Tao, The speed can't be slowed down at all. Qi Xuan naturally chose to break through. This time it took nearly 3 days to complete. It shouldn't take so long, but Qi Xuan's momentum is too big and too much. It has completely exceeded the quantity and quality that the normal fourth realm should have, which makes it take time to sort it out. The name of the fifth realm is Longxiang, and the magical power is Lai Bingma. The effect is that the dead soldiers and generals in his power will be condensed into heroic spirits by the momentum. Qi Xuan can summon them to fight for him and have his own magical powers. Among them, the generals will be 1 realm lower, and the soldiers will be 2 realms lower. At the same time, they have excellent equipment, horses, etc., and have strong battlefield experience. There are also disadvantages, that is, the heroic spirits can only stay in their own territory and have no way to leave the territory to expand the territory for Qi Xuan. It's only been a short time. How come so many heroic spirits have been accumulated for me? Qi Xuan looked at the big situation on his body, and a representative of the heroic spirit soldiers emerged, and the number was increasing. Yes, among the people under my command, few are good things. This is called the upper beam is not straight, and the lower beam is crooked. Qi Xuan did not dislike it. After all, he was the same. Using group power to shape individual power is indeed the tone I set, and I also intervened during the period. But more likely the world also has this tendency, especially the assassinations I have experienced during this period. I guess they are afraid that I, a variable, will die. Qi Xuan can be sure that the world has suffered from the 3 major sects for a long time. It is rare to have such a unique seedling that has come out, and it must be taken care of. As for the 6th realm, it is actually half of the country, which is reasonable. After half of the country, it is to unify the world, but it may not be so easy to achieve this time. Because half of the country is just one of the prerequisites. Compared with the 6th realm of the 3 sects of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism, the 6th realm of Qi Xuan's Taoism is much easier. There are many reasons. The simplest one is lifespan. He is already in the 5th realm, and his lifespan has not increased at all, and his magical powers are more inclined to power type, and his combat effectiveness is far inferior to the 3 sects of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism. But if the power is used well, it will be different. It is directly using the power of one sect to fight against 3 sects. After all, it is a big trend, and it will not be able to compete in small trends. It is also a blessing that the people under my command are not good people, so they can send me so many heroes. But don't we have to kill some generals? Otherwise, if there are only heroes without heroes, it will not be possible to fully exert the complete effect of preparing for war. This is a whole. The heroes not only have stronger power, but also can strengthen the heroes. Of course, the heroes can also strengthen the heroes. Probably, the heroic general can give the heroic soldiers additional attributes, while the heroic soldiers can activate additional talents for the heroic general. They are inseparable. But good people don't live long, and evil will last for thousands of years. Qi Xuan thought, this is not easy. All the people under my command are evil and bad people. It's really difficult to let them die. And it's not appropriate for me to kill them now. You have to wait until the mill is finished before killing it. Otherwise, if you kill it now, who will pull the mill for me? You can't let me pull it myself. You can only start by provoking Confucianism and Taoism and let them kill. Qi Xuan thought about it. It's not okay to kill the donkey after it's done, but if they die on the battlefield, that's a valuable way to die. After Qi Xuan muttered, he thought about how to let the 3 schools of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism break their unspoken rules and consensus and start a war at a higher level. With the current 5th level of the Survivor incarnation, I not only obtained about 20% of the world data, but also had stronger concealment and interference capabilities. As long as the operation is done properly, there are basically no problems. But there are many restrictions, such as not being able to do it in Xiliang. If the distance is far, the cost will be higher. Unless Confucianism and Taoism unite or imitate Xiliang to start a new one, the restrictions will be higher, but the operating space will be greater. Qi Xuan began to plan and plot through the general situation. The whole process was very smooth, and soon found several unlucky people who turned against each other as candidates. Among them, there are not only Confucianism and Taoism, but also Buddhism. The more chaotic it is, the more useful it is for Qi Xuan. It would be best if a person of the 5th realm of the Taoist sect could die. In fact, the death of a 6th realm of the national scholar, Bodhisattva, or heavenly master would have a better effect, but these high-level officials would not easily go out. Even if Qi Xuan wanted to do it, there was no suitable time, unless he did it himself. Of course, there are risks while the effect is good. The death of a sixth realm of the Taoist sect will definitely attract the attention of the three Taoist masters. It is not wrong to find out that it was Qi Xuan who did it, but it will make the situation fall into the unknown. Qi Xuan is not a person who likes challenges, and he will definitely not think of increasing the difficulty for himself inexplicably. Naturally, it is better to be more stable. Pushing the door out, Miao Yu, who was meditating at the door, also stood up. He did not realize that Qi Xuan was already a person of the same realm as him. My king, you have come out to cultivate your body and mind. Have you gained much? Miao Yu asked. Qi Xuan made up an excuse for the survivor's incarnation, and Miao Yu was naturally confused. However, Qi Xuan was the king of Xiliang, so what could he say? So he just fulfilled his duty of protection. Fortunately, Jin Lin's hidden dragon was very useful, and had never been exposed. And because of his own growth, even if the Bodhisattva came in person, he couldn't see through his disguise. This is also because his magical powers became stronger after his realm was upgraded. But he had a hunch that his hidden dragon might not be able to hide for long. When he reached the sixth realm, he would fly in the sky, and then the concealment effect would be interrupted. Then it would be time for him to destroy the Taoist school and unify the world. But this is something he will have to consider after he gains half of the country. A little bit. Qi Xuan said, as I expected, the progress of my Xiliang army has been slow in the past 3 days. Yes, my king. Miao Yu said hurriedly. The Confucian and Taoist schools have supported the rulers of Dongyin and Beihan respectively, and the Yulong dynasty is in the south. Now that the world is divided into 4 parts, the Yulong dynasty is shrinking in the south and being eroded by the 3 countries. It is unable to resist, and its demise is only a matter of time. On the contrary, Dongyin and Beihan are the real enemies of my Xiliang country. Qi Xuan was a little surprised when he heard it. He was in seclusion for 3 days, not 30 days. How did the world become 4 parts? So fast? I remember that it was not the same situation 3 days ago? Qi Xuan asked. He did not pay much attention to the outside world. He relied on the way of survivor's incarnation. After all, he was just a world that was struggling, and he was still stealing and hiding. Naturally, they would not do anything out of the ordinary, so the intelligence was still insufficient. It seems that the decision made by the Confucian and Taoist patriots and the Heavenly Emperor at the same time was very efficient after being implemented. So the forces with insufficient strength were either destroyed or merged. Although there are still some small forces struggling to survive, they will not have a good life for a few days. The king may have to make preparations in advance. After the demise of the Yulong dynasty, the Dongyin kingdom and the Beihan kingdom will definitely join forces to deal with my Xiliang kingdom. Miao Yu also reminded. I know, send a message to Master Miaoxin. Be sure to be the first to attack the capital of the Yulong dynasty, and it would be best if the Yulong emperor could be captured alive. But it doesn't matter if he dies, just bring his head back. Qi Xuan said. This was naturally to prepare for his breakthrough to the 6th realm, and it was also one of the prerequisites for the breakthrough. Yes, my king. Miao Yu sent a message to the front line for Qi Xuan, otherwise it would take time to rely on messengers, and then he said, but the enemy also has this idea, I'm afraid it won't be easy. I know, as long as the speed is fast enough, when necessary, we can directly burn down the capital of the Yulong dynasty, which can not only prevent them from taking advantage of the situation, but also cause casualties. Qi Xuan said coldly. This made Miao Yu hesitate to speak, and finally did not stop him. Such behavior will inevitably lead to heavy casualties in the capital of the Yulong dynasty. I know you can't bear it, but do you think it's possible for Dongyin and Beihan to pacify the east and north in 3 days? It's nothing more than Confucianism and Taoism seeing the great trend of Buddhism and being unwilling to accept it. How could there be no tricks in it? If these 2 countries really have this ability, why would they rise now? They would have already shared the world with my Xiliang kingdom. Qi Xuan said that this was forced by the enemy. Miao Yu sighed. This matter is indeed Confucianism and Taoism are not particular. And Miao Xian also reacted to it, but did not get an accurate reply, which made them puzzled. In comparison, Qi Xuan's means are so cruel that they can accept it. It's the other party who is not particular first, so what's wrong with revenge? Your Majesty is right. I will go to find Miao Xian to tell you. Miao Yu was convinced. Because it involves his vital interests, if the other party is not particular, he may not be able to achieve the Bodhisattva's fruit, and it has evolved into a hatred that blocks the path. Qi Xuan watched the other party leave, and a smile appeared on his lips. He thought it would take at least several months to execute the plan of luring the enemy into a trap, but he didn't expect that the Confucianists and Taoists could not wait even longer than him. The next step will be easy. As long as someone fires the first shot, the so-called unspoken rules and consensus will disappear in an instant. Wang Keofulong will once again return to the struggle for the orthodoxy of Taoism. Chapter 555. Miao Xian rubbed his temples. He couldn't use his own strength and magical powers, which was very helpless for him. Especially the sudden rise of Dongyin Kingdom and Beihan Kingdom caught him off guard. He was about to reach the capital of Yulong Dynasty. Of course he knew there was a problem, but he couldn't find out why. Especially when his inquiry was not answered, he already understood why. It was nothing more than the result of upper-level game or compromise. Now the matter is done, he has no choice. All he can do is to take over the south where Yulong Dynasty is located as soon as possible, so that Xiliang Kingdom can completely occupy half of the country. Fortunately, he has an advantage, otherwise this time it would be really troublesome. However, Miao Xian did not fight back, but began to win over those Buddhist people in Dongyin Kingdom and Beihan Kingdom through various channels. After all, these two have become the basic base of Confucianism and Taoism. If you continue to stay in there, won't you feel disgusted? In his opinion, this has evolved into an alternative struggle for Taoism. The winner-takes-all rule has caused an irreversible change in this situation. Tomorrow, we must capture the capital tomorrow, otherwise it will be too late. Miao Xian received a tip-off and learned that the armies of Dongyin and Beihan were on their way. If they can't take it tomorrow, a three-way or four-way melee is inevitable. This feeling of frustration made him want to use his own power to directly smash the wall of the capital of the Yulong Dynasty. Fortunately, he quickly calmed his distracting thoughts. It was easy to take action, but it would be a big trouble afterwards. While thinking, he noticed that Miao Yu's breath was approaching rapidly. The next moment, Miao Yu's figure appeared in front of him. Miao Xian, I will convey the king's will. Before Miao Xian asked, Miao Yu spoke first. Please speak. Miao Xian cheered up and asked directly. Miao Yu repeated Qi Xuan's words to Miao Xian, who frowned. This was too inhumane, but he soon sighed. Either give up your advantage or be a little cruel. The rules and regulations are in front, but now he is a minister and can only obey. If it weren't for the chaos of Confucianism and Taoism, we wouldn't be so passive. Miao Xian said helplessly. The winner takes all. How can the dispute over the orthodoxy be so easy to let go? Miao Yu also said calmly, if you have anything you want me to convey to the king, I will bring it back to you. Miao Yu's duty is to protect. What happened on the battlefield has nothing to do with him. There is no need for him to continue to interfere. He should go back after delivering the message. Tell the king that before midnight tonight, I will definitely destroy the capital of the Yulong Dynasty and bring back the head of the Yulong Emperor. Miao Xian said. As for Qi Xuan's request to keep him alive, it might have been useful before, but it is useless now. Killing him is better. Especially since Qi Xuan is planning to lure the enemy into a trap. Keeping him alive is a disadvantage. As for the reputation issue, Qi Xuan is planning to burn the city and kill people. Someone will clear his name in the future. As long as he unifies the world, nothing can't be solved. Even the various parties in the Buddhist tradition will help. Before midnight? Can you do it? When Miao Yu came, he had already noticed that Miao Xian and the army were in a stalemate. It has to be done even if it doesn't work, otherwise it will be too late. If it weren't for Qi Xuan's order, Miao Yu would still have enough time. But it's not possible now. He must enter the city in advance to make arrangements, otherwise how can the fire burn? The capital can't burn by itself, so he can only rely on him to make arrangements in advance. Okay, I will bring your words to the king. Miao Yu agreed, and then said, if you can't do it, I won't say anything good to you. As soon as the voice fell, Miao Yu left directly. Only Miao Xian was left. He put down the pen in his hand and said, call Hu Shichan and Jiang Peng. He said a string of names to his guards. These names are all high-level military officials, and the purpose is naturally to customize the battle plan. Otherwise, what else can he do? The time is greatly reduced, and the progress can only be accelerated. This time, I'm afraid that many people will die again. Miao Xian said in a low voice. Speeding up will definitely cost more, and this cost is naturally the soldiers. Even the middle-level non-commissioned officers will suffer considerable losses, and even the lives of the senior officers will be in danger. It's nothing more than a gamble. If the gamble is won, not to mention the heavy damage to Dongyin and Beihan, it can also make them suffer a serious injury. After all, they are here to pick peaches, so they definitely have a lot of troops. Another thing is that their actions are not as crazy and generous as Xiliang. The premise of Xiliang not treating people as human beings is that they give enough. Dongyin and Beihan treat people as human beings because the treatment they give is ordinary. Otherwise, if you are stingy and mean, you just want people to be loyal, how can such a good thing happen? This is like cutting the military pay and food, and then asking you to fight for your life. This is a bit unrealistic. So although the fighting quality of the soldiers of Shiliang Kingdom is uneven, their morale is the highest. Everyone was called over quickly. After everyone arrived, Miaoxin said, "The king has issued an order. So, before midnight tonight, we must break the capital of the Yulong dynasty." After that, he summarized the goal. This made everyone look unhappy. Miaoxin's analysis was correct, but he really caught them off guard by taking on so much. The original plan was to break the city tomorrow, but now it was changed to midnight. Although it is still tomorrow, the difficulty of execution is different. No one dared to refute, because Miaoxin is a real strong man. You can't think that you can really control him like an ordinary person just because he talks to you in a friendly manner. Attack by force. After a long time, Hu Shichan gave these 3 words. What else can they do? They have limited time, so they can only risk their lives. When do we leave? Jiang Peng continued to ask, and he also agreed with this plan. At 8 p.m., finish the battle within an hour, and everyone will be fine. Feng Kai said coldly. No one rejected the plan of a strong attack. Okay, let's attack, and prepare at 5 p.m. It must not be disclosed before that, and the original plan will still be presented to the outside world. Miao Xian set the pace. As for the reason for not disclosing it to the outside world, it is also very simple, just to confuse the enemy. Accumulate as many advantages as possible. Of course, if you are lucky, you can really win at the lowest cost, but this possibility is so low that it can be ignored. They naturally couldn't make arrangements and estimates based on the best situation, but had to follow the worst situation, so that they could have a plan to deal with whatever happened. Okay, let's perfect the plan and details. After having a general direction, everyone naturally began to fill in further. Jing Yuan looked irritable. Since he joined Beihan Kingdom, he has not been well received and has been in many troubles. Previously, a fellow Buddhist invited him to Shiliang Kingdom, which is the real Buddhist Pure Land. In fact, he was originally a veteran of Beihan Kingdom, until a large number of Confucian people poured into Beihan Kingdom, which quickly undermined the power of the king of Beihan. Now he has become an outsider. So the idea of leaving Beihan Kingdom became more and more serious, but the king of Beihan still valued him, so he was unwilling to leave like this. Thinking of regaining power for the king of Beihan, so that he can return to his original position. Therefore, today he came to see the king of Beihan, thinking of talking to him about the situation. Master Jing Yuan, please come in. The tone of the king of Beihan was a little tired. He was not the only one in the study room. There was another Confucianist named Miaoxing. When he saw him, his heart sank. He and Miaoxing really had a grudge. He killed his junior brother, and then the other party killed his senior brother. As soon as the two sides met, the atmosphere became extremely strange and solidified. Master Jing Yuan and Mr. Miao know each other? The king of Beihan's heart was also tense. How could he not see the reason in this atmosphere? Know each other, Miaoxing said in a cold tone. And they are very familiar with each other. Jing Yuan also echoed, but the attitude between the two people became worse and worse. The king of Beihan hurriedly spoke to smooth things over. You two are both loyal ministers of Beihan, so it is reasonable. Before he finished speaking, another person came to visit outside. A Taoist named Feng Xian asked to see him. The king of Beihan thought about bringing another person to see if he could ease the atmosphere. However, when the person came, the atmosphere became even more stagnant. These 3 people are all mutual enemies. The atmosphere suddenly dropped to the freezing point. I am a little tired today, why don't you come again next time? The king of Beihan made a fool of himself, and could only drive them away. The 3 people did not intend to embarrass the king of Beihan, so they bowed and left at the same time. It stands to reason that if it is so embarrassing, it must be avoided if possible. However, this time it didn't happen. The 3 of them just sat down in the garden outside the palace, and their expressions were full of dissatisfaction. The main reason was the dissatisfaction of Jing Yuan of Buddhism and Feng Xian of Taoism. After all, the northern Handan kingdom is now ruled by Confucianism, and they are outsiders. If I were you two, I should have packed up and left long ago. Staying here would only add to the jokes. Miaoxing spoke first, intending to squeeze the 2 out. As soon as he said this, Jing Yuan immediately felt malicious. He had originally planned to go to the Western Liang Kingdom, and now he was being excluded by others in such a bad tone, so he had no face to stay. But if he just went there, he would probably not be taken seriously. So he needed a sufficient letter of surrender. It was normal up to here. For a conventional Fulong, the letter of surrender must be Miao Xing in front of him. But at this time, Jing Yuan had another idea. What kind of person is Miao Xing? How much value can he have in choosing him? It is better to choose the king of Northern Han. As for the unspoken rules and consensus of Fulong, he had already subconsciously ignored them at this time. That's why he appeared. If you have to choose, then choose a person with high value, wouldn't it be better? And compared to Miao Xing, the king of Beihan is just an ordinary person, so it's easier to succeed. Chapter 556. In just the past 12 hours, 2 things have shocked the world. And these 2 things are also deeply related to the Buddhist tradition. The first thing is that Luhan Miaoxin, under the command of the king of Shiliang, broke through the capital of the Yulong dynasty overnight, and used it as bait to destroy the large forces of the Dongning kingdom and the Beihan kingdom. The price paid was that the capital of the Yulong dynasty was reduced to ruins, and the civilians suffered heavy casualties. This behavior was too brutal, so it caused condemnation from the remaining forces. However, condemnation was condemnation, but no force took any action. After all, although this fire did not seriously damage the vitality of the Dongning kingdom and the Beihan kingdom, the loss of troops and food and supplies was real. This was part of the war, so it did not cause much trouble in the tradition. The real trouble was that Jing Yuan, as a member of the Buddhist tradition, ignored the unspoken rules and consensus and wanted to capture the king of Beihan with his own strength. What's even worse is that he was actually captured by the other party, which directly stirred up the hornet's nest of the Confucianism. A large number of Confucianists swarmed in, not only wanting to kill Jing Yuan, but also intending to take back the king of Northern Han. Not only that, but also the Taoists followed suit, and they also wanted the king of Northern Han. As long as he fell into their hands, the Dongning kingdom would be able to directly annex the Northern Han kingdom. Only the Buddhists argued endlessly. Some said they wanted to save him, and some said it was Jing Yuan's fault. Jing Yuan brought the king of Northern Han all the way to the capital of Shiliang. During the period, the cities they passed through were all destroyed on a large scale due to the battle, which completely affected the dragon-supporting behavior this time. That's why the Confucianists and Taoists acted so decisively, while the Buddhists hesitated. Even Miaoxin remained silent after learning this information and did not express any opinions. Because he must not be involved in this matter, otherwise, he would not be able to get out of it even if he achieved the arhat fruit. On the other side, Qi Xuan also got the news. He was silent for a long time and said, "Since Master Jing Yuan did this for my Shiliang kingdom, then my Shiliang kingdom must give him an explanation no matter what." As soon as he said this, Miao Yu on the side immediately advised, "No! I know that the king is devoted to Buddhism, but this matter is Jing Yuan's fault. Once Jing Yuan is accepted, the Confucian and Taoist sects will no longer consider the consensus of fighting for the dragon. The power of the Taoist sect, the king has also seen it. It only takes a true monarch or a tribute scholar to easily destroy the capital. In Miao Yu's view, Jing Yuan himself is so unwise, and the consequences must be borne by himself. Otherwise, how many people's promotions will be affected by destroying their dragon-supporting plan?" Therefore, the high-level Buddhist sects basically did not express any opinions. Master Miao Yu is right, but I have made up my mind. Qi Xuan is naturally afraid that the world will not be in chaos. He was secretly controlling all this just to make the 3 sects ignore the consensus. Otherwise, why would he do these things? I can have my current position without the help of the Buddhists. Now is the time to repay the Buddhists," Qi Xuan said sincerely. After hearing this, Miao Yu didn't know what to say for a while. This is a way of repaying a favor. If I refuse, it will be a big trouble if it gets out. But if I don't stop Qi Xuan, I may not be able to save Jing Yuan, and it will cause bigger problems. Then how do you plan to help Jing Yuan? Miao Yu could only ask this. Qi Xuan heard it and said, "I remember that Master Jing Yuan is holding the king of Beihan hostage, and is heading to the capital of Shiliang. Yes, king, if he doesn't die on the road, Jing Yuan will arrive before dusk at the latest." Miao Yu did not hide it. "Okay, spread the news that Master Jing Yuan is coming to my Shiliang capital, and I will definitely go to greet him. Let everyone go with me, and the capital is under martial law. I don't believe that he can't come," Qi Xuan said confidently. "The king of Beihan can be abandoned, but Jing Yuan must not die. If he survives, then the 3 Taoist sects' support for dragons will have to return to a more terrifying Taoist struggle. It will be a full-scale war. For Qi Xuan, it was a clear-cut internal war. Your Majesty, you should think carefully. If you save Jing Yuan alone, your path to becoming the common ruler of the world will probably be full of ups and downs. It's even possible that someone will replace you in the future. Miao Yu sighed and said. Qi Xuan smiled. As the saying goes, if you can't clean up your own house, how can you clean up the world? I can't even protect a loyal person, so how can I protect the world in the future? Having said that, Miao Yu also understood that this fight for the dragon might get out of control. I wonder if Master Miao Yu can ask a Bodhisattva to come and take charge. Qi Xuan still thought the matter was not big enough and wanted to involve the high-level Taoists. As long as the Bodhisattvas of the Buddhist tradition enter the game, then the Confucian state scholars and Taoist heavenly masters will inevitably be forced to join the game. Miao Yu must have understood that he could not be involved anymore, and even he, an Arhat, wanted to avoid it. But it would be better if Qi Xuan didn't say it, but he had to do it if he said it. It's not because he has to listen to Qi Xuan, but because even Qi Xuan, an outsider, helped the people of the Buddhist tradition so much. On the contrary, they, the own people, watched their fellow Taoists being killed by the enemies of the tradition with cold eyes. So do they still want to unite? Jing Yuan sacrificed his life for you, but you want to sell out the other party because you have trouble. Then the Confucian and Taoist traditions will take this opportunity. Even if they cannot permanently split the Buddhist tradition, they will cause various cracks within the Buddhist tradition. This matter is more difficult. I need to ask for instructions. Miao Yu could only bite the bullet and said. In fact, he knew that he would definitely not be able to ask for instructions, and it was nothing more than letting him take the blame. It doesn't matter. If we can invite him to show the power of our Buddhist tradition, it would be the best. If we can't invite him, it won't be difficult for Xiliang to keep a meritorious person. Qi Xuan said confidently. However, this is no less than putting Miao Yu and the Buddhist tradition on the fire. It sounds good, but it is actually killing people. I am a kingdom composed of all mortals, and I haven't even unified the world, but I can keep outsiders. As a result, you people with a profound tradition sold out your own people to the enemies of the tradition, and watched them die. Whoever betrayed the Buddhist tradition can be seen. At that time, the division between the upper and lower levels is inevitable. It was mainly Qi Xuan who said this. If it was someone who had no power and influence, the Buddhist tradition could easily cover his mouth. The news could not be spread, and nothing could be said. But they could not cover Qi Xuan's mouth, because they really could not cover it. Miao Yu could not tell at this time whether Qi Xuan was sincere or wanted to drag the Bodhisattva into the battle. Don't worry, my king, I will do my best. Miao Yu could only say that he tried his best at this time. He was just an Arhat in the Buddhist tradition. How could he command the Bodhisattva? He said he would not care, so what else could he do? There was no way to force it, so he could only convey Qi Xuan's words to the Bodhisattva without missing a word. Then please wait a moment, my king. I will go to ask the Bodhisattva to respect the order immediately. Miao Yu did not dare to stay any longer. Who knew what Qi Xuan would say next? There were too many pots, and he was a little breathless. If he carried a few more words, he would definitely not be able to bear it. After saying that, Miao Yu hurried away without waiting for Qi Xuan's words. Qi Xuan smiled when he saw this. No one can stop the coming of the full-scale war of Daotong, he said. Then his eyes fell on his own preparations for war. This time, not only did he have heroic soldiers, but also some heroic generals. It was obviously the casualties when Miaoxin attacked the capital of Yulong Kingdom, and fought with Dongyin and Beihan. However, there is still a long way to go from the sixth realm. Although the south has been pacified, there is still a gap from half of the country. It is not that it is over after conquering it. It is necessary to actually control the territory in the south to truly incorporate it into the territory of Xiliang. Otherwise, it can only be regarded as occupation at most, and it cannot reach the half of the country required for breakthrough. In addition, a sufficient number of heroes is required as a prerequisite for breakthrough. The number of heroes is enough, but the number of heroes is not enough. This makes Qi Xuan think about how to kill more of the group of ambitious people under his command. If they only have ambition, they must be ambitious but fragile, but they still have ability, so it is a bit difficult to kill them. Especially now that they are in high positions, it is not so easy to die. Through data observation and deduction, Qi Xuan can determine that after reaching the sixth realm, the group power can be qualitatively transformed into individual power. At that time, Qi Xuan may not have to hide anymore, but it is estimated that his situation can no longer be concealed. It will definitely attract the attention of saints, Buddhas, and immortals. At that time, it is not impossible for the three masters of the Taoism to take action personally. If possible, Qi Xuan plans to unify the world first, then break through to the sixth realm, and then jump directly to the seventh realm. Directly leap to the strength of the master of the orthodoxy, so that he can protect himself. Otherwise, the breakthrough of one realm after another is not only slow, but also he has to do it himself, otherwise the incarnation of the survivor alone cannot stop the master of the orthodoxy. The birth of the fourth orthodoxy is the absolute enemy of the three masters of the orthodoxy. What rules and consensus can't bind the three masters of the orthodoxy at all? The rules are set by others, and the consensus is just a word from the other party. They are chess players, and whether they abide by the rules of the chess game is not just a word from others. Even the so-called dragon supporting and orthodoxy disputes can be easily changed by the three masters of the orthodoxy. So don't use the rules set by the enemy to deal with the enemy, because they can really ignore these rules. Even with a move, the rules can be changed to their own advantage. The other party has strong strength, which is the basis for maintaining the rules. Chapter 557. We're here finally. Jing Yuan licked his dry lips, looking at the capital of Xiliang in the distance, and he was relieved. In fact, he regretted it when he caught the king of Beihan. He didn't know why he was so blinded by greed and did such a thing. Then, he had to bite the bullet and take the king of Beihan with him. In order to protect himself on the road, he had to use his own Taoist power and magical powers, which eventually caused more serious consequences. This made the consensus that was originally agreed upon in Fulongly torn apart, leaving only a thin fig leaf, which was even about to fall off. Fortunately, it was not without any gains. After learning about his situation, the king of Xiliang even claimed to protect him faster than the Buddhist Taoist school, and said that no matter what the price, he would not let him suffer any harm. In this comparison, Jing Yuan felt that the king of Beihan was just a waste. You were fooled by the king of Xiliang. The king of Beihan looked at the capital of Xiliang, which was so close, and was in despair. From now on, Fulong will become a dispute over the orthodoxy again. Jing Yuan also knew the serious consequences. So what? Will he just surrender? It would be a small matter if he died, but the Buddhist orthodoxy would lose face. In order to save his face and advantage, Jing Yuan could only bite the bullet and continue on his path. In fact, he already knew his fate, and there was no way out anyway. This was an explanation to the Confucian and Taoist schools. So what? Wouldn't the king think it was not the case before? Jing Yuan actually had a complaining mentality. The fierce struggle for the orthodoxy came to an abrupt end halfway, and then what was the point of helping Long to do something wrong, and cooperating with the enemy of the orthodoxy? This behavior made the middle and low-level personnel of the three orthodoxies dissatisfied, but it was inconvenient to vent. My king, you still have a way to survive, but I don't. So you should take care of yourself. If something happens on the way, you can only count it as your fate. Jing Yuan finished speaking, and then ran away again. The pursuers have already killed him. If he doesn't leave, he will have to stay here. He is also an Arhat in the fifth realm, otherwise, he would not be able to escape smoothly. Fortunately, there was no Taoist master in the sixth realm to take action, otherwise he would probably be caught and taken back before he could walk 2 miles. When the king of Beihan heard this, his expression changed, and he hurriedly grabbed Jing Yuan. But the next moment, a figure slowly emerged and blocked Jing Yuan's way. So it's brother Miayu who has come. Jing Yuan looked at Miayu with burning eyes. The other party's sudden appearance must be to prevent him from reaching the capital of Xiliang. As long as he didn't meet the king of Xiliang, there was still room for maneuver. Miayu's eyes were complicated, and he finally sighed. According to the will of Bodhisattva Changqing, please ask brother Jing Yuan to pass away here. He followed Ji Xuan's will and asked a Bodhisattva to come and take charge. But the result was naturally a failure. Not only did the Bodhisattva not come, but he also asked him to stop Jing Yuan halfway and let him die as soon as possible to calm down the various troubles that would arise next. However, Jing Yuan shook his head and said, I have received the will of the Bodhisattva, but I can't pass away here. If I have to die, I have to die in front of the Lord of Xiliang. Miayu couldn't help but said, do you know how serious the consequences will be? The people of the world will inevitably fall into turmoil because of this. You will become a sinner for all eternity. Facing Miayu's words, how could Jing Yuan not know? And then what? He has already come here, and it is impossible for him to give up halfway now. So what? Isn't the turmoil in the dispute over the orthodoxy enough? Isn't it the people who are suffering in Fulong, and even worse? Brother Miayu, get out of the way. Give me some dignity. Jing Yuan said softly. Impossible, I will never let you. Miayu didn't finish her words. Jing Yuan activated the magical power of the fifth realm of the Buddhist orthodoxy. The whole person turned into a huge golden body Arhat, and then rushed towards the capital of Xiliang without hesitation. Miayu opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't use the magical power of the world to stop him like Jing Yuan did. However, the next moment, The people from the Confucian and Taoist sects who were chasing them also started to attack. This made Miao Yu's pupils shrink, all of which were the power of the fifth realm. It would not matter if the attack really landed on Jing Yuan, but the aftermath would definitely raise the entire Xiliang kingdom to the ground. It's a falling out. Miao Yu couldn't help but smile bitterly, and then he activated his magical power without hesitation and transformed into a golden Arhat. Not only him, but the remaining Arhats in the capital also noticed this change, and started to defend against the attack at the same time. Boom! A violent loud noise appeared, and the golden light enveloped the Xiliang kingdom, holding off the enemy's attack. This time, it really couldn't be settled peacefully, especially since Confucianism and Taoism took the initiative. No matter what, if they didn't take action, they would be stepped on by the other side. On the other side, Jing Yuan also successfully arrived at the city wall, and met Qi Xuan, who had been waiting for him for a long time. "My king, I have lived up to your trust. This is the king of Beihan." Jing Yuan expressed his loyalty as soon as he arrived. Qi Xuan saw the king of Beihan, who was like a dead dog, and without saying a word, he drew out the long sword used for decoration at his waist, and stabbed the king of Beihan to death. "For this enemy, I almost lost an arhat of my Buddhist Taoism. It's not a pity to die." Qi Xuan said this after killing him. All the Buddhist Taoists present were silent. Their own high-level officials watched from the sidelines, but the king of Xiliang, who couldn't even enter the Taoist gate, was so heartfelt to them. How could he not be moved? "My king, Jing Yuan saw this scene with a complicated expression. If the king of Beihan is not dead, he can be 100,000 troops. So what? If he is not dead, I will be uneasy." Qi Xuan pointed to the Arhats, who were fighting with Gong Shi and Jinjuan outside, and said, "Of course, what is more important is that if you are still alive, you can still have some skin left on your face. Now it is torn to pieces, and cannot be rotten anymore. Especially the Confucianism, which was directly anxious. Its violent offensive has a tendency to not leave until the Western Liang kingdom is destroyed. The Taoists are fine, their King Dongyin is fine. They are fighting so hard here, not only to further weaken the Confucianism and Buddhism, but also to destroy the Western Liang kingdom. Even if it is impossible, as long as the capital of the Western Liang kingdom is reduced to ruins, then their Eastern Yin kingdom can also become the strongest. If the king of Xiliang also died, then Xiliang would really be doomed. Everyone, are you determined to annihilate the enemy?" Qi Xuan shouted, taking advantage of this moment to boost morale. However, there were only a few people who responded, mainly because the battle between the 5th level Daotong people did not give them enough confidence. Qi Xuan's men were just ordinary people, while the people of the Buddhist Daotong had already taken over. "Don't worry, my king, we brothers and sisters will definitely be able to repel the enemy with our concerted efforts." Miao Xian's voice came over. He was also forced to rush back from the front line. He had to come back this time, because his home was stolen. Moreover, the enemy did not follow the rules of martial arts and directly attacked, and did not even use the rules of Fulong, but directly jumped to the battle of Daotong. Not only did he come back alone, but he brought all the people of the Buddhist Daotong back with him. After finishing speaking, he glared at Jing Yuan fiercely. "At this moment, all the blame is on you. You deserve to die for causing such a disaster. Master Miaoxin, you said that Master Jing Yuan did this for the Xiliang kingdom." Qi Xuan stepped forward to rescue Jing Yuan. "If there is any sin, I will bear it all." If Jing Yuan died, there would be an opportunity to calm down the war between the Taoist and Fulong. But if he was alive, it would be like a thorn in the throat, unable to swallow or spit out, and he could only bite the bullet and fight on. So Qi Xuan must protect Jing Yuan. When Miaoxin heard Qi Xuan come out to guarantee the responsibility, he couldn't say anything. In the end, he could only say, "Let's retreat the enemy together with me first." As for inviting the Bodhisattva, how dare he? Is he afraid that the matter is not big enough? The chaos among the people of the 5th realm of the Taoism basically means that it is irreversible. If the Bodhisattva comes again, it will be an all-out war. The guilt after the fact will be discussed later. "Don't lose your temper again," Miaoxin said, and jumped down from the city wall directly. He used the magical power of Dharma and heaven and earth, and turned into a golden Arhat, and headed towards the battlefield. "Out of control," the immortal said, looking at the Buddha. "It must be the heavenly Tao behind the scenes to add fuel to the flames, so as to confuse the true and false, and secretly help the fourth party's Taoism grow." Buddha said at the first time. The origin of all this came from his Taoism, so naturally he came forward to explain. Then who will it be? King Dongyin or King Xiliang? The saint could not see through the situation. In his eyes, Whether it was King Dongyin or King Shiliang, there was no problem with them, and they were more like shields pushed out. These two are just the vanguards of the king. There may be someone else. Buddha glanced at King Shiliang calmly. Although the other party has a great power, it is the power of Shiliang. King Dongyin also has it, but it is not as good as King Shiliang. The farce should stop. How should this matter be handled? The immortal said directly to the Buddha. Each of them should arrange a 6th-level Taoist strongman to mediate. Buddha gave a plan. If they were not allowed to move lightly, it would be solved with just one word. At this point, this is the only way to do it. Otherwise, what else can we do? Good. Although they said so, in their hearts, the 3 Taoist masters also had concerns. Dongyin and Shiliang did not escape. The heavenly Tao fanned the flames, and caused such turmoil. It was definitely not a small matter. Perhaps the 4th Taoist has reached a critical moment, but they still know nothing about it. If they can't find the clues and solve it as soon as possible, perhaps when they meet, it will be the time when they fall from the peak. The 3 of them looked at each other, but they didn't say anything. Instead, they were thinking about how to hedge the big trend and the small trend. Chapter 558. The battle of the capital of Shiliang Kingdom lasted for more than 3 days, and the 3 sects suffered heavy casualties. Not only the people of the 5th realm, but also the people of all realms came as the battle expanded. It was a direct battle of sects. Fortunately, the capital of Shiliang Kingdom was well protected. Even when there was no good land outside the city, it remained intact. It was just that the impact was not small. After all, there were naturally various inconveniences in the capital. It was not until the evening of the 3rd day that the arrival of the Confucian, Buddhist and Taoist national scholars, bodhisattvas and heavenly masters calmed down the battle. But it was still an tense situation. Although the Confucian and Taoist families were persuaded to leave in the end, the situation could not be reversed. Fulong completely turned into a battle of sects. The strong men of the 6th realm of sects could indeed suppress this matter by force, but what then? It was nothing more than disunity. Jingyuan Yu. Chongqing Bodhisattva looked at Jingyuan and asked for accountability. But this was Qi Xuan's territory, so he spoke first. Bodhisattva, this matter has nothing to do with Jingyuan. I will take all the responsibility. As soon as the other party opened his mouth, Qi Xuan knew what he wanted to do. He just wanted to get rid of Jingyuan and calm the incident as soon as possible. Qi Xuan's words made Chongqing Bodhisattva speechless. Alas, Lord of Shiliang, although you have good intentions, Jingyuan is always wrong. If you don't punish him, how can you convince the world? Chongqing Bodhisattva could see that Qi Xuan was going to protect Jingyuan. In the past, he would naturally ignore Qi Xuan. He was a great bodhisattva. Even if you were the ruler of a country, it would not be so easy to see him. But now it is different. The Buddhist tradition is forced to put all its bets on Qi Xuan. It really cannot afford to offend such an ordinary person. Especially when it involves the careers of many of his subordinates, and the interests of his colleagues. If he goes too far, he will have a hard time in the Buddhist tradition in the future. Moreover, what the king of Shiliang did was indeed for their Buddhist tradition, and both the process and the result were good. It was the people in their tradition who made the mistakes and caused all these changes, not Qi Xuan. Not to mention Qi Xuan's previous series of actions, which even he admired, not to mention other bodhisattvas. What's wrong? It's nothing more than being loyal to the country. If there is any fault, the Confucian and Taoist sects of Dongyin and Beihan would have besieged my Shiliang capital for 3 days. If it weren't for the help of the Buddhist disciples, my Shiliang would have been reduced to dry bones long ago. I don't look for their right and wrong, but they want me to give them an explanation. What's the truth? Qi Xuan directly changed the concept. He directly raised all the problems in the whole matter to the war between the 3 countries. It's obvious that they broke the rules first. How can they punish Master Jingyuan? Qi Xuan even turned black and white at the last minute. Jingyuan must have the problem. He broke the rules first, so there was a follow-up. But Qi Xuan didn't say that. The blame should be put on others instead of keeping it on oneself. When the crowd heard this, many people were speechless. From Qi Xuan's point of view, it was indeed the case, but the actual situation was naturally not the case. Bodhisattva Chongqing wanted to explain, but he didn't know how to start for a moment. Qi Xuan has been protecting him, but he has been pushing people out. What will his subordinates think? Are you a bodhisattva of the Buddhist tradition, or a national scholar, or a heavenly master of the Confucian and Taoist traditions? How dare you treat your own people like this? Well, since the king is the guarantor, let's forget about it. Bodhisattva Chongqing finally had to bite the bullet and agreed. What else can he do? He really went against his general direction. The result is that he is neither a human nor a person. If there is no important matter, I will go ahead. You all should assist the king. Bodhisattva Chanshin did not plan to stay any longer. The war subsided, and staying was just to work for Qi Xuan. His status and position were indeed a bit inappropriate, so he had to leave as soon as possible to avoid being targeted. Wait a minute, Bodhisattva. I really have something to ask you. Qi Xuan said immediately before the other party left. I want to ask Bodhisattva to sit in the capital of Xiliang. The Confucian and Taoist sects were able to join forces yesterday, so tomorrow they can naturally do the same. Without the Bodhisattva's blessing, the capital will fall within 3 days. The Buddhist monks present all looked at each other's noses and hearts. They also had this idea, but they didn't dare to say it. I didn't expect Qi Xuan to be so reckless. He didn't care about the identities of both parties at all and spoke without hesitation. This made Chanshin Bodhisattva smile bitterly. What the king said is right, but the king doesn't know it. If I stay and sit in, then the next time it will not be a tribute scholar or a heavenly master, but a national scholar. On the contrary, it will make the king self-defeating and lose more than the gain. It means that it is rejected, but it is expressed more tactfully. However, Qi Xuan shook his head. What the Bodhisattva said is that soldiers fight soldiers and generals fight generals, which is indeed correct. But what if Dongyin and Beihan do not follow the moral principles of martial arts? At that time, only one national scholar or true lord is needed, and all the arhats in the capital can protect them for a long time. Before waiting for the answer from Chanshin Bodhisattva, Jing Yuan spoke first. I am afraid that it can't be protected for a moment, and it will be reduced to ruins and ashes in an instant. When the Bodhisattva comes, it will be too late. With Qi Xuan leading the way for him, Jing Yuan, who is being protected, will definitely not show any expression. And he also agreed with Qi Xuan's statement that if they don't follow the rules and don't pay the price, then the Confucian and Taoist traditions will definitely not tell them any rules next. Normally, he can still calm down by dying as an explanation and paying a little price. Even if Xiliang Kingdom cedes some points, it can be completely calmed down, but there will be cracks in the Buddhist tradition. It is not impossible to spend some time to repair it. After all, the Buddha is still there. But now things have completely gone beyond normal logic. Not only are they unwilling to admit their mistakes, they also want to push the problem onto the Confucian and Taoist schools. Anything is possible. No need to worry about the future. The real patriot is Bodhisattva Chanshin was naturally unhappy. Then Qi Xuan used the interruption skill again and said, why does Bodhisattva believe the enemy of the Taoist school, but not our sincere words? Just this one sentence directly silenced Bodhisattva Chanshin. This is no less than questioning whether you are a spy on the other side. Otherwise, you could always push 4 or 5, 6, and you can't even do this little thing. Perhaps the Bodhisattva has some concerns, but it doesn't matter. I just want to ask the Bodhisattva to stay for another day or two. After another Bodhisattva, who is willing to take charge is invited, the Bodhisattva can leave. Qi Xuan's words were very sincere, but they sounded very sharp in the ears of Chanshin Bodhisattva. If he stayed, he would have to enter the vortex. If he didn't stay, he would be in trouble. He would be isolated. As for staying to help take care of it for a day or two before leaving, he would be infamous. After thinking it over again and again, Chanshin Bodhisattva suddenly realized that he was being coerced. No matter what he chose, he couldn't get out of it. Since the king is worried about this, I will stay and take charge of the capital, so as to prevent the villains from disturbing the king again. Having said that, what else can Chanshin Bodhisattva do? Although staying and entering the vortex is inconvenient, if Xiliang really unifies the world, he will surely rise with the tide. On the contrary, the other options are the most fatal. The righteousness of the Bodhisattva. Qi Xuan said with a serious face, but he was already very happy in his heart. Now it's good, the strong man of the 6th realm has been dragged into the water directly, and the next battle for the orthodoxy will be interesting. Although it is impossible to induce the leader of the orthodoxy to come down in person, it is enough to have a strong man of the 6th realm. His behavior is no less than installing an invincible shield for his base camp. How can the enemy fight? No matter how the attack is, it will not break the defense, which can be said to be invincible. Therefore, if the Confucian and Taoist families want to make the Beihan and Dongyin they support the final winners, they must invest equal military force. That is to say, they are the so-called 6th level strongmen, the state scholar, and the heavenly master. After each of them enter the game, could it really be just one-on-one? It is definitely impossible. Xiliang Kingdom is a thorn in the eye, and Chanshin Bodhisattva is definitely not an opponent when fighting too. If he does not want to die in the hands of the enemy, and to protect the capital of Xiliang Kingdom, there is only one solution. He could only ask for help from other fellow Taoists. In this way, it is easy to imagine what will happen next. It is nothing more than the snowball effect of Taoist friends please stay. Chongqing sits in the capital of Xiliang Kingdom, Lan Bo, the Confucian state scholar, who came to persuade and calm down before, lightly placed a piece on the chessboard. Ziyun, the Taoist heavenly master who came on the opposite side, followed a chess piece and said, "This is ready to fight us to the end." In their opinion, having a bodhisattva sitting in the beginning and a bodhisattva sitting in the present are completely different meanings. They are ready to tear each other apart. If that's the case, there's no need to talk to them about consensus. Fulong, Daotong, come together and see who is the final winner, Ziyun said casually. This means that Confucianism and Taoism will temporarily form an alliance, and it won't be too late to decide the winner after destroying Xiliang Kingdom. I have long wanted to send Chongqing to Nirvana. Ziyun, you have also had this idea, Lan Bo said after dropping another move. Of course, but how will you explain this matter to the saint? Ziyun asked. He also has to explain to the gods. The saints have great merits and hard work, so how can they care about these things? Besides, they can just win and explain. Although Lan Bo didn't know what the three masters of Daotong were doing, it was true that they didn't care about anything. It's just an explanation, it can't be simpler. Especially when there are enough achievements. Ziyun also smiled knowingly, and then said, this is deceiving your superiors and hiding the truth from your subordinates. I just want to make the saint happy, but it is not deceiving your superiors and hiding the truth from your subordinates. Lan Bo naturally couldn't admit it, and he had to do a good job on the surface. After all, people care about face, let alone a strong man like him. Chapter 559. Fulong and Daozhong merged into one, which immediately liberated the fighting power of Dongyin and Beihan. This made the war extremely terrifying, and the main force changed from ordinary people to Daotong masters. However, it was also ordinary people who suffered. A 5th-level Daotong master could easily destroy a city. Everyone was so bloodthirsty that naturally no one cared about ordinary people. It had only been less than a month since the battle, and it was already in a state where bones were exposed in the wild, and no roosters crowed for thousands of miles. Not only Xiliang, but also Dongyin and Beihan. In addition, there were also 6th-level Daotong masters, who occasionally went to visit the capitals of the three countries. At the beginning, Chongqing could still hold on, but soon he found that something was wrong. He was in danger of his life when fighting two people at once. In order to save his own life and the interests of the Buddhist Daotong, he did not hesitate to ask for foreign aid. Under normal circumstances, the other bodhisattvas would definitely not take action. Wouldn't this go against the Buddha's intention and make the matter worse? But he couldn't sit still when he heard the analysis of interests. The fall of Xiliang Kingdom would inevitably cause a fatal blow to the Buddhist tradition. Whether Confucianism or Taoism wins, a large number of Taoist masters will emerge. Especially the Taoist masters of the 5th and 6th realms, the number of the victorious side will definitely be twice that of the two losing sides combined. The result will naturally be a beating. How can they be opponents when one side is growing weaker than the other? In the future, even if there is the support of Buddha, his Buddhist tradition will not be easy. But if they win, then they will be proud of themselves. Even if the Confucianism and Taoism have the support of saints and gods, they cannot kill them all, but they can definitely suppress these two traditions. There are indeed risks in this process, but the benefits are so great that they are tempted. Then, they were all dragged into the Fulong Dao dispute, making the whole world more chaotic and cruel. But for Qi Xuan, it was of great benefit. Not to mention, the people of the Buddhist sect who died in the Fulong Dao dispute were also collected as heroes by the magical power of Libing Ma Ma. Among them, those in the 4th realm were judged as heroes and generals, and the Buddhist disciples in the next 3 realms were heroes and soldiers. As for the people in the 5th realm, which is equivalent to him, it is not clear for the time being, because there has been no news of the death of the 5th realm on his side. However, Qi Xuan suspected that it should also be a hero and general. As for the 6th realm, don't even think about it. Unless Qi Xuan takes action, it is too difficult for the 3 sects to kill a strong man in the 6th realm. In the past, there were no corresponding cases, but this time it was not necessarily the case, because it was not impossible that Qi Xuan was secretly fanning the flames. In the previous Taoist disputes, bodhisattvas, heavenly masters, and national scholars rarely ended, and even if there were, they were mainly for reconciliation, not like the direct fighting now. If Xiliang, Dongyin, and Beihan did not have corresponding 6th-level strongmen sitting and guarding, the entire kingdom would have been reduced to ruins. How could Chi Suan still watch the internal friction of the Taoist world as freely as he is now? In fact, he wanted to provoke a fight between Buddha, saints, and gods, but he knew that this was not realistic, otherwise it would definitely be more fun. It was also more beneficial for Chi Suan. Boom, a vibration appeared, and the capital of Shiliang Kingdom shook slightly. Chi Suan reached out to hold the official memorial that was almost dropped. Jing Yuan also came to help. He replaced Miayu and became the guard to protect Chi Suan. The vibration was naturally caused by the battle between Changqing Bodhisattva and a group of invading enemies. Not only did the enemy's national scholars and heavenly masters come to besiege the capital of Shiliang Kingdom, but also bodhisattvas from our side went to the capitals of Dongyin and Beihan to attack and kill. The three parties did not have any alliance, they just beat each other anyway. The nature of this war was not only to support the dragon, but also to continue the hatred of the Tao, so the fight was naturally clear. "My king, are you okay?" Jing Yuan asked hurriedly. "It's okay, it's just a small problem." Chi Suan waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to worry. How is the South? The world is getting more and more chaotic, and the world is getting worse and worse, but Chi Suan is getting stronger and stronger, and the great power of the survivor incarnation controlled by him is getting stronger and stronger. Even if he wants, he can directly break through the sixth realm, but he is suppressed. Although the South has been pacified, the Confucianism and Taoism have been causing trouble. It will take some time to completely control it, Jing Yuan said immediately. Miao Xian, Miao Yu and others are heading to the south. I originally thought that I would become an emperor after unifying the world, but now it seems difficult. Chi Suan sighed. This is the condition for continuous breakthroughs. After the two sides killed each other, although the territory of Shiliang Kingdom has been expanding, the difficulty of annexing it has become increasingly greater. Another issue is the final result. If the Confucianism and Taoism are not completely destroyed, there is no way to achieve unification. But with the existence of saints and gods, how can they be exterminated? The leader of the orthodoxy only needs a little insignificant interference to shift the overall situation. Why don't you become emperor directly after stabilizing the south? Although Jing Yuan didn't know why Chi Suan was so persistent, he still comforted him. Half of the country is not enough, we have to continue fighting, at least 2/3 of the world is needed. Otherwise, it is not legitimate. Even if you become emperor, you are just a fake emperor. Chi Suan said this, but he actually planned to change the structural model of the seventh realm. The bloodshed in the Fulong Dao dispute has reached a point, but it can be seen from the situation that it will not develop further. It will only be killed like this until the number of people in the orthodoxy drops to a certain level, and the leader of the orthodoxy intervenes and stops. There is no follow-up, it is just a matter of time. The sixth realm strongmen of the three orthodox schools of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism have not realized this for the time being. After all, they are all fighting. Therefore, Chi Suan needs to complete his plan before this result appears, otherwise he will definitely be turned into a puppet. But to achieve these, he has to rely on the disciples of the Buddhist tradition to sacrifice their lives and shed their blood. He will definitely not do it himself. As the ruler of a country, it is natural that his people will have to run their legs off when he speaks. Yes, it can be done in 3 months at most. The voice of the Bodhisattva of Chan Heart came, and he walked in from outside the palace. Obviously, today's battle is over, so he withdrew. But why is the king so obsessed with becoming emperor? Bodhisattva of Chan Heart was a little puzzled. In this situation, there is no difference between the king of Shiliang and the emperor. To put it nicely, you are the ruler, but in fact you can't influence the direction of the overall situation at all. The real result still needs to be decided by the three sects. The Bodhisattva came back early today. It seems that the enemy is not strong. Chi Suan responded, and then said, encourage morale, maybe there will be enough gains. Hearing this, Changqing Bodhisattva nodded. In this regard, Chi Suan really satisfied him. The three sects all suffered heavy losses, so they all had different morale. But the one with the highest morale is their Buddhist sect. Chi Suan will change the way to cheer them up, not just by drawing big cakes, but by encouraging them in both material and spiritual aspects. That's why they can move forward steadily. As for the Lord of Dongyin and the Lord of Beihan, the former has long stopped asking about official affairs and only wants to live a life of drunkenness and dreams. The latter is just a 3-year-old child, the son of the king of Beihan who died in the capital of Shiliang, and has become a mascot symbol. Only the king of Shiliang is the most powerful. You are thoughtful. Let me discuss with other bodhisattvas, and try to give you some opportunities. Bodhisattva Changqing thought that although it would cost a lot of money, it would be useful. But the problem is that this news cannot be concealed, and it will definitely attract the covetousness and obstruction of the Confucian and Taoist sects. If he hadn't been on guard, Qi Xuan would have died long ago in his opinion. Then thank you Bodhisattva Chanshin. This matter needs to be done quickly. If it's too late, there will be no such advantage. Qi Xuan said with a smile. This is half true and half false. If it's too late, it will only be disadvantageous to Qi Xuan, but in fact there is an advantage. Judging from the current development, Xiliang Kingdom is likely to be designated as the next dynasty by the three masters of the Taoist tradition. However, for the masters of the Taoist tradition, the process is not important, as long as the result meets their expectations. This matter is definitely not just the heavenly Tao that is fueling the flames. There must be other variables involved. The Buddha's tone was solemn. Fulong and Daozhong merged into one, which is a result that no one wants to see. The population died in large numbers, and the speed of the Taoist disciples decreased too fast. They are indeed controlling the number of Taoist personnel, but this does not mean that they think the fewer the better. It is necessary to maintain the number of Taoist disciples within a specific range so that they can balance and suppress the heavenly Tao. If the number is too small, the balance will be lost. Maybe it is in your Buddhist Taoist tradition. After all, everything originates from your Buddhist Taoist tradition. The immortal's tone was also suspicious. Let's check each of our three families first. Even the sixth realm has been forced to join the game, which is unprecedented. The saint was a little impatient at this time. We must increase our efforts and call back all the six realms at the same time. We can't let them do whatever they want. The Buddha continued, otherwise, the world will be destroyed by them. Distribute the will downwards. The sixth realm should be in seclusion and reflect on their mistakes, and the fifth realm should return to the sect to practice hard, and they must not interfere in the Fulong Dao dispute again. The immortal added a little more. These two suggestions were naturally fully recognized, and then the three masters of the Taoist tradition forced the Taoist disciples of the fifth and sixth realms to pass on the will. As for someone not wanting to comply, that's simple. The Taoist tradition they passed down is naturally decided by the three masters of the Taoist tradition. Whether it is forced execution or stripping of power and supernatural powers, it is nothing more than something that can be done with a thought. It is not difficult to return it to the other party after regretting it. Chapter 560. The will of the three masters of the Dao sect instantly solidified the fierce process of the Fulong Dao dispute. Due to his will, all the strong men of the sixth realm were withdrawn, and the people of the fifth realm were also forced to stop. The main reason is that it is not conveyed vaguely in the past, but directly stated that it is not possible. So even if you want to answer it in a roundabout way, it will not work. However, the Fulong Dao dispute did not end, but became more and more intense, and the fourth realm, which was originally unable to intervene, became the main force. It has come to this point, and you say it will end. So how do you count the deaths? The top leaders have all retreated without any changes, but the deaths of the middle and low levels are real. Moreover, this forced behavior has completely caused a very obvious split between the upper and lower levels of the three Dao sects. There have even been many voices dissatisfied with the three masters of the Dao sect. However, because of this reason, the force and chaos on the battlefield decreased instantly. After all, those who can fight have been forcibly transferred away. The fourth realm does have enough lethality, but it cannot cause too many casualties in the war. Qi Xuan is not very clear about the subsequent events. He only knows that the territorial expansion efficiency of Xiliang Kingdom is getting faster and faster. The struggle between the three sects is getting more and more crazy. This time it is really a fight to the death, and there is no way to mediate, unless it is possible after a few generations. This is a pity for Qi Xuan. He thought he could consume a wave of high-level military forces, but the loss was stopped in advance. It is really a pity. Without the Arhat and the Bodhisattvas sitting in charge, there is not much sense of security in the capital. Qi Xuan muttered in a low voice. Then a voice came from the study. Really? As expected of the Lord of Xiliang, you are exactly what I thought. In the corner, an old man in a long gown walked out of the shadows. Protect the king, protect the king. Qi Xuan shouted twice, but no one responded. Don't shout, Lord. I have already sealed the surroundings, your voice can't be heard. The other party said. Qi Xuan heard this, but just shook his head. I just shouted casually. Mr. Lan, I remember that the saint has called you back to retreat and think. Why did you come to me? Qi Xuan was not nervous at all. He naturally knew the other party, one of the sixth level of Confucianism, and the person who attacked the capital of Xiliang the most frequently before, named Lan Bo. That's right, but I have something important to do, so I need to go back later. Lan Bo said calmly. Qi Xuan narrowed his eyes. He suspected that Lan Bo was deliberately used by the three masters of the Taoism to test him. It's important. You're not going to kill me, are you? That's bullying the weak. Qi Xuan replied. Of course, I'd let you go if I don't kill you. Lan Bo finished speaking, and a burst of literary energy came out of his mouth, turning into a flying sword. The flying sword came directly to Qi Xuan's head without a trace of hesitation. Boom! The head exploded in an instant, and scattered into a mass of rotten meat. Seeing Qi Xuan dead, Lan Bo breathed a sigh of relief. A mere mortal is not worthy of intervening in the Taoist dispute. You deserve to die here today. After saying that, he was about to leave. But a hand grabbed his shoulder. So this is not a test from the saint, but you are selfish and want to kill me? Qi Xuan said. In an instant, Lan Bo's face froze. How could a dead person come back to life? You can't be. Lan Bo's voice was trembling. You are the one who escaped from the Four sect. Lan Bo's mind connected everything in an instant. No. Qi Xuan denied directly. I just entered the gate of the Buddhist sect. As he spoke, an indescribable force quickly descended, and fear appeared in Lan Bo's eyes. He didn't have time to resist at all, and all his memories were taken out in an instant. The whole person collapsed as if he had lost his bones. This is not over yet. Lan Bo can feel that there is an invisible thing in the air that is drilling into his body through his pores. The slippery feeling is constantly changing his body and consciousness. He can intuitively recognize the direct change, but he can't do anything. It's like watching himself being assimilated into another strange thing by something. You came just in time. A strange smile appeared on Qi Xuan's face. After reading the other party's memory, he was sure that the other party was just venting his anger. As for the reason, it was actually quite difficult to explain. It was nothing more than the death of the king of Beihan. Since the king of Beihan died, one of Xiliang must also die. Otherwise, how can it be balanced? That's why I came here in a circle, just to deal with Qi Xuan. It just so happens that I need you to infiltrate the Sixth Realm people for me, help me spread and assimilate them. Qi Xuan said, and Lan Bo slowly stood up at this time. Don't even think about it, I don't have any problem at all. Anyway, no one knows that I have been here. The first half of Lan Bo's sentence came from himself, and the second half came from the instinct of the body. As the main consciousness, he clearly perceived the difference between his instinct and consciousness, and this difference was also expanding. What kind of monster are you? Lan Bo roared. However, he did not get an answer from Qi Xuan, but an answer from his own body. How can you scold yourself like this? We are the same kind. As the instinctive consciousness of the body expanded, the share occupied by Lan Bo's self-consciousness began to shrink. At this moment, Lan Bo was forced to calm down. He could feel that he was inexplicably affected, making him irritable. And he was also being devoured and assimilated. If this problem could not be solved as soon as possible, he would disappear and be replaced by another monster. An unknown monster of the same species as the king of Xiliang in front of him. The other party could easily control himself, a Taoist master of the Sixth Realm, so the only one who could save him was the master of his own Taoist, the Saint. So the top priority was to contact the Saint as soon as possible, but when this idea just came up, another consciousness in his mind intervened. No, we still have a mission. Lan Bo paused, then his body began to move inexplicably, and then slowly left the study where Qi Xuan was. Qi Xuan also helped to clean up the traces, making it seem as if Lan Bo had never been there. I thought I would deal with the Buddhist tradition first, but now it seems that I have dealt with the Confucian tradition first, Qi Xuan said in a low voice. The main reason was that there were too many people, and it was really difficult to start. How could he come to the door like Lan Bo, so he could use this survivor incarnation to infect and assimilate it? Lan Bo has now become a different kind of survivor, but he is not an incarnation type, but more inclined to the zombie consciousness. From the outside, there is no change, but there is a second consciousness that exists and assimilates. When he leaves this door, he has completely changed his core. He is still him, but not him. Its nature is like that of humans and zombies. Zombies are infected by humans, but they become another individual. Coupled with the survivor's skills and Qi Xuan's indescribable, it finally became such a monster. It would be great if Buddhism and Taoism could have such an opportunity. But it doesn't matter. After the infection, you can let them continue to visit. As long as you don't face the three masters of the Taoism, don't worry about being found out. The strength of the masters of the Taoism can indeed show the situation of the core change. After all, the Taoism is their power. However, until now, these masters of the Taoism have been elusive. Even if there is something, most of them are conveyed by the decree of the law, and they have never met face to face. As for Hui Xian saying that Hui Yun had seen the Buddha, this seeing was not seeing the real body, but seeing the other party's will. With their strength, they could not distinguish the difference between the real body and the will. Only the 6th level of the Taoist strongman could distinguish it. So Lan Bo had not seen the saints of the Confucian Taoists for hundreds of years, and most of them met through the law. It was equivalent to long-distance communication. And it was a one-way communication, only the saint could contact him, and he had no way to contact the saint. So Qi Xuan dared to directly strengthen it. What's the situation with the 3 masters of the Tao? Can't they be unable to get away? Qi Xuan was thinking. From Lan Bo's memory, he noticed many unusual traces. Could it be that there is a problem with the Tao, and they need to bear some backlash, so they didn't show up? I thought of a way to test it. Huh? The saint suddenly wondered. He felt that there was some unspeakable change in his Tao power, but when he followed it, there was no trace. It was like a flash of illusion. But this is impossible. With his current strength, how could there be any illusion? The heavenly Tao has taken action again, and it seems that it intends to use my Confucian Tao as a breakthrough. The saint gave a reminder. When the Buddha and the gods heard this, puzzlement appeared on their faces. Analyzing from all aspects of the traces, no matter how you look at it, it shows that the Buddhist Tao is used as a breakthrough. Why did it suddenly turn to the Confucian Tao? Perhaps, it has something to do with you and I recalling the people of the 6th and 5th realms. Therefore, the layout of the Buddhist orthodoxy was broken, and this was replaced by the Confucian orthodoxy. Buddha responded. He did not think that the saint would speak nonsense. Not to mention this, the number of orthodoxy has dropped significantly, and the humanity of you and me is also recovering little by little. This is not a good thing. The immortal added. This means that everything about them is out of balance. Before, they did not have so many emotions and feelings, but were as cold as the way of heaven. This shows that the imbalance of the balance of the way of heaven has begun to intensify, further affecting them, and they will become more and more humane in the future. Why not blood sacrifice? After a long time, the saints said this. Buddha and the immortal did not answer, and it was not clear whether they agreed or refused on their faces. Chapter 561. Finally it's raining, but this rain seems a little off. Qi Xuan reached out to touch him. The rain looked fine, but in fact it fell into the soil and accumulated underground without seeping out. It was as if it was ready to go. Drought or flood, I'm afraid it's all a matter of a thought from the 3 Taoist masters. Qi Xuan said softly. He didn't come out to see the rain for no reason, but to pick someone up. Today is the 5th day since he sent Lan Bo away. The 5th and 6th realms of the Confucian Taoists have been completely infected, and have begun to assimilate Buddhism and Taoism. It's just that because of the dispute between the 2 Taoists, the 2 sides are enemies, so it's a little difficult to start. Fortunately, Qi Xuan is not in a hurry to take action. It has been less than a year since he came to the Taoist world. There is a doomsday, but from the current point of view, Qi Xuan is the doomsday of the Taoist world. As for picking up people, they were picked up to discuss the 3 sects' heavenly sacrifices. It was not allowed for one sect to dominate, and the Buddhist sect could only hold its nose and let Qi Xuan meet with them. They wanted to stop it, but this order really came from the Buddha, and the disciples of the Buddhist sect really didn't dare to disobey. The Confucian and Taoist sects also had a bad face about this, but not to Qi Xuan, but to the Buddhist sect. Due to the will of the saints and gods, they could only come to contact. Fortunately, the Buddhist sect was accompanying this time, and the real person in charge was Qi Xuan, the king of Shiliang. The rejection was much lower. Meet the king of Shiliang. There were quite a few people from the Confucian and Taoist sects, and the leader was all in the 4th realm, which was also the highest realm in existence. All those higher were called back. On the other side, a group of Buddhists were watching closely, fearing that the other party would suddenly launch a sneak attack. Under Qi Xuan's guidance, the 3 parties quickly sat down and started the meal. As guests, they had to follow the proper etiquette. When the time was almost up, Qi Xuan asked people to clear the table and asked, "What is the reason for offering sacrifice to the heaven?" The Buddha said that the way of heaven has changed, and drought, flood, plague and other disasters are coming. Therefore, human power is needed to balance the way of heaven in order to quell the disasters. Pu Ji, the bodyguard sitting next to Qi Xuan, responded. On the other side, Fang Zhe of the Confucian school quickly ordered someone to present a blueprint, which was the blueprint of the altar designed by Confucianism. Qi Xuan took it and looked at it. It was indeed very luxurious. These 3 places are divided into Shiliang, Beihan and Dongyin. Each of them built a place to offer sacrifice to the heaven, and then Fangja briefly summarized the time, place, process, etc. to Qi Xuan. One sacrifice per country, reasonable. Qi Xuan nodded. Do we need to cease fire during this period? When Qi Xuan said this, the faces of the people present changed slightly. Looking at his tone, it is obvious that he does not intend to stop. My king, it is unlucky to start a war during the sacrifice period. Puji also advised. I know. Qi Xuan glanced at the people from the Confucian and Taoist schools, and continued, I can stop, but I am afraid that some people will build a plank road in the open and sneak into Qinsong in secret. Don't worry, the king of Xiliang, you have to follow the will of the Taoist tradition, and naturally you dare not fight. Fangja added. This is human nature. After all, everyone knows that the king of Xiliang started out as a farmer, and this family business is precious. Acting cautiously is afraid of returning to the starting point. So they can understand a few more words. There is sincerity behind the words, and it can be guaranteed. Qi Xuan said disdainfully, anyone can say nice words. This made Fangja pause slightly. He could see that the other party was making things difficult for him. Seeing this, his heart also cooled down, and then asked, then I wonder how the king of Xiliang wants to guarantee it. The sky must be sacrificed. I just need you to see it as a guarantee. Qi Xuan said, reporting the names of several cities. Although it is not as important as Beihan and Dongyin, it is also a big city. King of Xiliang, this is impossible. Fangja directly rejected Qi Xuan's request. Everyone is offering sacrifices to the sky together, and you are taking advantage of them? Is this reasonable? It is not reasonable at all. So it was rejected. Okay, that means you Confucianists are unwilling to offer sacrifices to the heavens, so that's it. Qi Xuan looked like he had lost the conversation. My lord, you must be organized. You are being unreasonable. Xing Xian of the Taoist school couldn't stand it anymore. Even Pu Ji, who was sitting next to Qi Xuan, hesitated to speak. You are really going too far. I just put it bluntly. Qi Xuan chuckled. Dongyin and Beihan are said to be independent kingdoms, but in fact they are not puppets of you Confucianists and Taoists. This matter of offering sacrifices to the heavens is a matter of the Taoist school. The Buddhist school is the pillar of Xiliang, so I naturally agree. However, the two of you are still fighting with me. As a result, you are under the pretext of the will of saints and gods, and you want to make Xiliang spend so much manpower and material resources to offer sacrifices to the heavens without paying anything. Do you think it's possible? After saying this, Fangja refuted without hesitation. This matter is not for the three schools of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism, but for the people of the world. Will the king of Xiliang not be afraid of disappointing the people by saying this? Qi Xuan talked about interests, and the other party talked about righteousness. How about this, you and I each take a step back? Qi Xuan said slowly. I fully support it, but the Confucian and Taoist schools return power to Beihan. And how about the two royal families of Dongyin? The king's words are biased. We are just assisting, so how can we return power? How could Xing Xuan of the Taoist school admit it? Now among the three countries, only the power structure of Xiliang is the healthiest. Qi Xuan firmly controls the Buddhist school, and Dongyin and Beihan have long been puppet regimes. This is not okay, and that is not okay. I think we should not talk about it. Qi Xuan immediately got up and left. In their view, this is for the people of the world. But in Qi Xuan's eyes, it's just for free. Dao Zheng, when Fu Long was in power, he didn't think about the people of the world, but now that the project of his immediate boss has come down, they all think about it again. If it's a deal, just do it properly. Qi Xuan will not be fooled by someone who wants to get something for nothing. The benefits will not fall into his hands, but he has to pay the cost. Do you really think he is a sucker? If the three masters of the Tao came to say this, he would definitely admit it, but a group of scumbags dared to come and say it to Qi Xuan so matter-of-factly. Either give benefits, or it can't be done. He has 99 ways to make them fail, and still find no reason. Seeing Qi Xuan leave so decisively, Fangja was also anxious, and hurriedly called out, Please stay, my lord. The conditions you gave are too harsh. We really can't make a decision. Qi Xuan asked for so many cities to leave. If they gave in, 2/3 of the land in the world would belong to Xiliang. The matter of offering sacrifices to the heavens was done, so what should they do next? At that time, Xiliang could develop slowly, and then squeeze their living space little by little. No need for war, only time can kill them. Qi Xuan stopped, turned around and said, If you can't decide what you come out to talk about, then let someone who can decide come. You should come to talk to me, not me to talk to you. When asking for help, you should have the attitude of asking for help, not a condescending attitude. If it was the previous Yulong dynasty, it would definitely not be this attitude, but Qi Xuan is different. Now the world is divided into 3 parts, and he has the Buddhist tradition behind him to take the blame for him. Especially during the period of the Taoist struggle to support the dragon, his bad behavior would not only not cause any problems, but would encourage and support the Buddhist orthodox personnel who were used to take the blame. This is the enemy. Why should you be polite to him? You should use this attitude. As for the suffering of the people, we will talk about it later. After saying that, Qi Xuan directly left with a wave of his sleeves, and a group of Buddhist orthodox bodyguards followed Qi Xuan. The main reason was that they were afraid that the dog would jump over the wall. After all, Qi Xuan had just rejected their request. If they took action at this time, it would not be something incomprehensible. Anyway, this matter was not stuck in the process of their Buddhist orthodoxy, so Pu Ji and others naturally didn't care. In the end, if they were delayed, they would only look for the Confucian and Taoist orthodoxy. Fang Zhe and Xing Xian looked at each other. What should we do? Xing Xian asked helplessly. On the way here, they had actually thought about being harassed. But they didn't expect that the other party was no longer harassing them, but wanted to bite off a large piece of meat from the Dongyin Kingdom and Beihan Kingdom under their control. Fang Zhe shook his head helplessly. If we give it, you and I will lose. If we don't give it, what about the decree? Xing Xian said that if you are tough, then you should give a solution. They can't afford to offend the 3 masters of the Taoist tradition, and the Xiliang Kingdom can't interfere. What can they do? It's not just you and me, the Confucianism and Taoism, who have received the decree. Fang Zhe knew that if they really dragged it on, the Buddhist Taoist tradition would definitely be anxious. At that time, they would also take the initiative to urge. As long as the 2 families grit their teeth and hold on, the first one to fail will definitely be the Xiliang king. And the result is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. This behavior of the Buddhist orthodoxy is almost like backstabbing. After all, the Lord of Xiliang helps you, and then you help your opponent. It is inevitable that you will feel resentful afterwards. Fang Zhe told Xing Xuan about his idea, and Xing Xuan also had a bottom line in his heart. But what if we can't hold on first? Xing Xuan asked the key question. Whoever holds on to the end is the winner, but this does not mean that they are sure to win. Especially here is Xiliang, they have the advantage. And in terms of national strength, they Dongyin and Beihan can only stop Xiliang. How can they have these confidence? Then do your best and leave it to fate. What can Fang Zhe do? He is only a tribute scholar of the 4th realm, not a national scholar of the 6th realm. He does not have enough strength to deal with these things. If it doesn't work in the end, just agree to the other party's conditions. Compared with Beihan, they naturally choose to execute the will of the master of the orthodoxy, the immortal. Chapter 562. Your Majesty, are the conditions too harsh? After leaving, Pu Ji asked hesitantly. He could understand that Qi Xuan wanted a city, but it was too much. Although I don't like Confucianism and Taoism, Buddha has made an order after all. Even if we want to make things difficult and humiliate them, we can't affect the matter of offering sacrifices to the heaven. Your Majesty, you need to think twice. Qi Xuan walked in front, and after Pu Ji finished speaking, he said, Of course, I dare not disobey the Buddha's order. And this is only the first day, don't be impatient. If you want to open a window, you can't just say I want to open a window, but say I want to lift the roof. The other party will definitely not agree, and then I will take a step back and say I want to open a window, then they will agree. This is called compromise. Pu Ji can understand Qi Xuan's words. After all, there is a difference between Xiliang, Dongyin, and Beihan. As for seizing power, Pu Ji didn't have that idea either. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that although the Xiliang kingdom can be what it is today, it cannot be separated from the support of their Buddhist tradition, but it really depends on Qi Xuan himself. It is impossible for me to be in power. Moreover, even if they come to power, they will only defeat the Xiliang kingdom. Do you have a specific time? Pu Ji thought to give himself a bottom line, and then he would feel more at ease when reporting it. After all, the time for offering sacrifices to the sky has been set. If the altar is not completed on time, it will be a big trouble. They must want to fight us to the end, and then let your Buddhist tradition come forward to be the bad guy. Not only can it force Xiliang to hold the meeting, but it can also destroy the relationship between you and me. It can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Qi Xuan did not give Pu Ji the time he wanted. But this also made Pu Ji's face change slightly. This is really the development. After all, compared with Xiliang, they are naturally more inclined to the will of the Buddha. If Chi Xuan really drags it out for too long, they will inevitably be forced to make this decision. In the end, the only ones who will lose will be their Buddhist tradition and Xiliang. If they lose, someone will benefit, and it is self-evident who will benefit. Your Majesty, there is no solution to this matter. After listening to Puji, he found that he was also framed. Don't be so pessimistic, there is actually a solution. Chi Xuan said, take advantage of this opportunity, let's go straight to the capital of Dongyin and Beihan. He is just using inferior means. We will directly cut off the firewood from the bottom of the pot. Puji thinks it is feasible, but there is a problem, that is, it cannot be done. If this could be done easily in a short period of time, the two countries would have been destroyed by them long ago. Don't worry, we won't really fight, we just put some pressure on them. Chi Xuan had no idea that this was impossible unless he did it himself. He wanted the city and the sacrifice to heaven. Chi Xuan wanted to be crowned emperor on the day of the sacrifice to heaven, so he needed at least 2/3 of the world. If it weren't for the lack of territory, when the Confucian and Taoist traditions came to him, he would have agreed directly, and there would be no need for such trouble. As for why he had to be crowned emperor during the sacrifice to heaven, firstly, it saved the process, and secondly, it was naturally a cutoff. As for offering sacrifice to heaven, he is also a world. Is it better to offer sacrifice to the heaven of the Taoist world or to offer sacrifice to himself? Then, the latter will definitely benefit him. If successful, his survivor incarnation can directly become the master of the Taoist world in the 7th realm. Chi Xuan even considered the matter of sacrifice. It is the strong men of the 5th and 6th realms of the 3 Taoist traditions of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism. Not really fighting? What's the point? Puji couldn't understand. It's just an attitude, saying that if they don't give it to us, we will take it ourselves. Chi Xuan continued, of course, if they really think we are bluffing, then we will take it down. If they want to fight to the death, then we will make them toss and turn in sleep. Puji still couldn't understand Chi Xuan's words. Seeing this, Chi Xuan had to shake his head. You just need to protect my safety. Don't worry about the rest. Puji understood it now, so he nodded vigorously. For him, this task is much easier to solve. But soon, he realized that Chi Xuan hadn't told him the time yet. Then, my king, when will this matter have a result? Puji couldn't help it. Without an accurate time, he still had no idea, and it was difficult to explain to his superiors. Although the Arhats and Bodhisattvas of the 5th and 6th realms were called back, theoretically he could control the power. But this was only theory, not reality. 5 days. Chi Xuan didn't continue to give Puji any riddles this time, but directly told him the time. If it's not done after 5 days, I will step back. It's just a matter of words, but how to retreat is another matter. Chi Xuan has plenty of ways to play word games. The two walked one after the other, and when they were about to enter the imperial study, Puji stopped Chi Xuan. There's an assassin, Puji said, and walked forward on behalf of Chi Xuan. Swoosh, a crossbow arrow whizzed over, directly towards the throat. However, Puji was faster, and he intercepted the crossbow arrow with his hand, and then pounced in like a tiger. In an instant, a man in black on the beam was pulled down and easily subdued. I don't know his origin for the time being, but it doesn't matter, the man has been captured alive. But the next moment, something strange happened. The guard at the door of the study drew out his knife unexpectedly, and slashed at Chi Xuan. Puji was furious when he saw this scene. This was not the first time he faced an assassin, and Chi Xuan had experienced many assassinations in the past. There were all kinds of people, from ordinary people to Taoist masters, but this time, it was the first time that they were linked one after another. Fortunately, he was already a high monk in the 4th realm, and his speed was far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Before the long sword fell, Puji had already given up the black-clothed assassin and turned around to grab the long sword that was about to fall on Chi Xuan's neck. How dare you! In anger, Puji kicked the fake guard in the abdomen and kicked him directly into the study. Fortunately, he was strong enough and came back in time, otherwise it would be over. However, although he was angry, he was accurate when he kicked, otherwise he would definitely turn the fake guard into a pool of meat paste if he used all his strength. The fake guard rolled several times in the study room, and finally stopped after hitting the wall. Then, the other guards woke up as if from a dream, rushed into the study room, and controlled the two assassins. Take them down and interrogate them to see who is trying to assassinate me at this critical moment, Chi Xuan said with a smile, as if nothing had happened. Puji's expression also eased. After the two assassins were dragged away, they were unable to move like dead dogs. Although Puji did not kill them, he was just an ordinary person after all. He was attacked by a Taoist of the fourth realm. It must be a lie to say that he was fine. Puji, let someone treat them, don't let them die. Qi Xuan actually knew about the assassination a long time ago, but he just ignored it. After all, he is just an ordinary person now. Without any extraordinary ability, how can he detect such a thing? Yes, Your Majesty, Puji said, and arranged 2 third-level Buddhists to handle it. The main job is to keep him alive, so that the interrogators can torture him freely. After the study was tidied, Qi Xuan began to review official business. Your Majesty, why are you not worried at all? Puji asked worriedly. Who is the enemy, and why do you want to act now? Will it affect the heavenly sacrifice? What is there to worry about? The one who acted must be the king of Dongyin, who wants to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Qi Xuan knew the truth long ago. Take this opportunity to destroy, and then take back the power of Dongyin through us. This is the discord between the monarch and the ministers. We can use this as a breakthrough point. When Puji heard this, it was really possible. The reason why it was not Beihan Kingdom was because the king of Beihan was too old to do this. On the contrary, the drunken king of Dongyin was not an absurd character before he was sidelined and became a puppet. It was just that the Taoist orthodoxy was so powerful that he was really powerless to change the situation. However, it was definitely unrealistic to give up like this. There must be various plans in secret to regain his power and influence. The matter of offering sacrifices to the sky is the final breakthrough. A cold light flashed in the eyes of King Dongyin. He knew that this was his only chance to turn the tables. Compared with his Dongyin Kingdom and Beihan Kingdom, there was no need to think about it. There was no obstacle to offering sacrifices to the sky, but the king of Xiliang Kingdom was different. He was not controlled by the Taoist orthodoxy. Instead, he controlled the Buddhist orthodoxy. In addition, the other party's wolfish ambitions would definitely make a big mouth. He could guess what he wanted, nothing more than territory, food, population and the like. It is even possible to want all of them. Therefore, what he has to do is very simple, to delay the sacrifice to heaven as much as possible, and it would be the best if he could destroy it. As for whether doing so would offend the 3 Taoist sects or even the 3 Taoist masters behind them, King Dongyin doesn't care at all. If he can't turn the tables smoothly, then he won't have much time. The Taoist sect is also aware of his behavior and thoughts, but it is difficult to kill him directly due to his orthodox identity. It takes a suitable opportunity to make him die legally. Otherwise, if he dies of sudden illness or falls into the water, it is easy to cause internal turmoil. After all, the children of the Taoist sect are only a minority, and they also need enough people as supply personnel. And he, the king of Dongyin, is the representative of power to collect supply resources, which means that he cannot be replaced casually. But with the passage of time and the control over the Dongyin kingdom, the effectiveness of the amulet of King Dongyin is gradually declining. This forced King Dongyin to take a risk in order to survive. Chapter 563. The result of the interrogation came out quickly. It didn't matter whether it was true or false, but Qi Xuan got what he wanted. The assassin on the beam came from Beihan State, and the fake guard came from Dongyin State. Both sides were ordered to assassinate Qi Xuan. The 2 signed documents were placed in front of Fangzhe and Xingxuan. Give an explanation, both of you, Qi Xuan said slowly. Puji stood behind Qi Xuan with cold eyes, just waiting for Qi Xuan to say a word, and then he was ready to kill the 2. Fangzhe and Xingxuan also had cold sweat on their foreheads at this moment. They heard 2 pieces of news. The first one was that Xiliang State increased its troops on the border, and the offensive against Dongyin and Beihan became more fierce. Since they arrived in Xiliang, it has only been more than 2 days, and they have already captured 5 cities, and several cities have surrendered. They have confirmed this news. It is true. However, the Xiliang kingdom has also paid a lot of price. After all, such a fierce battle in a short period of time must have heavy casualties. The second news made them even more uncomfortable. The royal family that was originally undermined by them actually had a tendency to revive. This news has not been confirmed yet, but when they saw the 2 official documents, they knew it was true. The 2 royal families are preparing to regain their power through the matter of offering sacrifices to the sky. Dongyin Kingdom can understand it. After all, King Dongyin is not dead. The king of Beihan Kingdom is indeed a bit unexpected. After all, there is only 1 child. But think about it again. King Beihan is a child, but the royal family of Beihan is not the only child. So it is not impossible to think about restoration. You came to talk to me about offering sacrifices to the heaven, but as soon as I left, I was assassinated by Dongyin and Beihan at the door of the study. I don't understand. Are you going to increase the conflict between you and me, Or do you really want me to hold a ceremony to offer sacrifices to the heaven? Qi Xuan asked dissatisfiedly. This matter is a misunderstanding, Fang Zhe said hurriedly. Where is the misunderstanding? Is it that you have nothing to do with Dong Yin and Bei Han, or are these two assassins lying? Qi Xuan was unreasonable. My lord, this matter must be caused by treacherous villains to sow discord and disrupt the ceremony of offering sacrifices to the heaven. Xing Xian also added. At this time, Xing Xian could not sit still. If this time is not handled well, the matter of offering sacrifices to the heaven will really become chaotic. Oh, the king of Dongyin and the king of Beihan are treacherous villains. Qi Xuan followed up on what the other party said. Then you are right. But now you are here to negotiate with our Xiliang kingdom on behalf of the two countries, and this is what happened. Otherwise, you can go back and negotiate, and then tell me how to deal with it. Qi Xuan looked like he was righteously driving him away. Lord, let's be frank. After Fang Zhe noticed Qi Xuan's thoughts, he immediately understood what the other party wanted. You want too many cities, you are the only one needed. After these things happened, they had no way to continue to bear it, so they could only choose to submit and give Qi Xuan the cities he wanted. The future can only be discussed later. They must first complete the will of the Lord of Daotong. Not much, and I have to ask for more. Qi Xuan interrupted the other party. After all, many of the cities needed before have already been returned to my Xiliang kingdom. The conditions 2 days ago are no longer applicable today. Fang Zhe did not change much. He was prepared for the greed of the king of Xiliang. Okay, but, Fang Zhe continued. But Qi Xuan interrupted him very rudely. If we can reach an agreement today, it will be a deal. If we can't reach an agreement, we will have a different price tomorrow. The matter of offering sacrifices to heaven was asked by you, the Confucianists, Taoists, and the northern Handan and eastern Yin countries. I didn't rush to go. So don't think about negotiating any conditions with me. Either agree to it or break up. As soon as these 3 sentences came out, Fang Zhe shut up. The words were blocked directly. Even if he wanted to say something later, there was nothing to say. The king's conditions can naturally be agreed, but we need to return to the country first and get the order from my king. Xing Xuan heard that Fang Zhe was silent and said with a stiff upper lip. What else can they do? It's okay for them to agree, but the soldiers of Dongyin and Beihan don't agree with them at all. They can only mobilize their own disciples of the Daotong. If the soldiers don't withdraw, it can't be considered as fulfilling the agreement. So they need to go through the formal procedures. More importantly, they also know that once the session is completed, the people's hearts will definitely be lost. Then, they have to spend a lot of money to build an altar and conduct a large-scale ceremony of offering sacrifices to the sky, which is a double whammy for Dongyin and Beihan. After this series of combos, it can be basically confirmed that the country is doomed. But there is no way. Between the Fulong Daozhong and the Daotong Faji, they can only choose the latter. With your strength, it shouldn't be a problem to solve it within 1 day. Qi Xuan was not so unreasonable. Of course, he thought that he could solve it in the next second. But this was not true. The earliest order will be issued tomorrow, and the withdrawal will be completed within 3 days. Fang Zhe gave a time. With such an accurate time, Qi Xuan did not continue to hold on. Okay, it's a deal. I give you 3 days. Qi Xuan slammed the table. If the withdrawal is not completed within 3 days, the matter of offering sacrifices to the heaven is out of the question. The 3-day withdrawal and occupation have nothing to do with us. Xing Xian added. If Qi Xuan plays rogue and insists that they did not get the territory within 3 days, and then break the contract, it will be troublesome. Don't worry, I mean 1 and 2. I won't use such a small trick on words. Qi Xuan said disdainfully. In that case, please ask the king to write a letter. Fang Zhe would definitely not listen to Qi Xuan's one-sided words, and it had to be written in black and white. Qi Xuan agreed directly, and the 2 letters were quickly written and stamped with seals. After the 2 took them, they carefully read them several times, and then put them away after thinking that there was no problem. Then I won't send them off, please go. I still have to wait for good news from you. Qi Xuan directly ordered them to leave. The purpose has been achieved, so why stay? Everyone is very busy, so how can they entertain them? Fang Zhe and Xing Xian didn't say anything, just politely bowed and got up to leave. Ceding the city is also good for them. At that time, let the royal families of the 2 countries take the blame and use this to directly carry out a big purge. This way, power can be more concentrated in their hands. Changqing and Lanbo are here to visit? Shui, the 6th-level Taoist master, showed doubts. These 2 have always been at odds with each other, so why did they suddenly come to visit him today? Although the 3 Taoist masters ordered all the 6th level masters to reflect on their mistakes in seclusion, their original intention was just to prevent them from interfering in the Fulong Dao dispute. They can still visit everywhere, and as long as they don't cross the line, there is actually no big problem. There are visits between the 6 realms across the Taoist sects, but most of the time, 2 people from different Taoist sects will not come together. Rare. I don't know if it was a coincidence that they met on the road, or if they had some plan. Shuyi knows what it means to not visit the temple for no reason. It can't be said that the 2 sides have no friendship, but they can only say that they want to strangle each other to death. So when there is no interest relationship, it is impossible to visit at all. As for winning over, there is no room for easing up for the enemies of the Taoism, and winning over can only win over people within the Taoism, not enemies. Did anyone say why? Shuyi asked the boy who came to report. The boy hurriedly said, no, but the Bodhisattva Chanchin and the Blue Bow State Scholar had a very pleasant conversation, which was very different from the usual tense situation. As soon as this description came out, Shuyi became even more confused. Could it be for the matter of offering sacrifices to the sky? Isn't this the responsibility of the 3 countries of East, West and North? Why are they here? Shuyi muttered, and finally could only say, go and invite these 2 in. Since they are here, there must be something going on, and they have to meet each other no matter how unhappy they are. After all, they were both people of the same level as him, and there were 2 of them. The 2 were soon welcomed in, and just as the boy said, they were indeed chatting and laughing in harmony. You 2 came to visit me, wouldn't it be just to have a cup of tea with me, the old Taoist? Shuyi spoke first. But the 2 continued to chat and laugh, ignoring him. In an instant, Shuyi felt a bad premonition, and this premonition began to spread from his heart. It turned into an indescribable sense of strangeness. He forcibly suppressed his urge to leave, and looked at the 2. The 2 turned their heads and looked at him with a slightly absurd smile, without saying a word. Shuyi couldn't help but swallow his saliva, and then stood up and fled without caring about anything else. Although he didn't know what happened, the threat of these 2 people to him was already evident. After getting up, he just took a step, and his body involuntarily stepped back and sat back down. You guys, Shuyi's expression changed drastically. This was not his intention at all, but his body was moving. Awake, finally awake. Lan Bo's face was full of joy. With Shuyi, the Taoist tradition also belongs to us, so good. Chanchin's face also showed joy. At this moment, Shuyi felt like he was falling into an ice cellar. He couldn't understand what was going on. Yes, it's great. Shuyi couldn't help but sigh. This was not his intention at all, but he just couldn't control himself. In 2 days at most, I can make all the Taoist masters and true masters become part of us. I will definitely give them a big surprise at that time. Shuyi continued. The real Shuyi certainly knew who they were in his mouth. They were nothing more than the gods, Buddhas, and saints who were the masters of the Taoist tradition. At this moment, he only felt that a terrifying conspiracy enveloped the entire world. Chapter 564. How dare you do this? King Dong-Yin looked at Xing Xian and a group of Taoist disciples furiously. His plan was indeed very successful. He used various means to intensify the conflict and almost ruin the ceremony of offering sacrifices to the heaven. But he didn't expect Xing Xian to be even more ruthless. He directly agreed to Qi Xuan's request and ceded most of the territory. King Dong-Yin almost fainted when he saw the letter from Xing Xian. This is really too much of a loss of power and humiliation to the country. Didn't the king send people to assassinate the king of Xiliang? If not, why would we make such concessions? Xing Xian looked at King Dong-Yin with cold eyes. It was not because he ruined the matter. Otherwise, the advantage would be on them. As long as they can hold on, it would be a result of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The letter of credence and military orders have been written for your majesty. Please sign and seal them, Xing Xuan said, and an eunuch came to King Dong-Yin with the official documents on a tray. King Dong-Yin calmed down in the face of Xing Xuan's eyes and tone. The excessive anger hit his reason, making him forget for a moment that he had become a puppet. Especially the part of the rights that were taken back in recent days made King Dong-Yin a little bit proud. But at this moment, he calmed down. Let's discuss this matter again. King Dong-Yin showed a forced smile, thinking about continuing to delay time. But Xing Xuan shook his head. King Xiliang only gave 3 days to withdraw troops. I can't afford to delay the matter of offering sacrifices to the sky, and neither can you, your majesty. When he said this, the murderous intent had already emerged in Xing Xuan's tone. If King Dong-Yin knows what's good for him today, he can live 2 more days, and it won't be too late to die after the sacrifice to heaven. If he really intends to fight to the end, then he can only die of a sudden illness. Anyway, King Dongyin is not without offspring, so it's easy to support a weak and easy to control person to take the throne. They just need someone to take the blame, and they don't care who this person is. The most practical thing is to be useful. The previous King Dongyin was very useful, but now he is a little less useful, so Xing Xian will have the idea of changing him. King Dongyin swallowed his saliva and sat slumped on the throne. His spirit seemed to be drained in an instant, and the whole person looked listless. "You are the ministers of Dongyin, not the ministers of Xiliang," King Dongyin said with trembling, closing his eyes. "Take it. This time, I'm afraid he can't escape. Between life and power, he has only one choice. And even if he chooses the latter, it can't change the final result. Rather than dying, it is better to bear this infamy and live a little longer." The seal, pen, ink, and official documents were placed on the table. King Dongyin slowly stood up, and was a little unstable when he stood up. Fortunately, the eunuchs helped him up, otherwise he would have to fall back down. "Your Majesty, please cheer up. If you can't sign well, you have to keep signing until you are satisfied." Xing Xuan didn't care whether King Dongyin was pretending or really suffered a blow. He just wanted a result. King Dongyin ignored Xing Xuan at all. He forced himself to raise his spirit when holding the pen. With the pen moving quickly, he signed all the official documents in a short time. He also personally stamped each document with his seal. After the ink and the red seal dried, Xing Xuan carefully checked that there was no problem, and then sent him away for execution. "I'm tired, and I will deal with the affairs of the government in the future," said King Dongyin, getting up and leaving. At this time, he had already lost heart. When he signed these documents and executed them, Dongyin Kingdom was already beyond redemption. Another thing is that this group of Taoist disciples did not care about the Dongyin Kingdom, they supported it all, but just used it as a tool. Since the king is so tired, I think it is better to abdicate and let the third son inherit. How about it? Xing Xuan interrupted King Dongyin. King Dongyin's eyes became sharp in an instant. He could accept being a puppet, but he could never lose his throne. No! He used all his strength to say these two words, and refuted Xing Xuan's meaning fiercely. However, Xing Xian shook his head. "Your Majesty, you are old and should retire. Especially since you have been ill for a long time, it is really not suitable for you to work too hard on government affairs." When the words long-term illness appeared, King Dongyin's sharpness dimmed. "No, you can't do this. I am the king of Dongyin, I am." King Dongyin didn't care about his dignity at this time, and turned around and fled. But the next moment, he was held down by several Taoist disciples. "If you want to blame yourself for going against us." When Xing Xian finished speaking, a Taoist disciple directly took a dose of poison and poured it down King Dongyin. "Go with peace of mind, the third son will be better than you, Your Majesty." Xing Xian looked at the struggling King Dongyin and said coldly. If the change hadn't been too big, they would have cooperated well. After all, the three sects didn't need the throne, and they would still be the ones to rule in the end. Unfortunately, the king of Xiliang appeared, and the struggle for the sect and Fulong were mixed together, which led to the current chaos. Fangja hugged the king of Beihan to comfort him, and gave him a candy to stop him from crying. "Are they all here?" Fangja's eyes swept over the heads neatly placed in the palace. There were men, women, young and old, including the king of Beihan's biological mother, uncles, and so on. These people were the composition of the Beihan royal family. It was also because of them that they were forced to cede most of the territory of Beihan. A bunch of bastards, who were more likely to cause trouble than to accomplish anything. Fangja cursed after getting confirmation, and then continued, "Let's find a place to bury them." The head was quickly cleaned up, and a middle-aged general in armor, with a long sword on his waist, entered the hall and asked, "I need an explanation." When Jixing, the general of the Northern Han Kingdom, was responsible for defending against foreign enemies and war, so the order to withdraw the troops also fell to him. He did not have much conflict with the children of the Confucian orthodoxy, but rather seemed to be cooperating. Why withdraw the troops? When Jixing did not care that Fangja killed the Northern Han royal family, and left only a young Northern Han king. He just wanted to know why the troops were withdrawn. The sacrifice to heaven cannot be delayed. This is our deal with the king of Xiliang. Fangja's face eased. Compared with the Northern Han royal family that has been dragging its feet, when Jixing, the general of the Northern Han Kingdom, cooperated with them very happily. As for the continuous defeats and few victories? With such an environment, when Jixing could not change the situation even if he put himself in. Session is fine, but with so much, plus the sacrifice to heaven, Beihan will surely perish. You promised to give me power. What about now? Wen Jixing said coldly. Everyone is just cooperating. There is no such thing as loyalty to the emperor and patriotism. If they really had this idea, the Beihan royal family would not have died so easily. You? Fangja rubbed his temples. There is still a chance. After the sacrifice to heaven, we can. There is no chance. Wen Jixing interrupted Fangja. You can lie to others, but it's a bit naive to lie to me. What do you want? Fangja asked directly. Surrender? Wen Jixing's eyes flashed with a cold light. I will take the entire Beihan kingdom as a token of surrender, and I can also be in a high position and power in Xiliang. Such decisive words directly confused Fangja. From Wen Jixing's perspective, there is indeed no problem, but the problem is that their Confucianism is not good. The three kingdoms' heavenly sacrifice must be carried out. Even if you want to surrender, you can only surrender after this. Otherwise, the wrath of the saints, Buddhas and gods will be unbearable for you and me. Fangja did not stop him. Because there is really no possibility of winning. Wen Jixing thought for a while, and then said, Okay, but I have to contact the king of Xiliang first, and I also need a letter of surrender. His eyes fell on the king of Beihan. No, the king of Beihan is still useful. I can't give it to you. Fangja refused, and then said, The royal family of Beihan. The Zhuchang Jingwan was sent to the king of Xiliang. The sincerity may be a little low, but it was given. This is called the use of waste. Wen Jixing was naturally unhappy, but because the Confucian tradition now occupies most of the power of the Northern Han Kingdom, he also had to be restrained. It was not that he had not thought of replacing it before, but he either had no chance to implement it, or was easily suppressed and forced to withdraw. Okay, the Northern Han royal family is the Northern Han royal family, Wen Jixing said, and turned and left. He got what he wanted. Although it was not satisfactory, it was better than nothing. And after this time, he had completely broken with the Confucian tradition. He should think about what he should do after changing jobs. For example, how to please the new boss to make his power and status higher. This person is really opportunistic. Hypocrisy, really hypocritical. Fangja cursed. However, he did not think of getting rid of Wen Jixing, as he was still useful. Since Wen Jixing wanted to change his allegiance, he would certainly do his best to promote the withdrawal of troops and the acceptance of Xiliang Kingdom. This is not a trivial matter, and it is extremely energy-consuming. If Wen Jixing is really dealt with, it may not be possible to do it well with another person. Fangja will also focus on the matter of offering sacrifices to the heavens, so he has no time to deal with Beihan Kingdom. With Wen Jixing, the traitor, he doesn't have to worry about these things. As for betrayal, it doesn't matter, because the results of Dongyin Kingdom and Beihan Kingdom have been seen. At the same time, the final winner of the Fulong Dao dispute can be said to be the Buddhist Taoist system affiliated with Xiliang Kingdom, and struggling is useless. Fortunately, there is a chance of turning around. The three masters of the Taoist system will definitely not watch the Taoist system lose its balance, and there will definitely be a corresponding solution when offering sacrifices to the heavens. They have no advantage in the Fulong Dao contest, but the Buddha, the leader of the Tao, has to face the two leaders of the Tao, the saint and the immortal, so the advantage is there. Not to mention overtaking, just make up to a balance. Chapter 565. If I had known that I couldn't bear it, I should have added another compensation. Qi Xuan looked at the territory that he had easily obtained, with regret in his tone. He still overestimated the royal families of the two countries, and underestimated the control of the Confucian and Taoist traditions. Fortunately, Xiliang Kingdom was in his hands, otherwise if it was really controlled by the Buddhist tradition, it would probably be the same. If the king wants it, they probably won't give it. Puji also smiled, and this made them stable. After all, we have to offer sacrifices to the heavens. If we really give it, it will cause the Buddha to punish us. I know, so I didn't force them to death, just asking for some of their territory. It's not too much, right? Qi Xuan said. Of course it's not too much. This is what the king and Xiliang deserve. Puji answered Qi Xuan without hesitation. In his opinion, the stronger Xiliang Kingdom is, the stronger the Buddhist tradition will naturally be. If the deal had not been reached, and the construction of the site for the sacrifice had begun, and the construction had entered a truce, Puji would have thought of persuading Qi Xuan to take advantage of this good opportunity to directly destroy Dongyin and Beihan. How long will it take to build the altar? Qi Xuan asked, looking at the heavy rain outside. Since the previous sacrifice to the sky, the rain has never stopped, and it is getting heavier day by day. If there were no problems, all of them would have been accumulated underground, and a terrible flood disaster would have already occurred. First drought and then flood, coupled with war and plague, the population is pitifully small. But this has nothing to do with Qi Xuan, and it is not his fault, so it is not appropriate to let him take the blame. The weather is not good, I am afraid it will take more than a month. Puji also looked at the heavy rain outside the house, and said the construction period. That's good. As long as we can catch up with the ceremony of offering sacrifice to the heaven, there are not many other requirements. Qi Xuan smiled. We will definitely catch up. The ceremony of offering sacrifice to the heaven in Xiliang was not built by the people, but supervised by the disciples of our Buddhist sect. Dongyin and Beihan were also built by the disciples of the Taoist and Confucian sections. Not to mention this little rain, even if it rained, it could be completed. Puji patted his chest and said, It is indeed true that the construction was done by the disciples of the Taoist sect, but that was all. Other matters still depend on the efforts of ordinary people. The acquisition and transportation of materials, etc., can't be done by them themselves. And it was for the sake of the leader of the Taoist sect. Not only did they not restrain themselves, but they squeezed them even more. After all, everything cannot be vague. If you want to use it, you have to use the best. The three Taoist sects naturally gave orders to the outside world, and then asked people to collect it. They just built it themselves, not everything themselves. Xiliang is better off with Qi Xuan. Although he is also crazy, he is still a big family with a lot of wealth and a way to survive. The remaining two countries are not sure. After the sacrifice to heaven, how many people can be alive is unknown. They will die of exhaustion, starvation, or illness. This price cannot be avoided. Ha! You can just let it rain over there, and we just need it to rain here. I don't want to be stabbed. Qi Xuan joked. Since the construction of the sacrifice to heaven ceremony began, Qi Xuan has been much more relaxed. The three schools of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism did not interact with each other, so many important things were not handled by Qi Xuan. Then he will have more free time to do things. There is another thing. The general of Beihan State, Wen Jixing, stayed in the capital yesterday and presented a gift to the king. It seems that he wants to surrender to my Xiliang state. Puji also said. Qi Xuan also knows something about this Wen Jixing. He is the mainstay of Beihan State, and an extremely tough war faction. To a certain extent, he can even compete with the Confucianism that has settled in Beihan State. This person can be said to be their Xiliang State's great enemy. But you can't look at things from only one side. According to intelligence, it can be learned that this Wen Jixing is an official fan. He has ambition and ability, does not like beauty or wealth, and even lives a very simple life. He only wants power. Beihan State has become like this, and the other party probably can't stay there, so he wants to turn to Qi Xuan. Oh! It's him. I have heard of the reputation of General Wen for a long time. Qi Xuan narrowed his eyes. This is definitely good news. He needs this kind of talent to serve as his heroic general. But he can't kill him now, he has to wait. And if he surrenders now, it means that the northern Handan kingdom is in name only. This man is ambitious. The king should not use him. Puji said. Qi Xuan shook his head. I have no shortage of ambitious people under my command. Ability is the key. Like power, this is a great compliment to Qi Xuan. Unfortunately, he happens to be very good at balancing power. With his talent, it is enough for him to lead the troops of Xiliang. Since Master Miaxin left, Xiliang Kingdom has generals, but few can compare with him. It just so happens that this person has this ability and can replace Master Miaxin. Today, we will rely on him to destroy Dongyin and Beihan. Qi Xuan showed an attitude that I don't look at people's background, but only their ability when hiring them. Puji listened and stared at each other, not knowing what to say. Go and invite General Wen, Qi Xuan said with a smile. Then a guard received Qi Xuan's order and hurried away. On the other side, Wen Jixing was also hesitating in his heart, thinking about how to meet the king of Xiliang. He knew that the king of Xiliang was not particular about the details of hiring people, and if he came to join him, he would definitely be able to occupy a high position. But the question is how to start, and then how to give enough evidence of surrender. The Jingwan of the royal family of Beihan can only be regarded as a small toy, and there is no possibility of decision at all. So until now, he has not made up his mind to visit the king of Xiliang. If he was sure enough, he would have set off yesterday. Why would he stay here? Another thing is that none of the high-ranking officials in Xiliang can resist. If he were to parachute in like this, he would definitely be excluded or even framed. If he could not gain a foothold, his fate would be even worse. However, compared with losing power, he was willing to take this risk. While he was thinking, someone outside the door reported that the guards in the palace had come to pass on the order. Wen Jixing was not surprised to see this. He came to the capital of Xiliang, so his whereabouts were naturally under the surveillance of the other party. It was probably because he saw that he did not go to pay a visit yesterday, so he came to invite him directly today. After some communication, he learned about Qi Xuan's intention, which made Wen Jixing feel relieved. Then he made a little preparation, and had someone carry the Jingwan of the northern Handan royal family to the palace to pay a visit. On the way, he also took the opportunity to follow the messenger to inquire about the situation. The messenger heard Qi Xuan's words, and knew that Wen Jixing would definitely rise to prominence this time, so he indirectly revealed Qi Xuan and Pu Ji's words to Wen Jixing. This made Wen Jixing feel at ease. Passing by the king of Xiliang, Wen Jixing saluted and then said, "I am offering a gift to the king." "Ha! General Wen is here. Why do you need to give a gift?" Qi Xuan glanced and said, "I accept your kindness, and I will deal with the gift properly." Qi Xuan naturally knew that there were only heads inside, so there was no need to look. Then he asked Wen Jixing to sit down, and then said, "I have heard of General Wen for a long time. I wanted to meet him yesterday, but I couldn't bear to see him when I learned that the general traveled day and night. Thank you, King, for your understanding." Wen Jixing was indeed a little flattered. Qi Xuan's attitude towards him was unbelievable. After the two sat down, they did not talk about business, but talked about family matters. It was not until Qi Xuan had finished talking that he spoke. "I heard that the general is now forced to leave Beihan. Is there a place to go?" Qi Xuan asked honestly. "If there is nowhere to go, my Xiliang kingdom still has a vacant position of general. With the talent of the general, it is easy to command the troops of the world. It is just right." Wen Jixing was surprised by Qi Xuan's direct words. There was no such thing as being forced or having nowhere to go. It was just a step given by others. "Jixing, meet the king." Wen Jixing bowed directly. Look at his sincerity. The general, commanding the troops of the world, and given a position and power, is much more honest than Beihan Kingdom. Not to mention that he came here to seek refuge. Get up quickly, why is this happening? Qi Xuan helped him up, and then said, "I have General Wen, and he is like a fish in water. But General Wen's family is still in Beihan Kingdom." Wen Jixing, who was helped up, felt a thump in his heart. It was indeed true. He came here just to test it out, and never thought that he would succeed directly. So his family did not leave with him. "My king, as the saying goes, loyalty and filial piety are difficult to achieve. Wen Jixing gritted his teeth and planned to give up his family. General Wen has said too much. Loyalty and filial piety must be achieved. Qi Xuan interrupted him. "I'm sorry to the general in Beihan, my Xiliang is not that kind of cold place. During the sacrifice to heaven, we are not allowed to fight, and it's hard for the general to control the Xiliang army." Having said this, a gleam of light flashed in Wen Jixing's eyes. He knew what Qi Xuan wanted to do. This is his pledge of allegiance. The power and position were given to him, but Qi Xuan wanted him to use this power to conquer Dongyin and Beihan without bloodshed. If he succeeded, his position would be unshakable. If he failed, it would all depend on his own luck. Not hard, not hard, it only takes 10 days, and the king will get what he wants. A bold plan emerged in Wen Jixing's mind. Not being able to use force does not mean that you cannot capture cities and territories. If they surrendered, that would be fine. Unfortunately, Wen Jixing really had this kind of reputation in Beihan. Dongyin was a little troublesome, but it was difficult to support it alone. Once Beihan was gone, as long as enough pressure was put on Dongyin, they would surrender without a fight. As for those who wanted to live and die with the city, their subordinates would definitely help them fulfill this wish. You know, it has only been a year since the Yulong dynasty and the Three Kingdoms chaos. If you want to be loyal, you should be loyal to the Yulong dynasty rather than Dongyin and Beihan. Chapter 566. Wen Jixing surrender to Xiliang caused a great shock in Beihan, but those who knew him were not surprised and just thought it was natural. The main reason was that the contrast between the past and the present was too great. Wen Jixing was an absolute hardliner before, but now he surrendered. Then, he even brought 100,000 troops to threaten Beihan. The other party even called Beihan unjust, forcing him to do so. All this was for the people. At the beginning, some people did scold him. But soon there was a trend of public opinion to guide him. Let the people think about it, as if since they became the people of Beihan from the Yulong dynasty, their lives have been getting worse day by day. Now they can hardly survive, and then they ignore Wen Jixing, especially since Wen Jixing came with food. Even if it's not much, it's more or less. Then they incorporated Beihan into the territory of Xiliang without bloodshed. The whole process was not slow. The main point was to use both a big stick and a sweet date. If it was not impossible to use the sword directly, Wen Jixing would be more efficient. However, he did not completely incorporate the northern Han kingdom, but was very cunning to keep the capital. Now the Confucian disciples are making various preparations for the heavenly sacrifice in the capital. If it is really completely occupied, it will belong to the Western Liang Kingdom, and then the Western Liang Kingdom will be responsible. There is still a name to exist in name only. If there is no name at all, Qi Xuan will suffer. The Confucian disciples are also tough. Even so, they did not choose to surrender shamelessly. Instead, they held up their last breath and continued to build the altar. Unfortunately, because there was only one capital left in the huge Beihan kingdom, both human and material resources were greatly reduced. They had to tear down the east wall to repair the west wall. To build the altar, various resources were definitely needed. Now everything outside the capital was banned. Where could they find any resources? So the best way was to demolish the Beihan palace. And they also forced the people in the capital not to leave, and asked them to work for them. After all, there were few people, and in order to fulfill the will of the master of the Orthodox doctrine, the Confucian Orthodox disciples had to do this. Otherwise, what else could they do? Then, Wen Jixing took advantage of the situation and turned to Dongyin Kingdom. He used the old method, that is, coercion and inducement. It was indeed much more difficult than conquering Beihan Kingdom. After all, he could not use swords. Wen Jixing's reputation in Dongyin Kingdom was not that great, so he could only rely on the situation and public opinion tactics to push it over bit by bit. Although the efficiency was low, there was still progress. These two things naturally caused dissatisfaction among the Confucian and Taoist sects, and they protested against Qi Xuan. Unfortunately, they were delayed by the matter of offering sacrifices to the heaven, and they really couldn't spare the time to discuss these with Qi Xuan. However, the Buddhist sect also had similar objections. After all, Qi Xuan said that he would not take action, but he actually played this kind of word game. The three religious sects offering sacrifices to the heaven was a very important matter in their eyes, but Qi Xuan treated it as a child's play. So even the Buddhist sect was vaguely dissatisfied, but because the Xiliang kingdom's offering sacrifices to the heaven ceremony still needed Qi Xuan's support, even if they were dissatisfied, they didn't dare to say anything more. Your Majesty, your move is quite inappropriate. Although Wen Jixing did not kill, he was still conquering cities and territories, and the reason for this is unknown. Puji took this opportunity to remind Qi Xuan when he saw him coming to inspect the altar. Puji did not think Qi Xuan was hypocritical, but he was worried that it would affect the sacrifice to heaven. The matter of the Orthodox tradition was what he cared about. Since Wen Jixing's death, the disciples of the Buddhist Orthodox tradition have gradually been separated from his core circle by Qi Xuan. Even the guards were replaced. In the name of making the Buddhist Orthodox tradition purer, they were arranged to build the altar. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Qi Xuan was redistributing power. So Puji had not been able to see Qi Xuan several times, until this time when Qi Xuan came to inspect the altar, he had the opportunity to talk to Qi Xuan. In his opinion, he had a lot of friendship with him, no matter what he said, so he should be able to listen to his persuasion. Puji, I understand what you said. Qi Xuan said earnestly, but this is not something you should consider. The preparation of the heaven sacrifice ceremony is the most important thing for you at the moment. Don't worry about the rest, I take care of it. Qi Xuan comforted the other party in return, which made Puji not know what to say for a while. Besides, the heaven sacrifice ceremony is just around the corner, and it's futile for you to think about these things now. Qi Xuan's eyes fell on the altar not far away. Luxury, even better than the Xiliang palace where Qi Xuan lived. The resources invested were unimaginable. After all, the Buddhist tradition is different from the Confucianism and Taoism. They have the support of the Western Liang Kingdom, so naturally they can be as extravagant as they want. When it comes to giving face to their own tradition, they don't care about the finances of the Western Liang Kingdom at all. Anyway, they want both quality, quantity and price. The most important thing is the word money. It doesn't matter if they don't pay for it themselves. As for the dissatisfaction that may cause the Western Liang Kingdom and Qi Xuan, we talk about it after the sacrifice to the sky. Now they are only focused on the ceremony of offering sacrifice to the sky, thinking about how to make their own Buddha suppress the saints and immortals. They have never thought about other things. Okay, the king must not let Wenji take action. After being comforted by Qi Xuan, Puji felt that he didn't need to be the bad guy. Even if something went wrong afterwards, Qi Xuan would bear the responsibility. For their Buddhist tradition, the impact is not that great. Perhaps with a new king of Western Liang, their Buddhist tradition can return to the core circle. Puji was concentrating on the heavenly sacrifice ceremony, but that didn't mean he couldn't see that he and his people were now on the political margins. Otherwise, they wouldn't be allowed to do the task of protecting Qi Xuan next year. He actually had some guesses. The reason for this situation was nothing more than the excessive amount of money and materials they spent on the heavenly sacrifice ceremony. I know. How many days will it take for this altar to be completed? Qi Xuan continued to ask. He was already a little impatient. When the heavenly sacrifice ceremony began, it was the time for him, the survivor, to become the 7th level of the Taoist master. According to the scheduled time, it would be officially held in 7 days, but the altar would still take some time. It's almost done. It will be done in 3 days at most. Puji was very satisfied with Qi Xuan's attitude. You, the king, will have to preside over it personally. I preside? Qi Xuan narrowed his eyes. Well, I listen to you. He knew what the other party meant. He just wanted to show the prestige of the Buddhist orthodoxy through this method. But this was exactly what Qi Xuan wanted. There's no way to ask others to help you become emperor. You have to do it yourself. Puji smiled. He had been worried about how to convince Qi Xuan before, but he didn't expect it to be so easy. For example, Dongyin and Beihan were presided over by the king himself. But the Xiliang kingdom was completely different. Qi Xuan was not a puppet, and Puji had no way to force him. If Qi Xuan was not allowed to preside over the sacrifice to heaven, although they were superior to Confucianism and Taoism in the altar and ceremony, it would not be perfect after all. When this merit is complete, I will ask a bodhisattva to send the king to my Buddhist sect. With the power of the orthodox tradition, the king will definitely achieve the true fruit of Arhat. Puji said hurriedly. This means that the matter is done, and you will be the emperor forever. However, this also has to pay a price, that is, Xiliang kingdom, and you will become part of the Buddhist orthodox tradition. In this way, their Confucian and Taoist orthodox traditions will never be able to turn over, and their Buddhist orthodox tradition can also turn the world into a Buddhist land. This is no longer killing 2 birds with 1 stone, but intending to occupy the magpie's nest and reap the fruits of victory. In the past, there would definitely be no such ideas. Now it is different, mainly because they feel how good the convenience formed by the combination of power and extraordinary is. Just 1 word and someone will do what they need. Okay. Qi Xuan looked at Puji deeply. The disciples of the Buddhist sect are degenerating, and the speed is much faster than that of the Confucian and Taoist sects. Qi Xuan had discovered the mental problems of the disciples of the 3 sects of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism a long time ago. There was this kind of split during the dispute over the sects, but after the ceremony of offering sacrifices to the heavens began, the split was gone, because they had directly changed into a group of people. All the rules and regulations had long been thrown out of their minds. Although they were not greedy, they were quite different from before. Qi Xuan suspected that there was something wrong with the masters of the 3 sects of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism, otherwise there would be no need for any inexplicable ceremony of offering sacrifices to the heavens. The reason may be due to the incident of the Fulong Dao dispute, so they had to offer sacrifices to the heavens to maintain themselves. Facing Qi Xuan's slightly cold attitude, Puji was not sure why, and just thought that Qi Xuan was surprised. After all, he also knew that Qi Xuan couldn't even become a novice monk before, and now their Buddhist tradition is willing to fully support him to become an Arhat. In fact, it would be better to become a bodhisattva, Qi Xuan added. With this sentence, Puji finally felt relieved. It turned out that he was not satisfied. Your Majesty is so ambitious. Puji couldn't do it, so he could only praise him. The fruit of the Arhat was not decided by him. He was just a middleman to pass the message. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. Finish it as soon as possible. It will be offered to the heaven in 7 days. Don't ruin things at a critical moment, Qi Xuan said, and turned around and left with his people. Seeing this, Puji sent Qi Xuan out of the altar area and then turned back. Looking at the luxurious altar, the excitement on his face became more and more serious. If this is successful, I will definitely become an Arhat. He has been unable to break through, and it has almost become a knot in his heart. I didn't expect that now I can achieve success naturally just by leveraging the power to do my job well. How can he not be happy? Chapter 567. 7 days passed in a flash, and the 3 religious sects began to worship the heavenly Tao at the same time. The auras formed on the 3 altars reflected each other in the sky. The altar built by the Buddhist sect was the most luxurious and extravagant, and it was obvious that a lot of manpower and material resources were invested. Without moving, the auras emitted by the altars of Confucianism and Taoism were suppressed. This made the faces of the disciples of the Confucian and Taoist sects not so good. It was okay to be suppressed by one, but the two sects had no ability to resist, so the loss was too ugly. However, things had come to this point, and they could only bite the bullet and continue. The sacrifice officially began, and Chi Suan slowly stepped onto the altar. The magnificent altar made Chi Suan feel something was wrong. The rain in the sky was getting heavier and heavier, like a dam bursting. At the same time, the water that had been accumulated in the soil before began to surge from the ground to the surface. Soon, a depression came into view. Blood sacrifice? Chi Suan suddenly said. Pu Ji, who was standing by, was confused when he heard this. What blood sacrifice? The environment was indeed a little bad, but it was not necessary to bring such an unlucky word. So he wanted to correct Chi Suan for saying this at this time. My king, this is a sacrifice to heaven, a sacrifice for the people, not a blood sacrifice. Pu Ji, as the deputy who helped Chi Suan preside over the sacrifice, naturally stood beside him. Chi Suan shook his head. No, I said blood sacrifice is a blood sacrifice. It seems that these three Taoist masters are not good people. As soon as these two sentences came out, the faces of everyone present changed. They had no idea why Chi Suan suddenly became so rebellious. My king, you. Pu Ji knew something was wrong, so he wanted to take action immediately. But the next moment, a terrifying aura emerged from Chi Suan's body, and the aura directly penetrated the clouds and rain in the sky, forming a hole. Countless heroic spirits emerged from the ground and continued to gather on Chi Suan. He was breaking through, from the 5th level Longxiong to the 6th level. At this moment, everyone was stunned. They never thought that Chi Suan, who seemed to be powerless, had such a strong power. This momentum directly disrupted the beginning of the heaven sacrifice ceremony. Everything started to go wrong. Quick, stop him! Someone shouted, and Pu Ji and others woke up from their dreams. Regardless of the gap in strength between the two sides, they attacked Chi Suan without hesitation. The belief and reaction were very good, but they could not make up for the gap in strength. They are not heroes, so they can't shout friendship and bond and ignore logic to become stronger directly. Not to mention that there are countless heroes rushing towards Chi Suan's body. It's not that easy for them to get close. Chi Suan is devouring all the heroes at this time, using the power of the group to achieve individual power. I'm on the right track. Chi Suan felt the power of the constant qualitative change in the survivor's body, and felt relieved. It's a pity that the 6th realm cannot be skipped directly. It's like building a house. There must be a first floor before there can be a second floor. Otherwise, if the second floor is built on the first floor, it will become the first floor. It is a conceptual property. You can skip it, but you have to bear the consequences yourself. The 6th realm, Overlord. The magical power is to conquer the world. When Chi Suan finished speaking, all the heroes were devoured and turned into a bronze tripod. The tripod was burning, and the flames were the trend of Xiliang. As long as Xiliang was not destroyed, and the bronze tripod was strong, he would be invincible standing on the land of Xiliang. But there is a problem here, that is, if the land of Xiliang was blown up, then this invincibility would disappear. If there are enough Taoist masters in the 6th realm, they can actually do it. And the loss of territory will also cause the upper limit of power to fall. But now Chi Suan doesn't have to worry about these things at all, because after his breakthrough, the Son of Heaven's Taoism in his body began to continue to rise. Now in the whole world, only the capitals of Dongyin and Beihan are not the territory of Xiliang. These two countries are already in name only, and he only needs to do a little to complete the unification. For this reason, he had already arranged the follow-up. With his breakthrough, his aura could no longer be concealed. 3 eyes from the sky cast their gazes again. These were the 3 masters of the Taoism, the Saint, the Buddha, and the Immortal. The law decrees that the 3 religions unite to kill the evildoers together. 3 vast voices emerged and resounded throughout the world. However, they did not reach the ears of any of the disciples of the Taoism, for no other reason than that they were intercepted by Chi Suan on the way. This scene made the 3 masters of the Taoism pause, as they had never expected such a situation to occur. They could not even realize how Chi Suan had done it. Everything seemed so strange and inexplicable. Chi Suan took down the bronze tripod that had turned into substance and placed it directly in the center of the altar. Then he said with a provocative look, "You better hurry up, I'm about to break through the 7th realm. Then we will be on equal footing. No, I should be the one who suppresses you. Wash your neck and wait for death." He said this arrogantly. He was sure that the 3 masters of the Taoism could not get away to take action, so he promoted so unscrupulously under their noses. Of course, if they dared to take action, Chi Suan would not be afraid. There is a saying called throwing oneself into a trap. If they dare to come to Qi Xuan, he will dare to kill them directly. From the beginning to the end, Qi Xuan's enemy was not the three masters of the Taoism, but the Taoism world itself. The real purpose of cultivating this survivor incarnation is also to devour the Taoism world. In his eyes, the three masters of the Taoist tradition were nothing more than larger ants. The reason why he didn't take action directly was because a small lack of patience would ruin a big plan. If killing these three things would make it more difficult and risky for him to devour the Taoist world, it would not be worth it. However, no matter how Qi Xuan provoked them, the three masters of the Taoist tradition did not react at all. They disappeared directly after issuing the decree. However, it is certain that Qi Xuan's behavior must have made their already bad situation even more difficult. The next thing is to offer sacrifices to the heaven and proclaim the emperor. I hope Wen Jixing will not let me down, otherwise I will have to do it myself, Qi Xuan said, and according to the procedure, he began the sacrificial process ordered by Ji Shou Yongchang. The object of the sacrifice is naturally Qi Xuan himself, otherwise who else can it be? He himself is the world, and being God is not something unacceptable. General, this is not good. Wen Jixing's deputy general had an uneasy tone. There is nothing wrong, follow the king's order, do it. Wen Jixing gave the final order in a cold voice. The next moment, all the soldiers drew their long swords and spears, and started a massacre in the rain without hesitation. This is Dongyin Kingdom, they are killing the Dongyin royal family. As for saying that it is unlucky to use a knife during the sacrifice to the sky, if you miss this village, you will miss this shop. What's more, Wen Jixing knows who gave him his power and status, and whose orders he should obey. He obeys the orders of the three religious traditions, but the other party will not give him anything, and may even abandon him afterwards. But Qi Xuan is different, they really give it. Why would he betray the order that gave him all the people he needed for a group that only had risks but no benefits? This is simply a brain problem. As for the possibility of revenge from the three schools of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism, if he is afraid of this and that, then why should he be an official? Wouldn't it be better if he just went back to farming? Besides, his previous behavior had already broken with the Confucian school, and now it would be no big deal to offend the Taoist school. The Beihan royal family has been destroyed, and now the Dongyin royal family is destroyed. Only the two kings on the altar are left, and it depends on you, the king. Wen Jixing listened to the screams of the Dongyin royal family members, and his eyes fell on the altar in the distance. The heaven sacrifice ceremony started, and he couldn't get close, otherwise he would be easily affected. He wanted to make merit, but he wanted to stay alive more, so he naturally wouldn't go and die. His power and status were based on his survival, not on wanting everything without thinking. Above the sky, a large number of cracks appeared on the bodies of the three masters of the Taoism, the saint, the Buddha, and the immortal. At the same time, the originally huge body began to collapse, and it looked like it was withered. It can't be suppressed anymore. The saint's tone was a little depressed. The heaven sacrifice ceremony lost a corner, and the blood sacrifice has been destroyed in half. Buddha said, "This is normal." As the biggest node in the heaven sacrifice ceremony, it was directly intercepted by the enemy. But it's not right to say that it was intercepted. After all, this altar, and even the ceremony were arranged by Qi Xuan from beginning to end. Whether it is manpower or material resources, he is the main provider, but the Buddhist Taoism is more like a direct user rather than an owner. With only the right to use, how could he dare to confront Qi Xuan, the owner of the right? It seems that we can only give up using the disciples of the Taoist sect, and use ordinary people to maintain ourselves first. Let you and I recover our vitality temporarily, and then we will set out to kill the fourth Taoist sect's people. If he really breaks through to the same level, the consequences will be disastrous. The immortal spoke in a cold voice. At this time, he no longer looked merciful and compassionate, but fierce and cold. Obviously, his own problems had begun to further affect his mind. This plan was naturally agreed by the saints and Buddhas. After the decision was made, the rain in the sky gradually changed color, turned into a blood-red appearance, and began to fall to the ground. At the same time, all the rain began to be infected after contacting the blood rain. The speed during this period was very fast. In just a moment, the whole world was stained with blood. At the same time, the faces of the three Taoist masters showed an intoxicated expression, and at the same time slowly stood up, and their bodies were covered with a layer of blood-red light. Chapter 568. Under the blood, all ordinary people who were not disciples of the Taoist sect turned into blood. And it was not an instantaneous melting, but a gradual dissolution, which was a very painful process. Qi Xuan ignored this situation, and waved the bronze tripod with his backhand. The fire in the tripod connected the overall situation of the Xiliang kingdom and blocked a broken palm print on the sky. At this time, 3 broken faces covered with blood appeared in his vision above the sky. There were no eyeballs on the saint's face, and blood and tears flowed. The Buddha lost his nose, exposing his empty flesh and bones. A big hole was opened on the forehead of the immortal, and the squirming brain could be seen clearly. Qi Xuan looked at this scene and was a little surprised. He remembered that the Taoist world was actually quite immortal, so why did these 3 look so abstract? The broken palm print was broken, and it was the Buddha who did it. Heaven has been kind to you. The saint spoke first. They are willing to cover up for you, Buddha added. Unfortunately, you are still too impatient. The voice of the immortal followed. The 3 people sang in unison, making Qi Xuan suspect that the 3 people might be a trinity. However, the other party obviously misunderstood something. The Taoist world did help him, but with that little support, someone else would have died long ago. In order to successfully improve the Taoist tradition and make a breakthrough, he had to rely on his own intervention. No hurry, how can this be considered urgent? Qi Xuan said with a smile, and then threw the bronze fire tripod into the sky. The bronze fire tripod exploded in midair and turned into a sea of fire. The 3 masters of the Taoism had no expression and just let the sea of fire burn. The big trend cannot be changed, but the small trend can be changed. The saint spoke again. And the source of the trend is people. Buddha continued. If there are no people, where does your big trend come from? The immortal asked at last. After the 3 masters of the Taoism finished speaking, Qi Xuan found that the fire of the bronze fire tripod and the sea of fire began to wane gradually. So that's why you dared to come out in person. That's the idea. Qi Xuan understood the purpose of the blood sacrifice. It is not only used to restore oneself, but also to weaken the big trend of the world. In the world of Taoism, the big trend is the great power of the group, and the small trend is the great power of the individual. The 3 masters of the Taoism originally went for the great power of the individual, and then they came to the end and wanted to get involved in the big trend. Only then did the subsequent Daotan appear, and it became a strange realm breakthrough. Although they did not succeed, they did not fail completely. Otherwise, how could special situations such as Daozhang and Fu Long appear? It's just that they haven't perfected their own path. And because of being too greedy, the heavenly way and the world are out of balance, so they have to sit in the balance. Unless they can completely make up for the shortcomings and reach the realm of I want everything, otherwise, this balance will always entangle them and constantly accumulate hidden dangers until they explode. Daozhang and Fu Long are one of the means to balance and reduce hidden dangers. Originally, it was also the path of their practice, but it had to be distorted into this form. Hand over your orthodox foundation. You can survive. Become a person favored by the 3 orthodox sects. The 3 orthodox masters spoke again in order. In their view, Qi Xuan was only at the 6th level, and they had reduced his great power, so he was not a big deal at all. On the contrary, they could obtain Qi Xuan's orthodox foundation without damage, and use the great power to make up for the small power, which would definitely allow them to recover. They themselves were small forces, and they got Qi Xuan's orthodox with great power. The 2 combined naturally became I want them all. Orthodox foundation? Qi Xuan smiled. If you want it, you can take it yourself. It's here. Qi Xuan pointed at everything around him. The so-called orthodox foundation is his Xiliang kingdom. Without the great power formed by the population of Xiliang kingdom, the great power would be rootless duckweed. There is only one Xiliang kingdom, and only the one who unifies it can grasp the real situation. Who will take it? Qi Xuan said provocatively. However, this little trick can't affect the 3 masters of the Taoism at all. What really makes them difficult is this foundation, which they really can't take away. In fact, Qi Xuan is not yet a great unification. Because the 2 kings of Dongying Kingdom and Bei'an Kingdom are still alive, although they are puppets, even their capitals have fallen, and they have no place to stand. But as long as they are still there, even if they only occupy a title, they are not complete. This has led to the 3 masters of the Taoism falling into an embarrassing stage where they can't take it away. Don't give it, die. 3 overlapping and weird voices came out at the same time, and Qi Xuan could feel the pressure transformed by the bloody rain and wind constantly eroding his body. Oh, that's all you can do? Qi Xuan said sarcastically, and then he used the 6th level of the magical power to control the entire Xiliang kingdom without hesitation. The bloody storm was directly broken in front of Winding Tianxia. Then his eyes fell to the distance. It was almost, I had to do it myself. Wen Zhixing is just an ordinary person after all, and he is still incapable of dealing with the orthodoxy. When Jixing suddenly felt cold at his heart, and he felt that a sense of uneasiness was expanding little by little. At this time, the Dongyin royal family had been killed, and there was no survivor. Fortunately, the killing was carried out indoors, and someone blocked the knife for him, so he, an ordinary person, was not melted by the blood. But at this time, the blood spread higher and higher. If there was no solution, he would die in the blood. The world has changed so drastically. Is this a sacrifice to the sky or a sacrifice for us? When Jixing's face was not very good. The change happened after the sacrifice to heaven. It couldn't be because he killed people during the sacrifice to heaven. Compared to this, he would rather believe that the three schools of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism were plotting something bad. From the beginning of the Tao dispute and the dragon support, it can be seen that these three schools of thought don't care about the people of the world at all, and they are extremely extravagant in preparing for the sacrifice to heaven. They didn't care about the lives of the people at all. Who else could have done it if not them? General, what should we do? His deputy general is still alive, but his spirit is a little weak, and he is now avoiding blood. After the sacrifice to heaven is over, he should be able to recover. When Jixing said this, but he actually had no confidence at all, because he didn't know when the sacrifice would end. The next moment, he saw three terrifying faces appearing in the sky. The three faces occupied most of the sky, and when he saw them, the corresponding names appeared in his mind. They were the saints, Buddhas and gods respected by the three sects. The moment when Jixing saw them, countless blood-red scenes appeared in his mind. It's not that he hadn't seen the statues of the three masters of the three sects created by the three religions of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism, and he had heard about their images. Even in the mouths of the children of the hostile sects, the masters of the sects were either compassionate or immortal, and all the adjectives were positive. But when he saw the real appearance, his three views were completely stimulated, and he fell into uncontrollable fear. General, I have so many flowers. After the deputy general suddenly shouted this sentence, the whole person jumped down and fell into the blood. Because his vision was blurred by the blood-red color, when Jixing could not see clearly. He could only see a figure disappear in an instant. However, at this time, the intense pain had already covered Jixing's whole body. When he touched his skin, sticky blood had seeped out. It felt like he was sunk into the blood. When he reacted, he realized that he was really in the blood. However, it was not him who jumped in, but the blood that soaked his whole body in a very short time. Fortunately, his pain did not last long. Through the blood, he saw a fire with a huge breath in the sky landing on the altar not far away. In an instant, the altar was engulfed by the flames. This became the last scene he saw. Before the flames drowned the blood, he was completely disintegrated and did not have time to experience the feeling of being burned by the flames. On the other side, all the fifth and sixth realms of the three religious traditions of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism had completely gathered together at this time. All people merged and folded together, looking like a strange colloid object. The lotus is white, and the lotus is green. The three religions are originally one family. Today is the time for the unity of the Taoism. The murmurs of all the Taoist masters, coupled with their bodies constantly wriggling, were then thrown into the bronze fire tripod that had been broken but recondensed. The bronze fire tripod was recondensed and divided into three. One fell to the capital of Beihan State, and the other fell to the capital of Dongyin State. The two bronze fire tripods directly destroyed the two altars set up for heavenly sacrifice, and killed all the people who were offering sacrifices, including the rulers of the two countries. The death of the two kings and the slaughter of the royal family meant that they were truly destroyed. Their actions represented the establishment of the world. The last bronze fire tripod was used by Qi Xuan to offer sacrifices to the heavens when he proclaimed himself emperor. The sacrifices were naturally the powerful men of the three Confucian, Buddhist and Taoist sects. Before that, the powerful men of the three sects had already been infected by Qi Xuan with the survivor assimilation technology. So they were prepared in advance. As long as the time came, these sacrifices would throw themselves into the bronze fire tripod to serve as the fire for Qi Xuan to break through the seventh realm of the Taoist master. In the absence of resistance, but cooperation, the burning process of all the Taoist masters was extremely fast. In less than a few seconds, all the Taoist masters were reduced to ashes in the bronze fire tripod. At the same time, Qi Xuan, who was far away in the capital of Shiliang, also officially completed the ritual of offering sacrifices to the heavens, and was promoted to the seventh realm of the Taoist master. Chapter 569. I am appointed by heaven, and I will live forever. Qi Xuan said softly, and boundless power emerged from his body. He broke through to the seventh realm, the son of heaven, and his supernatural power was appointed by heaven. His ability was very simple, that is, he could use the power of the Taoist world. Yes, it was the power of the Taoist world, not Qi Xuan's own power. Although he was offering sacrifices to himself, this survivor incarnation was originally a virus used for invasion. Using the power of the Taoist world means that he has completely become the core figure of the Taoist world. Foolish man, after this action, you will be a puppet of heaven. There is no possibility of going further. The three Taoist masters laughed. However, even though he laughed, Qi Xuan did not hesitate at all, and he took action without hesitation. With extremely pure violence, he directly blew up the cheeks of the three Taoist masters standing on the sky. After Qi Xuan broke through, the situation naturally reversed. The three masters of the Taoist tradition were only at the seventh realm, but he was different. Not only was he at the seventh realm, he also received the blessing of the Taoist world and his own amplification. And Qi Xuan could also see that the three masters of the Taoist tradition were not in their full heyday, but were in a weak stage. After the face of the master of the Taoist tradition was broken, countless bloody roots were pulled out from under the earth, and a twisted body full of cracks appeared in the sky. Just as Qi Xuan had imagined before, the three masters of the Taoist tradition had already twisted into one, but with three heads and thoughts. But from the neck down, it was bloated and weird, with a fusion of flesh and blood and plants, and it had spread to the whole world. It looks like a fleshy plant rooted deep in the world. Under the rhizome, the heavenly Tao of the Taoist world is entangled. Because of the long-term entanglement, the Lord of the Taoist world has penetrated into it. He can't get out even if he wants to, and he can only be in this weird appearance for the rest of his life. This is not Taoism or upgrading, but simple restriction and bondage. You are still talking about me, aren't you in the same situation? Qi Xuan laughed at the Lord of the Taoist world after seeing his true appearance. But in his heart, he was thinking about how to maximize this benefit. First of all, the Lord of the Taoist world restricts the heavenly Tao, and tries to lead him into his own mouth, and then he will eat it directly as a sandwich. The Lord of the Taoist world can be used as a fragment, but without the heavenly Tao, plus the survivor incarnation, the traitor, the Taoist world can be said to have no spare power to resist. Not to mention eating sashimi directly. Even if the Taoist world is cut into pieces, there will be no reaction. After the cuts are changed, it can be braised or steamed without any problem. The Lord of Tao came towards Qi Xuan, wanting to cover him and digest and absorb him with the power of heaven. It was just that there was no way to do it because of the difference in hard power. Qi Xuan used extremely pure violence to smash half of his body on the spot. However, Qi Xuan did not kill him directly, but guided him little by little, allowing the Lord of Tao to bring heaven closer to his body. Ha ha ha, are you also afraid of heaven? The Lord of Tao's voice was crazy. We have balanced heaven, but you, foolishly, have become a puppet of heaven. There is still a chance now, as long as you hand over the foundation of your Taoism. You can not only get rid of the control of the heavenly Tao, but also become one with us. Wouldn't it be better to control the heavenly Tao together, and dominate the world forever? Now it just requires a little sacrifice from you. It seems that Qi Xuan is afraid of the heavenly Tao, and the behavior of the Lord of the Taoism has become more and more manic, and he even threatens the heavenly Tao. The logic is actually valid. In his view, Qi Xuan is a puppet of the heavenly Tao, and they control and balance the heavenly Tao, which is equivalent to controlling the other party's master. Then the next step is simple, they only need to use the heavenly Tao to coerce, and they can completely control Qi Xuan. I'm so scared, Qi Xuan said in a tone that said, if you have the guts, just kill Tian Dao, and see who will be more unlucky. You're still using Tian Dao to control me. I kill Tian Dao later. How can I be a puppet? When these words came out, the few rational minds of the Taoist master also stagnated, and felt that what Qi Xuan said seemed to make sense. They couldn't control Tian Dao, and Tian Dao wouldn't directly control Qi Xuan. If Qi Xuan really killed Tian Dao, the other party would indeed be out of Tian Dao's control. What's the situation with these three people? Normally, the power of the Taoists shouldn't be like this. Could it be that they have come into contact with some taboos, and caused self-loss? Qi Xuan's eyes fell on Tian Dao, which was balanced and controlled by the Taoist master. He was also a Taoist master of the seventh realm, but he didn't have such a change as the other party. From the initial rationality to now being crazy, there must be something affecting him. If there is something that Qi Xuan doesn't have but they do, it can only be the heavenly Tao. So Qi Xuan boldly guessed that the three masters of the Taoist traditions might not have coveted stronger power at the beginning. We can see something from the concepts of the three Taoist traditions. It was not until the heavenly Tao got into trouble that they went to fill the hole, and they were forced to fall, which led to the subsequent balance, Tao's struggle, Fulong, and other terrible things. As time passed, the three masters of the Taoist traditions failed to solve the problem smoothly, and they fell deeper and deeper, and finally became like this. Usually without stimulation, this madness could not be manifested until Qi Xuan came and destroyed the entire Taoist world, causing the already weak balance to disappear completely. Everything went out of control. Of course, all this is Qi Xuan's guess, and there is no empirical evidence. It is actually very simple to verify it. When he is led to the location of his original body, the original body can personally investigate it. There is no need to investigate now. The most urgent thing is to give the Taoist master another big blow. Under this big blow, the three heads of the Taoist master broke down again. Bloody, disgusting things fell from the sky with dense maggots, and when they fell to the ground, they turned into hideous devil flowers. I am confused. Why don't you do anything to the heavenly Tao? After the Taoist master recovered, he slowly approached Qi Xuan and asked, as long as you destroy the heavenly Tao, you can get freedom. So, you have other purposes. Although the Taoist master was crazy, his brain was still quite useful, and he quickly realized Qi Xuan's intention. Normal people know that they should first eliminate the hidden dangers that may pose a threat to themselves. But Qi Xuan didn't do that. Instead, he kept attacking him uselessly. Qi Xuan's attack was indeed very powerful, and each blow could cause serious damage to him. But wanting to kill him was just wishful thinking. As long as the heavenly Tao was still under his balance control, and he was still in the world of the Tao, he would not die. No matter what method, don't even think about letting him die. Yes, so do you dare to see what my purpose is? Qi Xuan used the provocation method in turn. It seems that you have found a way to kill me. The three faces of the Lord of the Tao showed a twisted smile at the same time, but unfortunately, nothing will kill me. Unless you can destroy the whole world, even if the heavenly Tao is broken, I will not die. So, I don't mind understanding your purpose. The Lord of the Tao could see Qi Xuan's poor provocation method, but for him, immortality and invincibility were his confidence. Hearing this, Qi Xuan was relieved. The other party was used to being invincible, and was indeed arrogant. But the other party was not wrong. In the Taoist world, he could not die even if he wanted to. He had long been tied to the entire Taoist world. But the other party could not have thought that Qi Xuan would be a world instead of a normal life form. Conventional means could not kill him, but what he used was not conventional at all. Qi Xuan walked in front, and the master of the Taoists followed behind. After arriving at the designated location, Qi Xuan pointed to a place not far away and said, "It's right there. Do you dare to go over?" The leader of the Taoism looked carefully at the location Qi Xuan pointed to, but saw nothing. "What's there? Why can't I see it?" asked the leader of the Taoism. He didn't think Qi Xuan would play tricks on him, and the other party could use the power of the world, and might really be able to see things he couldn't see. You don't have to see it, just experience it yourself. Qi Xuan didn't explain, but said sarcastically, "Or do you dare not? You said that you would not die anyway." The leader of the Taoism showed a sneer. "You used the provocation twice, and both were very clumsy. But it doesn't matter, I believe it. But if you deceive me, then your entanglement with me will never end." After saying that, the leader of the Taoism stepped on the root stem, and went to the location Qi Xuan pointed out to him. As expected of an old monster, although he didn't feel the difference, he also noticed something. Qi Xuan understood that the leader of the Taoism didn't want to live anymore. The little sanity he had left was gradually disappearing, so he had a weird look with inconsistent thoughts and disordered thoughts. Then, he noticed Qi Xuan's abnormality. The leader of the Taoism believed that Qi Xuan had the ability to let him rest completely. As for guessing wrong, it didn't matter. He would only create a new monster in the rest of his life. And the remaining sanity of the leader of the Taoism would be completely worn out. Anyway, it was not him who would be tortured in the end, but Qi Xuan. The next moment, a terrifying crack appeared in the space, and countless black clouds emerged from it, and enveloped the leader of the Taoism and pulled him into the crack. Qi Xuan opened his mouth, stretched out the Xian tribe used as a tongue, rolled it into his body, and began to eat. Chapter 570. When the heavenly Tao and the Lord of Daotong were devoured, countless black clouds began to spread. Qi Xuan began to eat. At the same time, the survivor incarnation also keenly sensed the urging from the Daotong world. The heavenly Tao lost contact, and the Lord of Daotong was left with only him intact, wanting him to resist this sudden enemy. But the Daotong world didn't know that this last line of defense was originally a chess piece planted by Qi Xuan. Therefore, All the layouts and controls were mastered by him, as soon as the Daotong world passed them to the survivor incarnation. This caused the Daotong world to lose all opportunities, and was eventually easily disintegrated by Qi Xuan. You can eat slowly this time, don't be so anxious, Qi Xuan whispered. The last time, he had to be fast because the snake swallowed the elephant, but this time it was different. The entire Daotong world was no longer a threat to him. As for the survivors' incarnations, they were directly used as raw materials by Qi Xuan, in order to eliminate all the backhands of the Taoist world to the greatest extent. The huge and twisted body completely enveloped the entire world, and all the remaining lives were wiped out by Qi Xuan at the first time. What's the point of keeping them? Anyway, the final result is to become food. Instead of living and suffering, it is better to let them die early to avoid subsequent torture. This is also the last bit of kindness of Qi Xuan. There is no more. The extinction of life has caused the whole world to fall into silence. Qi Xuan directly assigned the task of devouring the world to the Fiber clan evolved from the Fiber body. They are not only Qi Xuan's family, but also the inferior substitutes for Qi Xuan's giant mouth, sharp teeth, and stomach. With insatiable greed and eternal hunger, they can eat everything, including the world. Qi Xuan doesn't have to worry about them doing bad things, because they eat everything. And this is how Qi Xuan uses the Xian clan. He didn't think about how much use the Xian clan could have, as long as they could provide him with enough convenience. It can be regarded as a complete swallowing and digestion process for me, otherwise it would be like the last time when the snake swallowed the elephant, and many data would be incomplete. Next time I swallow the world, there will still be disadvantages, Qi Xuan muttered. Then he began to analyze the heavenly way of the Taoist world. The masters of the Taoist world have long become food. Qi Xuan didn't take them seriously from the beginning, but they were useful and difficult to attack. Otherwise, he would have uprooted them after he arrived. It was nothing more than that it was not in his interest to take action at that time. On the contrary, it was the heavenly Tao. Qi Xuan cleaned up the appearance, and got an interesting thing from it. It was a flower seed from another world, which had extremely terrifying dark power left on it. This dark power was a bit similar to the Blood Clan in the Blood Clan world that Qi Xuan had seen before, but it was different. Not only did it come from the rule level, but it also had the filth of the human heart level. And it got some kind of mutation outside the void, which made it have powerful power. Then, it fell into the Taoist world, and the result was naturally captured by the heavenly Tao, and became one of the powers. Finally, it evolved into the so-called trend. But negative power is negative after all, and the heavenly Tao cannot erase it. Until the former masters of the three great Tao sects noticed something strange, and intended to balance it through the law of good and evil. Then let the Tao world digest it by itself. It was indeed very successful in the early stage, but their behavior made good and evil, right and wrong form a complete reincarnation balance. Good and right have carriers, that is, the three great Tao sects. Damn, evil does not. So along the core point of reincarnation balance, it is completely rooted in the three great Tao sects. And the masters of the three great Tao sects completely fell in the process of balance, and finally caused the Tao sect to be divided from top to bottom, the dispute between the three families, Fulong, etc. Even they themselves were forced to become puppets, with only a part of the consciousness still with chaos remaining. At this time, this flower seed was in Qi Xuan's hand, which was harmless to people and animals. It was not because Qi Xuan was strong enough to suppress this flower seed, and the Tao world was not worse than him. It was just because Qi Xuan was more ruthless and fierce than this flower seed. So it was scared, and didn't dare to raise any remaining resistance. After all, the flower seed itself didn't have much power, and it relied on the darkness formed by the human heart to spread and expand. So many lives died at the hands of Qi Xuan that the flower seed was afraid. The so-called fourth-party Taoism is actually your spread. I never thought that you would take advantage of it, Qi Xuan said, and directly crushed the flower seed into powder. The power of darkness turned into green smoke and wanted to escape, but it was annihilated before it drifted for long. The plan was indeed successful, but then what? Qi Xuan said disdainfully. Without the support of strength, you still want to pick peaches? If you use a hen to lay eggs, you must have enough strength to protect the eggs, otherwise, not to mention the hen, even you will be killed. Research? There is no need at all. It is nothing more than a mutation in the void, which gives it special power. It is just to bully the world of Daotong, which is full of good people. It is useless to Qi Xuan. The evil will be punished by the evil, and Qi Xuan is now an even more evil. This is his logic of behavior from being chased by the Doomsday game. But it's not useless, there are still some coordinates left. Just right, after devouring the Dalton world, go to the world where this flower seed came from. In fact, the coordinates are also incomplete, but it doesn't matter, Chi Xuan doesn't have a world coordinate now. Even if there is no such coordinate, he will find a random position and launch himself directly. If he can encounter a world, he will start a new round of devouring and growing. So it is better to have a coordinate in front of him than to fire blindly without knowing anything. The third cornerstone of power is still a little short, and it is only half at present. Chi Xuan turned his attention back to himself. In addition to Korn and Nurgle, the third new power is only half. Conspiracy and change are enough. The second is knowledge, which is also available. But more variables are needed to complete it. Chi Xuan was not shaped according to the four great demons of the subspace, but he really needed it. In his mind, knowledge is power, and this equation will not be wrong. As for the idealistic ability, it is not within his consideration. You are so idealistic, what logic is there for you? This time, he was behind the scenes to guide the world. This was a conspiracy, even if it was clumsy, but it was completed. Needless to say, knowledge was involved in it. And the change naturally came from the chaos caused by breaking the limitations of the Tao. My treacherous tyrant is a bit too Korn. But I am not a person who is good at conspiracy and intrigue. It is already very good to be able to do these. Why should Chi Xuan blame himself for nothing? If you want to blame, blame the enemy. It's just that there are still many technical flaws. For example, the hiding method of the main body is too inconvenient. We have to lead people over. If I can directly disguise myself as a survivor, it will be more feasible. It may not work before, but it should be okay now. Use this third foundation that has not yet been fully formed to compress and hide myself. Who would have thought that there would be a world under the skin of an ordinary person? In this way, I can fight side by side with Tai Sui God and the intelligent brain again. Chi Xuan felt that he was so good. The main thing is that he is not used to such a big body. It has not been long since he went from a human to a world. If he had to choose which body form is more useful, he would definitely choose the human form. And with a smaller body, the target will be smaller in the void, and there is no need to worry about scratching anything. It's just time. I don't know if 10 years is enough. Chi Xuan muttered. He planned to eat the Taoist world for 10 years. In addition to chewing slowly, he also had to consider that there were still worlds in his body that had not been digested. It took him 1 year from departure to arrival at the Daotong world, plus 1 year in the Daotong world, and it took 10 years to digest all the worlds, so it was only 2 years at most. Although the process of digestion and absorption was getting faster and faster, another Daotong world was added in during this period. Chi Xuan only gave 2 more years, which was already considering his own limit. Otherwise, it would take at least 15 years. As for setting off without waiting for digestion, Chi Xuan was reckless, but not reckless. Why did he have to rush when everything was ready before setting off? What if he was upset because of this little thing? There was no crisis chasing him now, so there was no need to be so anxious. After making a plan, Chi Xuan began to concentrate on his daily work. Study, research, and become stronger. So in a flash, 12 years passed, and the entire Daotong world was eaten up by him without any residue. Compared with the previous few worlds that were swallowed whole, this time I savored it carefully, and the taste was really good. It can only be said that it was worthy of being a world. At the same time, the original huge and bloated and indescribable body had disappeared, replaced by Chi Xuan's original human appearance. Through changes, technology, etc., he created a brand new human skin for himself, and then compressed himself into it. This human skin allows him to disguise himself as a human, and has enough strength and toughness to avoid being torn by him. Finally, I feel a lot more comfortable. Chi Xuan moved his body. Tai Sui God is not in a hurry to take it out for the time being. I will come back after I arrive in the new world. Next, it's the direction. Chi Xuan quickly selected the direction through the incomplete world coordinates obtained from the flower seeds. His world shuttle style is different from the Doomsday game. The other side pays attention to a delicate job. However, Chi Xuan is not so particular. After the data correction is completed, he smashed himself out with a dive. Whether it's speed or strength, it's far better than Doomsday game. The key is efficiency.